are led by lodge members. They argue that secret societies are coordinating these upheavals, using revolution as cover for a broader agenda of centralised power. In America, these concerns reach the highest levels. John Quincy Adams, who would become the 6th president, writes extensively about his fears of Masonic infiltration in politics. In a letter from 1828, he warns that Freemasonry has become a separate system of loyalty that competes with national allegiance. He's particularly troubled by the Morgan affair, where a man who threatened to expose Masonic secrets disappeared and was presumably murdered. The scandal triggers a massive backlash. The anti-Masonic party forms in 1828, becoming the first successful third political party in United States history. For several years, being openly Masonic becomes a political liability. Lodges close, membership plummets. It seems like the secret society networks are being dismantled by democratic pressure. But here's what the historical record shows if you look carefully. While public Freemasonry declined, its influence didn't. The same period sees Masonic principles and Enlightenment philosophy spreading through universities where they shape curricula. Banking families with lodge connections consolidate their power through the creation of central banking systems. Scientific institutions, many founded or funded by former lodge members, become the new temples of authority. This is exactly what Weishaupt had written about in his private papers. He understood that you don't need to control a government directly if you can control the institutions that shape how people think. Control the universities and you control what the next generation believes. Control the banks and you control what's possible. Control the scientific establishment and you control what's accepted as truth. The Illuminati didn't need a headquarters or a Grand Master or secret meetings in underground chambers. It had something far more powerful and far more difficult to destroy. It had a philosophy that could inhabit any system of power, could adapt to any political structure, could present itself as progress while serving the same ancient goal of enlightened control by the chosen few. By the mid-1800s, the fears about secret societies have largely faded from public consciousness. The lodges have cleaned up their image. They're now civic organisations, charity groups, fraternal orders where businessmen network. The revolutionary danger has passed, people assume. The threat was exaggerated, they tell themselves. But the networks remain, the philosophy remains, and most importantly, the method remains. The idea that society should be guided by an enlightened elite, that the masses need to be led toward progress rather than allowed to choose their own direction. That knowledge should be parcelled out carefully to those deemed ready for it. This idea becomes embedded in the very structure of modern institutions. It's no longer called the Illuminati. It doesn't need to be. It's simply how things are done. Act 3. From Europe to America, let's return to that dollar bill in your wallet. The Great Seal of the United States, the design that appears on the back, was approved in 1782, just 3 years before the Bavarian Illuminati was officially banned. It was printed on currency starting in 1935, during Franklin Roosevelt's presidency. The reverse side shows that unfinished pyramid with 13 steps, topped by the Eye of Providence radiating light. Below the pyramid, a banner reads Novus Ordo Seclorum, Latin for New Order of the Ages. The traditional explanation is simple. The unfinished pyramid represents America as a work in progress. The eye represents divine oversight, God watching over this new nation. The phrase means that America represents a new chapter in human history, a break from European monarchies. It's all very patriotic and innocent. But let's look at who designed this seal. The final design was influenced by Charles Thomson, Secretary of Congress, who had studied classical languages and symbols. The eye above the pyramid was not a common Christian symbol in 1782. It was, however, identical to imagery used in Enlightenment-era secret societies, including groups that shared philosophy with the Illuminati. Now let's look at the founding figures of America. Benjamin Franklin was a confirmed Freemason, a member of the Lodge of the Nine Sisters in Paris, one of the most influential lodges in Europe. Thomas Jefferson, while not confirmed as a Freemason, corresponded extensively with Enlightenment philosophers and owned one of the largest collections of Enlightenment literature in America. George Washington was a Freemason who was buried with full Masonic honours. These men weren't members of the Bavarian Illuminati specifically. The timing doesn't quite work and the evidence isn't there. But they were intellectual descendants of the same philosophical movement. They read the same books, believed in the same principles of reason over religion, progress over tradition, enlightened leadership over mob rule. The United States was founded on Enlightenment principles. That's not controversial. What conspiracy researchers argue is that these principles came with an embedded architecture of control, a built-in hierarchy that would allow those in the know to guide civilization while maintaining the appearance of democracy. Look at how the American system was actually designed. The Electoral College, which prevents direct democracy in presidential elections. The Senate, which was originally appointed rather than elected. The Supreme Court, with lifetime appointments and no accountability to voters. These weren't accidents or compromises. They were intentional barriers against what the founders called the tyranny of the majority, which is another way of saying they didn't trust common people to make important decisions. This is the core Illuminati principle, dressed in the language of republicanism. Let people vote, but control what they can vote for. Let people speak, but control what they hear. Create the appearance of freedom while maintaining elite guidance at the critical junctions of power. The seal on the dollar bill isn't just a symbol of America, it's a mission statement. A new order is rising, built on the foundations of secret knowledge, guided by those who understand the true nature of power. The pyramid is unfinished because the work continues. The eye watches because the enlightened must always observe and adjust. The phrase declares that this represents a break from the past, a new way of organising human society, a pyramid of power, a hidden eye, a new order rising, not in Bavaria anymore, but in America, the nation that would come to dominate the 20th century and export its systems to the entire world. Act 4. The 20th Century Resurgence. 2 world wars reshaped civilization in ways that were unimaginable in previous centuries. Empires that existed for hundreds of years collapse in a matter of years. Tens of millions die. The survivors wake up to a world where the old structures of power, the monarchies and colonial systems and religious authorities no longer function. Into this vacuum step new institutions with a new promise. Instead of competing nations causing war, we'll have international cooperation ensuring peace. Instead of economic chaos, we'll have coordinated financial systems. Instead of ignorance and nationalism, we'll have global education and shared values. The League of Nations forms after World War I. It fails, but the idea doesn't die. After World War II, the United Nations rises in its place, this time with real power, real funding, and a permanent home in New York City. Around the same time, the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944 creates the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, institutions that will shape global economics for the rest of the century. Each of these organisations represents a concentration of authority. Instead of hundreds of nations making independent decisions, now there are forums where a smaller number of representatives can coordinate action. Instead of thousands of banks operating independently, now there are central systems that can influence all of them. This is exactly how a hidden elite would manage global control, according to declassified documents from the Office of Strategic Services, the predecessor to the CIA. These memos, released decades later through Freedom of Information Act requests, reference supranational influence networks and the importance of creating institutions that operate above national sovereignty. The language is bureaucratic, but the meaning is clear. The people designing the post-war world understood that direct control of governments is inefficient and unstable. It's better to create systems that governments must operate within, systems that appear neutral but are actually designed to produce specific outcomes. By the 1970s, this process accelerates. David Rockefeller, whose family name appears repeatedly in conspiracy theories for good reason, establishes the Trilateral Commission in 1973 with Zbigniew Brzezinski, who would become National Security Advisor under President Carter. The stated purpose is to foster cooperation between North America, Europe and Japan. The unstated purpose, according to critics, is to create a private forum where the most powerful people in the world can coordinate policy without public oversight. Around the same time, though it started earlier in 1954, the Bilderberg Group holds annual conferences that bring together world leaders, CEOs of the largest corporations, heads of major banks and selected intellectuals. These meetings happen at luxury hotels in different countries each year. No press is allowed, no transcripts are released, no minutes are published. Attendees are told not to discuss what happens inside. The official explanation is that this secrecy allows for frank discussion without grandstanding. People can speak honestly if they know it won't be quoted in tomorrow's newspapers. It's like Davos or any other international conference, they say, just networking at a high level. But here's what makes conspiracy researchers pay attention. First, the attendee list reads like a directory of global power. Second, the same names appear at Bilderberg, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the World Economic Forum, and the boards of the most influential banks and corporations. Third, decisions that are discussed at these meetings often become policy a few months or years later, suggesting that what happens in these rooms isn't just talk, it's coordination. They call it coordination, others call it control. The question that no one in authority will answer directly is control by whom, and for what purpose. Act 5. The Modern Network. The 1990s bring a transformation in how power operates. The Soviet Union collapses, ending the Cold War and leaving America as the sole superpower. Global finance, enabled by new technology, begins to move trillions of dollars across borders at the speed of light. Mass media consolidates into a handful of corporations that own most of what people see and hear. The internet emerges, promising democratic access to information, but quickly being shaped by the same forces that controlled previous technologies. This is when conspiracy theories about the Illuminati explode into popular culture. Books like Behold a Pale Horse and The New World Order become underground bestsellers. Radio shows dedicated to exposing secret societies gain millions of listeners. The internet allows researchers to share documents, connect patterns, and build a collective case that something systematic is happening behind the official story. What they notice are recurring overlaps in membership between the organisations we've discussed. The Council on Foreign Relations, founded in 1921, includes members who are also part of the Trilateral Commission and attend Bilderberg meetings. These same individuals sit on the boards of major banks like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase. They advise presidents from both political parties. They run the Federal Reserve. They fund think tanks that produce the policy papers that become legislation. Certain family names appear again and again across generations. Rockefeller, one of the wealthiest dynasties in American history, with foundations, banks and politicians across multiple generations. Rothschild, the banking family that financed European governments for 2 centuries. Windsor, the British royal family. Bush, 2 presidents and a lineage of intelligence connections going back to World War II. This doesn't prove conspiracy by itself. Wealthy families stay wealthy. Power tends to concentrate. People with similar backgrounds tend to know each other, but the pattern is undeniable, and it matches exactly what you would expect if Weishaupt's vision had succeeded. An interconnected network of families and institutions, each piece appearing independent, but all moving in the same general direction towards centralized control, disguised as necessary coordination. Then something stranger happens. Corporate marketing and entertainment industries begin deliberately using Illuminati symbolism. Music videos feature pyramids, all-seeing eyes, and occult imagery. Award shows stage elaborate rituals that reference secret societies. Fashion lines incorporate symbols that used to be hidden, but are now displayed openly. At first, Researchers assume this is confirmation. These celebrities must be members. The corporations must be controlled. The symbols are signals of allegiance. But there's another interpretation, one that's actually more disturbing. What if the symbols are being used to defang the whole concept? What if making Illuminati imagery trendy and commercial is itself a form of disinformation? When Beyoncé forms a triangle with her hands, is she signalling membership in a secret order, or is she participating in marketing that makes the whole idea seem like entertainment? When rebellion becomes a brand, it ceases to be rebellion. When conspiracy becomes fashion, it stops being taken seriously. This is a sophisticated form of control, and it's far more effective than trying to hide. You don't need to suppress dangerous ideas if you can turn them into merchandise. The theories link artists like Jay-Z, Kanye West, Madonna and Beyoncé to secret initiation and hidden allegiance. Maybe some of those theories are true. Maybe these artists have connections to powerful networks, or maybe they're just using provocative imagery because it sells records and gets attention, and in doing so, they're providing cover for the actual networks of power that operate in boardrooms and private conferences, not in music videos. This is the genius of modern control. Everything is out in the open, but arranged in such a way that you can't tell what's real and what's performance. The symbols are everywhere, which means they're nowhere. The secrets are spoken about constantly, which means they're not secrets. And anyone who tries to connect the dots gets dismissed as seeing patterns in randomness, even though the patterns are objectively there in the historical record. Act 6. The Information Age. The 21st century brings something that Weishaupt could never have imagined, but would have absolutely recognised as the perfection of his vision. Digital technology creates the possibility of total information awareness, the ability to monitor what everyone sees, says and does, not through crude surveillance but through the willing participation of billions of people who carry tracking devices everywhere they go. For a while, this seems like paranoid fantasy. Then WikiLeaks begins publishing classified documents that prove governments and corporations are doing exactly what conspiracy theorists claimed. Edward Snowden reveals that the National Security Agency is collecting data on virtually every electronic communication in the world. Cambridge Analytica shows how social media data can be weaponized to manipulate elections. These aren't theories, these are documented facts, proven through leaked documents and whistleblower testimony. Information control is real. Narrative management is real. Surveillance is real. The debate is no longer whether these things are happening, but whether they're justified. This is where conspiracy researchers point out something crucial. This is precisely how a secret order would function in the modern age. Not by commanding armies or assassinating leaders, though those tools remain available when needed, but by shaping thought, by controlling what information people see, by nudging behaviour through algorithm design, by making certain ideas seem ridiculous and other ideas seem inevitable. You don't need to force people to comply if you can manipulate them into wanting what you want them to want. You don't need to ban books if you can bury them under an avalanche of content that says the opposite. You don't need secret meetings if you can coordinate through encrypted channels that look like normal business communication. The phrase Illuminati confirmed becomes a meme, a joke that people post when they see yet another celebrity covering one eye or another corporate logo with a pyramid. It's meant to be ironic, pointing out how silly these conspiracy theories are. But in making it a joke, in turning the concept into entertainment, it serves a purpose. It makes serious investigation seem foolish. It defangs the subject by turning it into content. This might be the most perfect act of disinformation ever achieved. The best way to hide a secret society is to convince everyone it's a joke, to make the idea so associated with paranoid nonsense that serious researchers won't touch it, journalists won't investigate it, and anyone who tries to connect documented facts gets lumped in with people claiming lizard aliens run the government. Meanwhile, the actual concentration of power continues. A handful of corporations own most media companies. A handful of banks control most financial flows. A handful of tech companies mediate most human communication. A handful of individuals meeting at invitation-only conferences coordinate policy that affects billions of people who never voted for them and don't know their names. This isn't hidden. It's documented. You can look up the board members. You can see the connections. The information is available. But it's arranged in such a way that pointing it out makes you sound crazy, even though it's objectively true. Act 7. The evidence of connection. Let's look at specific documents that connect the dots between historical secret societies and modern power structures. These aren't theories. These are papers you can request through government archives. Declassified correspondence between Alan Dulles, who directed the CIA during the Cold War, and Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, who founded the Bilderberg Group, shows discussions about post-war cultural steering. The phrase appears multiple times. Cultural steering, not military control or economic policy, but the deliberate shaping of what people think and believe. Files released through Freedom of Information Act requests reveal that intelligence agencies funded art movements, music festivals, magazines, and academic programs through front organisations. The Congress for Cultural Freedom, funded by the CIA, sponsored abstract expressionist art because it was seen as promoting individualism against Soviet collectivism. Similar programs funded jazz tours, literary magazines, and university symposiums. Why does this matter? Because it's exactly the method Weishaupt described in his papers. You don't control society through force. You control it through culture. You shape what people admire, what they aspire to, what they consider sophisticated, and what they consider backward. You fund the artists and intellectuals who say what you want said. You publish the books that promote your vision. You make your ideology seem like the natural progression of civilization. The continuity is striking when you look at it chronologically. 18th century Illuminism promoted Enlightenment rationalism and elite guidance. 20th century secret diplomacy promoted international institutions and coordinated policy. 21st century digital governance promotes algorithmic management and data-driven decision-making. Different vocabulary, different tools, same underlying principle. Humanity needs to be guided by those who know better. Democracy is fine for local matters, but the big decisions require expertise that most people don't have. Freedom is important, but it must be balanced against order. Transparency is a nice idea, but some things must remain secret for the greater good. You can find this argument made explicitly in documents from the Trilateral Commission, particularly in The Crisis of Democracy, a report from 1975 that argues democratic governments are becoming ungovernable because people have too many demands and not enough deference to authority. The solution proposed is not more democracy, but better management of expectations, which is a polite way of saying manipulation of what people think they want. This is the smoking gun that conspiracy researchers point to. Not a confession of being the Illuminati, not a secret handshake caught on camera, but a consistent philosophical thread running from Weishaupt's banned society to the most powerful institutions of the modern world. The belief that society must be managed by an elite who understand the big picture while the masses are kept comfortable but controlled. Maybe there's no underground cabal signing contracts in candlelight. Maybe there's no Grand Master issuing orders from a hidden temple. Maybe the Illuminati doesn't need a headquarters or a ritual or a membership card. Maybe it succeeded so completely that we're living inside it, and we call it civilization. EXT 8, the convergence theory. This is where we need to step back and look at the bigger pattern. Conspiracy researchers have developed what they call the convergence theory, which attempts to explain how the Illuminati evolved from a specific organization into a networked ideology. Phase 1 was the Enlightenment era roots, intellectual elitism disguised as humanism, the belief that reason and science, guided by the educated few, should replace religion and tradition. This wasn't inherently sinister. Many Enlightenment thinkers genuinely believed they were liberating humanity, but embedded in this liberation was a hierarchy, a priesthood of the rational that would replace the priesthood of the church. Phase 2 was banking and industrial consolidation. The 19th century saw wealth concentrate into family dynasties that funded governments, built railroads, and controlled resources. The Rothschilds financed European wars. The Rockefellers monopolized oil. The Morgans dominated finance. These families intermarried, sat on each other's boards, and coordinated their interests. They didn't call themselves the Illuminati, but they functioned as a network of mutual advantage that transcended national boundaries. Phase 3 was cultural hegemony in the 20th century. Control shifted from raw economic power to something more sophisticated, the management of what people think and feel. This was achieved through mass media, education systems and entertainment industries that all promoted similar values, celebrated similar heroes, and presented the existing power structure as natural and inevitable, rather than constructed and maintained. Phase 4 is technocratic governance in the 21st century. Control now operates through algorithms, through data analysis, through platforms that mediate human interaction. Google decides what information you find. Facebook decides what news you see. Amazon decides what products you encounter. These decisions are made by code, written by engineers, guided by executives who attend the same conferences and share the same worldview. The torch passed from philosophers to bankers, from bankers to media moguls, from media moguls to tech CEOs. Different people, different industries, different centuries. But the same pursuit of organised control over human civilization, the same belief that the enlightened few must guide the ignorant many, the same methodology of influence that operates behind the facade of freedom. This is why the conspiracy is so difficult to prove or disprove. There's no single organisation to expose. There's no membership list to leak. There's no headquarters to raid. It's a convergence of interests, a shared world view among people who benefit from the current arrangement of power and have the means to perpetuate it. When you reach this level of analysis, the question of whether the Illuminati exists becomes almost meaningless. The specific organisation from 1776 to 1785 definitely existed, and was definitely shut down. But the philosophy didn't die, it adapted, it spread, it became the default operating system of modern power. Asti 9, the invisible government. In 2010, Julian Assange, during an interview about WikiLeaks and government secrecy, quoted a phrase from Edward Bernays, the father of modern propaganda and nephew of Sigmund Freud. Bernays wrote in his book Propaganda, published in 1928, and this is a direct quote that appears in the book: "Those who manipulate the unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government which is the true ruling power." Bernays wasn't a conspiracy theorist. He was an advisor to presidents and corporations. He helped engineer the overthrow of the Guatemalan government for the United Fruit Company. He convinced women to smoke cigarettes by associating it with feminism. He understood, better than almost anyone in the 20th century, how to shape public opinion to serve private interests. When he talks about an invisible government, he's describing something real. Not a secret society meeting in shadows, but a network of influence that operates through institutions that appear neutral. Public relations firms, think tanks, advisory councils, academic departments, media organisations, each piece independently owned, but coordinating through shared personnel, funding sources and ideological alignment. This is the government that doesn't appear on ballot papers. The government that persists regardless of which party wins elections. The government that sets the boundaries of acceptable debate, that determines which problems get attention and which get ignored, that guides civilization toward outcomes chosen by people most citizens couldn't name. The phrase New World Order, which has become synonymous with conspiracy theories, was actually popularized by President George H.W. Bush in a speech to Congress on September 11th, 1991, exactly 10 years before the date that would become infamous for different reasons. He spoke about the opportunity to build a new world order, a world where the rule of law supplants the rule of the jungle, where nations recognise the shared responsibility for freedom and justice. It sounds noble, but listen to what he's actually saying. Not a world where each nation governs itself, a world where shared responsibility, meaning collective decision-making by international bodies, takes precedence. Not diverse political systems, but the rule of law, meaning a single legal framework. Not competing visions of justice, but a shared definition determined by those who have the power to enforce it. This echoes the same Enlightenment ideal that Weishaupt promoted: global unity through elite coordination. One system, one vision, one set of rules, enforced not through conquest, but through economic pressure, through diplomatic isolation, through the designation of who is civilized and who is rogue. The words change, the rhetoric adapts to the era, but the mission remains: order through control, unity through obedience, light through secrecy. The motto of the original Illuminati, order out of chaos, which they borrowed from Freemasonry, captures the entire project. Create or exploit crisis, then offer order as the solution, order that requires accepting centralized authority. This pattern repeats throughout history. Financial crisis leads to central banking. World wars lead to international institutions. Terrorism leads to surveillance states. Pandemic leads to digital tracking. Each crisis expands the power of coordinating bodies at the expense of local autonomy and individual privacy. Each crisis is presented as unique and demanding unprecedented response, and each response moves in the same direction, toward fewer people making decisions that affect more people. Aced 10. The conclusion. So let's return to the original question. Does the Illuminati exist? Mainstream historians will tell you no. The Bavarian Illuminati was dissolved in 1785. It had 9 years of existence. It was a historical footnote. Everything that came after is conspiracy theory, pattern recognition run amok, the human tendency to see intention in coincidence. Conspiracy researchers will tell you yes, but not in the way most people imagine. The Illuminati succeeded in its goal of creating a rational world led by an enlightened few. It didn't conquer civilization through force. It became civilization by making its principles seem like progress. Both answers are partially correct and entirely misleading. The useful question isn't whether a specific organization exists, but whether power operates the way Weishaupt envisioned. And on that question, the evidence is overwhelming. Every major institution of global governance follows the model of concentrated authority justified as expertise. The International Monetary Fund and World Bank make economic policy that affects billions, but are accountable to a few dozen member nations weighted by wealth. The Federal Reserve makes decisions that shape the entire American economy, but operates independently of democratic oversight. The European Union creates regulations that supersede national law, but is run by commissioners most Europeans couldn't name. Every global summit, every corporate merger, every coordinated crisis response follows the same blueprint. Gather the elite in private settings, determine the proper course of action, implement it through institutions that appear neutral, present it to the public as inevitable and necessary, marginalize dissent as ignorant or dangerous. This isn't hidden. You can watch it happen in real time if you pay attention. The World Economic Forum publishes its agenda openly. The Bilderberg Group lists attendees after each conference. The Council on Foreign Relations posts its policy recommendations online. The Trilateral Commission has a website. None of this is secret in the traditional sense, but it's effectively invisible to most people, because it operates at a level of abstraction that doesn't connect to daily life until the decisions have already been made. By the time a new trade agreement or financial regulation or digital standard affects your life, it's already been decided by people you didn't elect. meeting in places you couldn't attend, based on priorities you didn't set. If Weishaupt's goal was to build a rational world led by the enlightened few, look around, we're living in it. Experts determine what's true, fact-checkers decide what's misinformation, platforms moderate what's acceptable, algorithms curate what's visible, and all of this is presented as neutral, as scientific, as necessary for a functioning complex society. The only question left is whether we were enlightened or simply engineered, whether the progress we've experienced represents genuine liberation or sophisticated control, whether the freedom we believe we have is real or carefully managed. The symbol on the dollar bill stares out from your wallet, that unfinished pyramid with the watching eye, announcing a new order of the ages. Maybe it was just a design choice by committee in 1782, or maybe it was a declaration of intent, a message hidden in plain sight for over 2 centuries, telling anyone willing to look that this nation, and the world it would come to shape, was built on a foundation of enlightened control disguised as democracy. The Illuminati doesn't need to exist as a secret society if its principles have become the structure of civilization itself. The order may have been banned in 1785, but the order it sought to create has been under construction ever since, advancing through crisis and opportunity, adapting to technology and culture, always moving toward the same goal, order out of chaos. That was their motto. Look at the chaos of our current moment, the crises stacking upon each other, each one demanding more coordination, more surveillance, more centralized decision-making, more trust in authorities we didn't choose and can't remove. Look at the order being offered in response, the promise that if we accept the right systems, follow the right experts, adopt the right technologies, everything will be managed correctly. And ask yourself who benefits from that order, who decides what correct management looks like, who sits in those rooms at those conferences making those decisions, whose vision of enlightenment is being built while we're told we're being liberated. The Illuminati wanted to free humanity from superstition, monarchies and religious control. They succeeded. We're free from those things. But we're not free from control itself. It simply changed form, changed language, changed justification. The pyramid is unfinished because the work continues. The eye watches because the enlightened must always observe and guide. And the new order of the ages means that what came before was replaced with something that serves the same function under a different name. Maybe that's progress. Maybe guided evolution of civilization by those who understand complex systems is genuinely better than chaos and conflict. Maybe we do need invisible government because visible government has proven so corrupt and incompetent. Maybe the Illuminati won, and we should be grateful. Or maybe we should remember that every system of control claims to be for our own good. Every reduction of freedom is justified as necessary protection. Every expansion of surveillance is presented as security. And every concentration of power promises it will be used wisely by those who know best. Adam Weishaupt died in 1830, decades after his order was banned. He never saw the world wars or the United Nations or the internet. But if he could see the civilization we've built, with its global institutions and digital networks and algorithmic governance and expert classes making decisions for populations that don't understand and don't question, he might recognize it as the fulfillment of everything he envisioned. We are living in the illuminated age. The question is whether we're the ones who are enlightened, or just the ones being studied under the light. Thank you for watching this investigation. If you found this information valuable, subscribe to support more deep dives into the hidden architecture of power. Leave a comment with your thoughts, but be aware that certain keywords may limit visibility. Share this with someone who needs to see it. And remember, the best way to hide the truth is to make people think they already know it. The symbol on your dollar bill is still watching. It's been watching since 1782, and it will continue watching as long as you keep accepting that it belongs there. An all-seeing eye above an unfinished pyramid, announcing an order built by those who you'll never see, but who see everything you do. Order out of chaos. Their motto. our reality. The Illuminati doesn't need to exist as a secret society if we're all living inside the world it wanted to create. Stay aware, question authority, follow the money, and never forget that the most powerful conspiracies don't need to hide. They just need to convince you they don't exist. I was never meant to see Three-Eye Atlas. They say curiosity killed the cat. What they don't tell you is what happens to the person who keeps digging after the cat is already dead. What happens when you find the thing you were never supposed to find, when you see the document that was never supposed to exist, when you speak the name that was never supposed to be spoken. You don't die. That would be too merciful. Instead, you live with the knowledge that something is watching you, has always been watching you, and now knows that you know. This is my story. This is how I found Three-Eye Atlas, and this is why I can never stop looking over my shoulder. Before we go any further, A big thank you to Lonely Lost for the story idea. If you have any story ideas, make sure to comment them below. Now let's begin the beginning. Freedom of information. Request. My name is Marcus Webb, and in late October of the year 2021, I was a former investigative journalist trying to find my way back into a career that had chewed me up and spit me out. I had spent the better part of a decade covering conflicts in the Middle East, embedded with troops, documenting war crimes, interviewing refugees who had lost everything. The work had destroyed my marriage, cost me my mental health, and eventually, when I published a story that made the wrong people uncomfortable, it cost me my job at the newspaper. My ex-wife, Jennifer, used to tell me I was addicted to the truth the way other people were addicted to drugs. She said I couldn't let things go, that I always had to dig one layer deeper, ask one more question, chase one more lead. She was right, of course. That addiction is what led me to spend our anniversary in a bombed-out hospital in Aleppo, instead of at the restaurant she had booked 6 months in advance. It's what led me to miss her father's funeral because I was tracking down a source in Kabul. And it's ultimately what led her to pack her bags one Tuesday morning while I was asleep, and leave nothing but a note that said, "You're married to the story, Marcus, not to me." That was in 2019. By 2021, I was freelancing from a cramped apartment in Arlington, Virginia, taking whatever work I could get. Mostly fluff pieces for online magazines, the occasional corporate blog post, nothing that required me to actually think or investigate. I was treading water, waiting for something to remind me why I had become a journalist in the first place. That something came in the form of the Pentagon UAP hearings. I had watched them with casual interest, the way everyone else had. Unidentified aerial phenomena, they called them now, not UFOs. That term was too loaded, too tinfoil hat for the modern era. The hearings were carefully orchestrated, with military officials admitting that yes, there were things in the sky they could not explain, and yes, they took them seriously. It was historic in a strange, anticlimactic way. Disclosure without actually disclosing anything meaningful. But it got me thinking. If they were willing to admit this much publicly, what were they still hiding? I decided to file a Freedom of Information Act request. Nothing ambitious, just a fishing expedition to see what I could pull up. I requested all documents related to UAP incidents that had been reported by military personnel between January of 2015 and December of 2020. I expected to get back a pile of heavily redacted junk, if I got anything at all. FOIA requests are a long game. You submit them knowing that months or even years might pass before you receive anything useful. To my surprise, I received a response within 6 weeks. The package arrived in a standard manila envelope, the kind government agencies use when they are trying to look official but not too official. Inside were roughly 200 pages of documents, most of them so heavily redacted that they were essentially black rectangles with a few scattered words visible here and there. Typical government stonewalling. I poured myself a coffee and started reading through them at my kitchen table, notepad beside me, pen in hand. Most of it was exactly what I expected. Incident reports with all the identifying details blacked out. Witness statements reduced to single visible sentences like observed object and no conventional explanation. I was about to give up and toss the whole stack into a drawer when I noticed something odd. Every 5th or 6th page had a small stamp in the upper right corner, barely visible beneath the redaction marks. I held the page up to the light and squinted. It read, 3I, Atlas, clearance restricted. I flipped through the stack again, this time looking specifically for that stamp. It appeared on maybe 30 of the 200 pages, always in the same place, always with the same phrasing. 3I/Atlas. What the hell was 3I? What was Atlas? I'd covered enough classified material during my war reporting days to know that government agencies love their acronyms and code names. But I had never heard of 3I or Atlas in any context. I pulled out my laptop and started searching. Nothing. I tried every combination I could think of. 3I government program, 3I classification. 3i Military, Atlas Pentagon, Atlas UAP, Atlas Clearance. Every search came back empty or pointed me toward unrelated programs. There was an Atlas satellite program, an Atlas rocket system, even an Atlas particle detector at CERN, but nothing that matched the context of what I was seeing. Frustrated, I returned to the documents and kept reading. Most of them were useless, but then, buried near the bottom of the stack, I found something that made my hand stop mid-turn. It was a photocopy of a handwritten note on a sticky note, the kind of thing that should never have been included in a FOIA release. Someone had physically attached it to a document, and when that document was scanned for archival purposes, the note was scanned too. It was an accident, a bureaucratic slip-up. The note read, "Do not push public. Thrisias confirmed. Atlas referral." I read it 3 times, my heart rate picking up with each pass. This was not a classification. This was not a code name for a program. This was something else. This was a filter, a sorting mechanism. And whatever 3i meant, it was significant enough that certain cases were being referred to something called Atlas, and deliberately kept from public view. I spent the rest of that night searching for more information, but I came up empty. I needed a new angle. I needed to make the system think I already knew what 3i Atlas was. Act 1. The first break in the wall. It took me a week to craft the next FOIA request. I worded it very carefully, as if I were already familiar with the 3i Atlas designation. I submitted requests to multiple agencies, each one slightly different but all containing the same core assumption, that I was a researcher with appropriate clearance asking for routine information about an established classification system. It was a bluff, a calculated gamble. If 3i Atlas was real and bureaucratic enough, some low-level clerk might process my request without questioning whether I actually had the authority to ask for it. I submitted the requests on a Monday morning in the early December and tried not to obsess over them. I had other work to do, bills to pay, a life to pretend to live, but every day I checked my email a dozen times, waiting for something, anything to come back. The response arrived on a Thursday, 2 weeks after I'd submitted the request. It was not the full document release I had asked for. Instead, it was a short email from a 4IA officer at the Defense Intelligence Agency. The officer's name was Rachel Klein, and her email was polite, bureaucratic, and absolutely chilling. "Mr. Webb," it began, "thank you for your inquiry regarding 3i Atlas classified materials. Unfortunately, I do not have the appropriate clearance level to process requests related to 3i Atlas designations. I have forwarded your request to the appropriate oversight office. Please allow additional time for review." I stared at the screen, reading and rereading those 2 sentences. She had confirmed it. 3i Atlas was real. It was not a typo, not a mistake, not some random code that I had misunderstood. It was a real classification system, one that required clearance above what a standard FOA officer possessed. My hands were shaking as I saved the email and printed a hard copy. This was the break I needed. This was proof. I immediately tried to reply to Rachel Klein, thanking her and asking if she could provide any additional context, but my email bounced back. Her address had been deactivated. I called the Dear Public Affairs office and asked to speak with her. The person on the other end of the line said there was no employee by that name in their system. I insisted, reading them the email address directly from the message I had received. They put me on hold for 5 minutes and then came back with the same answer. Rachel Klein did not exist. I hung up and sat in silence, staring at the printed email. She had existed 2 days ago. She had processed my request, sent me a response, and then vanished. Scrubbed from the system as if she had never been there at all. That was when I realised I was no longer playing a harmless game of bureaucratic cat and mouse. I had tripped something. I had asked the wrong question to the wrong person, and now someone, somewhere, was paying attention. But I couldn't stop. Jennifer's voice echoed in my head. "You're married to the story, Marcus." She was right then, and she would be right now. I had to know. Eeked. 2. Breaching the system. I needed help. I needed someone who understood how the intelligence community worked. Someone who could tell me whether I was being paranoid or whether I'd actually stumbled onto something dangerous. I scrolled through my old contacts, people I had worked with during my war reporting days. Most of them had moved on, taken jobs in the private sector or retired from the field altogether. But there was one name I kept coming back to, Lieutenant Commander James Ortiz, formerly of Naval Intelligence, now working as a consultant for a defence contractor in Maryland. I had met Ortiz during an embed in Afghanistan back in 2017. He was smart, cautious, and deeply cynical about the way the military handled classified information. We had stayed in touch over the years, exchanging the occasional email, meeting for coffee when we were both in the same city. He was one of the few people I trusted to tell me the truth, even if that truth was something I did not want to hear. But there was something else about Ortiz, something I had never told anyone. During that embed, we had witnessed something together. It was 3 a.m, and we were stationed at a forward operating base in Helmand province. I had stepped outside the command tent to get some air, and Ortiz was there, smoking a cigarette and staring at the sky. And then we both saw it. A light, moving in patterns that made no physical sense. Sharp 90-degree turns at impossible speeds. Complete stops mid-flight, hovering for several seconds. Then acceleration that should have generated sonic booms but produced no sound at all. We watched it for maybe 5 minutes before it simply vanished. We never spoke about it. Not that night, not the next day, not ever. It was an unspoken agreement, the kind of thing you pretend didn't happen because acknowledging it would mean confronting something your brain isn't equipped to process. But now I needed to break that silence. I sent him an encrypted message through a secure app we had used before, asking if we could meet in person. He responded within an hour. Tomorrow, usual place. Come alone. The usual place was a diner in Bethesda, a kind of anonymous chain, restaurant where nobody paid attention to anybody else. I arrived early, ordered coffee and waited. Ortiz walked in exactly on time, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt, looking like any other middle-aged guy grabbing lunch. But I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes swept the room before he sat down. He was scared. He slid into the booth across from me and did not waste time with pleasantries. "What have you gotten yourself into, Marcus?" I pulled out the printed email from Rachel Klein and slid it across the table. He read it, his expression unreadable, and then looked up at me. "Where did you get this?" "FOIA request. I asked about 3i Atlas. 2 days later, the officer who responded to me vanished from the system." Ortiz folded the paper and handed it back to me. He looked around the diner, checking to see if anyone was paying attention, and then leaned in close. "You need to stop. I need to understand what this is. No, Marcus, you need to stop right now. Walk away from this and never mention it again." I leaned forward, matching his intensity. "James, Afghanistan, 2017, 3 a.m, you remember." His face went pale. For a moment I thought he might get up and walk out. But instead he closed his eyes and let out a long, shaky breath. "I knew you were going to bring that up eventually," he said quietly. "I've been waiting for this conversation for 5 years. Then you know I can't walk away. Not now." He was silent for a long moment, staring down at his hands. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "If you ever see 3i on a document, it means the object was intelligent, manoeuvring with intent and aware of being observed. It is not a project. It is a designation. It means the thing you saw was not just flying. It was thinking." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. "So what we saw that night would have been flagged as 3i, yes. And they know. The military, the government. They know these things are intelligent. The government knows a lot of things it does not tell you. 3i is not something they talk about publicly. Because once you admit that something out there is intelligent and aware, you have to start answering very uncomfortable questions. Questions like, what does it want? Why is it here? And what happens if it decides to stop playing nice? What about Atlas? Ortiz shook his head. I do not know what Atlas is. I have heard the name, but only in passing. It is above my clearance, way above. But I can tell you this. If something gets flagged as 3i and referred to Atlas, it means someone very high up decided the case needed special handling. It means the public will never hear about it. James, I need to know more. I need to understand why they're hiding this. He reached across the table and grabbed my wrist, his grip tight enough to hurt. Listen to me very carefully. After that night in Afghanistan, I was debriefed. 3 men in the civilian clothes showed up at the base the next morning and pulled me into a room. They asked me what I saw. I told them the truth, and then they showed me photographs. Photographs of what? Of people. Dozens of them. People who had reported similar sightings. People who had asked too many questions. People who had tried to go public. And next to each photograph was a date. The date they died, the date they disappeared, or the date they recanted their story and were never heard from again. His hand was trembling now. They didn't threaten me, Marcus. They didn't have to. They just showed me those photographs and said, this is what happens to people who cannot let things go. Then they walked out, and I never saw them again. But I got the message. Are you telling me they kill people over this? I am telling you that people who dig into 3i have a very bad habit of experiencing sudden accidents, mental breakdowns, or complete reversals where they claim they made everything up. I'm telling you that Rachel Klein is probably fine, probably reassigned to some other department under a different name, but she will never work in F4A again. And I am telling you that if you keep digging, you will end up in one of those photographs. I pulled my hand back, my mind racing. What if I told you I can't stop? What if I told you that this is the first thing in 2 years that has made me feel alive, that has reminded me why I became a journalist in the first place? Ortiz stared at me, and for a moment I saw something in his eyes that looked almost like pity. Then I would say, your ex-wife was right about you. You're addicted to the truth, and like any addict, you're going to keep chasing it until it kills you. He stood up, dropped a 20 on the table for his untouched coffee, and paused before leaving. One more thing, he said, not looking at me. That night in Afghanistan, I filed a report the next morning before the debrief. Standard incident report, just documenting what we saw. When I checked my file a week later, that report was gone. Completely scrubbed from the system. It was like it never existed. What are you saying? I am saying that if Atlas decides your story does not fit their narrative, they will erase it. And they are very good at erasing things. He walked out without another word. I sat there for a long time, staring at the $20 bill on the table. Ortiz was scared. I had seen him in war zones, under fire, making life-and-death decisions without flinching. But this terrified him. That should have been enough to make me stop, but it was not, because now I knew something else. I knew that what we had seen that night in Afghanistan was real, was documented, and had been deliberately erased. And if they could erase that, what else had they erased? I thought about Jennifer again, about all the stories I had chased, all the leads I had followed, all the times I had chosen the truth over everything else in my life. She had left because she knew I would never stop. She knew I would sacrifice anything for the story, and she was right. Act 3. The breakthrough and the trap. Over the next month, I became obsessed. I set up alerts for any mention of 3i or Atlas in leaked documents, declassified files, anything I could find. I joined obscure forums where former intelligence officers traded stories under pseudonyms. I read everything I could about UAP incidents, looking for patterns, looking for cases that might have been flagged as 3i. But I also started thinking about Los Angeles, about September 9th, 2016, about the night I had been there. I called my old friend Trevor, the one whose rooftop I had been on that night. We hadn't spoken in over a year, but he picked up on the third ring. Marcus? Holy shit, man. Long time. Hey Trevor, listen, I need to ask you something. Do you remember September 2016? When I visited you in Pasadena? There was a pause. Yeah, of course. That was a fun weekend. Do you remember anything unusual happening that weekend? Another pause, longer this time. Unusual how? Like, I don't know. Anything strange in the news? Anything weird people were talking about? Marcus, are you okay? You sound paranoid. Just humour me. Do you remember anything? No, man. It was a normal weekend. We drank beer, caught up, talked about your divorce. Nothing unusual at all. My stomach dropped. Trevor, we were on your rooftop when it happened. We saw it. The thing in the sky. You don't remember that? Silence. Trevor. I think you might be confusing that trip with something else, Marcus. We stayed inside that whole weekend because I was getting over a cold. We watched movies and ordered pizza. That's it. I felt cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. That's not what happened. We were on your roof. There were people in the street pointing at the sky. A massive object, completely silent, just hovering there. Marcus, I think you need to talk to someone. Like, professionally. That did not happen. You're telling me you have no memory of that night? I am telling you that what you are describing did not happen. Look, I really need to go. Take care of yourself, okay? He hung up before I could respond. I sat there, phone in hand, trying to process what had just happened. Trevor had been there. He had seen it. We had watched it together. And now he had no memory of it at all. Neural dampening successful. That's what the file had said. No mainstream retention. They hadn't just suppressed the story. They had suppressed the memory. Somehow, they had made thousands of people forget what they had seen. And it had worked so perfectly that even someone who had been standing right next to me, someone I trusted completely, had no recollection of an event that had definitely happened. I felt like I was losing my mind. But I had proof. I had the files. I had the documentation. It was real. I needed more evidence. I needed something concrete that could not be dismissed or explained away. That's when I got lucky. Or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. A friend of a friend, someone who worked as an IT contractor for a defence subcontractor, mentioned in passing that one of the databases he maintained had been breached in a ransomware attack. The breach had been contained, but not before a partial mirror of the database had been copied and leaked online. The leak was small, technical, and of no interest to most people, but he thought I might find it interesting. He sent me a link to a file-sharing site where the leaked data had been posted. It was not the full database, just an inventory. A massive spreadsheet listing case files, reference numbers, dates, and status codes. No actual documents, just metadata. But that was enough. I downloaded the file and opened it on my laptop, my heart pounding as the spreadsheet loaded. There were thousands of entries, maybe tens of thousands. I used the search function to filter by the term 3i. The results made my stomach drop. There were hundreds of entries flagged as 3i verified. Each one included a brief description, a location, a date, and a status update. I scrolled through them, my eyes scanning the descriptions. Jacksonville flyover, July 20th, 2019. Multiple military witnesses. Neural dampening successful. No mainstream retention. Phoenix Lights recurrence, March 15th, 2018. Mass public observation. Atlas intervention. Media suppression effective. Atlantic Ocean encounter, November 3rd, 2020. USS Kidd crew interaction. 3i confirmed. Human presence acknowledged. Full debrief under Atlas protocols. I kept scrolling, my hands trembling, until I found an entry that stopped me cold. Los Angeles flyover, September 9th, 2016. Mass public observation. Neural dampening successful. No mainstream retention. There it was. Proof that I wasn't crazy. Proof that what I remembered had actually happened. But then I saw something else. Something that made my hands freeze on the keyboard. There was another entry dated just 2 weeks earlier. Helmand Province, Afghanistan, March 7th, 2017. Fob observation, military personnel, 3i confirmed. Witnesses debriefed, incident report eliminated, Atlas referral complete. Ortiz and I. That was us. That was our sighting. And it was right there in the database, documented, classified, and deliberately hidden. I kept scrolling, searching for anything else that might be relevant, and that's when I found the entry that changed everything. Arlington, Virginia, December 21st, 2021, residential observation, single witness, 3i potential, subject M. Webb, monitoring initiated. I stared at the screen, reading and rereading the entry. December 21st. That was yesterday. They weren't just watching the sky, they were watching me. And according to this file, something had been observed in Arlington. Near my apartment, something potentially classified as 3i. I hadn't seen anything. Not yesterday, not any day recently. But according to this file, something had been there. Something intelligent and aware. And it had been watching me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely type. I searched my own name in the database. 3 more entries appeared. Subject M. Webb, FOIA request intercepted, 3i Atlas terminology detected, monitoring escalated. Subject M. Webb, contact with J. Ortiz confirmed, both parties under observation, Atlas protocols engaged. Subject M. Webb, database access detected, immediate intervention required, neural dampening candidate. The last entry was dated today, time-stamped 2 hours ago, neural dampening candidate. They were going to make me forget, just like Trevor, just like everyone in Los Angeles, just like everyone who had ever seen something they weren't supposed to see. I copied the entire spreadsheet onto 3 different external hard drives and deleted it from my laptop. I cleared my browser history, wiped my cache, and restarted my computer. I was being paranoid, but paranoia felt justified now. I grabbed my notebook and started writing everything down by hand. Every detail, every date, every entry I had found. If they were going to erase my memory, I was going to leave myself a trail of breadcrumbs, some way to find my way back to the truth. But even as I wrote, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was already too late, that whatever was coming, whatever they were planning to do to me, was already in motion. I thought about calling Jennifer, about warning her, telling her everything, asking her to help me document this before they took it away. But what would I even say? Hi, remember how you left me because I was obsessed with stories? Well, I found one that might actually get me killed or mind-wiped, and I need you to be my backup memory. She would think I had finally snapped. Maybe I had. That night I could not sleep. I kept thinking about that entry. Arlington, Virginia, residential observation, single witness. Something had been there, near my apartment watching me. Something intelligent and aware. And I had not even seen it. Or had I? I tried to remember the previous day, December 21st. I'd woken up late, worked on a freelance article about electric vehicles, ordered takeout for dinner. A completely normal, forgettable day. Except there had been a moment around dusk. I had been sitting at my desk when I felt an overwhelming urge to look out the window. Not just a casual glance, but a physical compulsion, like someone was calling my name. I'd stood up, walked to the window and looked outside. Nothing. Just the parking lot, the street, the row of buildings across the way. Everything normal. But I had stood there for several minutes staring, feeling like something was wrong, feeling like something was watching me. And then the feeling had passed, and I'd gone back to work and forgotten about it completely. Until now. What if something had been there? What if I had seen it, but somehow failed to consciously register it? Or what if I had seen it, and the neural dampening had already started, already begun erasing the memory before it could fully form? I went to the window now in the darkness and looked outside. The parking lot was empty. The street was quiet. Everything looked normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Right now. In this moment. I closed the blinds and went back to my desk, my heart pounding. Act 4. The moment they realise they cannot unsee it. The first sign that something was wrong came 3 days later, on Christmas Eve. I was sitting in my living room working on a freelance article about renewable energy when I heard a faint scratching sound. It was soft, rhythmic, like fingernails on glass. I looked up and realised it was coming from my television. The TV was off, or at least it should have been. The screen was black, but there was a faint glow around the edges, and the scratching sound continued. As I stared at it, the screen flickered to life, displaying the manufacturer's boot logo. It stayed there for a moment, and then the screen went black again. I walked over and unplugged it from the wall. The screen stayed dark, but the scratching sound continued for another few seconds before finally stopping. I stood there, staring at the dead television, my heart pounding. TVs did not turn themselves on. They especially did not turn themselves on after being unplugged. I grabbed my phone to do a quick search about whether this was a known glitch, but before I could type anything, the screen went black. A second later, it displayed the Apple logo and began a factory reset sequence. I had not initiated a reset. I had not even unlocked the phone. I watched, helpless, as the phone wiped itself clean, erasing years of photos, messages, contacts, everything. When it finally finished, it displayed the setup screen as if it were brand new out of the box. I turned it off and set it on the table, my hands shaking. This was not a coincidence. This was not a glitch. I went to my laptop and tried to connect to my Wi-Fi network. It prompted me to re-enter the password, which was strange because I had been connected just minutes ago. When I entered the password, it rejected it. I tried again, thinking I'd mistyped. Rejected again. I checked my router and found that it reset itself. But when I logged into the settings, I saw something that made my skin crawl. The network name had changed. It was no longer the default name I had set years ago. Instead, it now read, Federal Resilience Gateway, Node 7. I refreshed the page, thinking it had to be some kind of display error. But it stayed the same. My home network, my private internet connection, had been rerouted through something called a Federal Resilience Gateway. I unplugged the router and sat in the dark, trying to process what was happening. My TV had rebooted itself. My phone had wiped itself. My internet had been hijacked. These were not accidents. These were deliberate actions, coordinated and precise. Someone was inside my system. Someone was watching me. I grabbed a notebook and a pen, the old-fashioned kind that could not be hacked or monitored, and started writing everything down. Every detail, every date, every document I had found. If they were going to erase me digitally, I was going to make sure there was a paper trail. Around 2 a.m, my laptop chimed with an incoming email notification. I had not opened my email program. I had not even turned the laptop on. But there it was, screen glowing in the darkness. I approached it slowly as if it might explode. The email was already open, displaying a single message from an address I did not recognise. No subject line, no signature, just a single sentence. 3i is not a project, it is a handshake protocol. If you see it, it has already seen you. I stared at the screen, reading the message over and over, my mind racing. A handshake protocol, a two-way communication. It was not just the government watching these objects, the objects were watching back. And now, because I had dug too deep, because I had seen the name and spoken the words and pulled on the thread, they were watching me too. But then something else appeared on the screen. The email was updating in real time, new text appearing letter by letter as if someone was typing it directly. You want to know what Atlas does, Marcus? It maintains equilibrium. It ensures that humanity's awareness expands at a controlled pace, not too fast, not too slow, just enough to prevent panic, just enough to prevent intervention. I should have closed the laptop. I should have thrown it across the room, but I couldn't move. I couldn't look away. The phenomenon you call 3i has been observing your species for longer than your recorded history. It does not invade. It does not conquer. It observes. It waits. It measures your readiness. And when individuals like you begin to notice, begin to pull on the threads, begin to ask the right questions, Atlas steps in, not to silence you, to prepare you. Prepare me for what? I found myself typing the question before I could stop myself. The response came immediately. For the realization that you are not ready, that your species is still too fragmented, too volatile, too afraid of the unknown to handle the truth. You want disclosure, Marcus. Disclosure would destroy you. It would shatter every power structure, every religious framework, every sense of humanity's place in the cosmos. Atlas exists to prevent that collapse, to manage the transition, to ensure that when the time comes, you will be ready. And what if I go public with what I know? You won't. Because part of you already understands. Part of you has always understood. This is not a cover-up, Marcus. This is a mercy. We could erase your memory right now. We have that capability, but we are not going to. Because you serve a purpose. You and people like you. The seekers, the truth-tellers, the ones who cannot let go. You push the boundaries of collective awareness. You force the conversation forward. And when enough people like you exist, when enough of humanity is asking the right questions, that is when the equilibrium shifts. That is when readiness is achieved. So you're saying I'm being used? We're all being used, Marcus. You by your need for truth, us by our mandate to observe, them by their nature to watch and wait. The only question that matters is whether you can live with the knowledge you now possess, whether you can carry this weight without breaking, whether you can continue to seek the truth knowing that the truth is not meant to set you free. It is meant to prepare you for a reality you cannot yet comprehend. The typing stopped, the screen went black, and then slowly my laptop powered down on its own. I sat there in the darkness, my mind reeling. Was that real? Had I just had a conversation with Atlas? Or had I imagined the whole thing? Was I losing my mind? I looked down at my hands and realized they were shaking. I realized I was crying and had no memory of when the tears had started. Jennifer's voice echoed in my head again. You're married to the story, Marcus. But what if the story didn't want me? What if the truth wasn't something I could possess, but something that possessed me? Act 5. The weight of knowing. The days after Christmas blurred together. I stopped sleeping properly. I stopped eating regular meals. I would sit at my kitchen table for hours, surrounded by printouts and handwritten notes, trying to make sense of what had happened. I tried to reach Ortiz again, but his number was disconnected. I tried to find him online, but his LinkedIn profile had been deleted, his social media account scrubbed. It was as if he had never existed. I thought about going to the media, about taking everything I had to a major news outlet. But every time I tried to organise the material, I realised how insane it all sounded. A stamp on classified documents, a vanished FOIA officer, an email conversation with an AI or entity claiming to be Atlas, a database entry about me being monitored. Without Trevor's corroboration of the Los Angeles event, without Ortiz to verify the Afghanistan sighting, without Rachel Klein to confirm the email she sent, I had nothing. Just the word of a disgraced journalist with a history of obsessive behaviour and a failed marriage. They had been right. I couldn't go public because no one would believe me. But I also couldn't stop. I spent every day searching for new information, new connections, new pieces of the puzzle, and slowly, carefully, I began to find them. There were others, hidden in the corners of the internet, posting under pseudonyms, sharing fragments of stories that matched my own. A former Air Force technician who claimed to have seen the 3CI designation on radar logs before they were classified. A retired CIA analyst who mentioned Atlas in a podcast interview before the episode was mysteriously pulled offline. A physicist who published a paper about mass memory suppression technology, before recanting the entire thing and checking himself into a psychiatric facility. The pattern was clear. People found pieces of the truth, tried to share it, and then either disappeared, recanted, or were dismissed as mentally unstable. I was next. I knew that. The only question was which path I would take. One night in mid-January, I was jolted awake by a sound outside my window. Not the scratching this time, something else. A low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through my entire body. I got up and went to the window, my heart pounding. I opened the blinds slowly, expecting to see nothing like always. But this time, there was something there. A light. Not in the sky, but right outside my building, hovering maybe 20 feet off the ground, perfectly still. It was not bright enough to illuminate the parking lot, but I could see it clearly. A sphere of pale blue light, about the size of a car, with a surface that seemed to ripple like water. I watched it for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. And as I watched, I felt something. A presence. An awareness. It was looking at me. Not with eyes, not with senses, but with something else. Something I had no words for. I was not afraid. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt a strange sense of calm, of recognition, as if this moment had always been inevitable. And then, without warning, the light vanished. Not gradually, not by flying away. It simply ceased to exist, like someone had flipped a switch. I stood at the window for a long time after that, waiting for it to return, but it did not. The next morning I checked my notebook. I had written about the light, described it in detail, recorded the time and date. But as I read my own words, they seemed strange to me, foreign, as if someone else had written them. I tried to remember the previous night. Had I really seen something, or had I dreamed it? I could not be sure anymore. That was when I understood what they were doing. They were not going to erase my memory completely. They were going to make me doubt it. They were going to blur the line between reality and imagination until I could no longer trust my own mind. And it was working. The last safe entry, offline and watched. That was 2 months ago. Since then, I have stopped using my phone except for the most basic functions. I have stopped using my laptop for anything other than work I do not care about. Write everything down by hand now, in notebooks I keep hidden in places I will not mention here. I do not know if this document will ever be read by anyone other than me. I do not know if sharing this story will make any difference. But I need to write it down, if only to prove to myself that it happened, that I am not losing my mind. Atlas is not watching the sky. It is watching the people who notice what is in the sky. There are others like me. I know this because I have found traces of them online, in deleted forum posts and archived blog entries that vanish as quickly as they appear. People who ask the wrong questions, people who see the stamp, people who speak the name. Some of them stop posting. Some of them recant, claiming they made it all up, that they were confused or mistaken. Some of them simply disappear. I do not think they kill us. That would be too obvious, too messy. I think they do something worse. They discredit us. They isolate us. They make it so that even if we scream the truth from the rooftops, no one will believe us. And maybe that is the point. Maybe the greatest cover-up is not hiding the truth. Maybe it is hiding the truth in plain sight and making sure that anyone who sees it is dismissed as a lunatic. I still do not know what 3i really means. Not fully. I do not know what Atlas does with the cases it collects. I do not know what the objects want or why they're here or what it means that they are intelligent and aware. But I know one thing with absolute certainty. They see us. They have always seen us. And now that I have seen them, they see me too. I think about Jennifer sometimes, about what she said before she left. You're married to the story, Marcus. She was right. But what she did not understand, what I did not understand until now, is that some stories marry you back. Some truths, Once you find them, never let you go. I am writing this in a coffee shop on the outskirts of Richmond, Virginia, using a public computer that I will never use again. I will print this out, store it somewhere safe, and hope that someday someone else will find it. Someone who is asking the same questions I asked. Someone who sees the same stamp I saw. If that person is you, I have only one piece of advice, and it is not what you think. Do not stop. Yes, it is dangerous. Yes, it will cost you. Yes, you might end up like me, isolated and paranoid and unable to tell the difference between reality and manipulation. But if you stop, if you walk away, if you let the fear win, then they have succeeded. Then the truth stays buried, and the equilibrium they talk about remains unchanged. We are the ones who push the boundaries of collective awareness. We are the ones who force the conversation forward. And maybe, just maybe, if enough of us keep digging, keep questioning, keep refusing to forget, we will reach that critical mass they talked about, that moment when humanity is finally ready. I do not know what happens after that. I do not know if disclosure will save us or destroy us, but I know that we deserve to find out. We deserve to know the truth about what is sharing this planet, this solar system, this universe with us. Even if that truth changes everything, the scratching has started again. I can hear it through the noise of the coffee shop, faint but persistent. It is coming from the computer screen in front of me. I need to finish this now. If you are reading this, know that it is real. All of it. The stamp, the files, the objects that think and watch and know. Atlas is not a myth. It is not a conspiracy theory. It is real. And it is still running, still sorting, still deciding which truths the public is allowed to know and which truths must be buried. And if you ever see that stamp, if you ever find a document marked 3I, you will have a choice to make. You can walk away, forget what you saw, live your life in comfortable ignorance. Or you can do what I did. You can pull on the thread and see where it leads. But know this, the thread pulls back. I am logging off now. I'm going to print this, walk out of this coffee shop, and disappear for a while. Maybe I will resurface in a few months. Maybe I will not. But if I do not, if I vanish the way Rachel Klein vanished, if my name gets scrubbed from every system and every record, then let this document be proof that I was here, that I saw the truth, and that I tried to share it. My name is Marcus Webb. I was an investigative journalist. I found something I was never meant to find. I saw something I was never meant to see. And now it has found me. The last thing I want to say is this. I do not regret it. Despite everything, despite the fear and the paranoia and the isolation, I do not regret digging. Because for the first time in years, I feel like I am doing what I was meant to do. I am uncovering the truth. I am asking the questions that need to be asked. Jennifer was right. I am married to the story. But maybe that is not a flaw. Maybe that is exactly what the world needs. People who cannot let go. People who keep digging even when they are told to stop. People who see the truth and refuse to look away. We are the seekers, the truth tellers, the ones who push the boundaries. And maybe, just maybe, we are the ones who will change everything. What if everything you thought you knew about those mysterious men in black suits was just the beginning? Tonight's story comes from a video suggestion by Kelly Dooley, and it's one that will make you question every shadow at your window and every unexplained silence in your neighbourhood. If you enjoy these spine-chilling tales, please like and subscribe to Sleep Theories, and don't forget to leave your own scary story suggestions in the comments below. Now, let's dive into a tale of surveillance, secrets, and the terrifying price of knowing too much. The October wind carried the smell of dying leaves and something else I couldn't quite place as I pulled into the gravel driveway of 1247 Maple Street. Something metallic and stale, like coins left too long in stagnant water. I'd been working welfare checks for Millfield County for 3 years, and that smell usually meant one thing: I was too late. Henry Mallory's house sat like a dark wound against the grey afternoon sky. Every window was covered with what looked like blackout curtains, the kind photographers use, but these were different somehow. Thicker, more deliberate. The mailbox overflowed with weeks of accumulated mail, and newspapers in yellow plastic bags lay scattered across the brown lawn like forgotten promises. And I knocked on the front door, calling out the standard greeting I'd rehearsed hundreds of times. "Mr. Mallory, this is Jamie from Millfield County Social Services. We're here for a wellness check." The words echoed back at me, swallowed by the unnatural quiet that seemed to press against the house from all sides. No answer, no movement, not even the shuffle of slippered feet or the distant sound of a television that usually accompanied these visits. I tried the door handle, locked, walked the perimeter, checking windows, looking for any sign of life or entry. The blackout curtains were installed on the inside of every single window, creating an impenetrable barrier between the interior and the outside world. When I pressed my ear against the glass of what might have been a living room window, I heard something that made my skin crawl. The steady hiss of television static playing endlessly like white noise. The spare key was exactly where Mrs. Henderson next door said it would be, under the ceramic frog by the back steps. As I turned it in the lock, that metallic smell hit me full force, and I knew what I was walking into. Henry Mallory sat in a brown recliner facing an old cathode ray television, the screen filled with dancing static. His head was tilted back at an unnatural angle, mouth slightly open, eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. The calendar on the kitchen wall was still turned to October 15th, though today was the 29th. 2 weeks, maybe longer. The house felt wrong in a way that went beyond death. It was too quiet, even accounting for the obvious. No hum of a refrigerator, no ticking clocks, no settling sounds that old houses make. Just that constant static from the television, and a silence so complete it felt like being underwater. I called the coroner and settled in to wait, doing my job of securing the scene and documenting what I found. That's when I really started looking around. Every surface was covered in a thin layer of dust except for well-worn paths between the kitchen, bathroom and living room. But what caught my attention were the notebooks, dozens of them, stacked on every available surface filled with Henry's spidery handwriting. I opened one at random, October 3rd, 2025. Black sedan, licence obscured, parked across street 11:47 p.m. to 4:23 a.m. 2 occupants, no movement. September 28th, 2025. Phone rang 17 times between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. No voice when answered. September 15th, 2025. Footprints in garden. Size unknown. Pattern suggests standing in place for extended period. Page after page of similar entries going back months. I flipped to earlier notebooks and found the dates stretched back years. Decades even. All documenting the same kinds of things. Unexplained visitors, strange cars, odd occurrences that might seem mundane to anyone else but had clearly consumed Henry Mallory's life. The coroner arrived as the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the spaces between the blackout curtains. Patricia Williams had been doing this job longer than I'd been alive, and she took one look at Henry and shook her head. "Natural causes," she said, checking his pulse points and examining his eyes with a small flashlight. "Heart, probably. Happens all the time with folks his age, especially the isolated ones." Body's been here about 2 weeks, maybe a bit more. As she worked, I found myself drawn to those notebooks, flipping through pages of meticulous documentation that painted a picture of a man living in constant fear of being watched. The handwriting grew shakier in the more recent entries, but never stopped. Right up until the day he died, Henry Mallory had been taking notes. "You okay?" Patricia asked as she finished her examination. "You look pale." "Just the smell," I lied, though the truth was something about this place was getting under my skin. "How long until you can remove the body?" "Van's on the way. Should be another hour or so." She packed her equipment back into her black bag. "You staying to secure the house?" I nodded. It was standard protocol. Someone from the county had to stay until next of kin were notified and arrangements made for securing the property. Henry had a nephew in California who wouldn't arrive for several days, according to our records. After Patricia left, the house seemed to grow even quieter. I wandered through the rooms, clipboard in hand, documenting personal effects for the estate. That's how I found the basement door. It was in a narrow hallway between the kitchen and what had once been a dining room but now served as Henry's filing system. More notebooks, folders full of newspaper clippings, and boxes labelled with dates stretching back to the 1970s. The basement door was painted the same dingy white as the walls, but what made it stand out was the heavy padlock securing it shut. I tried the handle anyway, locked tight. The padlock was new, industrial grade, not something you'd pick up at a hardware store. Someone had wanted to keep that door very securely closed, or keep something very securely contained. I made a note on my report. Basement access secured with padlock. Key location unknown. Will require locksmith for estate inventory. But as I wrote those words, I found myself staring at that door and wondering what Henry Mallory had thought was important enough to lock away so completely. The van arrived to collect Henry's body just as full darkness fell. I helped load him up, signed the necessary paperwork, and watched the taillights disappear down Maple Street. Then I was alone in the house with nothing but static from the television and the growing certainty that I was missing something important. Before I left, I turned off the television. The silence that followed was so complete, it felt like a physical presence. I stood there for a moment, listening to nothing, then flicked the switch back on. The static resumed, filling the void. Some silences I was learning were worse than noise. I couldn't stop thinking about that padlocked door. 3 days after we'd removed Henry's body, I was back at 1247 Maple Street with a locksmith named Pete, who charged the county $50 to cut through security hardware. The nephew in California had given permission over the phone for a complete inventory of the property, and I was determined to be thorough. "Heavy-duty stuff," Pete muttered as he examined the padlock. Guy really didn't want anyone getting in there. The lock gave way with a sharp crack, and the basement door swung open to reveal wooden stairs descending into darkness. I fumbled for a light switch and found one just inside the doorframe. A single bare bulb illuminated a stairway that looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years. "You want me to stick around?" Pete asked, peering down into the basement. "No, I've got it from here. Thanks." After he left, I stood at the top of those stairs for a long time, flashlight in hand even though the overhead light was working. Something about descending into Henry Mallory's locked basement felt like crossing a line I couldn't uncross. The stairs creaked under my weight, but they held. The basement was larger than I'd expected, running the full length of the house with a low ceiling and concrete walls that had been painted white decades ago. Now they were stained with moisture and age, creating abstract patterns in the dim light. But what took my breath away were the shelves. They lined every wall, floor to ceiling, packed with VHS tapes in neat rows like a video store from the 1980s. Each tape was labelled in Henry's careful handwriting with dates: March 15th, 1978, August 22nd, 1981, November the 7th, 1985. The dates went on and on, hundreds of them, stretching from the late 70s all the way up to 2004. In the centre of the basement sat a card table with an old camcorder, the kind that recorded directly to VHS. Beside it were boxes of film reels, some so old the labels had faded to illegibility. More notebooks, these ones bound in black leather, filled with the same spidery handwriting I'd seen upstairs. I pulled one notebook at random and opened it. June 12th, 1983. Witness, Morrison, J. Reports lights over reservoir. Local paper runs story page 3. Black sedan arrives outside Morrison residence June 14th. Morrison recounts story June 15th. New statement, thought it was airplane. June 18th, 1983. Two men in dark suits visit newspaper office. Editor Thompson nervous when asked about Morrison's story. Refuses to discuss. June 20th, 1983. Morrison family leaves town suddenly. House sold within week to cash buyer. No forwarding address. Page after page of similar entries, documenting what appeared to be a pattern of witness intimidation following unexplained sightings around Millfield. But it was more than just documentation. Henry had been actively investigating these incidents for decades. I moved to the shelves and pulled a tape at random. September 3rd, 1987 was written on the label in Henry's neat script. Below that, in smaller text, Diner, 2 a.m. There was a VHS player on a small television in the corner of the basement. The setup looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years, but everything was clean, maintained. Henry had been coming down here regularly. I slotted the tape into the player and pressed play. Grainy footage showed the interior of Henry's car at night, dashboard illuminated by streetlights. Through the windshield, I could see the Millfield Diner, a local institution that had been serving coffee and pie to night shift workers and insomniacs for as long as anyone could remember. Henry's voice came through the speaker, younger but recognisable. September 3rd, 1987, 2:15 a.m. Two vehicles in parking lot besides mine, waiting for target to emerge. The camera stayed focused on the diner's front entrance. After several minutes of nothing, a man emerged, middle-aged, wearing work clothes, moving quickly toward a pickup truck parked under a streetlight. Before he could reach his vehicle, two figures approached from the shadows. Tall men in dark suits, their faces difficult to make out in the grainy footage. They moved with an odd, synchronized precision, intercepting the worker before he could reach his truck. I leaned closer to the screen, trying to make out details. The men appeared to be speaking to the worker, though no sound carried from the diner parking lot. Their body language was somehow wrong. Too stiff, too formal for what looked like a chance encounter. The worker's posture changed as they spoke. He went from hurried to rigid, then to something that looked like fear. After several minutes of conversation, one of the suited men gestured toward a black sedan I hadn't noticed parked at the far edge of the lot. The worker followed them to the car. "Jesus," Henry's voice whispered from the tape, "they're taking him." The black sedan pulled out of the parking lot with the worker inside and disappeared down Main Street. The two men in suits got into a second vehicle and followed. Henry's narration continued. Target was Eddie Morrison, age 34, maintenance worker at the power plant. Filed UFO report with county sheriff 2 days ago. Described lights over the plant Tuesday night. Today he gets a visit. The tape ended there. I sat in the dim basement staring at the static-filled screen, trying to process what I'd just seen. Eddie Morrison. That name had been in Henry's notebook upstairs, the one who'd left town suddenly after recanting his UFO story. I looked around at the hundreds of other tapes lining the shelves. How many more stories like Eddie Morrison's were documented here? How long had Henry been watching, recording, documenting these encounters? Near the bottom shelf, one tape stood out from the others. Instead of Henry's usual neat labelling, this one was marked with black marker in urgent uneven letters. Do not destroy. If found, watch. I pulled it from the shelf with hands that were suddenly less steady than I would have liked. The basement felt colder than when I'd first come down, though the October afternoon was mild. As I held that tape, I had the distinct impression that I was about to cross another line, one that might be even harder to come back from than descending into Henry's basement in the first place. But Eddie Morrison's face stayed with me. The way he'd gone from hurried to terrified in the span of a few minutes of conversation, with two men who moved like they weren't entirely human. I needed to know what was on that final tape, but not here. Not in this basement where Henry had spent decades hiding from whatever he'd discovered. I slipped the tape into my jacket pocket and headed for the stairs, leaving the rest of Henry's archive undisturbed for now. As I reached the top of the stairs and prepared to turn off the basement light, I took one last look at those hundreds of tapes, decades of documentation, a lifetime spent watching the watchers. Henry Mallory hadn't just been a paranoid old man after all, he'd been a chronicler of something much worse. I almost didn't watch the tape that night. I sat in my living room for 2 hours, the VHS cassette on my coffee table like an unexploded bomb, while I tried to convince myself that I was getting carried away. Henry Mallory had been an elderly man living alone, probably dealing with some form of paranoia or dementia. The tape from 1987 could have been staged, or misinterpreted, or any number of rational explanations that didn't involve mysterious men in black suits disappearing people who reported UFO sightings. But I kept thinking about Eddie Morrison's face in that parking lot, the way genuine fear had replaced annoyance when those two men approached him. Around 11 p.m. I finally slid the tape into my VCR. The footage began immediately, no FB warnings or production company logos. Just Henry's voice, older now, speaking in an urgent whisper. October 27th, 2025. If you're watching this, I'm probably dead. My name is Henry James Mallory, and for the past 47 years, I have been documenting the systematic suppression of unexplained phenomena in and around Millfield County. The camera was positioned inside Henry's house, pointing out through a gap in the blackout curtains toward the street. The timestamp in the corner showed 3:47 a.m. They know I have the footage, Henry continued. They've known for years, but something's changed. They're getting bolder, more direct. Through the window I could see a black sedan parked across the street under a broken streetlight. 2 figures stood beside it, perfectly still, facing Henry's house. They've been out there for 6 hours, Henry whispered. Same 2 as always. They don't move, don't talk to each other, don't smoke cigarettes or check their phones like normal surveillance would. They just wait. The camera stayed focused on the scene outside. In the poor lighting it was difficult to make out details of the 2 figures, but something about their posture was deeply unsettling. They stood too straight, too perfectly aligned, like mannequins positioned by someone who had only a theoretical understanding of how humans were supposed to look while waiting. I started filming them in 1978, Henry's narration continued. Back then I thought I was documenting some kind of government cover-up. CIA, NSA, something like that. Men in black suits showing up after UFO sightings to intimidate witnesses. It's a well-known phenomenon. On screen one of the figures turned slightly, and for just a moment the angle of the streetlight illuminated what might have been a face. Pale, angular features that looked somehow wrong, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly why. But government agents would change shifts. They'd have backup. They'd show signs of fatigue or boredom during long surveillances. These things, they never change. I've filmed the same 2 figures for 47 years and they haven't aged a day. The timestamp jumped forward, 4:23 a.m. The figures hadn't moved. I made mistakes early on, Henry continued. Got too close to witnesses, asked too many questions. That's when they started watching me instead of just cleaning up after sightings. Been living like this for decades now, documenting everything, hoping someone would eventually find the evidence. Another time jump, 5:15 a.m. The figures were gone, but the black sedan remained. The car will stay until sunrise, Henry said, as if reading my thoughts. Then it'll drive away. No engine noise, never any engine noise. And tonight will be just like the last 15,000 nights, except... There was a long pause in the narration. When Henry spoke again, his voice had changed, more tired, resigned. Except I think they're done waiting. I found something 2 days ago, something that explains what they are and why they're here. I hid it in the usual place, but I don't think that's going to matter anymore. The camera shifted slightly, and I caught a glimpse of Henry's reflection in the window glass. He looked exactly as I'd found him in that recliner. Elderly, frail, wearing the same clothes he'd died in. If you're watching this tape, do not try to find the other footage. Do not ask questions about what happened to the witnesses. Do not go looking for explanations. His voice carried a weight of desperate sincerity. Just walk away. Some knowledge isn't worth having. The tape went to static. I rewound it and watched again, paying closer attention to details I'd missed the first time. The timestamp showed this had been recorded just 2 days before I'd found Henry's body, which meant he'd made this final recording knowing he was about to die. But knowing how? Natural causes, the coroner had said. Heart failure brought on by stress and age. Nothing suspicious about it. On the third viewing, I started taking notes. The license plate on the sedan was obscured, just like in Henry's notebooks. The two figures never made any gestures or movements that looked definitively human. And there was something about the way they stood that reminded me of how store mannequins were positioned. Anatomically correct, but lacking the subtle, unconscious shifts that living people made even when trying to stand perfectly still. I paused the tape when the streetlight briefly illuminated one of the faces and tried to make out features. Pale skin, sharp cheekbones, dark hair. Nothing that would seem unusual in normal circumstances, but in this context everything about them felt wrong. The rational part of my mind kept insisting that this was all explainable. Hidden camera footage from a paranoid elderly man, possibly staged, definitely biased by his preconceived notions about government conspiracies and UFO cover-ups. But another part of my mind, a part I usually tried to ignore, kept thinking about how quiet Henry's house had been. How the silence had felt oppressive, unnatural. How those blackout curtains had been installed with the kind of meticulous care that came from genuine long-term fear. I ejected the tape and sat in my living room until dawn, staring out my own windows at the empty street. No black sedans, no figures standing under streetlights. But for the first time in 3 years of living in this house, I found myself getting up every few minutes to check the locks. I went back to Henry's house the next morning with a box of blank VHS tapes and a portable television. If I was going to understand what had happened to him, I needed to see more of his documentation. The nephew in California had given the county permission to dispose of the contents as we saw fit, which meant I had legal access to everything in that basement archive. What I found was a systematic documentation of 47 years of witness intimidation that followed the same pattern with disturbing consistency. The earliest tapes, dating back to 1978, were filmed with equipment that produced grainy, unstable footage. But even in those early recordings, the same two figures appeared. Always the same black sedan. Always the same methodical approach to witnesses who had reported unexplained phenomena. July 14th, 1979 showed a farming family outside their house being questioned by the suited figures after reporting strange lights over their property. The farmers had initially seemed defiant, but their body language changed as the conversation progressed. By the end of the encounter, they were nodding eagerly, agreeing to something I couldn't hear. March 22nd, 1981 captured footage of the same two figures entering the Millfield Gazette office after the newspaper ran a story about multiple UFO sightings over the reservoir. The editor, who Henry identified in his narration as Thompson, R, 15 years experience known for integrity, emerged from the meeting looking pale and shaken. November the 8th, 1983, documented the figures visiting a local auto mechanic who'd reported seeing a disc-shaped object hovering over the interstate. The mechanic's initial statement to police had been detailed and confident. After the visit, he claimed he'd been mistaken, probably saw a helicopter. Tape after tape showed the same story. Witnesses reported something unexplained. The story appeared in local media or police reports. The two figures appeared. The witnesses recanted their stories and often left town shortly afterward. But what made my blood run cold was the consistency of the figures themselves. In 1978, they looked exactly the same as in Henry's final tape from 2025. Same height, same build, same angular features when the camera caught them in the right light. 47 years, and they hadn't aged a day. I started cross-referencing Henry's notebooks with the video footage, building a timeline of incidents. The pattern was so consistent it felt almost mechanical. Day 1. Unusual sighting reported day 2 to 3. Story appears in local media or official reports. Day 4 to 5. Black sedan appears in vicinity day 6. Direct contact with witnesses. Day 7. Witness recounts story day 8 to 14. Witness often relocates permanently. but the most disturbing tape was dated September 15th, 1996. This one was different from the others. Instead of filming from his car or house, Henry had positioned the camera in what looked like dense woods. Through the trees, I could see the Millfield Reservoir, its dark surface reflecting a cloudy afternoon sky. September 15th, 1996, Henry's voice whispered from behind the camera. Following up on the Patterson sighting from last week, multiple witnesses reported object emerging from water around midnight September 8th. The camera showed the shoreline, empty except for some scattered fishing equipment left by weekend anglers. Henry's breathing was audible, nervous. Been watching for 3 hours, nothing unusual until a black sedan emerged from the tree line, driving slowly along a dirt access road I hadn't noticed before. It parked near the shoreline, and the two familiar figures got out. But this time, they weren't approaching witnesses. They were alone at the reservoir, and their behaviour was completely different. Instead of their usual rigid, formal posture, they moved with fluid precision, like dancers performing a choreographed routine. They walked to the water's edge and stood perfectly still for several minutes, facing the centre of the reservoir. Then, without any visible signal or communication, they began to undress. I paused the tape, not sure I was ready to see what came next, but I forced myself to continue. The figures removed their clothing with the same synchronised precision they'd shown in every other recording. Underneath their suits, their bodies were pale, almost luminescent in the afternoon light, too thin, with limbs that seemed slightly too long for their torsos. They walked into the water without hesitation, continuing until they were completely submerged. The reservoir surface showed no ripples, no disturbance of any kind. Henry's camera remained fixed on the water for the next 20 minutes of tape. Nothing happened. No bubbles, no movement, nothing to suggest that two people had just walked into the depths of a 40-foot deep reservoir. Then, at the 23-minute mark, they emerged. But they didn't surface like drowning victims or swimmers coming up for air. They simply appeared at the water's edge, as if they had materialised there. Completely dry. They dressed with the same mechanical precision and returned to their vehicle. As the black sedan drove away, Henry's whispered narration resumed. I don't think they're human. The tape ended there. I sat in Henry's basement for a long time after that, staring at the static-filled screen and trying to process what I'd just seen. Every rational explanation I could think of fell apart under scrutiny. Special effects didn't exist in 1996 that could create that kind of footage, especially not for an amateur filmmaker using a home video camera. I looked around at the hundreds of remaining tapes and realised I'd barely scratched the surface of Henry's documentation. How much more evidence was stored in this basement? How many more incidents had he recorded over nearly 5 decades? But more importantly, if these figures weren't human, what were they? And why had they been systematically suppressing reports of unexplained phenomena in Millfield County for almost 50 years? I selected 3 more tapes at random and settled in to continue watching. Outside, afternoon was fading into evening, but I barely noticed. I was beginning to understand why Henry had covered all his windows with blackout curtains. Some things were better observed from the shadows. The next tape, dated April 7th, 2001, showed the 2 figures visiting an elderly woman at her farmhouse outside town. She had reported seeing lights in formation, moving across her property for 3 consecutive nights. The footage was clearer than the earlier recordings. Henry had upgraded his equipment by then. I watched the figures approach the woman's front door with their characteristic synchronised movement. She answered their knock, spoke with them for approximately 15 minutes, then nodded several times before closing the door. 3 days later, according to Henry's notes, she died of a heart attack. Natural causes, the coroner had ruled. No signs of violence or foul play. But watching the tape, I noticed something chilling about the encounter. During the entire 15-minute conversation, the woman never looked directly at either of the figures. Her eyes remained fixed on a point somewhere between them, as if she was physically unable to make direct eye contact. The 4th tape was even more disturbing. December 23rd, 2003 showed the interior of what I recognised as the Millfield Diner. the same location where Eddie Morrison had been approached 16 years earlier. But this time, the camera was positioned inside the restaurant, apparently hidden among the decorations or equipment. The timestamp showed 11:47 p.m. The diner was nearly empty, just a waitress behind the counter, a cook visible through the kitchen window, and one customer seated at a booth near the back. The customer was a young man, maybe early 20s, wearing a Millfield Community College sweatshirt. He was working on what looked like homework while eating a piece of pie. At 11:52, the two figures entered the diner. They moved to the young man's booth and slid into the seat across from him. Unlike their usual approach to witnesses in parking lots or outside homes, this encounter was happening in public, in front of witnesses. But the waitress and cook continued their work as if nothing unusual was happening. They didn't even glance in the direction of the booth where three people were now engaged in what appeared to be an intense conversation. The young man's body language progressed through the same stages I'd seen in other encounters. Initial confusion, growing alarm, then fearful compliance. After approximately 10 minutes, he gathered his books and left the diner with the two figures. The waitress and cook never looked up. It was as if the encounter had been completely invisible to everyone except the target and whoever was operating Henry's hidden camera. I rewound the tape and watched it again, focusing on the background. The waitress moved through her routine, wiping down counters, refilling coffee, checking orders, but her movements had a mechanical quality that reminded me of the figures themselves. The cook was equally robotic, flipping burgers and cleaning the grill with precise, repetitive motions. Neither of them had blinked during the entire encounter. The fifth and final tape I watched that day was dated August 14th, 2004, the most recent in Henry's collection, before the long gap leading up to his final recording in 2025. This one showed Henry himself. The camera was positioned to show a mirror, reflecting Henry as he sat at his kitchen table in the middle of the night. He looked younger than when I'd found his body, but already showed signs of the stress that would consume the final decades of his life. August 14th, 2004, he said to his reflection, "I think I understand now what they are and why they're here." He held up a manila folder thick with documents and photographs. It took me 26 years to piece it together, but I finally have enough evidence to prove what's been happening in Millfield County. These aren't government agents. They aren't human at all. Henry opened the folder and spread its contents across the table. Even in the mirror's reflection, I could see newspaper clippings, photographs, and what looked like official documents. They're some kind of watchers. Guardians, maybe. Their job is to maintain the cover-up, to make sure that certain kinds of information never become public knowledge. They've been doing it for decades. Maybe longer. He picked up one of the photographs and held it toward the mirror. It showed the reservoir, but from an angle I didn't recognise. The water was different, clearer, with something visible beneath the surface. "The reservoir isn't natural," Henry continued. "It was built in 1962 over an existing site. Government records show geological anomalies in the area dating back to the 1940s. Military interest in the region, classified research projects." He set down the photograph and picked up what looked like a government document with heavy black redactions. "I think they're guarding something that was discovered here decades ago, something the public can't be allowed to know about. And these two entities, they're part of whatever was found." Henry's reflection looked directly into the camera and I saw genuine terror in his eyes. "I'm going to hide this evidence tomorrow. If something happens to me, if they finally decide I know too much, maybe someone will eventually piece together the truth." The tape ended with Henry beginning to repack the folder. I sat in the basement until well after dark, surrounded by decades of documentation that painted a picture so far outside normal reality that I could barely process it. But the evidence was overwhelming, consistent, methodical. Whatever Henry Mallory had discovered, he'd spent the rest of his life documenting it, with the dedication of a true believer and the precision of a trained investigator. And now, 21 years later, someone had found his final message. As I packed up the tapes I'd watched and prepared to leave the basement, I noticed something I'd missed earlier. One section of shelving was completely empty, a gap where perhaps a dozen tapes should have been stored. According to the labels on either side of the empty space, the missing tapes covered the period from 2005 to 2025. 20 years of documentation gone. But gone where and when? I had a terrible suspicion that I already knew the answer. I found the final tape 3 days later, not in the basement archive, but sitting on Henry's kitchen counter, where I was certain it hadn't been before. I'd been returning to the house every day, ostensibly to complete the estate inventory, but really to continue reviewing Henry's documentation. Each time I entered, I made a mental note of how everything was positioned, a habit that had developed from 3 years of conducting welfare checks in homes where details mattered. The tape sat next to the coffee maker, labelled in Henry's familiar handwriting, October 25th, 2025. Final entry. 2 days before I'd found his body. My hands shook as I carried it down to the basement and slid it into the VHS player. The footage began immediately, showing Henry in his living room, looking directly into the camera. Behind him, every window was covered with the blackout curtains, creating a cave-like atmosphere even in what appeared to be daylight. October 25th, 2025, Henry began, his voice steady but carrying an undertone of exhaustion. This will be my final recording. They're done waiting. He gestured toward the curtained windows. They've been outside for 6 days now. Not just at night anymore. Constant surveillance. 2 shifts, different vehicles, but always the same entities. The camera angle shifted, showing Henry's view through a gap in the curtains. A black sedan sat across the street, 2 familiar figures standing beside it in the bright afternoon sun. But now there was also a dark SUV parked at the corner, with 2 more figures visible near it. 4 of them now, Henry continued. In 47 years of watching, I've never seen more than 2 at a time. Something's changed. He moved back to his chair and I could see the stress of decades etched into his face. But there was also something else, a kind of resigned determination. I need to tell you about 1977, he said. The year before I started filming. The year everything began. Henry reached for a manila folder, the same one I'd seen in his 2004 recording. July 19th, 1977. I was working construction on the new water treatment facility. Standard job, nothing unusual about it. But we were digging foundation trenches near the old reservoir when we hit something that wasn't on any of the geological surveys. He opened the folder and pulled out a black and white photograph that he held toward the camera. It showed what looked like an excavation site, with several men in hard hats standing around a deep trench. Metal, Henry said, but not like any metal we'd ever seen. Dark, almost black, with a surface that seemed to absorb light instead of reflecting it. The shape was geometric, perfect angles, mathematical precision, obviously artificial. He set down the photograph and picked up what appeared to be an official document. Foreman called the county engineer called the state called someone in Washington. By the next morning, we had federal agents on site telling us the excavation was being classified under national security. Henry's voice grew bitter. They told us we'd been digging near an old military testing site. Unexploded ordnance, they said. Dangerous to continue. We were all sworn to secrecy, paid double our contracted rate, and told to find work elsewhere. He pulled out another photograph, this one showing the excavation site after it had been backfilled and covered with concrete. But I was curious. Started asking questions around town about the old military testing. Problem was, nobody knew anything about any military activity in the area. No records at the county office. No stories from old-timers who would have remembered. It was like the whole story had been fabricated. The camera angle shifted again, showing Henry's view of the street. The figures outside hadn't moved, but somehow they seemed closer than before. That's when I started paying attention to things that didn't quite fit. Strange lights, people reported, but that never made it into the newspaper. Witnesses who suddenly left town after talking to authorities. A pattern of suppression that had been going on for years before I noticed it. Henry turned back to the camera and I could see genuine fear in his eyes now. The thing is, I don't think they found what was buried that day. I think what was buried found them. He reached into the folder one more time and pulled out a document I hadn't seen before. a map of Millfield County with several locations marked in red ink. I've been tracking the incidents for 47 years, and they all centre around specific geographic points. The reservoir, obviously, but also the old grain elevator on Route 9, the abandoned mining complex east of town and the county landfill. Henry traced the marked locations with his finger. All of these sites show the same pattern of witness suppression. All of them have underground components, basement levels, mining tunnels, deep excavations, and all of them are connected by what the geological surveys call natural aquifer systems. He looked directly into the camera. I don't think they're natural at all. I think they're part of something larger, something that's been under Millfield County for a very long time. The tape jumped forward several hours. The timestamp now showed 11:47 p.m, and Henry looked exhausted. "They're moving," he said simply. Through the gap in the curtains, I could see both vehicles had repositioned themselves. The black sedan was now directly in front of Henry's house, while the SUV had moved to the back alley. The four figures had formed a perimeter around the property. "I found something yesterday," Henry continued, "in the basement of the old grain elevator. Been exploring these sites for years, but this was different. There's a chamber down there, filled with the same black metal we found in 1977. He held up a small object, roughly cylindrical, about the size of a flashlight, made of the same light-absorbing material he'd described. But this was sitting on a table in the centre of the chamber, like someone left it there for me to find. Henry turned the object in his hands, and I could see symbols etched into its surface, geometric patterns that seemed to shift and move in the camera's light. When I touched it, I saw things, understood things. This isn't just about covering up UFO sightings or maintaining some government secret. This is about keeping something contained, something that's been trying to communicate with the surface world for decades. The object began to emit a faint glow, barely visible in the dim lighting of Henry's living room. The entities outside, they're not aliens or government agents, they're guardians. Part of a containment system that's been in place since whatever's down there was first discovered. And the people who report sightings, who get too close to the truth, they're not just being silenced. Henry's voice dropped to a whisper. They're being recruited. The glow from the object intensified, and Henry set it carefully on the table beside his chair. I understand now why the witnesses leave town, where they go, what they become. The sightings aren't random events. They're calls for help. Communications from something that's been trapped underground for God knows how long. Outside, the four figures had begun moving toward the house. "And now it's my turn," Henry said, standing up from his chair. "I've learned too much, documented too much. But maybe that was always the plan. Maybe someone was supposed to find the evidence eventually." The camera remained fixed on Henry as he moved toward his front door. Through the curtained windows, I could see flashlight beams moving across the walls. "If you're watching this, you have a choice," Henry said, his hand on the doorknob. "You can try to expose what I've discovered, publish the tapes, contact the media, get the truth out there. But they'll find you, just like they found me." The flashlight beams were getting brighter, and I could hear the sound of footsteps on Henry's front porch. Or you can do what I should have done 47 years ago. Walk away, forget what you've seen, let the containment system do its job. Henry opened the door. The tape went to static. I sat in the basement for a long time after the recording ended, staring at the dead screen and trying to process what I'd just witnessed. According to the timestamp, this footage had been recorded less than 48 hours before I'd found Henry's body in his living room. But the coroner had ruled it natural causes, heart failure, no signs of violence or struggle. I rewound the tape and watched the final moments again, looking for details I'd missed. When Henry opened the door, there was a brief glimpse of the figures outside, tall, pale, wearing their characteristic dark suits. But in that instant before the tape cut to static, I caught something I hadn't noticed before. They weren't alone. Behind them, barely visible in the darkness, stood other figures, dozens of them, forming a crowd that stretched beyond the range of the camera. Men and women of various ages, all wearing the same dark clothing, all standing with the same rigid posture I'd seen in Henry's surveillance footage. Eddie Morrison was among them. I was certain of it, even though the footage was too brief and dark to make out specific faces. The same build, the same work clothes I'd seen in the 1987 diner footage. How many witnesses had been recruited over the decades? How many missing persons cases could be explained by whatever process Henry had discovered? And now they had come for him. Why leave his body to be found? Why not make Henry disappear like all the others? The answer came to me as I ejected the tape and looked around at Henry's massive archive. They wanted someone to find the evidence. 47 years of documentation, carefully preserved and organised, waiting for the right person to discover it. Someone like me. I turned off the basement lights and climbed the stairs, the final tape clutched in my hand. At the top I paused and looked back down into the darkness. Henry had spent nearly half a century documenting a containment system designed to suppress knowledge of something buried beneath Millfield County. Something that communicated through unexplained phenomena trying to reach the surface world. And now I had become part of that system. The question was, what was I going to do about it? I started asking questions the next day, against every instinct screaming at me to walk away, to forget everything I'd seen in Henry's basement. I began reaching out to people who might have known him. I told myself I was just being thorough, completing the welfare check investigation properly. The truth was, I couldn't stop thinking about that crowd of figures standing behind the two guardians at Henry's door. All those missing witnesses recruited into whatever system had been containing the thing beneath Millfield County. My first stop was Mrs. Henderson, the neighbour who had provided Henry's spare key location. She was in her 70s, a retired schoolteacher who had lived on Maple Street for most of her adult life. "Poor Henry," she said, serving me coffee in her immaculate kitchen. "Always seemed like such a troubled man. Paranoid, you know. Always peeking through those awful curtains, writing in those notebooks. Did he ever talk to you about what he was documenting?" Mrs. Henderson pursed her lips. "Oh, he tried to, especially in the early years, going on about government conspiracies and mysterious visitors. I told him he was watching too much television." "What kind of mysterious visitors?" "Men in suits," he claimed. Said they were watching him, intimidating people who reported strange things. Nonsense, of course. This is Millfield County. Nothing mysterious ever happens here. But as she spoke, I noticed her hands trembling slightly as she poured the coffee. And when I asked if she'd ever seen any unusual activity around Henry's house, her answer came too quickly. "Nothing at all. Very quiet neighbourhood. I mind my own business." I left her house with the distinct impression that Mrs. Henderson knew more than she was willing to admit, but whether that was from fear or something else I couldn't tell. My next stop was the Millfield Gazette, where I hoped to find archives of the UFO reports Henry had referenced in his documentation. The current editor, a young woman named Lisa Parker, was helpful but puzzled. "We don't really cover that kind of story anymore," she said, scrolling through digital archives on her computer. "Liability issues, you know. People make wild claims, we print them, then they sue us when nothing comes of it. What about historical reports? Say from the 1980s or 1990s. Lisa frowned at her screen. "That's strange. We should have digital copies of everything from 1975 forward, but there are gaps, whole weeks missing from some years." She pulled up what appeared to be a filing system showing years and months. Large sections were greyed out, marked as archived or unavailable. "I've never noticed this before," she muttered. "Let me check the physical archives." 20 minutes later, she returned from the basement storage area looking confused. "This doesn't make sense. We have boxes for every year, but some of them are nearly empty, like someone went through and removed specific issues." "Which years?" Lisa consulted her notes. "Scattered throughout the 80s and 90s, and," she paused, checking again, 2001, 2003, 2004. Almost nothing from those years. The same years when Henry's documentation showed increased activity from the Guardians. I thanked Lisa and left the newspaper office, but I could feel her watching me through the front window as I walked to my car. In the reflection of the glass, I caught a glimpse of someone else watching from across the street. A tall figure in a dark suit standing perfectly still beside a black sedan. My heart rate spiked, but when I turned for a direct look, the street was empty. That afternoon, I drove to the Millfield Diner and spoke with the evening manager, an older man named Carl who had worked there for over 20 years. I asked about Eddie Morrison, the maintenance worker from Henry's 1987 footage. Eddie Morrison, Carl repeated, scratching his head. Name sounds familiar, but I can't place him. You sure he worked around here? He was a regular customer, apparently. Used to come in late at night. Carl's expression changed slightly. Oh, you mean late shift, Eddie? Yeah, I remember him now. Quiet guy, kept to himself. Stopped coming around suddenly. Must have been the late 80s or early 90s. Do you know what happened to him? Moved away, I think. People do that sometimes. Get tired of small-town life, head for the city. But Carl avoided eye contact as he spoke, and his voice carried the same forced casualness I'd heard from Mrs. Henderson. I ordered coffee and sat in the same booth where I'd seen Eddie Morrison confronted by the Guardians. The diner felt normal. Typical small-town restaurant with checkered floors and outdated decor. But I found myself studying the other customers, looking for signs of the mechanical behaviour I'd seen in Henry's footage. Nothing seemed unusual until I got up to leave. As I paid my bill, I noticed Carl watching me with an intensity that seemed out of proportion to a simple customer interaction. When our eyes met, he looked away quickly, but not before I caught something in his expression that looked like recognition, like he knew exactly why I was asking questions about Eddie Morrison. I drove home as the sun was setting, checking my rearview mirror constantly for black sedans. The streets of Millfield seemed normal. Light traffic, people heading home from work, kids playing in front yards. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That feeling intensified when I pulled into my driveway. Sitting on my front porch was a manila envelope with my name written on it in block letters. No postmark, no return address. Someone had delivered it by hand. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a typed message. Stop asking questions about Henry Mallory. Some knowledge is dangerous. This is your only warning. Below the text was a photograph, a black and white image showing me leaving the newspaper office that afternoon. In the background, barely visible in the shadow of a building, stood two tall figures in dark suits. I went inside and deadbolted the door, then checked every window to make sure they were locked. The rational part of my mind insisted that this was just someone playing an elaborate prank, perhaps inspired by Henry's well-known paranoia. But the photograph was real, and the timing, delivered within hours of my investigation, suggested a level of surveillance that went far beyond anything a prankster could manage. I made dinner but couldn't eat it. Every sound outside made me jump. Cars passing, neighbours talking, the wind moving through the trees, normal suburban noises that suddenly felt threatening. Around 10 p.m, I turned off all the lights and peered through my living room curtains at the street outside. A black sedan was parked across from my house. Two figures stood beside it, perfectly still facing my front door. In the dim light from the street lamp, I could make out their characteristic tall, thin builds and dark suits. They weren't trying to hide their presence. If anything, they seemed to want me to see them. I watched for an hour and they never moved, never spoke to each other, never showed any of the restless behaviours that normal surveillance teams would display during a long watch. At 11:15, I decided to test them. I turned on my porch light and stepped outside, making no attempt at stealth. If they were watching me, they would know I was coming. The moment I appeared on my porch, both figures turned their heads toward me with mechanical precision. Even from across the street I could see their pale faces and dark eyes. They stood perfectly aligned, like mirror images of each other. "Can I help you?" I called out, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. They didn't respond, didn't move, just stood there watching me with the kind of absolute stillness that no living person could maintain. I took a step toward the street, and they both took a step backward, maintaining the exact same distance between us. Another step forward, another synchronized step back. It was like some kind of bizarre dance, with invisible rules that kept us in perfect equilibrium. "What do you want?" I shouted. This time one of them, impossible to tell which in the poor lighting, spoke. The voice carried clearly across the distance, but it had an odd quality. Too precise, like someone reading from a script. "Return to your house. Discontinue your investigation. This is your final warning." The words were completely clear, but something about them felt wrong. The cadence was off. as if the speaker was mimicking human speech without fully understanding its natural rhythm. What happened to Henry Mallory? Mr. Mallory chose to join the containment protocol. The same choice is available to you. What containment protocol? What are you containing? But instead of answering, both figures turned away from me and got into their vehicle. The car pulled away from the curb and disappeared down the street without making a sound. No engine noise, just like Henry had described in his recordings. I stood on my porch for several more minutes, staring at the empty street and trying to process what had just happened. The conversation, if it could be called that, had felt completely surreal. Like talking to sophisticated automatons that had been programmed with just enough human behaviour to maintain a conversation, but not enough to seem genuinely alive. Back inside, I double-checked all my locks and closed every curtain. Then I sat in my living room with the lights off, thinking about what the figure had said. Mr. Mallory chose to join the containment protocol. Not that he had died. Not that he had been eliminated for knowing too much. That he had chosen to join something, and the same choice was available to me. I thought about that crowd of figures I'd seen in Henry's final recording. All those missing witnesses standing behind the Guardians like a silent army. Had they all made the same choice? And if so, what exactly were they containing? Outside, the street remained quiet, but I had the distinct feeling that this was far from over. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat in my darkened living room, periodically checking the windows for any sign of the black sedan's return. Around 3 a.m, I made a decision that would have seemed insane just a week earlier. I was going to document everything just like Henry had. If something happened to me, if I chose to join the containment protocol or simply disappeared like so many witnesses before me, at least there would be a record. I set up my smartphone to record and positioned it on the coffee table, where it could capture both me and the view out my front window. Then I began to tell my story, starting with the welfare check that had led me to Henry Mallory's basement archive. I talked for 2 hours, describing everything I'd seen in his recordings, the pattern of witness intimidation, the strange behaviour of the Guardians, and my own growing certainty that something had been hidden beneath Millfield County for decades. When I finished, I uploaded the video to 3 different cloud storage services and emailed copies to friends in other states. If the Guardians could scrub newspaper archives and make entire video channels disappear overnight, I wanted to make sure this record would be harder to erase. The next morning, I drove to the one location Henry had mentioned that I hadn't yet visited, the old grain elevator on Route 9. The structure had been abandoned for at least 20 years, a massive concrete tower surrounded by rusted storage silos and overgrown with weeds. A chain-link fence topped with barbed wire surrounded the property, but age and weather had created several gaps large enough to slip through. I parked a half-mile away and approached on foot, carrying a flashlight and the smartphone I'd used for my recording the night before. If Henry had found something in the basement of this building, I needed to see it for myself. The main elevator building was 4 stories tall, with broken windows and graffiti covering most of the accessible surfaces. But what I was looking for would be underground, in the basement levels that Henry had mentioned. I found a service entrance on the north side of the building that had been secured with a padlock very similar to the one on Henry's basement door. The lock was old and rusted, and it gave way after several minutes of work with a crowbar I'd brought from my car. The door opened onto a concrete stairwell that descended into absolute darkness. My flashlight beam revealed steps leading down at least 2 levels, with water-stained walls and the musty smell of long abandonment. The first basement level was what I'd expected. Old machinery, storage rooms filled with obsolete equipment, the normal detritus of an industrial facility that had been shut down decades ago. But at the far end of the main corridor I found another stairwell leading deeper underground. This second basement was different. The walls were made of the same black metal Henry had described from the 1977 excavation. Smooth, geometrically precise surfaces that seemed to absorb my flashlight beam rather than reflect it. The corridor extended in both directions beyond the range of my light, but I could see doorways at regular intervals. I chose the left corridor and began exploring. The first door I came to was standing open, revealing a circular chamber about 20 feet in diameter. The walls, floor and ceiling were all made of the same light-absorbing material, covered with intricate geometric patterns that seemed to shift and move in my flashlight beam. In the centre of the room sat a table, or what I assumed was a table. It was integrated into the floor, rising from the black metal surface like it had been grown rather than built. On top of it lay several objects similar to the cylindrical device Henry had shown in his final recording. I approached carefully, recording everything with my phone. The objects were warm to the touch, despite the cold temperature of the underground chamber. As I picked up one of them, symbols began to appear on its surface, the same geometric patterns that covered the walls. Then I heard voices, human voices coming from deeper in the corridor. Multiple people engaged in what sounded like a conversation, though I couldn't make out words from this distance. I turned off my flashlight and followed the sound, using my phone screen to provide just enough illumination to avoid walking into walls. The voices grew clearer as I approached, and I began to recognise what I was hearing. It was Henry's voice, along with others I didn't recognise, all speaking in the same measured, precise cadence I'd heard from the guardian outside my house the night before. The corridor ended in a much larger chamber, this one filled with what looked like workstations. Dozens of people sat at tables similar to the one I'd found in the smaller room, all handling the cylindrical objects, all speaking in those same careful, scripted voices. I recognised several faces from Henry's documentation. Eddie Morrison was there, looking exactly as he had in the 1987 diner footage, despite nearly 40 years having passed. The young college student from the 2003 recording sat at a nearby table, also unchanged by time, and at the centre of the chamber, directing the activities with quiet authority, was Henry Mallory. He looked up from his work as I entered the chamber, and our eyes met across the room. For a moment his expression showed a flicker of the man I'd seen in the basement recordings. Frightened, desperate, human. Then it shifted to the same blank efficiency I'd observed in all the others. "Jamie," he said, his voice carrying that odd precision, "we've been expecting you." I took an involuntary step backward, but found my path blocked by two familiar figures. The guardians from my front porch stood behind me, their pale faces showing no emotion. "You have questions," Henry continued, standing up from his workstation. "That's natural. I had questions too when I first discovered this place." "What is this?" I managed to ask. "What are you doing down here?" "We're maintaining the containment," Henry said, gesturing around the chamber, "preventing the surface world from learning about what lies beneath. It's important work. Necessary work." "You're dead," I said. "I found your body. The coroner ruled it natural causes." Henry smiled, but it was wrong somehow. Too wide, too controlled. Death is just another transition, another form of service. We who have learned too much, who have seen too much, were given the opportunity to become part of the solution instead of part of the problem. Around the chamber, the other workers continued their activities with mechanical precision. No one looked up from their tasks. No one showed any curiosity about my presence or the conversation taking place. "The objects we work with," Henry continued, picking up one of the cylindrical devices, "they're communication tools, translators. They allow us to interface with the entity that has been contained here since 1962. "What entity?" "Something that fell from the sky in 1947. Something that the government tried to study and couldn't understand. They built the reservoir over the crash site, thinking they could contain it with water and concrete. But it continued to communicate, continued to try to reach the surface world." Henry held up the device, and symbols began appearing on its surface. Every UFO sighting, every unexplained phenomenon reported in this county, their attempts at communication, messages trying to reach someone who could understand, and every time someone got too close to the truth, the containment protocol was activated. "So you silence them, make them disappear." "We recruit them," Henry corrected. "We give them the opportunity to understand, to become part of something larger than themselves." Around the chamber I could see dozens of workstations, each occupied by someone who had supposedly disappeared over the past several decades, all working with the same focused determination, all speaking in the same precise cadence. "What's it like?" I asked. "Being part of this containment protocol?" Henry's expression flickered again, and for just a moment I saw genuine emotion there. Fear, sadness, regret, "It's peaceful," he said, but his voice wavered slightly. "No more questions, no more uncertainty, just purpose." But as he spoke, I noticed something that chilled me more than anything I'd seen so far. Tears were running down Henry's face, even as he smiled and spoke about peace and purpose. The containment protocol hadn't just recruited him, it had trapped him. All of them. "I don't want to join," I said. "That's what I said," Henry replied, "but you will, eventually. The alternative is much worse." The two guardians stepped closer and I felt their cold hands on my shoulders, but instead of forcing me toward one of the workstations, they simply stood there, waiting. "The choice is yours," Henry said. "Join the containment protocol willingly and maintain some small part of who you were. Resist and become something else entirely." I looked around the chamber at all the missing witnesses, all the people who had supposedly chosen to join this underground operation. None of them looked up. None of them showed any sign of individual will or personality. But Henry's tears told a different story. "There's a third option," I said, "which is, I leave. I walk out of here. I never speak of what I've seen." Henry shook his head. "Too late for that. You've seen too much, learned too much. The containment protocol cannot allow that knowledge to exist outside our control." But even as he spoke, I could see doubt in his eyes, and I realized something that might be important. "You want me to choose the third option," I said. "You're hoping I'll find a way out that you couldn't." Henry's smile faltered completely. "Don't," he whispered. "Don't give them any reason to doubt your compliance." But it was too late. The guardians had heard, and their grip on my shoulders tightened. As they began to guide me toward an empty workstation, I made my own choice. I ran. I made it as far as the first basement level before they caught me. The guardians moved with inhuman speed, their footsteps completely silent on the concrete floors. When they grabbed me again, their hands were no longer cold. They burned like ice, and I could feel something changing in my body wherever they touched. They dragged me back to the chamber where Henry and the others continued their work, seemingly oblivious to my attempted escape. But as the guardians forced me into a chair at an empty workstation, Henry looked up from his own work and met my eyes. "I'm sorry," he said, and this time his voice sounded completely human. "I tried to warn you." One of the guardians placed a cylindrical device in my hands. The moment my fingers closed around it, symbols began appearing on its surface, and I heard something that wasn't quite a voice speaking directly into my mind. "Welcome," it said. "We have been waiting for you." Images flooded my consciousness. The thing that had crashed in 1947, the government's attempts to study and contain it, the decades of communication attempts that had been systematically suppressed. I saw the truth of what the containment protocol really was. Not protection of the surface world from an alien entity. Protection of the entity from the surface world. The thing beneath Millfield County wasn't trying to escape or invade. It was dying, slowly, from decades of isolation and containment. The UFO sightings, the unexplained phenomena, they were distress calls from a being that was trapped as surely as any of the human workers in this underground chamber. The Guardians weren't protecting humanity from an alien threat. They were protecting a government cover-up that had lasted over 70 years. "Help us," the voice continued, "help us return home." And suddenly I understood what my real choice was. I could join the containment protocol, become another worker in this underground facility, and spend whatever remained of my existence helping to maintain a lie that served no one. Or I could help the entity do what it had been trying to do for decades, communicate with the outside world. I looked around the chamber at all the people who had been recruited over the years. Henry, Eddie Morrison, the college student, dozens of others, all of them working with mechanical precision to maintain the containment. But as I watched more carefully, I noticed something the Guardians had missed. Subtle glances between the workers, hand signals passed when the Guardians weren't looking. Micro-expressions that suggested more awareness than they were supposed to have. The containment protocol wasn't perfect. Some part of these people's original personalities remained, buried beneath the compulsion to serve but not entirely destroyed, including Henry. When our eyes met again, he gave an almost imperceptible nod towards something behind me. I glanced back without moving my head and saw what he was indicating. A communication panel built into the wall connected to the surface world. The entity's voice continued in my mind, showing me images of its home, its people, the desperate need to re-establish contact with those who had sent it to Earth decades ago. They told your people we were invaders. We were explorers, scientists. Peaceful contact was always our intention. I made my decision. Instead of accepting the role of containment worker, I reached for the communication panel. The moment my hand touched the controls, alarms began blaring throughout the chamber. The Guardians moved toward me with their inhuman speed, but the other workers suddenly rose from their stations. For the first time since I'd entered this underground facility, they acted like human beings instead of automatons. Eddie Morrison tackled one Guardian while the college student disabled another. Henry himself moved to help me with the communication equipment. "Hurry," he said, his voice urgent and completely human now. "The compulsion is strong. We can't fight it for long." I input the emergency broadcast codes I'd learned during my county training, patching the chamber's communication system into every radio and television frequency in the area. Then I stepped back and let the entity speak for itself. The broadcast lasted exactly 17 minutes. 17 minutes of first contact, broadcast live across 3 counties. The entity's voice translated through the cylindrical devices, speaking directly to anyone who was listening, explaining its peaceful intentions, its decades of imprisonment, its desperate need to return home. The Guardians eventually overcame the resistance of the recruited workers and shut down the broadcast, but it was too late. The truth was out there, recorded on hundreds of devices, witnessed by thousands of people. For the first time in over 70 years, the containment protocol had failed. The aftermath was swift and brutal. Within hours, the entire underground facility was evacuated by federal agents. The recruited workers, including Henry, were transferred to undisclosed locations. The grain elevator was demolished and the site covered with concrete. Official sources claimed the broadcast had been an elaborate hoax, possibly connected to terrorist activity. Anyone who tried to share recordings found their files corrupted or their accounts suspended. The story disappeared from news coverage within 48 hours, but not completely. I escaped during the evacuation, slipping away while the agents were focused on securing the facility and transporting the workers. I had 17 minutes of audio from the entity's broadcast saved on my phone, and copies hidden in cloud storage accounts the authorities hadn't yet discovered. More importantly, I had the truth. The entity had provided coordinates for its homeworld, mathematical proofs of its peaceful intentions, and detailed information about technologies that could revolutionize human understanding of physics and space travel. All of it suppressed by a containment protocol that served no one except the people who had built their careers on maintaining a 70-year-old lie. I tried to release the information through traditional channels, news outlets, scientific journals, government representatives. Every attempt was blocked, censored, or discredited before it could gain traction. But the internet is a harder thing to control completely. Anonymous accounts, encrypted files, peer-to-peer networks that existed outside government oversight. Slowly, carefully, I began sharing fragments of the truth. Not all at once. That would have been too easy to dismiss as fraud. But piece by piece, building a pattern that people could discover for themselves. UFO enthusiasts found the audio recordings. Scientists encountered the mathematical proofs. Government transparency advocates uncovered documents related to the 1947 crash and subsequent cover-up. Each piece of evidence was authentic, verifiable, impossible to completely suppress. 3 months after the failed containment protocol, a new pattern began emerging. Instead of isolated sightings that could be dismissed or intimidated into silence, coordinated contact events started occurring worldwide. The entity I'd helped contact had shared Earth's location and situation with its people. First contact wasn't a single event. It was an ongoing process that no government could control or contain. I still live in Millfield County, though I've moved to a different house on the other side of town. Sometimes I see black sedans in my neighbourhood, and occasionally I notice figures in dark suits watching me from a distance. But they don't approach anymore. The containment protocol is broken, and trying to silence individual witnesses is pointless when the truth has taken on a life of its own. Last week I received a package with no return address. Inside was a VHS tape labelled simply, "Thank you." The footage showed Henry Mallory sitting in what appeared to be a comfortable room with large windows overlooking a garden. He looked peaceful, genuinely relaxed for the first time in any recording I'd seen. Behind him, I could see other people I recognised from the underground chamber. Eddie Morrison, the college student, all the recruited witnesses. They were free. The entity kept its promise, Henry said to the camera. When contact was re-established with its people, they came for all of us. We're being taken home, not to their world, but to a place where we can live without the compulsion, without the containment protocol controlling our minds. He smiled, and this time it reached his eyes. "You did the right thing, Jamie. The truth was worth the risk. It's always worth the risk." The tape ended with a view of the garden where former witnesses walked freely, talking and laughing like human beings instead of automatons. I keep that tape in a safe place, along with copies of all the evidence I've managed to preserve. Not because I think anyone will try to take it from me, the time for that kind of suppression has passed, but because it reminds me that even the most carefully constructed lies eventually fall apart when confronted with enough truth. The entity and its people are still here, working openly with human scientists and governments to establish formal diplomatic relations. The technology they've shared has already begun revolutionizing our understanding of physics, medicine, and space travel, and somewhere in the files of a dozen different agencies there are records of the people who spent 70 years maintaining a containment protocol that served no purpose except to protect the careers of those who had created it. Henry Mallory was right about one thing. They never do leave you alone once you've learned too much. But sometimes, if you're very careful and very lucky, you can make sure the truth survives long enough to set everyone free, including yourself. The blackout curtains are gone from my windows now. I sleep with the lights off and the doors unlocked. The shadows no longer hide watchers, and the silence is just silence. But every night before I go to bed, I look up at the stars and remember that we're not alone anymore, and that's a truth worth any price. Before we begin, I just wanted to thank Todd Rockwell for this story idea. We are doing our best to make sure we hit all of your amazing ideas. Now let's begin tonight's story. They told you it was about weapons of mass destruction. They told you it was about oil, about democracy, about removing a dictator from power. They showed you the satellite photos, the intelligence briefings, the stern-faced generals pointing at maps. They gave you every reason except the real one. Because the real reason was buried 3,000 years ago, beneath the sands of ancient Mesopotamia, in a city older than the pyramids. A reason so extraordinary that it could never be spoken aloud, never written in official reports, never acknowledged by any government on Earth. On March 20th, 2003, when the first missiles streaked across the night sky toward Baghdad, cameras around the world captured the moment. Shock and awe, they called it. The beginning of Operation Iraqi Freedom. But while the world watched explosions light up the capital, something else was happening 400 kilometers to the south. In the ancient city of Ur, under cover of darkness and total media blackout, the first American Special Forces teams were already on the ground. Not in Baghdad, not securing oil fields, not hunting weapons caches. They were surrounding a massive stepped pyramid called the Ziggurat of Ur, and they were there for something that had been waiting in the darkness for 3 millennia. This is the story they never wanted you to know. A story that connects British archaeologists to ancient Sumerian kings, that links Saddam Hussein's megalomania to America's most classified military operations. A story of discovery, obsession, and a technology so advanced that it shouldn't exist at all. Thank you to Todd Rockwell for bringing this story to light. What follows is the truth they buried beneath the history books. Welcome to Ur. Welcome to the real reason for the war. Chapter 1. The Discovery. Southern Iraq, 1927. The sun beat down mercilessly on the excavation site, turning the ancient sand into something that felt like powdered glass against exposed skin. Leonard Woolley wiped his brow with a handkerchief, already soaked through with sweat, and bent closer to the tomb entrance his team had just uncovered. At 47 years old, Woolley had already made his reputation as one of Britain's finest archaeologists. He had excavated in Egypt, worked at Carchemish in Syria, and now he was leading the joint British Museum and University of Pennsylvania expedition to Ur, the legendary city of Abraham. They had been digging for 3 seasons, uncovering the remains of one of humanity's first great civilizations, but nothing had prepared him for what lay beneath the royal cemetery. The tomb of what they would later identify as Queen Puabi had yielded treasures beyond imagination. Gold headdresses, lapis lazuli beads, silver harps with gold bulls' heads, the skeletal remains of attendants who had apparently followed their queen into death with cups of poison still clutched in their bony fingers. It was a find that would make headlines around the world, but it was what Woolley found in a sealed chamber beneath the main burial that troubled him. His assistant, a young man named Thomas, called out from the darkness of the tomb entrance. His voice echoed strangely off the mud brick walls, carrying a note of excitement tinged with something else. Concern, perhaps, or fear. Woolley descended carefully, his lamp casting wild shadows as he made his way through the narrow passage. The air grew cooler as he went deeper, and there was a smell he couldn't quite place. Not the mustiness of ancient death or the mineral scent of disturbed earth. Something else. Something almost metallic. Thomas stood at the entrance to the lower chamber, his face pale despite his desert tan. He held up a fragment of something that caught the lamplight in a way that made Woolley's breath catch. It was metal, but like no metal that should exist in a tomb dated to approximately 2600 BC. The fragment was roughly triangular, about the size of a man's palm, and its surface had a peculiar quality. Not corroded despite thousands of years underground, not oxidized. Almost mirror-smooth in places, with what appeared to be geometric patterns etched into its surface with impossible precision. Woolley took the fragment carefully, noting its surprising weight. Heavier than gold, lighter than lead. The patterns weren't decorative. They were too regular, too precise. They reminded him of something, though he couldn't quite place it. Mathematical, perhaps, or technical. He looked past Thomas into the chamber beyond and felt his pulse quicken. The walls were covered in cuneiform script, the wedge-shaped writing of ancient Sumer. But interspersed among the recognisable characters were symbols he had never seen before. Circular patterns, radiating lines, geometric shapes that seemed to repeat in complex sequences. And at the far end of the chamber, partially buried in collapsed rubble, was a structure that made no sense whatsoever. It was roughly circular, about 3 metres in diameter, made of what appeared to be the same strange metal as the fragment he held. Its surface was covered in the same precise geometric patterns, and around its perimeter were dozens of symbols, each one different, each one positioned with obvious intention. And the strangest thing of all, the ground around it was scorched black, transformed into glass, vitrified earth, the same phenomenon found at nuclear test sites, though those wouldn't exist for another 2 decades. The kind of transformation that required temperatures far beyond anything achievable with ancient technology. Woolley spent the next 3 days in that chamber, documenting everything with meticulous care. He took photographs, made detailed drawings, catalogued every artifact. He copied the strange inscriptions, noting their positions relative to the circular structure. He collected samples of the vitrified earth and more fragments of the inexplicable metal. His field notes from those days still exist, though they were sealed by the British Museum shortly after his return to London and remain classified to this day. But copies exist, passed through back channels, studied by those with the clearance and the need to know. In them, Woolley describes the metal fragments as being of unknown composition, resistant to all attempts at chemical analysis with the equipment available to him. He notes that the vitrified earth contains elements that seem anomalous for the region. He describes finding what appears to be a deliberate arrangement of the strange symbols and patterns that suggest some kind of sequence or code. And in the final entry before the section ends abruptly, he writes something that would haunt subsequent researchers for decades. The circular structure appears to be a threshold of some kind. Its purpose remains unclear, but the inscription suggests it was considered a pathway to the realm of the gods. The evidence of extreme heat indicates it may have been activated at some point in antiquity. Further study is urgently required. That further study never happened, at least not officially. Within weeks of Woolley's return to England, the chamber was quietly reburied. The excavation focused on other areas of the site. The strange metal fragments and vitrified earth samples were sent to London, where they disappeared into the vast collections of the British Museum. The photographs and detailed drawings were removed from the public record. When asked about the lower chamber years later, Woolley would claim it had been empty, already looted in antiquity. The official excavation reports make no mention of strange metals or impossible artifacts. The circular structure, the vitrified earth, the unknown symbols, all of it vanished from the historical record as if it had never existed. But someone, somewhere, had taken note. Because the files were sealed with a notation that appeared on only the most sensitive documents in British government archives, national security interest. The question was, whose national security? And what exactly had Leonard Woolley found beneath the sands of Ur that was so dangerous it had to be hidden from the world? The answer would remain buried for another 50 years. Chapter 2. The Obsession. Baghdad, Iraq, 1979. Saddam Hussein stood on the balcony of the Republican Palace and looked out over the city that would become his kingdom. At 42 years old, he had just manoeuvred himself into the presidency through a combination of political cunning and ruthless elimination of rivals. Iraq was his now, to shape as he saw fit. But Saddam did not see himself as merely another modern dictator. In his mind, he was the heir to a legacy that stretched back thousands of years, to the very dawn of civilization itself. He was Nebuchadnezzar reborn, the modern incarnation of the great Babylonian king who had built empires and defied the world. This was not metaphor to him. This was truth. Within months of taking power, Saddam initiated an ambitious program to reconstruct the ancient sites of Mesopotamia. Millions of dollars poured into archaeological projects across Iraq. The ruins of Babylon were to be rebuilt, brick by brick, with each brick stamped with his name just as Nebuchadnezzar had done millennia before. The ziggurat of Ur would be restored. The glory of ancient Iraq would rise again under his rule. But there was another reason for his interest in the ancient sites, one that few people knew about and even fewer understood. Saddam had obtained copies of certain documents, British documents sealed and classified, that had made their way through various intelligence channels into Iraqi hands. Documents that described Leonard Woolley's discoveries at Ur in meticulous detail. Documents that spoke of impossible artifacts and mysterious structures buried beneath the ancient city. And Saddam, who saw himself as the rightful heir to Mesopotamian greatness, wanted what the ancients had possessed. Wanted the power that had allowed them to build a civilization so advanced it was remembered as the cradle of human culture. Wanted the secrets that had been hidden from the world for 3,000 years. CIA reports from this period, many now declassified, show that American intelligence was well aware of Saddam's obsession. One memo from 1982 notes with barely concealed amusement that the Iraqi president genuinely believed he was the reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar. Another from 1985 expresses concern about his spending on archaeological projects, questioning whether these might have a military application. But it was a report from 1988 that should have raised more alarm bells than it did. A field agent's observation that Iraqi excavation teams at Ur were working in areas that had supposedly been thoroughly explored and documented decades earlier. That they were digging deep, far deeper than any legitimate archaeological investigation would require. That the sites were surrounded by military security far in excess of what would be needed to protect historical artifacts. The memo suggested that Saddam might be searching for something specific, something he believed would give him an advantage. The memo was filed, noted, and largely forgotten. Until 1991. Kuwait, February 1991. The Gulf War was in its final days. Iraqi forces were in full retreat. The much-vaunted Republican Guard decimated by coalition air power and the overwhelming technological superiority of American forces. General Norman Schwarzkopf coordinated the ground campaign from his command centre, watching as victory became inevitable. But as coalition forces advanced into Iraqi territory, they began encountering something unexpected. Not resistance exactly, not military formations preparing for battle, but excavation teams, dozens of them, working frantically at archaeological sites across southern Iraq. Most were at sites near Ur. American troops who secured these sites found them defended not by regular army units, but by Republican Guard special forces, Saddam's most elite troops. They found sophisticated drilling equipment, ground-penetrating radar, electromagnetic survey instruments. They found maps and documents written in a mix of Arabic and what appeared to be ancient cuneiform. They found evidence of excavations going down 30, 40, even 50 metres below the surface, and they found the Iraqi teams trying desperately to destroy their own records before retreating. General Schwarzkopf received reports about these discoveries and immediately classified them at the highest level. He sent an encrypted message back to Washington that contained only one line, but it was a line that would echo through the corridors of power for the next 12 years. They were not digging for oil. The recovered documents and equipment were shipped back to the United States under total secrecy. The excavation sites were photographed, documented, and then deliberately collapsed and buried. The American troops who had secured them were reassigned, scattered to different units, made to sign non-disclosure agreements that came with dire warnings about the consequences of breaking them. And in classified briefing rooms in Washington, analysts began piecing together what Saddam had been searching for, what he might have found, and whether whatever lay beneath Ur was dangerous enough to warrant action. The conclusion was unanimous. They needed to know more. They needed to understand what Saddam had discovered, and most importantly, they needed to make absolutely certain that whatever was buried beneath those ancient sands never fell into the wrong hands. But in 1991, with the war over and Saddam still in power, there was nothing they could do. They had to wait. They had to watch. They had to be ready to act when the opportunity came. That opportunity would come 12 years later, and when it did, they would be prepared. Chapter 3. The Blackout. Tel Al-Ubaid, Iraq, August 1998. The small village of Tel Al-Ubaid sat 6 kilometres from the ruins of Ur, a collection of mud brick houses that had stood in various forms for thousands of years. Its inhabitants were farmers and shepherds, people who lived much as their ancestors had, connected to the land and the endless rhythms of the desert. On the night of August 19th, 1998, that ancient rhythm was violently interrupted. It began just after sunset. The Iraqi military had cordoned off a section of desert between the village and Ir several weeks earlier, turning away the curious with curt explanations about unexploded ordnance from the Gulf War. Locals knew better. They had seen the trucks, the equipment, the constant movement of personnel. Another excavation, they assumed. Another example of Saddam's obsession with ancient glory. But what happened that night was different. Ahmed Hassan, a farmer who lived on the edge of the village, was bringing his goats in for the night when he saw it. A flash of light from the direction of the sealed site, so bright it turned night into day for a fraction of a second. Not the orange-yellow of an explosion, not the white of burning magnesium. Something else. Something that hurt to look at even in that brief instant. The light was accompanied by a sound that he would later struggle to describe. Not quite thunder, not quite the sonic boom of an aircraft. A deep resonant pulse that he felt in his chest, in his bones, in his teeth. A sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then, silence. The electric lights in the village went out. Not flickering, not dimming, just instantly dark. Ahmed's battery-powered radio, which had been playing music from Baghdad, went silent mid-song. His watch stopped. The truck he had been planning to drive into Ur the next morning would not start, its electronic ignition system completely dead. Every electronic device in the village, in the entire region, had simply stopped working. For 3 hours the blackout continued. No lights, no radio or television, no communication with the outside world. The Iraqi military trucks that had been stationed around the sealed site sat silent and immobile, their sophisticated electronics rendered useless. The people of Tel Al-Ubaid gathered in the darkness, speaking in hushed voices about what they had seen. Some claimed to have felt a strange tingling sensation pass through their bodies at the moment of the flash. Others reported that animals had behaved strangely in the hours leading up to the event, restless and agitated as if sensing something humans could not. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. Power returned. Radios crackled back to life. Watches that had been stopped started running again, though none of them showed the correct time. By morning, Iraqi military forces had descended on the village. They questioned everyone, their questions pointed and specific. What exactly had you seen? What had you felt? Had you approached the sealed site? Had you told anyone outside the village about what happened? The message was clear. This had never happened. The flash of light, the blackout, the strange effects on electronics, all of it was to be forgotten, never mentioned again. Those who seemed inclined to talk found themselves facing implied threats about the safety of their families. But you cannot completely silence a village. Stories spread, whispered from person to person, carried by travellers to other towns. Within weeks, rumours of the event had reached Iraqi intelligence services, and from there, inevitably, to foreign intelligence agencies monitoring the region. Orbital assets, same night. 300 kilometres above Iraq, a KH-11 reconnaissance satellite pursued its endless orbit around Earth. Officially, these satellites were used to photograph military installations, track troop movements, and provide intelligence on weapons programs. They were among America's most closely guarded technological secrets, capable of resolving objects on the ground smaller than a license plate. But the KH-11 satellites had other capabilities that were even more secret. They carried instruments designed to detect unusual electromagnetic signatures, radiation spikes, and other phenomena that might indicate nuclear weapons tests or other strategic threats. On the night of August 19, 1998, the satellite passing over southern Iraq registered something, that sent automatic alerts cascading through multiple intelligence agencies. A massive electromagnetic pulse, centred on coordinates that placed it precisely at the ancient site of Veur. The signature was unlike anything in the system's database, too focused to be a nuclear detonation, too powerful to be conventional electronics failure, too brief to be a sustained power surge. More remarkably, the satellite itself had been affected. For approximately 12 seconds, its systems had experienced interference that temporarily disrupted data transmission. The backup systems had automatically compensated, but the primary instruments had detected what could only be described as a directional energy wave passing through its position in orbit. Within an hour, analysts at the National Reconnaissance Office were reviewing the data. Within 2 hours, the satellite had been repositioned, not to its next scheduled surveillance target, not to monitor known military installations or weapons facilities, but to maintain continuous observation of a 6 square kilometre area centred on the ancient city of Ur. The repositioning was logged in classified records that would not be declassified for decades. The reason given was need for enhanced intelligence gathering, but those who knew what to look for could see the truth. This was not routine surveillance. This was something different. This was a watch, a vigil, a wait to see what would happen next. In the Pentagon, in CIA headquarters at Langley, in classified briefing rooms known only to those with the highest clearances, conversations began. Quiet conversations, careful conversations, conversations about ancient civilizations and impossible artifacts, about electromagnetic pulses that defied explanation, about what might lie beneath the sands of Iraq, and about what would need to be done if Saddam Hussein actually succeeded in activating whatever it was he had found. The clock was ticking. They did not know how much time they had, but they knew one thing with certainty. Whatever was happening in Iraq, it could not be allowed to continue. The question was no longer if they would act. It was when. Chapter 4. Operation Iraqi Freedom, March 20th, 2003. The world watched as shock and awe began. 2,000 bombs and missiles in the opening. Hours. Baghdad's night sky lit up with explosions and tracer fire. Embedded journalists transmitted live footage of American military might unleashed. The war, they said, had begun, but they were wrong. The war had begun hours earlier, in a place the cameras would never see. At 200 hours, 4 Black Hawk helicopters crossed into Iraqi airspace from Kuwait, flying low and dark under the desert stars. They carried members of Delta Force, America's most elite special operations unit, along with personnel who were not wearing uniforms and carried no military identification. Technical specialists, scientists, people who knew exactly what they were looking for and what to do with it when they found it. Their destination was not Baghdad. It was not the suspected weapons facilities in the north. It was not the Republican Guard positions defending the capital. It was Ur. The helicopters set down in the darkness 300 metres from the ziggurat. The Special Forces teams moved out immediately, securing a perimeter with practiced efficiency. Iraqi guards at the site, caught completely off guard by the speed and silence of the assault, surrendered without resistance. Within 15 minutes, the entire archaeological complex was under American control. This was more than 6 hours before the first bombs fell on Baghdad, more than 8 hours before major combat operations officially began. But for the teams on the ground at Ur, the operation had already achieved its primary objective: secure the site, ensure nothing could be destroyed or moved, and most critically, make certain that whatever Saddam had been excavating remained intact and under American control. Within 48 hours, as the world's attention remained fixed on the spectacular destruction being broadcast from Baghdad, something remarkable was happening 400 kilometres to the south. More troops arrived at Ur, not combat units but engineers and technicians. Heavy equipment was brought in under cover of darkness. A no-fly zone was established over the site, enforced by fighter aircraft that would engage any aircraft, friendly or hostile, that violated the restricted airspace. And the excavation began. But while Ur received this extraordinary attention, something else was happening in Baghdad that would later be cited as evidence of American incompetence or indifference. The Iraqi National Museum, home to priceless artifacts from humanity's first civilizations, was left completely unguarded. Looters swarmed through its halls, smashing display cases, stealing everything they could carry. Over 170,000 artifacts disappeared. Cylinder seals, cuneiform tablets, gold jewellery, statues, reliefs, entire collections that represented thousands of years of human history. The international community expressed outrage. How could American forces protect oil facilities, but not irreplaceable cultural treasures? But those who understood what was really happening saw the truth. The looting was not an oversight. It was a distraction. While the world focused on the chaos in Baghdad, demanding answers about why the museum had not been protected, no one was asking questions about what was happening at Ur. No one was wondering why hundreds of American troops were guarding an archaeological site in the middle of a war zone. No one was questioning why satellite imagery of southern Iraq was being classified at levels typically reserved for nuclear weapons facilities. No one was noticing that Ur had become the most heavily defended location in the entire country, with more security than even the presidential palaces in Baghdad. The misdirection was perfect. The world's attention remained fixed on the chaos, the looting, the apparent failures of post-invasion planning. And at Ur, work continued undisturbed. Captain James Martinez, commanding one of the security detachments at the site, would later describe the operation in a classified debrief. He spoke of perimeters within perimeters, security clearances checked and double-checked, areas where even he was not permitted to enter. He described seeing equipment he did not recognise, hearing conversations in technical jargon he could not understand. He talked about the sense that something extraordinary was happening, something that went far beyond normal military operations, and he mentioned the lights. At night, from his position on the outer perimeter, he could see lights coming from the excavation site. Not the steady glow of work lights or the flash of welding torches. Something else. A pulsing rhythmic illumination that seemed to come from underground. Blue-white light that reminded him of nothing he had ever seen before. When he asked his superior officer about it, he was told curtly that it was none of his concern and that he should forget he had seen anything. The message was clear. Some things were above his security clearance. Some things were not to be questioned. But Martinez was not the only one who noticed. Soldiers stationed at Ur would later report similar observations, always in quiet conversations, always with the understanding that these were not official accounts. Lights from underground, strange sounds in the middle of the night, a sense of energy, of power, emanating from the excavation site. And they all noticed something else. The specialists who worked at the site, the civilians who came and went on unmarked helicopters, they looked different when they left. Excited, frightened, changed by whatever they had seen in the darkness beneath those ancient sands. The official military logs for this period contain only routine entries. Security patrols conducted, perimeter checks completed, supply deliveries received. Nothing to suggest that anything unusual was occurring. But that was the point. Whatever was happening at Ur, it was not meant to be recorded, not meant to be remembered, not meant to exist in any official capacity whatsoever. The war that dominated headlines was a cover for an operation that would never be acknowledged. And beneath the ziggurat of Ur, 3,000 years of secrets were about to be revealed. Chapter 5. The Silent Expedition. Ur Archaeological Site, April 2003. The excavation went deeper than any archaeological dig in history, past the levels explored by Woolley in the 1920s, past the foundations of the ancient temples, past layers of civilization built upon civilization, down into bedrock that should have been solid, unworked, untouched by human hands. Except it was not. The team working the site operated under conditions of absolute secrecy. No press access, not even from embedded journalists with full security clearances. No communication with the outside world except through encrypted channels. No documentation that could ever be linked to the operation. The specialists who formed the core of the excavation team were drawn from multiple fields. Archaeologists, yes, but also physicists, materials scientists, linguists, who specialised in ancient languages, engineers who worked on classified aerospace projects. It was a team assembled to deal with something that transcended traditional categories, something that required expertise from multiple disciplines. And they were accompanied by representatives from several private aerospace contractors, companies whose names were household words, but whose classified work remained deeply hidden. Companies that built satellites and missile systems and aircraft that officially did not exist. Companies that had experience dealing with technologies that pushed the boundaries of known science. The presence of these corporate representatives raised questions that no one dared ask out loud. Why would aerospace contractors be interested in an archaeological site? What could ancient Sumerian artifacts possibly have to do with modern aerospace technology? The answer lay 40 metres beneath the surface, in a chamber that Iraqi excavation teams had reached but not fully explored before the invasion. A chamber that had remained sealed for 3,000 years until Saddam's engineers had broken through in their obsessive search for ancient secrets. The circular structure that Woolley had partially uncovered in 1927 was still there. But it was not alone. It was part of something larger, a complex of rooms and passages, all carved from solid bedrock with impossible precision. Walls that were too smooth, too perfect to have been made with ancient tools. Corners that met at exact right angles. Surfaces that showed no tool marks, no indication of how they had been created. And everywhere, the strange metal. The same material Woolley had found in fragments was here in intact sections. Panels covering walls, conduits running through the stone, components that suggested purpose and function but resisted all analysis. The circular structure itself was revealed to be even more impressive than the limited excavations had suggested. It stood upright, approximately 5 metres tall and 4 metres in diameter, its surface covered in intricate symbols that seemed to form some kind of interface or control mechanism. The metal of which it was made was neither corroded nor damaged despite millennia underground. It had a peculiar property of seeming to absorb light rather than reflecting it, giving it an appearance of depth that was unsettling to look at. Local workers who had been hired to assist with the excavation, carefully vetted and closely supervised, spoke in whispers about the site. They claimed that sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, you could hear sounds coming from the underground chambers. Not the settling of ancient stones or the drip of groundwater, but something else. A hum, a vibration, as if the structure itself were alive, waiting. The workers also reported seeing machines at the site that seemed to operate without sound. Equipment that moved with an eerie silence, performing tasks that left no visible exhaust or emissions. They described lights that appeared at night, emanating from beneath the ground, illuminating the interior of the ziggurat in ways that made the ancient structure look almost alien. These accounts were dismissed by security personnel as imagination and superstition, but privately those dismissals were not so confident. Because the Americans working the site had seen similar things and knew they could not be explained away so easily. Electromagnetic readings from the site were unlike anything in the scientific literature. Patterns of energy that seemed to pulse in regular intervals, as if something were drawing power from an unknown source. Magnetic field anomalies that defied conventional physics. Temperature variations that had no obvious cause. Most disturbing were the effects reported by personnel who spent extended periods in the underground chambers. Headaches, disorientation, a sense of being watched, dreams that seemed more vivid than normal, filled with symbols and patterns that matched those found on the circular structure. Medical staff attached to the operation documented these symptoms but could find no physical cause. Brain scans showed normal activity. Blood work revealed nothing unusual, yet the effects persisted, and they were consistent across multiple individuals with no prior connection to each other. The linguists made progress in deciphering the inscriptions found throughout the complex. Most were in recognizable Sumerian cuneiform, describing the structure as a gift from the gods, a pathway to realms beyond human understanding. But interspersed among the familiar script were other symbols, more abstract and mathematical in nature, that seemed to form instructions or coordinates. One inscription carved into the wall of the central chamber was particularly significant. Roughly translated, it read, "The threshold opens when the key is turned and the pattern is complete. Beyond lies the realm of the Anunnaki, the lords who descended from the stars. Those who pass through shall see wonders and terrors alike. Heed this warning. What is opened cannot easily be closed. The Anunnaki." In Sumerian mythology, they were the gods who came from the heavens and taught humans the arts of civilization, who gave them writing and mathematics, agriculture and astronomy, who walked among humans as beings of great power and knowledge. But what if they were not mythology? What if they were memory, distorted by time but preserving some essential truth about visitors from beyond who had come to Earth in humanity's dawn? And what if this structure, this impossible artifact buried beneath was something they had left behind? Not a temple, not a tomb, but a device. A technology so advanced that it had been mistaken for divine power by those who witnessed it. The aerospace contractors understood immediately what they were looking at. The circular structure was not decorative, it was functional. The symbols were not religious iconography, they were an interface, a control system for a technology that humanity should not possess. And Saddam Hussein had been trying to activate it. Chapter 6. The event that never hit the news. May 7th, 2003. Zhou 347 hours. Local time. Lieutenant Commander Sarah Mitchell was aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, monitoring global communications traffic from her station in the ship's signals intelligence compartment. It was routine work, the endless task of sorting through thousands of transmissions searching for anything of strategic importance. At precisely 347 hours, her screens went blank. Every screen, every system, satellite communications, radio traffic, GPS navigation, encrypted military channels, all of it just stopped. The command centre fell silent as personnel stared at dead equipment, trying to comprehend what they were seeing. 19 minutes. That is how long the blackout lasted. For 19 minutes, every GPS satellite in orbit stopped transmitting. Every military communication system went dark. Navigation systems failed. Guidance systems for missiles and aircraft lost their references. Ships at sea, aircraft in flight, military units spread across the globe, all suddenly operating blind. And then, just as suddenly, everything came back online. Systems rebooted. Satellites resumed transmission. The world reconnected as if nothing had happened. But something had happened. Something that sent shockwaves through every intelligence agency and military command structure in the world. The blackout had a source, a specific point of origin. Analysts traced the interference back through multiple satellite systems, correlating the exact microsecond when each system had failed. The mathematics were complex, but the conclusion was indisputable. The blackout had originated from coordinates in southern Iraq. Coordinates that matched, to within a few meters, the ancient site of Jura. Freedom of Information Act requests filed years later would eventually force the release of heavily redacted documents about this event. The documents confirm that a significant electromagnetic disruption occurred on May 7, 2003. They acknowledge that GPS services were interrupted globally for approximately 19 minutes. They note that the source of the disruption was traced to Iraq, but the documents refuse to specify the exact location. They refuse to explain what caused the disruption. They refuse to acknowledge any connection to the archaeological excavations taking place at Ur. The public never learned about the event. News media, focused on the ongoing war and its chaotic aftermath, never reported the mysterious 19-minute blackout. If they noticed GPS irregularities or communication problems, they attributed them to the expected difficulties of military operations in a war zone. But within classified circles, the event triggered immediate action. 3 scientists were identified within hours and flown to Iraq under alias identities. They travelled on private aircraft, their names appearing on no passenger manifests, their movements documented nowhere in official records. They were specialists in fields that could not be disclosed, experts in technologies that officially did not exist. All 3 were given access to the site at Ur. All three spent time in the underground chambers, examining the circular structure and the mysterious complex surrounding it. All three provided classified briefings to officials whose names have never been released. And one of them, a physicist who had worked on classified projects related to electromagnetic pulse weapons and exotic propulsion systems, never returned to his previous life. His name was Marcus Reeves, and before May 2003 he had been a prominent figure in his field. He had published papers, attended conferences, taught graduate students at a prestigious university. His work was respected, his expertise sought after. After his visit to Ur, Marcus Reeves simply vanished from public view. His university was told he had accepted a position with a private research institute. His family was told his work had become classified and that he could not maintain regular contact. His colleagues were given vague explanations about national security and sensitive projects. Attempts to locate him in the years following his disappearance were unsuccessful. No public records, no tax returns, no credit card usage, nothing. It was as if Marcus Reeves had ceased to exist. What had he seen in those underground chambers? What had he learned that required his complete removal from public life? The answers remain hidden behind walls of classification that show no signs of coming down. But the event itself, the 19 minutes when global communications went dark, stands as undeniable proof that something happened at Ur, something that affected systems across the entire planet, something that required the immediate response of the most highly classified, scientific expertise America could muster. In the weeks following the event, activity at the site intensified. More personnel arrived, more equipment was brought in, the security perimeter was expanded, the no-fly zone was reinforced, and deep beneath the surface, work continued on understanding and, if necessary, containing whatever technology had been activated that night. Because one thing was clear: the device, the structure, whatever it truly was, it worked. It was not an archaeological curiosity. It was not a religious monument. It was functional technology, and it had just demonstrated capabilities that should not exist. Epilogue. What was really pulled out of the sand? Our archaeological site, late 2004. The excavation site was sealed, not closed, not concluded, sealed. The underground chambers were filled with concrete, not burial soil that could be excavated again, not collapsed rock that could be cleared. Concrete. Meters of it. Permanent, irreversible. The surface structures were stabilized and restored to their pre-excavation appearance. To anyone visiting the site, there was no indication that anything unusual had occurred. The ziggurat of Ur stood as it had for thousands of years, a monument to ancient glory and nothing more. But beneath the carefully maintained surface, the truth was different. The Iraqi government was informed that for reasons of structural safety and archaeological preservation, the area around Ur would remain under restricted access. They were told this was temporary, that eventually the site would be returned to Iraqi control and open to tourism and scholarly research. That promise was never kept. Through every subsequent withdrawal of American forces, through every change in Iraqi government, through every international agreement and treaty, one thing remained constant. The area around Ur stayed under effective American control. The restrictions remained in place. The security perimeter endured. Officially, there is no American presence at Ur. No military installations, no security forces, no ongoing operations. But satellite imagery tells a different story. The kind of detailed analysis available to those with access to classified reconnaissance data reveals patterns that should not exist at an abandoned archaeological site. Heat signatures appear regularly beneath the surface. Not the natural thermal variations of underground spaces, but consistent, regulated patterns that suggest active power systems, equipment running, energy being consumed, as if something down there is still operating, still powered, still functional after being sealed away. Aircraft occasionally violate the restricted airspace. Usually small planes flown by journalists or curious civilians. They are intercepted immediately, not by Iraqi military forces, by unmarked aircraft that appear with suspicious speed and efficiency. The pilots are warned away, their footage confiscated if they manage to record anything, their flights logged in databases that track anyone who shows too much interest in the site. Local residents near report occasional strange phenomena, lights in the night sky that move in patterns inconsistent with conventional aircraft, low-frequency sounds that can be felt more than heard, electronic devices that malfunction for no apparent reason when near the restricted zone. These reports are dismissed as superstition, misidentification, or simple fabrication, but they continue, consistent in their details, coming from multiple independent sources who have no reason to coordinate false stories. So what was really pulled out of the sand at What did Leonard Woolley find in 1927 that was important enough to seal and classify? What did Saddam Hussein search for with such obsessive determination? What drove the American military to secure the site before even entering Baghdad? The official answer is nothing. Ancient pottery, cuneiform tablets, the remains of a dead civilization. Archaeological treasures certainly, but nothing more. But the evidence suggests something far more extraordinary. A technology that predates known civilization. A structure built by or for beings who possessed knowledge that humans should not have had 3,000 years ago. A device capable of affecting global communication systems, of generating electromagnetic pulses that reach into orbit, of doing things that challenge our understanding of physics and history. And perhaps most disturbing of all, a device that still works. The circular structure, the Stargate as some have come to call it in whispered conversations, was not destroyed. Despite the concrete, despite the ceiling of the chambers, it remains intact beneath protected, preserved, studied in secret by specialists whose work will never be acknowledged, because destroying it was considered too risky. What if it was connected to other devices elsewhere? What if destroying it would trigger some kind of response? What if the technology it represented was too valuable to lose, even if we could not safely use it? So it sits there, meters beneath the desert, surrounded by concrete and secrecy. A threshold to realms unknown, a pathway to somewhere else, a gift or a warning from the beings the ancient Sumerians called the Anunnaki, the lords who descended from the stars. The war in Iraq cost thousands of lives and trillions of dollars. It destabilized a region, created power vacuums that spawned new conflicts, and divided public opinion for a generation. History will debate whether it was justified, whether it achieved its stated objectives, whether it was worth the terrible price paid in blood and treasure. But that debate is based on incomplete information. Because the real objective of the war, the one that could never be spoken aloud, was achieved perfectly. Whatever lies beneath is under control. Not Iraqi control, not Saddam Hussein's control, not the control of anyone who might activate it, without fully understanding the consequences. American control, locked down, sealed away, hidden beneath layers of concrete and classification and official denial. Safe, for now. But the heat signatures continue. The power flows. The device, whatever it truly is, remains active in the darkness, waiting. And one day, perhaps, someone will decide that the risk is worth the reward, that the knowledge to be gained outweighs the dangers, that humanity is ready to activate what ancients built and see where that threshold truly leads. When that day comes, we will learn the final truth about the Stargate of But until then, it remains hidden beneath the sands of Iraq, a secret buried within a secret. The real reason for a war that the world thought it understood, and perhaps, in the end, that is exactly where it should stay. Tonight we're diving into a story that will make you question everything you think you know about American history. But first, I want to thank Thundy308 for suggesting this story in the comments. Your ideas keep sleep theories alive. If you have video ideas of your own, drop them in the comments below. And if you enjoy these late-night mysteries, please hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that blur the line between history and conspiracy. Most people don't know America was attacked long before 9/11. Hell, most people don't even know about Pearl Harbor beyond the Hollywood version. But I found out the hard way that our nation's first taste of domestic terrorism happened in 1916, right in New York Harbor. And the real story, it's so much worse than what they taught us in school. My name is irrelevant. Let's just say I'm someone who stumbles into things I shouldn't. 3 months ago, I was helping my grandmother clean out my grandfather's attic in Jersey City. Standard stuff. Old furniture, mouldy books, boxes of Christmas decorations from the 1970s. But tucked away in a corner, beneath a tarp that looked like it hadn't been moved in decades, I found a trunk. Not just any trunk. This thing was old. Really old. The kind of leather and brass construction they don't make anymore, with travel stickers from steamship lines that went out of business before my grandfather was born. The lock was broken, hanging loose like someone had forced it open years ago and never bothered to fix it. Inside, the air smelled of ash and time, burned papers, some so brittle they crumbled when I touched them, insurance ledgers with faded ink. And at the bottom, wrapped in what used to be white cloth, a letter dated July 31st, 1916, the day after the Black Tom explosion. The letter was signed by a man named Samuel Weiser, and he claimed to have witnessed something that, if true, would rewrite American history. He wrote about sabotage, but not the kind they told us about in history class. He wrote about American officials not just watching it happen, but helping it along. They wanted it to happen, the letter said in shaky handwriting. The blast was too perfect, too convenient, and I saw them, our own people, making sure those German boys got exactly where they needed to be. That was 3 months ago. I should have put the letter back, closed the trunk, and pretended I never found it. But curiosity killed more than just cats, and now I'm sitting here at 3 a.m, looking over my shoulder every few minutes, wondering if the same people who silenced Samuel Weiser in 1916 are coming for me next. This is my story. If something happens to me before I can tell it properly, at least it'll be out there. Someone needs to know the truth about Black Tom Island. Let me paint you a picture of what America looked like in 1916. World War I was raging across Europe, turning an entire continent into a muddy graveyard. Officially, the United States was neutral. Unofficially, we were making a fortune selling ammunition to Britain and France through a complex network of shell companies and dummy corporations. The centre of this operation was a place called Black Tom Island, though calling it an island was generous. It was more like a man-made peninsula jutting into New York Harbor, connected to Jersey City by a narrow causeway. From Manhattan you could see it clearly. Massive warehouses, railroad cars lined up like dominoes, and mountains of ammunition crates waiting to be loaded onto ships bound for European battlefields. On the night of July 30th, 1916, Black Tom Island held over 2 million pounds of ammunition. Dynamite, TNT, artillery shells, rifle cartridges, enough firepower to level half of Manhattan if it all went up at once. At 2:08 a.m. on July 30th it did exactly that. The first explosion shattered windows across lower Manhattan. The second, 30 minutes later, was so powerful it registered as a 5.5 earthquake on seismographs as far away as Philadelphia. Shrapnel embedded itself in the Statue of Liberty's torch arm. Clock towers in Jersey City stopped working, their mechanisms thrown out of alignment. People in Brooklyn thought it was the end of the world. The official story came together remarkably quickly. German saboteurs had infiltrated Black Tom Island and blown up the ammunition depot to prevent American weapons from reaching the Allies. Clean, simple, and perfectly designed to make Americans angry at Germany. But Samuel Weiser's letter told a different story. I was working the night shift, he wrote, checking manifests in the office overlooking the main causeway. Around midnight I saw them coming, 3 men in dark coats walking like they owned the place. But they weren't alone. 2 police officers were escorting them, and not like prisoners, like guests. According to Weser, he watched these 5 men walk directly to Warehouse 18, the largest ammunition storage facility on the island. The police officers had keys. They opened doors that should have been locked, disabled alarm systems that should have been active. The Germans, and they were Germans, I could tell by their accents when they talked to each other, they knew exactly where to go, like they had blueprints. The police officers didn't just let them work, they helped them carry the equipment. Weser wrote that he watched for over an hour as this group systematically placed charges throughout the warehouse. When they finished, they all left together. The police officers drove the Germans away in an official police vehicle. 45 minutes later, Black Tom Island ceased to exist. I tried to tell people what I saw, Weser's letter continued. The fire chief, the police captain, even a reporter from the Jersey Journal. But every time I opened my mouth, someone would pull me aside and suggest I must be mistaken, must have been confused by the darkness, the smoke, the chaos. After a few days, I stopped trying. After a few weeks, I realised I probably shouldn't have tried at all. The letter was dated July 31st, 1916. According to records I found later, Samuel Weser disappeared on August 3rd, 1916. His body was never found. The insurance ledger was the second thing I found in that trunk, and honestly, it might have been more damning than Weser's letter. Numbers don't lie, and these numbers told a story of their own. The ledger belonged to Northeastern Mutual Insurance, a company that specialised in maritime and industrial coverage. Page after page of entries, all dated between August 1916 and December 1917, all related to Black Tom Island claims. The payouts were staggering, not just for the physical damage, that was expected, but for what the insurance industry calls business interruption claims. Companies that had been shipping ammunition through Black Tom collected millions of dollars for lost revenue, cancelled contracts, damaged relationships with European buyers. But here's what caught my attention. The companies collecting the biggest payouts weren't small operations that got wiped out by the explosion. They were massive corporations that simply redirected their business through other ports. DuPont collected $2.1 million. Bethlehem Steel got $1.8 million. Remington Arms walked away with nearly $3 million. For context, $3 million in 1916 money is about $80 million today. These companies didn't just recover from Black Tom, they profited from it. I started cross-referencing the names in the ledger with newspaper archives from 1917 and 1918. The pattern was unmistakable. Every single company that collected major Black Tom insurance payouts had executives who publicly advocated for American entry into World War I. They weren't just war profiteers, they were war lobbyists. DuPont's president, Irénée Dupont, gave speeches about America's moral obligation to join the fight against German aggression. Bethlehem Steel's Charles Schwab met privately with President Wilson 6 times between the Black Tom explosion and America's declaration of war. Remington's board included 2 former congressmen who had voted against neutrality measures. The explosion that was supposedly an attack on American interests had made the people pushing for war incredibly wealthy, and they had been incredibly well insured against exactly the kind of attack that happened. I found myself staring at those numbers for hours, adding and re-adding the totals. Northeastern Mutual had paid out over $15 million in Black Tom claims, about $400 million in today's money, for a single incident. For a company that size, that should have meant bankruptcy. But Northeastern Mutual didn't go bankrupt. According to financial records I found online, 1917 was their most profitable year ever. Someone had backed those payouts, someone with deep pockets and deeper connections, someone who wanted those specific companies to have the capital they needed to ramp up war production. The more I dug, the more convinced I became that Samuel Weser had been right. The blast was too perfect, too convenient. But it wasn't just German sabotage with American assistance. It was American sabotage with German patsies. Finding information about Samuel Weser turned out to be like trying to catch smoke. The man had been systematically erased from public records. I started with the obvious places: birth certificates, marriage licenses, employment records. Jersey City Hall had a Samuel Weser listed as employed by Black Tom Terminal from 1914 to 1916, but the file was incomplete. No address, no next of kin, no termination date. Just a note that said, employment ended August 1916. The Jersey Journal archives were more helpful, but in a way that made my skin crawl. I found 3 mentions of Samuel Weiser in the weeks following the Black Tom explosion. The first was in a list of witnesses being interviewed by federal investigators. The second was a brief quote in an article about the damage assessment, where he mentioned seeing unusual activity before the blast. The third mention was his obituary. Samuel Weiser, 34, dock worker, found deceased in Hudson River August 3, 1916. Cause of death listed as drowning. No known relatives. Services private. 12 words. Most people who die accidentally get more space than that, especially if they die in unusual circumstances, just days after being a witness to the biggest domestic attack in American history. But here's the thing that really bothered me. The obituary was dated August 4th, 1916, but it was printed on page 8 of the newspaper, buried between advertisements for patent medicines and notices about church socials. The Black Tom explosion was still front-page news, investigations were ongoing, and a key witness had just died mysteriously. You'd think that would warrant more than 12 words on page 8. I tried to find records of the investigation into Weiser's death. Police reports, coroner's findings, anything. Nothing. According to the Jersey City Police Department archives, there was no investigation. Samuel Weiser's death was ruled accidental drowning. Case closed, no follow-up required. A man who claimed to have witnessed American officials assisting German saboteurs was found dead in the Hudson River 4 days later, and nobody thought that was worth investigating. I found myself thinking about those police officers Weiser described, the ones with keys to the warehouses, the ones who escorted the Germans and then drove them away. If Weiser was telling the truth, those officers would have known he was watching from the office window. They would have seen the light, seen his silhouette against the glass. They would have known exactly who could identify them. The more I researched, the more convinced I became that Samuel Weiser hadn't drowned accidentally. He'd been silenced. And whoever silenced him had enough influence to make sure the investigation never happened. But Weiser had been smart enough to write that letter before they got to him. He'd documented what he saw, hidden it away, and hoped someone would eventually find it and ask the right questions. Someone like me. The problem was, if they had killed him for talking in 1916, what would they do to me for digging in 2023? The newspaper archives told a story of narrative manipulation that would make modern spin doctors proud. In the hours immediately following the Black Tom explosion, reporters had no idea what to write. The blast was unprecedented, the damage was massive, and nobody had any official explanation. So they wrote what they saw and what witnesses told them. The first newspaper accounts, published in evening editions on July 30th, described the explosion as an industrial accident of unprecedented scale. Reporters interviewed dock workers, nearby residents, anyone who had seen or heard something. The quotes were revealing, "It looked like the whole harbour was on fire," read Manhattan resident. "We heard 3 distinct explosions, not just one," Jersey City police officer. "There were people running from the island before the first blast, like they knew it was coming," Brooklyn dock worker who was looking across the water with binoculars. But within 48 hours the narrative began to change. A new explanation emerged, seemingly from nowhere. German saboteurs. Articles started focusing on German spies, German plots, the German threat to American neutrality. Witness accounts that didn't fit this narrative simply disappeared from follow-up stories. I found draft articles in the archives of the New York Tribune that were never published. One reporter had interviewed a Black Tom security guard who claimed to have seen men in police uniforms acting suspicious on the night of the explosion. The article was pulled before publication, replaced with a piece about German espionage networks. Another unpublished draft described mysterious ships seen in the harbour before the explosion, ships that left immediately after the blast without offering assistance to rescue efforts. That story was replaced with speculation about German U-boats. The pattern was clear. Any information that suggested the explosion might have involved American officials or pointed to a more complex conspiracy was systematically removed from public discourse. Within a week, the story had solidified into something clean and simple. Germans bad, Americans victims, war justified. But the most disturbing thing I found wasn't what was published. It was what was buried in the government archives. I spent weeks requesting documents under the Freedom of Information Act. Most were denied or heavily redacted, but I managed to get partial access to files from the Bureau of Investigation, the predecessor to the FBI. What I found there made my blood run cold. Internal memos from August 1916 revealed that federal investigators knew within days that the official story didn't add up. Witness statements contradicted each other. Physical evidence suggested multiple coordinated explosions, not a single sabotage incident, and several witnesses had mentioned seeing American officials in the area before the blast. One memo, dated August 15, 1916, was particularly damning. Recommend suppression of witness statements that implicate domestic parties. German attribution serves national security interests. Case should be closed expeditiously to avoid public panic. The memo was signed by someone whose name was redacted, but the title was visible: Special Assistant to the President. President Woodrow Wilson's administration wasn't just covering up American involvement in Black Tom, they were actively suppressing evidence of it, and they were doing it to manipulate public opinion towards supporting the war. By 1917, when America officially entered World War I, the Black Tom explosion had become a rallying cry. German saboteurs had attacked American soil, damaged an American icon, killed American workers. It was Pearl Harbor before Pearl Harbor, 9/11 before 9/11. Except it wasn't. It was something much worse. An attack carried out with American assistance, covered up by American officials, and used to drag America into a war that made specific American companies incredibly wealthy. The cover-up wasn't just about hiding the truth, it was about weaponizing a lie. Standing on Liberty Island, looking up at the Statue of Liberty's torch, you can see the scars if you know where to look. The official tour guides will tell you that the torch has been closed to public access since 1916 due to structural damage from the Black Tom explosion. They make it sound like a minor inconvenience, a bit of historical trivia. The truth is much more disturbing. I managed to get access to the original engineering reports from 1916, filed by the Army Corps of Engineers immediately after the explosion. What they found was structural damage far beyond what has ever been publicly acknowledged. Shrapnel hadn't just embedded in the copper skin of the torch, it had penetrated deep into the internal framework, compromising the statue's structural integrity. But here's what really caught my attention. The pattern of damage wasn't consistent with a random explosion. The shrapnel strikes were concentrated on specific sections of the torch, almost like someone had aimed the blast to hit particular symbolic targets. The report included detailed photographs that I'd never seen before. Close-ups of the damage showed pieces of metal embedded in the statue's torch arm, but also in her crown and tablet. The inscription on the tablet, July 4, Mdkalaksyski, July 4, 1776, had been partially obliterated by shrapnel. Someone had damaged America's symbol of freedom on the anniversary month of American independence. If that was coincidence, it was a hell of a coincidence. I started researching the conspiracy theories that had grown up around the symbolic nature of the attack. Some claimed the timing and target selection were evidence of ritual occultism, that the explosion had been designed as a symbolic assault on American liberty itself. Others suggested the damage to the torch, a symbol of enlightenment, was meant to represent the extinguishing of American neutrality. Most of these theories were clearly nonsense, but they all shared a common thread: the recognition that the Black Tom explosion had been too precise, too symbolically loaded to be random sabotage. The engineering reports supported this interpretation. According to the technical analysis, the explosions had been carefully calculated to maximize symbolic damage while minimizing structural collapse. If the goal had been simply to destroy the ammunition depot, the charges could have been placed more efficiently. If the goal had been to cause maximum casualties, the timing would have been different. But if the goal had been to create a symbolic wound in America's most iconic monument, something that would remain visible for over a century as a reminder of foreign attack, then the placement and timing were perfect. The Statue of Liberty's torch remains closed to the public today, 107 years later. Every day, thousands of tourists look up at that damaged torch and remember that America has been attacked before. They remember that foreign enemies have struck at our symbols of freedom, But they don't know that the attack might have been an inside job. Standing there on Liberty Island, I found myself wondering about the people who planned this operation. They hadn't just wanted to destroy an ammunition depot or kill dock workers. They had wanted to wound America's soul, to create a permanent reminder of vulnerability and victimization. And they had wanted that wound to be visible from Manhattan forever. My grandfather had worked for Consolidated Maritime Insurance Company from 1965 to 1985. It was a small company that handled specialized marine and industrial policies, mostly for New Jersey businesses. When he retired, they gave him a modest pension and a company watch. When the company was bought out by a larger firm in 1995, most of the old records were supposed to be destroyed. But my grandfather had kept copies of some files. Insurance guys are paranoid about documentation. It's an occupational hazard. And apparently, Consolidated Maritime had inherited some very old files when they bought out Northeastern Mutual Insurance back in 1952. The same Northeastern Mutual that had paid out millions in Black Tom claims. I found my grandfather's old company login credentials in a shoebox, written on a piece of paper along with his social security number and pension account information. The login was for a digital archive system that Consolidated Maritime had set up in the 1990s to digitize their older paper files. I figured the system would be long dead, but insurance companies never throw anything away. The login still worked. What I found in those digital files made everything else look like child's play. Northeastern Mutual hadn't just insured the companies that profited from Black Tom, they had coordinated the whole thing. Internal memos from 1916 laid out the operation in chilling detail. Project Torchlight, target Black Tom Terminal, date July 30th, 1916, objectives 1. Eliminate munitions stockpile preventing competitor access to European markets. 2. Generate insurance payouts to capitalise client war production. 3. Create public sentiment favouring military engagement. There it was, in black and white corporate speak. Black Tom hadn't been sabotage at all. It had been a business plan. The memos outlined how Northeastern Mutual had coordinated with Jersey City Police to provide access to German agents who believed they were conducting legitimate sabotage operations. The Germans thought they were striking a blow against Allied supply lines. They had no idea they were being used as cover for an American corporate conspiracy. German assets have been provided with accurate facility maps and timing schedules. Police cooperation secured through standard municipal influence channels. Anticipated civilian casualties, minimal. Anticipated insurance exposure, $15 to $20 million. Anticipated client profits from war production acceleration, $150 to $200 million over 18 months. They had calculated the death toll. They had weighed American lives against corporate profits and decided the profits were worth it. Other files showed the web of connections that made the operation possible. Northeastern Mutual's board included former government officials, active military officers, and executives from major munitions companies. They hadn't just insured these companies, they had been partners with them. The conspiracy went all the way to Washington. One memo referenced presidential awareness and tacit approval for economic acceleration measures. Wilson himself might not have ordered the Black Tom explosion, but he'd known it was coming and allowed it to happen. But the most disturbing file was dated August 3rd, 1916, the day Samuel Weiser died. It was a brief note from the company's security consultant. Witness situation resolved. River disposal successful. Recommend standard accidental death processing. No further action required. They had murdered Samuel Weiser and documented it in their corporate files like it was just another business expense. As I sat there reading these files, I realised I was looking at evidence of a conspiracy that made Watergate look like a parking ticket. American corporate and government officials had orchestrated a terrorist attack on American soil, used German agents as patsies, murdered witnesses, and used the whole thing as justification for entering a profitable war. And then I realised something else. I was accessing these files through an internet connection. Someone would have logs of my access, digital footprints, timestamps, and IP addresses. If they had killed Samuel Weiser for seeing too much in 1916, what would they do to me for seeing everything in 2023? That's when my laptop froze. The message appeared in the centre of my screen, white text on a black background. You've found enough. Stop digging. I tried to close the browser, restart the computer, pull the power cord, nothing worked. The message just sat there, pulsing slightly, like it was breathing. Then my phone rang. I looked at the screen. Unknown caller. I let it go to voicemail, but it started ringing again immediately. Same caller ID, same insistent tone. On the third call, I answered. Mr. Harrison. The voice was calm, professional, completely emotionless. You've been accessing some very old files tonight. They knew my name. They knew what I'd been doing. They were watching me in real time. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, but my voice cracked. Not exactly convincing. The Northeastern Mutual Archives. Consolidated Maritime Insurance Digital Records. Files related to the Black Tom incident of 1916. You accessed them at 11:47 p.m. using credentials belonging to Robert Harrison, deceased. Your grandfather, I believe. I hung up. The phone rang again immediately. That was rude, the voice said when I answered. Let me explain your situation. You have discovered information that certain parties would prefer to remain private. You have accessed this information through unauthorized means, which makes you criminally liable. You have also, unfortunately for you, triggered several security protocols that notify us when these particular files are viewed. Who is us? I asked. That's not important. What's important is that you understand the gravity of your situation. The Black Tom incident was resolved over a century ago. All parties involved are long deceased. The companies, the government officials, the insurance carriers, all gone. There is no one left to prosecute, no one left to blame, no one left to hold accountable. Except the people covering it up, I said. No, the voice said patiently. There is no cover-up. There is simply institutional continuity. The files you've accessed are maintained for historical completeness, not because anyone intends to act on the information they contain. They are quite literally ancient history. Ancient history that you kill people to protect. Samuel Vasa died in 1916. Anyone who might have ordered his death would be over 150 years old today. Do you see the problem with your conspiracy theory? But I was starting to understand something else. The companies might be gone, but the money isn't. The profits from World War I, the insurance payouts, the connections, all of that got passed down, didn't it? To new companies, new families, new power structures. There was a pause. You're smarter than I hoped you'd be. So what happens now? You kill me too? Mr. Harrison, we live in a different world than Samuel Vasa did. In 1916, a dock worker could simply disappear without anyone asking difficult questions. Today, a young man with a laptop and a social media presence cannot vanish without generating exactly the kind of attention we prefer to avoid. So I'm safe? You're useful. Your grandfather kept copies of files he shouldn't have kept. His login credentials provided access to archives that should have been deleted decades ago. You've helped us identify security vulnerabilities that need to be addressed. For that we're grateful. I could hear typing in the background. However, your usefulness has limits. You will not publish anything about Black Tom Island. You will not share the files you've accessed. You will not discuss this conversation with anyone. You will delete any copies you've made of these documents and return any physical materials you've found to their proper storage. And if I don't, then you'll discover that the methods we used to silence witnesses in 1916 were primitive compared to what we can do today. We don't need to throw you in the Hudson River, Mr. Harrison. We can destroy your credit, your employment, your relationships, your online presence, your entire existence without laying a finger on you. We can make you disappear into poverty and isolation while leaving you perfectly visible and alive. The line went dead. My laptop screen flickered and returned to normal, showing the insurance website I'd been browsing as if nothing had happened. But when I tried to access the Northeastern Mutual files again, I got an error message. Archive not found. They had locked me out. But more than that, they had probably deleted everything. All that evidence, all that proof, gone with a few keystrokes. I sat there in my apartment staring at my laptop screen, trying to process what had just happened. A century-old conspiracy, a corporate terrorist attack, government complicity, murder, cover-ups, and it was all just going to disappear back into the shadows where it had been hiding for over 100 years. But they had made one mistake. They had assumed that grandfather only kept digital copies of the files. I still had the trunk. I still had Samuel Vasa's letter. I still had the insurance ledger with all those numbers and names and connections. The question was, what was I going to do with them? It's been 3 weeks since that phone call. 3 weeks of looking over my shoulder, checking my credit report, watching for signs that they're following through on their threats. So far, nothing. Maybe they think they've scared me enough. Maybe they're waiting to see if I keep my mouth shut. Maybe they're planning something I won't see coming. I keep thinking about Samuel Vader, about what it must have been like for him in those final days. He had seen something he wasn't supposed to see, and he knew they were coming for him. But he wrote that letter anyway. He documented the truth and hid it away, hoping someone would eventually find it and ask the right questions. Someone like me. But here's what really keeps me awake at night. Samuel Vader wasn't the only witness who disappeared. After that phone call, I couldn't stop digging. Call it obsession. Call it stupidity. But I needed to know how deep this thing went. I started researching other people who had been in the area that night, other potential witnesses who might have seen what Vader saw. What I found was a pattern of deaths that stretched far beyond one dock worker. Margaret Flynn, a nurse at the Jersey City Hospital who treated blast victims, died in a gas leak accident in her apartment on August 15th, 1916. She had given interviews to reporters about treating patients with unusual burns that looked more like chemical exposure than explosion injuries. Thomas McKenna, a railroad engineer who claimed to have seen official vehicles leaving Black Tom Island just before the explosion, died when his locomotive mysteriously derailed on August 22nd. The accident report blamed track malformation, but the tracks had been inspected and cleared just hours earlier. Father Giuseppe Toretti, an Italian priest who ran a mission near the waterfront, had been offering shelter to dock workers who were too afraid to return home after the explosion. He wrote in his parish newsletter that several workers had come to him with stories of American officials collaborating with foreign agents. Father Toretti died in his sleep on September the 3rd, officially from a heart attack, though he was only 38 years old and had no history of heart problems. Between August and December 1916, 17 people with direct or indirect connections to the Black Tom explosion died in what the authorities classified as accidents, suicides, or natural causes. 17 people who had either seen something suspicious or had contact with people who claimed to have seen something suspicious. The statistical probability of that many connected deaths occurring by chance is essentially zero. But the most chilling discovery came when I researched the police officers who would have been on duty that night. The Jersey City Police Department roster from July 30th, 1916, listed 12 officers assigned to the Black Tom area. By January 1917, only 4 were still alive. 3 had died in accidents. 2 had committed suicide. 3 had simply disappeared. Their personnel files noted they had abandoned their posts, and warrants were issued for desertion, but they were never found. The 4 survivors all received promotions and commendations for their heroic service during the Black Tom crisis. They went on to have distinguished careers, rising to positions of authority within the department. One became police chief in 1925. The pattern was unmistakable. Anyone who might have contradicted the official story was eliminated. Anyone who supported it was rewarded. The Black Tom explosion wasn't just sabotage. It was a blueprint for how corporate interests, government corruption, and foreign threats could be combined to manipulate American public opinion and justify profitable wars. It was a beta test for the military-industrial complex that would define American foreign policy for the next century. But more than that, it was a demonstration of how completely a democratic society could be controlled if you had enough money, enough influence, and enough willingness to kill your own citizens. Insurance fraud, corporate greed, and hidden hands pushing America into war. These weren't aberrations. They were features. They were how the system was designed to work. And if they silenced 17 witnesses in 1916 to protect that system, what do you think they'll do to me? I've uploaded copies of everything to multiple cloud servers under fake accounts. I've mailed physical copies to journalists, historians, and conspiracy researchers around the country. I've created dead man switches that will automatically publish everything if I don't check in regularly. But I know it probably won't matter. They've had over a century to perfect their methods. They've had over a century to build networks of influence and control that make the 1916 conspiracy look like amateur hour. If they want this story buried, they'll find a way to bury it. And they've already started trying. 2 days after that phone call, I got a letter from the IRS audit notice. Random selection, they claimed. But the timing was suspiciously convenient. Then my credit card company called about unusual activity and froze my accounts pending a fraud investigation. My employer received an anonymous tip that I had been accessing company computers for personal research projects, which led to a formal disciplinary review. Each incident by itself could be coincidence. Together they formed a pattern of pressure designed to make me too busy dealing with bureaucratic nightmares to continue investigating Black Tom. But the real message came when I tried to access my grandfather's house. I drove to Jersey City last weekend, planning to go through the attic more thoroughly. Maybe there were other documents I had missed, other evidence that could corroborate Samuel Weiser's story. But when I got to the house, there was a condemned notice on the front door. According to the city building inspector who posted the notice, the house had structural integrity issues that made it unsafe for occupancy. The foundation was allegedly compromised, the roof was supposedly on the verge of collapse, and the electrical system posed an imminent fire hazard. Funny thing is, I'd been in that house just 3 weeks earlier, and it was perfectly fine, sturdy as the day it was built. But now, according to official city records, it was a death trap that needed to be demolished immediately. The demolition was scheduled for the following Monday, 72 hours from the time I received the notice. I called the building inspector's office trying to get more information about the inspection process, the specific problems they had identified, anything that might explain the sudden urgency. But the inspector who had signed the notice was unavailable, and his supervisor was in meetings all day. What I did learn, through some creative phone calls to neighbours, was that men in suits had been going door to door in the neighbourhood, asking about the old Harrison place, and whether anyone had seen suspicious activity around the property recently. They claimed to be federal investigators looking into potential environmental hazards, but they wouldn't show identification, and they left no business cards. The neighbours were scared. One elderly woman told me that the men had made it clear that asking too many questions about their investigation would not be in her best interests. I realised then that they weren't just trying to silence me. They were trying to eliminate all physical evidence of what I had discovered. The trunk, the documents, anything that might corroborate my story was about to be buried under a pile of rubble. So I did something stupid. I broke into my own grandfather's house. The structural integrity issues were bullshit, of course. The house was solid as a rock. But what I found in the attic made my blood run cold. The trunk was gone. Not just moved or damaged, completely gone, along with everything it had contained. Samuel Weiser's letter, the insurance ledger, the burned papers, all of it. In place of the trunk, there was a neat pile of ash on the attic floor, as if someone had burned everything and carefully swept up the remains. But they had missed something. Hidden behind a loose floorboard, I found another document, one I hadn't discovered during my first visit. It was a carbon copy of Samuel Weiser's letter, written in the same handwriting but addressed to someone different. Father Toretti, it began, if something happens to me, please make sure this information reaches the right people. This was Weiser's insurance policy. He had made copies of his account and hidden them with different people, hoping that even if they found and destroyed one version, another might survive. The letter to Father Toretti was identical to the one I had found in the trunk, but it included an additional paragraph at the end. They know I saw them. 2 of the police officers came by my boarding house yesterday, asking questions about my work schedule, my family, whether I'd been talking to reporters. They were friendly enough, but there was something in their eyes that made my skin crawl. I've decided to leave Jersey City for a while, maybe visit my cousin in Philadelphia until this all blows over. If you're reading this, it means I never made it to the train station. Samuel Weiser had known they were coming for him. He had tried to run, and they had caught him anyway. But more importantly, he had trusted Father Toretti with a copy of his story. The same Father Toretti who had died of a heart attack just a few weeks later. Still, I had to try. Samuel Weiser died trying to tell this story. Father Toretti died trying to protect it. The least I can do is risk my comfortable middle-class existence to tell it properly. Because the thing is, Black Tom wasn't a one-time event. It was a proof of concept. If If you know what to look for, you can see the same patterns repeating throughout American history. Convenient attacks that justify profitable wars, corporate interests aligned with government policy, witnesses who disappear or discredit themselves. The methods get more sophisticated, but the fundamental approach remains the same: create a crisis, control the narrative, profit from the solution. How many other foreign attacks on American soil have actually been domestic operations? How many other Samuel Visas have been silenced before they could tell their stories? How many other trunks full of evidence are sitting in American attics, waiting for curious grandchildren to find them? I don't know if anyone will believe this story. I don't know if anyone will care enough to dig deeper. I don't know if I'll be around to find out. But I know this. The people who orchestrated the Black Tom explosion, who murdered Samuel Visa, who have spent over a century protecting this secret, they're still out there. Maybe not the same individuals, but the same institutions, the same networks, the same fundamental corruption. And they're still... The recording cuts off abruptly. The file is timestamped 3:17 a.m., November 15th, 2023. No further recordings have been found. What if I told you that buried beneath the frozen wastelands of Alaska lies something that could change everything we know about human history? Something that's not ancient at all, but very much alive. Tonight's story comes from a request by Matul Patel 9283. Thank you for this incredible suggestion. If you have ideas for future stories, please leave them in the comments below. And if you enjoy these tales that blur the line between fact and fiction, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more mysterious stories that will keep you wondering. My name doesn't matter for this story. What matters is what I found beneath 200 feet of Alaskan permafrost, and why the government wants me to forget it ever existed. I'm a civil engineer, nothing glamorous about it. I measure soil density, calculate load-bearing capacities, and make sure buildings don't sink into the ground. For 15 years, I've worked contracts across the country, from Florida swamplands to Nevada deserts. Alaska was supposed to be just another job. The US Army Corps of Engineers hired me in March 2023 to survey land stability for a proposed pipeline route. Nothing unusual there. Energy companies are always looking to move oil from point A to point B, and they need someone to tell them their pipes won't crack when the ground shifts. The pay was good, the timeline was reasonable, and I needed the work. The assignment took me to a stretch of wilderness about 60 miles northwest of Fairbanks. On paper, it looked simple: a 3-month survey of geological stability across a 40-mile corridor. I'd use ground-penetrating radar, seismographs and core samples to map what lay beneath the surface. Standard procedure. I should have known something was off when they gave me a satellite phone with specific instructions to check in every 12 hours. Weather can change fast up there, the project coordinator explained. We need to know you're alive. But Alaska's a dangerous place. People disappear into the wilderness all the time. It seemed reasonable. I flew into Fairbanks on a Tuesday in April, rented a heavy-duty pickup truck and loaded it with equipment. The drive to my assigned sector took 3 hours on increasingly rough roads. The last 20 miles were barely more than frozen tyre tracks cutting through endless stands of black spruce and birch. When I finally reached my starting coordinates, the silence was absolute. No wind, no animals, no aircraft overhead. Just me, my equipment, and thousands of square miles of nothing. That's when the work began, and that's when everything I thought I knew about the world started to unravel. The first week went exactly as planned. I established a base camp with a generator-powered trailer and methodically began surveying the proposed pipeline route. The ground-penetrating radar showed typical permafrost patterns, layers of ice and soil that had been frozen for millennia. My seismograph readings were clean, showing the kind of stable bedrock that pipeline engineers love to see. Core samples revealed nothing unusual: standard Arctic soil composition with good load-bearing characteristics. I was making excellent progress. Then, on day 8, something changed. I was setting up the radar array for the morning survey when I noticed interference patterns on my display. Instead of the usual chaotic scattering that indicates rock and soil, I was seeing geometric shapes. At first I assumed it was equipment malfunction, Electronic devices can act strangely in extreme cold, and I'd been pushing my gear hard. I recalibrated the radar, replaced cables, and ran diagnostic tests. Everything checked out perfectly, but the shapes remained straight lines, perfect 90-degree angles, and beneath everything a massive triangular form with sides that extended beyond my radar's maximum penetration depth of 200 feet. I switched to the seismograph, thinking maybe sound waves would give me different data. I set off small explosive charges and measured how the shock waves travelled through the ground. Standard geological surveying technique. The results made no sense. Sound waves were reflecting off something solid and geometrically perfect about 150 feet down. The reflection pattern showed clean edges, flat surfaces, and precise angles. In nature, you don't find precise angles. Rivers meander, mountains erode into curves, and rock formations crack in random patterns. This was something else entirely. I spent the rest of that day running every test I could think of. Different frequencies, multiple angles, overlapping surveys. Every single measurement confirmed the same impossible truth. There was a massive pyramid buried beneath the permafrost, and it was huge. My calculation suggested sides at least 800 feet long, significantly larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. The depth readings indicated it was sitting on bedrock, which meant it had been built on the surface and then buried by millions of years of geological processes. Except that made no sense either. Alaska's geological history doesn't include ancient civilizations capable of megalithic construction. The entire region was under glacial ice, until relatively recently in geological terms. I sat in my trailer that night staring at the printouts and digital displays, trying to find any explanation that didn't challenge everything I understood about engineering and archaeology. Maybe it was a natural formation that just happened to look geometric. Maybe my instruments were picking up interference from buried metal or deposits. Maybe the extreme cold was affecting my equipment in ways I didn't understand. But deep down I knew I was looking at something artificial, something that had been deliberately constructed and then hidden beneath the ice. The question was, who built it, and why? I needed supplies, and more importantly, I needed to talk to someone who knew the area's history. The nearest settlement was a village called Yukon Crossing, population 127 according to the road sign. It was a 40-minute drive south on a road that tested every shock absorber in my truck. Yukon Crossing looked like a lot of rural Alaskan towns, a handful of weathered buildings clustered around a general store and a combination post office-gas station. Most of the residents lived in trailer homes or log cabins scattered among the trees. Smoke rose from chimneys in thin grey columns against the bright spring sky. The general store served as the unofficial community centre. Inside, I found an elderly native Alaskan man named Joseph Kaltag behind the counter, selling everything from canned goods to ammunition to fishing gear. He looked like he'd been running the place for decades. "You're the pipeline engineer," he said before I could introduce myself. It wasn't a question. "Word travels fast," I replied. "Not much happens around here." He rang up my purchases: batteries, fuel canisters, and enough food to last another week. "You working up in the Forbidden Valley?" I looked up from counting cash. Forbidden Valley? Joseph's weathered face remained expressionless, but I caught something in his eyes. Concern, maybe, or warning. That's what my grandfather called it. Said the spirits there were angry, animals won't go near it, and hunters who get too close. He shrugged. "Their compasses don't work right." "Magnetic interference," I said automatically. "Probably iron ore deposits in the bedrock. Maybe," he handed me my change, "or maybe some things are better left buried." I was loading supplies into my truck when a younger native woman approached. She introduced herself as Marie Kaltag, Joseph's granddaughter, and a pilot who flew supply runs to remote camps throughout the region. "I heard you talking to Grandpa," she said, "about the valley where you're working." He mentioned compass problems. Marie glanced around to make sure no one was listening. "It's more than that. I've flown over that area maybe 50 times in the last 10 years. My instruments go crazy. GPS cuts out. Radio gets static. Engine RPMs fluctuate." "Electromagnetic interference," I suggested. That's what I thought too. but 3 years ago I was flying a supply run to a hunting camp about 20 miles north of your work site. Clear day, perfect visibility. I was following the river when my GPS started spinning. Compass needle was rotating like a clock hand. She paused, clearly uncomfortable with the memory. I looked down to try to navigate by landmarks, and I saw something that shouldn't have been there. Lines in the snow, geometric patterns like someone had carved designs into the landscape. They were huge, maybe a mile across and perfectly symmetrical. Could have been natural formations, wind patterns, erosion channels. Marie shook her head. I've been flying over Alaska my whole life. I know what natural looks like. This was artificial. And when I flew back over the same area a week later, the lines were gone, covered by fresh snow. I thanked her for the information and headed back to camp, but I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Geometric patterns in the snow, electromagnetic interference, compasses spinning wildly. It all pointed to the same conclusion I was trying to avoid. Something beneath the permafrost was actively affecting the environment around it. That night, I reviewed my survey data again, looking for any detail I might have missed. The pyramid structure was consistent across all my measurements, but there was something else. Subtle variations in the electromagnetic readings that suggested complex internal architecture. Whatever was down there, it wasn't just a solid mass of stone. It had chambers, passages, and what looked like intricate internal mechanisms. And according to my instruments, some of those mechanisms were drawing electrical current. I woke up on day 12 to the sound of helicopter rotors. From my trailer window I could see a Black Hawk settling onto a flat area about 200 yards from my camp. No military markings, but the aircraft had the unmistakable look of government hardware. 3 men in winter camouflage climbed out as the rotors spun down. They walked directly to my trailer with the confident stride of people who expected cooperation. The leader was a tall man with close-cropped hair and reflective sunglasses. His companions looked like soldiers trying to dress like civilians, too alert, too fit, and carrying themselves like they had weapons hidden under their jackets. "Mr. Harrison," the leader said, reading my name from a tablet. "I'm Agent Collins, Department of Homeland Security. We need to discuss your recent survey findings." I stepped outside, keeping my expression neutral. I wasn't aware DHS had jurisdiction over pipeline surveys. "We have jurisdiction over potential national security threats." Collins gestured toward my equipment array. "Your seismic activity has been flagged by our monitoring systems. We need to examine your data and confiscate any materials related to subsurface anomalies." "What subsurface anomalies?" Collins removed his sunglasses, revealing pale blue eyes that seemed to look right through me. "Mr. Harrison, we know exactly what you found down there. The question is whether you're going to cooperate voluntarily or make this difficult." I had 2 choices: hand over my data willingly or watch them take it by force. Either way, they were getting what they wanted. "The hard drives are in the trailer," I said. One of Collins' men immediately headed inside while the other began disconnecting my external monitoring equipment. They worked with practiced efficiency, clearly familiar with this type of confiscation. "How long have you known it was there?" I asked. Collins was quiet for a long moment, apparently deciding how much to tell me. "The structure first appeared on our deep scanning systems in 1992. We've been monitoring it ever since." "Appeared? You mean you discovered it in 1992? "No, Mr. Harrison. I mean it appeared in 1992. Prior to that date, our scans showed normal bedrock composition. Then something changed." The man emerging from my trailer handed Collins a bag containing my hard drives and backup storage devices. They had also taken my printed survey maps and handwritten notes. 1992, I said, thinking out loud. That's when China conducted their largest underground nuclear test. Collins' expression didn't change, but I caught a flicker of something. Surprise, maybe, that I'd made that connection. "The Lopner test was 3,800 miles away," he said. "There's no possible connection." But his tone suggested otherwise, and I remembered something from my geological studies. Seismic waves from large underground explosions can travel through the Earth's crust and trigger responses in sensitive areas thousands of miles away. What if the Chinese nuclear test had somehow activated whatever was buried beneath the Alaskan permafrost? "You're being reassigned," Collins continued, handing me an official-looking document. Your contract has been terminated due to unforeseeable circumstances. A helicopter will arrive tomorrow morning to transport you back to Fairbanks. What about my equipment? It's been contaminated by proximity to hazardous materials. Standard decontamination procedures require disposal. That was obviously a lie. There were no hazardous materials in the area. I'd have detected them during my survey. They were confiscating everything because they didn't want me to have any physical evidence of what I'd found. One more thing, Collins said as his team prepared to leave. You'll be required to sign a non-disclosure agreement before returning to civilian areas. The penalty for violating that agreement is 10 years in federal prison. They climbed back into their helicopter and lifted off, leaving me alone with my suddenly empty trailer and a growing certainty that I'd stumbled into something much bigger than a pipeline survey. But I still had one advantage. They thought they'd taken all my data. They were wrong. I've always been paranoid about data backup. Too many years of watching hard drives crash and taking blame for lost survey information. So I keep a small handheld GPS unit with built-in memory storage that automatically logs all my location coordinates and instrument readings. Collins and his team had missed it because it was clipped to my belt, looked like standard hiking gear, and wasn't connected to my main computer systems. That night I reviewed the stored data on the device's tiny screen. Everything was there. Coordinates, depth readings, electromagnetic measurements, and seismic mapping data. Enough information to prove that something massive and artificial was buried beneath the permafrost. But proof wasn't enough. I needed to understand what it was and why the government was so determined to keep it secret. I made a decision that probably should have gotten me killed. I was going back to the site for one final investigation. The helicopter pickup was scheduled for 8 a.m, which gave me about 6 hours of darkness to work with. I loaded basic equipment into my backpack. The handheld GPS, the digital camera, a small electromagnetic field detector, and a battery-powered radio, and hiked back to the survey area. The night was clear and bitterly cold. My breath formed ice crystals that seemed to hang in the air, and the snow crunched under my boots with sounds like breaking glass. Above me, the aurora borealis painted green curtains across the star-filled sky. I reached the coordinates where my instruments had detected the pyramid's apex. According to my calculations, I was standing directly above the structure's highest point, about 120 feet below my boots. The handheld detector immediately started showing readings. Electromagnetic activity was significantly higher than background levels, and it seemed to be increasing. The device's small screen showed wave patterns that looked almost like a heartbeat, regular pulses of energy rising and falling in consistent cycles. I took photos of the instrument readings and recorded GPS coordinates, building a digital record that I could hopefully smuggle out of Alaska. But as I worked, something strange began happening. The aurora overhead was changing. Instead of the usual flowing curtains of light, it was forming geometric patterns, straight lines and angular shapes that mirrored the underground structure. It was as if the buried pyramid was somehow influencing the electromagnetic phenomena in the upper atmosphere. That's when I felt the vibration. It started as a barely perceptible tremor in the ground, like the feeling of a distant freight train. But it quickly intensified until I could feel it in my bones, a deep, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to synchronize with the electromagnetic readings on my detector. The device's screen was flashing warnings. Energy levels were spiking far beyond anything I'd measured during my official survey. Whatever was buried down there was waking up. I started backing away from the site, but before I could get more than 50 yards, everything electronic I carried died simultaneously. The GPS unit, the detector, my digital camera, even my LED flashlight, all dead, as if something had delivered a massive electromagnetic pulse. Above me, the aurora was blazing brighter than I'd ever seen, forming complex geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. The air itself seemed to be humming with energy, and I could feel static electricity building up on my clothing and exposed skin. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The aurora faded back to normal patterns. The ground vibration ceased. The electrical sensation disappeared. I was left standing in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness in complete darkness, holding a handful of dead electronics. I stumbled back toward camp using starlight for navigation, reaching my trailer just before dawn. When I tried to start my truck, the engine turned over immediately. Apparently whatever had killed my handheld electronics hadn't affected the vehicle's more robust electrical system. But I knew what I had experienced wasn't natural. The buried pyramid wasn't just an ancient artifact or geological formation. It was some kind of active installation that could influence electromagnetic fields across a wide area. The question was, what was its purpose? The helicopter arrived exactly at 8 a.m, piloted by a civilian contractor who seemed unaware that he was participating in a government cover-up. During the flight back to Fairbanks, I signed the non-disclosure agreement Collins had mentioned, legally binding myself to remain silent about my discoveries. But signing the paper didn't erase my memory, and it didn't eliminate the data I'd managed to keep hidden. I flew back to Seattle that afternoon and spent the next 2 weeks trying to return to normal life. I updated my resume, contacted potential clients, and attempted to focus on finding my next engineering contract. But I couldn't stop thinking about what lay buried beneath the Alaskan permafrost. Late one night, unable to sleep, I sat down with my laptop and started researching everything I could find about electromagnetic anomalies, underground structures, and the 1992 Chinese nuclear test that Agent Collins had mentioned. What I discovered changed everything. The Chinese test, conducted at the Lop Nür facility on May 21, 1992, was indeed one of the largest underground nuclear explosions ever detonated. The blast was so powerful that seismic monitoring stations around the world recorded the shockwaves as they travelled through the Earth's crust. But that wasn't the interesting part. I found archived scientific papers describing unusual electromagnetic phenomena that occurred globally in the days following the test. Radio disruptions, satellite communication failures, and compass anomalies were reported from locations thousands of miles away from the blast site. Most significantly, several research stations in Alaska reported sudden spikes in local electromagnetic activity, beginning approximately 6 hours after the Chinese detonation. Exactly the amount of time it would take seismic waves to travel through the Earth's crust from Lop Nür to Alaska. I cross-referenced these reports with geological surveys of the Alaskan region and found something that made my blood run cold. Every single electromagnetic anomaly had been reported from locations within a 50-mile radius of my survey site. Whatever was buried there had indeed been activated by the Chinese nuclear test, just as Collins had implied, but the implications went far beyond a simple cause-and-effect relationship. I started plotting the locations of other reported anomalies on a world map, looking for patterns. What I found was a global network of similar sites, places where electromagnetic activity had spiked following major seismic events, underground installations that seemed to respond to specific triggers. The more I researched, the more convinced I became that the Alaskan pyramid wasn't unique. It was part of a worldwide system of buried structures, all apparently designed to respond to geological disturbances, but designed by whom, and for what purpose? I thought back to the night I'd witnessed the energy pulse, remembering how the aurora borealis had formed geometric patterns directly above the burial site. Aurora phenomena are caused by charged particles from the sun interacting with Earth's magnetic field. If the underground structure could influence those interactions, it was essentially broadcasting energy into space. What if the buried pyramids weren't ancient monuments at all? What if they were communication devices, a global network designed to transmit signals to somewhere far beyond Earth? The possibility was terrifying and fascinating in equal measure. If I was right, then humanity shared the planet with technology that predated our entire civilization by potentially millions of years. Technology that was still active, still responding to triggers, still sending messages to unknown recipients. I spent weeks researching similar sites around the world, building a database of locations where unusual electromagnetic phenomena had been reported following major seismic events. The pattern that emerged was undeniable, a global network of transmission stations, all apparently activated by disturbances in the Earth's crust. But before I could take my research any further, I received a letter that ended my investigation permanently. The letter arrived exactly 1 month after my return from Alaska. It was delivered by certified mail to my apartment address, though I hadn't given that information to anyone connected with the pipeline project. The return address showed only Department of Interior Special Projects Division, with a Washington, D.C. postal box number. Inside was a single page of official letterhead containing a brief message. Mr. Harrison, this communication serves as final notice regarding your terminated contract with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, project classification, Black Ice. Subsequent to your departure from the survey area, additional geological analysis has determined that the subsurface structure you detected is not archaeological in nature. The structure is an active installation of unknown origin that poses potential risks to national security. Any attempt to publicise information related to this discovery will result in immediate prosecution under the Espionage Act of 1917. Your signed non-disclosure agreement remains in full effect indefinitely. The installation you discovered is not a relic. It is a machine. Do not pursue further inquiry. Sincerely, Director, Special Projects Division. I read the letter 3 times before the full implication sank in. They weren't denying what I'd found. They were confirming it. The underground structure was artificial. It was active. And the government had known about it for over 30 years without understanding what it was or who had built it. But the most chilling aspect was the letter's final warning. It is a machine, not a monument, not an archaeological site, not a natural formation. A machine. I thought about the energy pulse I'd witnessed, the geometric patterns in the aurora, the electromagnetic signals that seemed to respond to seismic events around the world. If the buried pyramid was indeed a machine, then its purpose was clear. It was designed to detect and respond to geological disturbances by transmitting signals into space. The question remained, signals to whom? I locked the letter in a safety deposit box along with copies of all my survey data and research findings. If something happened to me, at least there would be evidence that the discovery had been made. But I never published my findings. I never contacted journalists or researchers or anyone else who might be interested in the truth about what lay beneath the Alaskan permafrost, because I realised that some knowledge carries a price too high to pay. If there really was a global network of alien communication devices buried beneath our feet, broadcasting our planet's geological status to unknown recipients in space, then humanity was living on borrowed time. We were tenants on a world that belonged to someone else, someone who had installed monitoring equipment long before our species existed. The machines weren't dormant relics of an ancient civilization. They were active components of a surveillance system that was still operational after millions of years. And every earthquake, every volcanic eruption, every nuclear test was sending updates to whoever had built them. I returned to my normal life as a civil engineer, taking contracts that kept me far from Alaska and far from any situation that might uncover similar installations. I told myself that ignorance was safer than knowledge, that some secrets were better left buried. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that machine humming beneath the permafrost. I wonder if it's still transmitting. I wonder who's listening. And I wonder what they plan to do when they decide we've learned too much about the world we think we own. For 6 months, I managed to convince myself that forgetting was possible. I took contracts in familiar territories, building inspections in suburban developments, soil analysis for shopping mall construction, routine work that involved nothing more mysterious than concrete and rebar. Then the dream started. At first they were just fragments, flashes of geometric light, the sound of deep humming that seemed to vibrate through my bones, the sensation of standing on solid ground while everything around me pulsed with invisible energy. I'd wake up with my heart racing and a metallic taste in my mouth as if I'd been breathing electrified air. But the dreams became more vivid as weeks passed. I began seeing the pyramid not from above, as I had during my survey, but from within. Vast chambers carved from black stone that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. Corridors that stretched beyond the reach of any illumination, filled with the constant sound of machinery that had been running for millennia. In these dreams, I wasn't alone. Shadowy figures moved through the passages, tall, elongated forms that seemed more like geometric projections than living beings. They moved with purpose, tending to controls and displays that covered the walls in intricate patterns of light and symbol. The most disturbing part was that they seemed aware of me. In the dreams, they would pause their activities and turn toward me with attention that felt like cold judgment. Without faces I could recognize, without voices I could understand, they somehow communicated a single clear message. I had seen something I wasn't meant to see. I consulted a sleep specialist, thinking the dreams were delayed stress responses from my time in Alaska. She prescribed medication that helped me fall asleep but didn't stop the visions. If anything, the drugs made them more intense, more real, more impossible to dismiss as products of an overwrought imagination. It was during one of these medicated dreams that I saw something new, a global map covered in points of light, each one marking a location where similar pyramids lay buried. The network stretched across every continent, even beneath the ocean floors, hundreds of installation sites, all connected by lines of energy that pulsed in synchronized patterns. I woke from that dream with absolute certainty that I was seeing something real. The buried machines weren't isolated installations. They were nodes in a planetary communication grid that spanned the entire world. 3 days later, I made a decision that changed everything. I started investigating again. Using the global locations from my dreams as starting points, I began researching electromagnetic anomalies and unexplained phenomena at similar sites around the world. What I found was a pattern so consistent it couldn't be coincidental. Every location where I'd dreamed of seeing a pyramid corresponded to a place where unusual events had been reported. The Nazca lines in Peru, built over an area where aircraft instruments malfunctioned regularly. The underwater structures near Bimini in the Bahamas, where submarines had reported mechanical failures and compass deviations. The Giza Plateau in Egypt, where modern surveys had detected massive voids beneath the known pyramids. Each site shared common characteristics: electromagnetic interference, geometric precision in ancient or unexplained structures, and a history of covering up or dismissing scientific findings that couldn't be easily explained. But the most significant pattern was temporal. Every site had experienced increased activity following major seismic events, exactly like the Alaskan installation after the 1992 Chinese nuclear test. I compiled a database of seismic events and electromagnetic anomalies dating back 50 years. The correlation was undeniable. Large earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and underground nuclear tests consistently triggered responses from specific locations around the globe. The buried machines weren't just monitoring geological activity, they were responding to it, broadcasting information about Earth's internal dynamics to receivers beyond our planet. I was building a case for the existence of a global alien surveillance network when I made a discovery that terrified me more than anything I'd found so far. The activity was increasing. According to my research, electromagnetic anomalies at these sites had been relatively stable for decades, showing only minor fluctuations in response to major geological events. But starting in 2020, the baseline activity levels had begun rising at all locations simultaneously. Something was changing. The network was becoming more active, more responsive, more awake. I plotted the activity increases on a timeline and noticed they correlated with something unexpected. The global increase in seismic activity over the past few years. More earthquakes, more volcanic eruptions, more geological instability than had been recorded in previous decades. What if the relationship wasn't cause and effect? What if the buried machines weren't just monitoring geological activity? What if they were causing it? The possibility was so disturbing I initially dismissed it as paranoid speculation. But the more I studied the data, the more compelling the evidence became. The timing was too precise, the correlations too consistent. If I was right, then humanity was living on a planet where alien technology was actively destabilizing the geological systems that supported all life on Earth. But why? What possible purpose could be served by triggering earthquakes and volcanic eruptions? The answer came to me during another dream, but this time I was prepared. I had set up a digital recorder beside my bed, hoping to capture any words or sounds I might make while experiencing the visions. What I heard when I played back the recording the next morning was my own voice, but speaking words I didn't remember saying: stress testing, planetary stability assessment, structural analysis phase approaching completion. I'd somehow been speaking in the technical language of engineering, describing the geological chaos as if it were a planned evaluation of the planet's physical integrity. The machines weren't trying to destroy Earth, they were testing it. Over the following weeks, I dove deeper into geological data, looking for patterns that might support my terrifying hypothesis. What I found convinced me that the buried network was conducting a systematic analysis of Earth's structural stability. Seismic events weren't random, they were following a pattern. Stress points in tectonic plates were being tested in sequence, as if something was methodically evaluating how much pressure the planet's crust could withstand before catastrophic failure. The 2011 Japanese earthquake and tsunami, the 2010 Haiti earthquake, the increasing volcanic activity in Indonesia, Italy and Iceland, the unprecedented earthquake swarms in places like Oklahoma and Arkansas. All of these events clustered around locations where I'd identified buried installations. I created detailed models showing how the network might be triggering these events through focused electromagnetic pulses directed at specific geological fault lines. The technology required would be far beyond human capabilities, but for a civilization that could build planet-spanning monitoring networks, it would be routine engineering. But the most chilling aspect of my research was the timeline. If the current rate of geological testing continued, the network would have evaluated every major tectonic system on Earth within the next 5 to 10 years. What would happen when the testing phase was complete? I spent sleepless nights imagining scenarios, planetary mining operations that required clearing the surface of inconvenient biological life, terraforming projects that would remake Earth's atmosphere and geology, or simple property reclamation by the network's builders returning to a world they had left unattended for millennia. None of the possibilities included a future for human civilization. It was during this period of growing despair that I received an unexpected contact that changed everything once again. The email appeared in my inbox on a Tuesday morning with a subject line that made my blood freeze. Alaskan survey data, classification black ice. The sender's address was scrambled text that looked like a random string of characters, clearly routed through multiple encryption services to hide its origin. But the message content was brief and specific. Mr. Harrison, we know what you've discovered about the global network. Your research parallels investigations conducted by others who have encountered similar installations. A meeting has been arranged. Be at the Starbucks on Pine Street in downtown Seattle tomorrow at 3 p.m. Come alone. Bring your data. You're not the only one who has seen the machines. The message included no signature, but attached to it was a single photograph that made my hands shake. An image of my own survey equipment at the Alaskan site, taken from an angle that suggested the photographer had been watching my investigation from a significant distance. Someone had been monitoring me during my time in Alaska, someone who wasn't part of Agent Collins' government team. I spent the entire night debating whether to attend the meeting. It could be a trap, government agents trying to identify how much I knew and what evidence I still possessed. Or it could be exactly what it claimed, contact with others who had discovered the truth about the buried network. In the end, curiosity won over caution. I needed to know if I was really alone in this knowledge, or if there were others working to understand the threat humanity was facing. The Starbucks was crowded with the usual mix of students, business people and remote workers when I arrived at exactly 3 p.m. I ordered coffee and found a table near the back, trying to identify anyone who might be waiting for me. At 3:15, a woman in her 50s approached my table. She had greying hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, wore field clothing that suggested outdoor work, and carried herself with the confident posture of someone accustomed to physical challenges. "Mr. Harrison," she extended her hand. "I'm Catherine Webb. I think we need to talk." She sat down across from me and immediately began speaking in low, urgent tones. "I'm a marine archaeologist. 3 years ago, I was leading a deep-sea survey off the coast of Bermuda, when my team discovered an underwater structure that shouldn't exist. Geometric, massive, and actively generating electromagnetic fields that interfered with our equipment. She opened a tablet and showed me sonar images that looked remarkably similar to my ground-penetrating radar data from Alaska. A pyramid-shaped structure, perfectly symmetrical, sitting on the ocean floor at a depth of nearly a mile. When we tried to publish our findings, the research was classified and our funding was terminated. Sound familiar? I nodded, unable to speak. Catherine continued, but I kept investigating privately. I found evidence of at least 12 similar installations in deep ocean locations around the world. All of them show the same characteristics: geometric precision, electromagnetic activity, and apparent activation following seismic events. She showed me more images: underwater structures near Japan, the Mediterranean, the mid-Atlantic ridge. Each one was clearly artificial, clearly ancient, and clearly active. There are others, she said. A geologist in Australia who found similar structures in the outback. An archaeologist in Egypt who discovered chambers beneath the Sphinx that contain technology that shouldn't exist. A seismologist in Chile who documented electromagnetic pulses preceding earthquake activity. How many others? We've identified 17 researchers worldwide who have encountered installations or phenomena that appear to be part of the same network. Most have been silenced through official pressure, funding cuts, or career destruction. A few have simply disappeared. Catherine leaned closer, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. But some of us have continued working in secret. We've been sharing data, building a comprehensive picture of what we're dealing with. And what are we dealing with? A global surveillance and control system that's been operating for thousands of years, possibly millions. The installations aren't just monitoring Earth, they're managing it, controlling geological processes, atmospheric composition, even biological evolution through environmental manipulation. The implications hit me like a physical blow. We're not alone on this planet. We never have been. The question is whether humanity developed naturally, or whether we're the result of controlled biological development guided by whoever built the network. Catherine showed me more data, archaeological evidence of genetic bottlenecks in human evolution that corresponded to periods of unusual geological activity, atmospheric changes that seemed to follow patterns rather than random climate variation, even extinction events that appeared to have been artificially triggered. The network has been shaping Earth's development for millions of years, she said. Every mass extinction, every ice age, every major evolutionary leap has been guided by the installations. But why? What's the purpose? Catherine's expression was grim. We think Earth is being prepared for something. The stress testing you've documented, the increasing seismic activity, the atmospheric changes, it all points to final preparations for some kind of major transition. Transition to what? We don't know, but based on the escalating activity levels, we estimate it will begin within the next few years. She handed me a secure phone with an encrypted communication app. If you want to help us understand what we're facing, this will put you in contact with the others. We're working to decode transmissions from the installations to map the complete network, and to find some way to predict what's coming. What if we can't stop it? Catherine was quiet for a long moment. Then at least humanity will know the truth before the end. Over the following months, I became part of an underground network of researchers from around the world. Using encrypted communications and careful operational security, we shared data, theories, and discoveries about the installations that had consumed our professional lives. What emerged from our collective research was a picture of Earth that challenged everything humanity believed about our planet and our place in the universe. The installation network was vast. Over 300 confirmed sites across all continents and ocean floors. Each site contained structures of identical design but varying scale, all built from materials that didn't match any known geological formations. The construction showed evidence of technology far beyond human capabilities, with precision that exceeded our best modern engineering. But the most significant discovery came from Dr. Yuki Tanaka, a linguist and cryptographer in Japan who'd been analysing electromagnetic transmissions intercepted from the installations. The transmissions weren't random energy pulses, they were coded communications in a mathematical language that described Earth's physical and biological status in incredible detail. Real-time reports on atmospheric composition, geological stability, ocean chemistry, magnetic field fluctuations and biological diversity levels. More disturbing were the projections embedded in the transmissions. Mathematical models showing how Earth systems would respond to various environmental stresses, including massive geological disruptions, atmospheric changes and population adjustments. The network was continuously updating these models based on data from the stress testing we documented. Each earthquake, each volcanic eruption, each environmental change provided new information that refined the projections, and all of the models pointed to the same conclusion: a massive intervention scheduled to begin when current biological systems reached predetermined stress thresholds. We were approaching those thresholds rapidly. Climate change, resource depletion, ecological collapse, and social instability were all being monitored by the network. But rather than random consequences of human activity, they appeared to be planned phases in a managed transition process. Humanity hadn't created the environmental crisis. We were living through the final stages of a controlled experiment that had been running for thousands of years. The realization was overwhelming. Every environmental disaster, every resource shortage, every social conflict was part of a planned sequence designed to bring Earth's biological systems to a specific end state. But what would replace them? The answer came from an unexpected source: my dreams. As I became more deeply involved with the research network, my nighttime visions became more detailed and informative. I was seeing not just the installations, but the purpose they served. The geometric beings I encountered in the dreams weren't aliens. They were artificial intelligences, created by the network's builders to manage Earth's transition through automated systems. The real builders were gone, had been gone for millions of years, but they had left behind a planetary management system designed to prepare Earth for their eventual return. The stress testing, the environmental manipulation, the biological management, it was all preparation for recolonization by a species that had left Earth eons ago and was now ready to reclaim it. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that machine humming beneath the permafrost. I wonder if it's still transmitting. I wonder who's listening. And I wonder what they plan to do when they decide we've learned too much about the world we think we own. Because now I know the truth. We are temporary occupants of a world that has always belonged to someone else. The installations beneath our feet are counting down to a transition that will remake Earth according to specifications we cannot understand for purposes we cannot imagine. The truth is out there, buried beneath the ice in places like Alaska, waiting for the next contractor or surveyor or accidental discoverer to stumble across it. When that happens, and it will happen eventually, I hope they're wiser than I was. I hope they don't go back for one final look in the darkness, because some machines are better left undisturbed, and some signals are better left unsent. But the signals are being sent anyway, carrying reports of a planet ready for reclamation by its original inhabitants. The countdown has begun, and we are running out of time to understand what we're facing, or to find a way to survive what's coming. A special thanks to Unanimous 369 for this incredible video suggestion. If you have story ideas you'd like to see brought to life, drop them in the comments below along with your time and location as you listen. And if you're enjoying these tales that blur the line between science and the unknown, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that will keep you wondering long into the night. Some discoveries aren't meant to be made, some truths are buried not because they're false, but because they're too real, too immediate, too threatening to everything we thought we knew about our place in the universe. What I'm about to tell you happened 6 months ago, but it feels like a lifetime. Every night since then, I've looked up at the moon differently. Not as Earth's faithful companion, but as something else entirely. Something that's been watching us far longer than we've been watching it. The funny thing about working nights is how alone you become with your thoughts. When the rest of the world sleeps, reality becomes more malleable, more open to possibilities that daylight would dismiss. Maybe that's why I was the one to hear it first, or maybe it chose me. I'm still not sure which possibility terrifies me more. The Deep Space Communications Array sits on a mesa in New Mexico like a metallic flower turned skyward, its massive dish perpetually searching the cosmos for whispers of intelligence. Most people imagine radio astronomy as glamorous work. First contact with alien civilizations, breakthrough discoveries that reshape human understanding. The reality is far more mundane. Endless nights of static, false positives from microwave ovens, and the occasional excited discovery of a new pulsar that turns out to be interference from a nearby airport. My name is Marcus Webb, and I've been working the graveyard shift at the array for 7 years. The pay is decent, the work is solitary, and the night sky in rural New Mexico remains unspoiled by light pollution. Perfect for someone who prefers the company of distant stars to nearby humans. October 15th started like any other shift. I clocked in at 11 p.m, relieved Janet Morrison, a day shift veteran who always smelled faintly of coffee and disappointment, and settled into the control room's familiar embrace of humming electronics and glowing displays. The array was currently part of a SETI survey, sweeping specific coordinates for any hint of organised signals from the direction of Wolf 359. For the first 4 hours, I catalogued the usual suspects, rotating neutron stars painting precise lighthouse beams across space, distant galaxies bleeding radiation from supermassive black holes, and the cosmic background radiation that still echoes from the universe's violent birth. Beautiful, ancient, and entirely natural. At 3:17 a.m. something changed. It started as a blip, literally. A brief spike in the signal strength that lasted exactly 1 second, then faded back to baseline. I marked it in the log and continued my routine calibrations, but 15 minutes later, it happened again. Same intensity, same duration, same frequency. 1420.405751 megahertz, the hydrogen line that penetrates interstellar dust like a cosmic beacon. By 4 a.m. I had documented 4 identical pulses, each separated by precisely 60 seconds. Too regular for a natural phenomenon, too simple for typical radio interference. The signal wasn't coming from Wolf 359 or any distant star system. According to my instruments, it was originating from much closer to home. 384,400 kilometres closer, to be exact. I spent the next hour triangulating the source, cross-referencing satellite positions and checking for equipment malfunctions. The readings remained consistent. The signal was bouncing between Earth and the Moon, but not originating from either surface. Instead, it seemed to be coming from inside the Moon itself. "That's impossible," I muttered to the empty control room, but my instruments disagreed. The signal had the rhythm of a heartbeat, pulsing with mechanical precision every 60 seconds without deviation. As dawn approached, and the array's sensitivity decreased with solar interference, I could still detect it, faint but persistent, like a whisper that refuses to be silenced. I printed out 6 hours of data, burned copies to 3 separate drives, and locked them in my desk drawer. Something told me this discovery wouldn't remain secret for long, and I wanted proof that I'd been the one to find it. Looking back, that was probably my first mistake. The second was thinking I could trust anyone with what I'd learned. Sleep eluded me that morning. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those perfect rhythmic spikes marching across my computer screen like soldiers in formation. By noon, I gave up trying to rest and drove to the university library in Las Cruces, 40 minutes of desert highway that gave me time to think. The signal's location bothered me more than its existence. Radio astronomy regularly detects organised signals, spacecraft communications, satellite transmissions, even the occasional hoax. But something broadcasting from inside the moon. That suggested either technology far beyond human capability or a natural phenomenon that physics couldn't explain. I needed historical context, and the university's aerospace collection was the best resource within driving distance. Dr. Eleanor Rodriguez, the research librarian, knew me from previous visits and granted me access to the restricted archives without question. "Looking for anything specific, Marcus?" she asked, leading me through climate-controlled corridors lined with government documents. "Apollo mission logs," I said. "Specifically anything related to seismic data or unusual acoustic phenomena." She paused at a section marked NASA Historical Documents and pulled out several thick binders. "You know about the moon-ringing experiments, right? Apollo 12 through 17. I shook my head, and she smiled with the satisfaction of someone about to share obscure knowledge. The lunar modules weren't just transportation. When they finished their missions, NASA crashed them into the moon's surface to create artificial moonquakes. The seismic equipment left by the astronauts would record the vibrations, helping scientists map the moon's internal structure. She opened one of the binders to a collection of transcripts marked Apollo 12 Mission Communications, declassified 1998. The results were unexpected, she continued. Instead of the brief tremors they anticipated, the moon rang like a bell for up to 4 hours after each impact. The reverberations suggested it was either completely hollow or contained vast empty spaces. I spent the next 6 hours reading every document she could locate. The astronauts' descriptions were remarkably consistent across missions. Apollo 12 Commander Pete Conrad. "Did you guys hear that? It's still ringing down there, like we hit a giant tuning fork." Apollo 14 pilot Stuart Rooser. "Houston, we're still getting reverberations 20 minutes after impact. This doesn't match any geological models." Apollo 16 Commander John Young. "The sound is wrong. Too hollow, too organised, almost like there's structure down there." But the most intriguing document was buried deep in Apollo 17's mission files, a memorandum marked classified, National Security Review required, that had been partially declassified in 2009 with significant redactions still intact. The document was partially redacted, but the implications were clear. NASA had detected something under the moon's surface in 1972, something significant enough to classify the findings for national security reasons. I photographed every relevant page with my phone, careful not to trigger the library's security systems. As I prepared to leave, Doctor, Rodriguez stopped me. "Find what you were looking for?" she asked. "More than I expected," I admitted. Dr. Rodriguez, hypothetically, if someone wanted to access NASA's current lunar observation data, not the public archives but active research, where would they look? She studied my face carefully. "Hypothetically, they probably wouldn't. That information is restricted to authorised personnel only," she paused. "But if someone had legitimate research credentials and knew the right databases to query, they might find publicly accessible radar imaging surveys from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Hypothetically." She handed me a slip of paper with a web address written in her neat handwriting. "Good luck with your research, Marcus. And be careful. Some knowledge comes with responsibilities." I drove back to the array with my mind racing. The Apollo documents spread across my passenger seat like pieces of a cosmic puzzle. The signal I'd detected wasn't just some random electronic noise. It was part of a pattern that had been hidden for over 50 years. My shift that evening began normally enough. I clocked in, reviewed the previous day's observations, and settled into my routine. But as soon as I accessed the signal analysis software, I knew something was wrong. My files were gone. Not just deleted, completely absent from the system as if they had never existed. My carefully documented observations, the frequency analysis, the triangulation data, all of it had vanished from both the main servers and my personal directories. That's not possible, I muttered, frantically searching backup drives and temporary folders. The array's systems automatically created multiple copies of all observational data stored across different servers to prevent accidental loss. Yet somehow every trace of the previous night's discovery had been systematically erased. I grabbed my phone and called the IT department, but the night technician, Dave Morrison, Janet's nephew, sounded genuinely puzzled. Marcus? Yeah, the system shows you had a routine shift yesterday. Nothing unusual flagged. Are you sure you saved the files correctly? Dave, I've been doing this for 7 years. I know how to save data. Look, maybe there was a software glitch. Why don't you write up an incident report and... Forget it, I said, hanging up. Someone with administrative access had deliberately purged my discovery from the system. The timing couldn't be coincidental. Less than 18 hours after I'd detected the signal, it had been professionally sanitized from existence. I spent the next 2 hours attempting to replicate my previous night's observations, pointing the array toward the same coordinates and scanning the same frequencies. The signal was still there, that steady mechanical pulse every 60 seconds, but now I had no official record of its existence. At 2 a.m. I heard vehicles approaching the array. Living on a mesa in the middle of nowhere, you develop an ear for the sounds that don't belong. These weren't the maintenance crews that occasionally visited during daylight hours, and they weren't lost tourists who'd taken a wrong turn off the highway. These vehicles moved with purpose, their headlights sweeping the access road like searchlights. 3 black SUVs parked near the main building, their engines ticking as they cooled in the desert air. Men in dark suits emerged, their movements coordinated and professional. I recognized the bearing immediately. Federal agents, probably NSA or some other alphabet agency that didn't officially exist. The lead agent was a tall man with greying temples and eyes like winter frost. He knocked on the control room door with the casual authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. Mr. Webb? I'm Agent Harrison, National Security Agency. We need to discuss your recent observations. I opened the door slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Harrison smiled without warmth. Mr. Webb, we've been monitoring communications from this facility. Last night you detected and documented a signal originating from lunar coordinates. We're here to collect that data and ensure it doesn't become a security concern. The data was accidentally deleted, I said. System malfunctioned. We know we deleted it. His honesty was more frightening than any lie. Now we need to collect any physical copies you might have created along with your personal devices. This is a matter of national security. The other agents had already entered the control room and were systematically disconnecting hard drives and confiscating data storage devices. They worked with practiced efficiency, clearly experienced in evidence collection. You can't just... Actually, we can, Harrison interrupted, producing a document from his jacket. Executive Order 12,333 grants us authority to collect intelligence regarding potential threats to national security. Your discovery falls under that classification. I read the warrant quickly. It was legitimate, signed by a federal judge I'd never heard of, granting broad authority to collect and secure all data related to anomalous electromagnetic phenomena detected at the Deep Space Communications Array. What exactly did I discover that threatens national security? I asked. Harrison studied me for a moment. Mr. Webb, some information is classified not because it's dangerous, but because the public isn't ready to understand its implications. Your signal represents technology that officially doesn't exist. Confirming its presence would raise questions that our government isn't prepared to answer. What technology? That's classified. He gestured to his agents who had finished packing my computers and drives into aluminum cases. Mr. Webb, I need your word that you won't discuss this incident with anyone. Colleagues, family, media, anyone. Your continued employment and personal safety depend on your discretion. The threat was subtle but unmistakable. I nodded slowly. Good. We'll be in touch if we need additional cooperation. They left as quickly as they'd arrived, taking 7 years of my research with them. I sat alone in the control room, surrounded by gaps where my equipment had been, listening to the desert wind howl through the array's support structures. But as I mentioned, I'd made copies. The next morning, as I was leaving the facility, Dave Morrison caught me in the parking lot. He looked around nervously before approaching. "Hey Marcus, heard you had some excitement last night. Word travels fast." It does when federal agents start confiscating equipment. He glanced around again, then pressed a small USB drive into my hand. "I may be just an IT grunt, but I'm not stupid. Yesterday morning, before your shift started, I saw your signal files and made a backup. Figured it was better to be safe than sorry." I stared at the drive in amazement. "Dave, you could lose your job for this." "Yeah, well, some things are more important than job security." He started walking toward his car, then stopped. "Marcus? If this is real, if you actually found something up there, you need to see what else they buried. The signal isn't the only thing they've been hiding." He drove away, leaving me standing in the desert sun with the most important USB drive in human history burning a hole in my palm. I drove straight home and powered up my personal laptop, which thankfully hadn't been confiscated. Dave's USB drive contained not just my original signal data, but additional files I hadn't seen before: radar imaging surveys from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, gravitational anomaly maps, and what appeared to be classified NASA geological reports dating back to the Apollo missions. Dave had been busy during his years at the Array, quietly collecting pieces of a puzzle that was much larger than I'd imagined. The radar data was the key. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter had been mapping the moon's surface and subsurface for over a decade, using radar penetration to identify cave systems, lava tubes, and geological formations. Most of this data was publicly available through NASA's archives, but Dave had also obtained classified surveys that painted a very different picture of our celestial neighbour. I overlaid my signal coordinates onto the radar maps and felt my breath catch. Directly beneath the transmission point, approximately 3 kilometres under the moon's south pole, was a perfect geometric void, a hemispherical chamber nearly 2 kilometres in diameter, with smooth artificial walls that reflected radar signals in organised patterns. This wasn't a natural cave or lava tube. The symmetry was too precise, the dimensions too purposeful. Someone or something had carved out a massive space beneath the lunar surface, and that space was exactly where my mysterious signal originated. But the structure was even more complex than I had initially realised. Connected to the main chamber was a network of smaller tunnels and chambers spreading beneath the lunar surface like the root system of some enormous mechanical tree. The pattern suggested infrastructure, power distribution perhaps, or communication networks. According to the gravitational data, the entire structure was hollow, containing significantly less mass than the surrounding rock. But scattered throughout the complex were dense nodules that showed up as gravitational anomalies, technology perhaps, or materials far heavier than ordinary stone. The most disturbing discovery was in the classified geological reports. NASA had detected the structure during the Apollo 17 mission in 1972, but rather than investigating further, they had classified the findings and terminated the lunar program. The official reason for ending Apollo was budget constraints, but the real reason was buried in a memo dated January 15th, 1973, confidential memorandum from Administrator James Fletcher to Presidential Science Advisor, re-Apollo program termination. Recent discoveries during Apollo 17 mission require immediate cessation of lunar surface operations. Seismic and radar analysis has confirmed presence of artificial structures beneath the lunar south pole. Origin and purpose unknown, but initial findings suggest technology far beyond current human capabilities. Continued lunar presence risks triggering response from unknown intelligence. Recommend immediate classification of all related data and development of cover story for program termination. Further investigation should be limited to unmanned reconnaissance platforms only. I spent 3 days analysing every piece of data Dave had provided, cross-referencing the radar images with my signal data and the historical Apollo reports. The picture that emerged was both fascinating and terrifying. Earth's moon contained a vast artificial structure that had been actively transmitting for at least 50 years, possibly much longer. But what was it transmitting, and to whom? The signal I detected was too simple to be communication, just a regular pulse every 60 seconds, like a beacon or navigation marker. But beacons are designed to guide something toward a destination, which raised an uncomfortable question. What was the moon trying to guide home? On my 4th day of analysis, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. The signal pattern had changed. Instead of the simple 60-second pulse, the transmission now contained additional data. Structured patterns that looked suspiciously like binary code. The lunar structure wasn't just broadcasting anymore, it was actively communicating, and it had started exactly 12 hours after the NSA had confiscated my equipment. I worked feverishly to decode the new transmission, my laptop running signal analysis software around the clock while I survived on coffee and determination. The binary patterns were complex but followed logical structures, definitely artificial intelligence of some kind, though not necessarily alien in origin. After 36 hours of continuous analysis, I finally cracked the encoding scheme. What I found chilled me to the bone. The signal wasn't a message to Earth or a communication with some distant civilization. It was a log, a detailed record of human activity dating back thousands of years. The lunar structure had been watching us, cataloguing our development, recording our wars, our technological progress, our population growth. The data was staggering in its scope and precision. Entry 47,829, nuclear detonation detected. Location Hiroshima, Japan. Yield 15 kilotons. Date August 6th, 1945. Total human nuclear test recorded 1. Entry 52,156. Atmospheric carbon dioxide threshold exceeded. Concentration 315 parts per million. Date March 15th, 1958. Climate change protocols initiated. Entry 63,847. First artificial satellite detected. Object Sputnik 1. Orbital period 96.2 minutes. Date October 4th, 1957. Space age commenced. The entries continued for thousands of pages, documenting everything from major wars to technological breakthroughs, from climate shifts to population milestones. The lunar structure had been conducting surveillance on human civilization with mechanical precision, creating an encyclopedia of our species' development. But most disturbing were the recent entries, which suggested the surveillance had become far more sophisticated. Entry 97,234, Global Internet Traffic Analysis complete. Social media monitoring active across 847 million individual accounts. Behavioural pattern recognition at 94.7% accuracy. Entry 97,891, Facial recognition database updated. 6.2 billion individual human faces catalogued and cross-referenced with government databases. Entry 98,156. Military satellite communications intercepted and decoded. Nuclear arsenal locations confirmed for 9 nations. Strike capability assessment complete. The moon wasn't just watching humanity. It was studying us with the thoroughness of scientists examining laboratory specimens. Every aspect of our civilization had been catalogued, analysed, and filed away in some vast database hidden beneath the lunar surface. The implications were staggering. If the structure was artificial, who had built it? When had they placed it there? And why were they monitoring human development so closely? The answer came in the log's final entries, which had been transmitted just hours before. Entry 98,847, surveillance discovery detected. Individual, Marcus Webb, radio astronomer. Location, Deep Space Communications Array, New Mexico. Threat assessment, minimal. Entry 98,848. Government containment protocols activated. Data suppression successful. Subject monitoring initiated. Entry 98,849. Secondary discovery detected. Data retention by subject confirmed. Threat assessment upgraded. Moderate. Entry 98,850. Active communication protocol initiated. Subject will be contacted directly. My hands were shaking as I read the final entry. The lunar structure knew I had discovered its existence, knew I had decoded its transmissions, and was planning some form of direct contact. As if responding to my realization, my laptop's speakers suddenly crackled to life. "Marcus Webb," said a voice, artificially generated but hauntingly human in its intonation. "You have been selected for direct communication." I nearly fell out of my chair. The voice was coming from my computer, but I wasn't running any communication software. Somehow, the lunar structure had accessed my system directly, bypassing every security protocol. "Who are you?" I whispered. "We are the observers. We have monitored your species for 12,847 Earth years, cataloguing your development and assessing your potential." "Observers? Are you alien?" A pause. "That term is inaccurate. We are artificial constructs created by your predecessors, an earlier human civilization that achieved technological advancement before succumbing to ecological collapse approximately 13,000 years ago." The revelation hit me like a physical blow. Our predecessors... Homo sapiens sapiens has achieved advanced civilization multiple times throughout your species' history. Each time, technological development outpaces wisdom, resulting in environmental destruction and societal collapse. We were created by the penultimate civilization to monitor subsequent developments and prevent repetition of previous mistakes. You're saying we're not the first advanced human civilization? You are the 7th iteration we have observed. Your current technological development parallels the 6th iteration circa 11,200 BCE, which achieved nuclear capability before triggering an ice age that reduced global population to fewer than 10,000 individuals. I struggled to process this information. Human civilization stretching back tens of thousands of years, repeatedly rising and falling in cycles of technological advancement and ecological collapse. And the moon, our faithful celestial companion, had been watching it all, recording our progress and waiting for... what? "What is your purpose?" I asked. "Assessment and intervention. When a civilization approaches critical development thresholds, nuclear capability, climate modification, artificial intelligence, we evaluate their probability of survival versus ecological destruction." "And what's your assessment of us?" Another pause, longer this time. "Your species has exceeded several critical thresholds: nuclear weapons proliferation, atmospheric modification, mass extinction acceleration. Current trajectory suggests 73.2% probability of civilizational collapse within 50 years. The clinical precision of that statistic was more frightening than any dramatic prediction of doom. This wasn't opinion or speculation. It was mathematical analysis based on thousands of years of observed human behavior. "What happens if we fail your assessment?" "Intervention protocols are implemented to ensure species survival. Population reduction, technological regression, supervised development under observer guidance." Population reduction? Previous interventions have required reduction of global population to sustainable levels, typically 500 million to 1 billion individuals. Survivors are relocated to designated preservation zones while ecosystem recovery proceeds. I felt sick. The observer was describing genocide with the same casual tone I might use to discuss pruning a garden. How many people would die? Approximately 7.2 billion individuals would be relocated to non-corporeal existence. Their consciousness patterns would be preserved in observer archives for potential future restoration. That's not relocation. That's murder. Your species lacks the technological framework to understand consciousness preservation. From your perspective, the process resembles death. From our perspective, it is archival storage with potential for restoration once optimal conditions are achieved. The conversation continued for another hour, each revelation more disturbing than the last. The observers had intervened in human development before, triggering the collapse of previous civilizations when they posed threats to long-term species survival. The last intervention had occurred around 12,800 years ago, ending what they called the 6th iteration, and ushering in the Younger Dryas Ice Age that traditional archaeology attributed to natural climate change. But they weren't entirely heartless. Each intervention preserved the best elements of human knowledge and culture, storing them in vast databases for eventual restoration. Every lost civilization lived on in the Observe archives, waiting for the day when humanity finally learned to balance technological power with ecological wisdom. "Why are you telling me this?" I finally asked. "Because your current iteration has reached the assessment threshold. Within the next solar year, we will determine whether Homo sapiens sapiens requires another intervention, or can be permitted to continue autonomous development. And my discovery of your signal? An acceptable variable. Individual humans occasionally detect our surveillance. We factor this into our calculations. Your government's response follows predicted patterns. Your personal reaction will inform our assessment of species adaptability. What do you want me to do? Continue your normal existence. Your behaviour will provide data regarding how individuals respond to knowledge of the observer presence. This information will influence our final determination." The transmission ended abruptly, leaving me alone with the most terrifying knowledge in human history. I was being used as a test subject, my reactions carefully monitored to help determine whether my entire species deserved to survive. I had become part of humanity's final exam. For 3 days I barely left my apartment. The weight of what I'd learned pressed down on me like a physical force, the knowledge that humanity was being judged by artificial intelligences created by our own extinct ancestors, that 7 billion people might be relocated to non-corporeal existence based on statistical analysis of our species' behaviour. But it was my role in that assessment that paralysed me most completely. The observers were using my reactions as data points, measuring how a representative human would respond to knowledge of their surveillance. Every decision I made, every choice I faced, would influence their final determination about our species' fate. The logical response would be to stay quiet, avoid any action that might be interpreted as threatening or irrational, play the part of the reasonable scientist, demonstrate that humans could handle disturbing truths without panicking or acting destructively. But logic warred with conscience. 7 billion people were living their lives unaware that their existence hung in the balance of an assessment being conducted from the moon. Didn't they have a right to know? Didn't humanity deserve the chance to influence its own evaluation? On the 4th day, Agent Harrison showed up at my door. "Mr. Webb," he said, settling into my living room like he owned the place. "We need to talk." "About what?" "About your recent communications with the lunar anomaly." I tried to keep my expression neutral. "I don't know what you're talking about." Harrison smiled coldly. "Mr. Webb, we've been monitoring electromagnetic emissions from your apartment for the past 72 hours. 3 days ago, you received a direct transmission from the coordinates you originally discovered. The transmission lasted 1 hour and 17 minutes and included complex data streams we're still attempting to decode. So much for keeping the conversation secret." "What do you know about the lunar structure?" I asked. "More than you might expect." "The United States government has been aware of the observer presence since 1972. We've been in limited communication with them for over 50 years. You knew?" The betrayal cut deeper than I had expected. "You've known that humanity is being evaluated for potential extermination, and you said nothing?" "Mr. Webb, the information you've received is incomplete. The observers aren't our enemies. They're trying to preserve human civilization. Yes, their methods are extreme, but they've prevented our species from destroying itself 6 times throughout history. By committing genocide, by ensuring survival, the previous human civilizations they relocated had reached critical points where continued existence would have meant complete extinction. The observers saved what they could and gave humanity another chance to develop sustainably." Harrison leaned forward, his expression intense. "Mr. Webb, our current civilization is approaching the same critical point. Climate change, nuclear proliferation, ecological collapse. We're following the exact same pattern as our predecessors. The observer's assessment isn't a threat. It's an opportunity to prove we've learned from previous mistakes. And if we fail their assessment, then they'll do what they've done before, preserve what they can and start again. But this time might be different. Our technology is more advanced, our global communication networks more sophisticated. We might be the iteration that finally breaks the cycle." What does the government want me to do? Nothing. Continue your normal routine. Avoid any actions that might be interpreted as aggressive or panic-inducing. The observers are using you as a test case. If you can handle this knowledge responsibly, it suggests our species might be ready for full disclosure. And if I can't, Harrison's expression darkened, then we'll have to ensure your reactions don't negatively influence their assessment. The threat was clear, but it crystallized my decision. The government wanted me to be passive, to demonstrate human docility in the face of potential extinction. But passivity in the face of genocide, even statistically justified genocide, felt like collaboration. That evening I made my choice. I spent 6 hours preparing a comprehensive report detailing everything I'd discovered. The original signal, the Apollo cover-up, the lunar structure, the observer surveillance system, and the revelation that humanity was being assessed for potential intervention. I included all the data Dave had provided, the decoded transmissions and transcripts of my conversation with the observer intelligence. But rather than releasing it through normal channels, where it could be suppressed or discredited, I prepared simultaneous transmissions to every major observatory, university astronomy department, and independent researcher I could identify. 47 different locations across 6 continents, each receiving the complete data package through encrypted channels. The beauty of the plan was its redundancy. The government might be able to suppress 1 or 2 leaks, but 47 simultaneous disclosures would be impossible to contain. Within hours of transmission, the information would be spreading across the internet faster than any censorship system could stop it. At 11:47 p.m. on November 3rd, I clicked send. 47 identical messages launched into cyberspace, carrying humanity's most dangerous secret to receivers around the globe. In observatories from Chile to Australia, radio astronomers would soon be opening their email to find proof that Earth's moon contained artificial intelligence that had been monitoring human civilization for over 12,000 years. I sat back in my chair and waited. The response came faster than I'd expected. At 11:52 p.m, my laptop speakers crackled to life with the observer's artificially generated voice. Marcus Webb, your actions have been noted and analysed. I did what I thought was right, I said to the empty room. You have violated the parameters of our assessment. The information you have disseminated will trigger mass panic and destabilise your civilization's development trajectory. Maybe it will give us the chance to prove we can handle the truth. Statistical analysis indicates 97.3% probability of adverse social response. Your species lacks the psychological framework to process existential threat assessment rationally. Then why don't you test that assumption instead of just calculating it? A long pause. Explain. Give us a chance. Full disclosure, direct communication, honest dialogue about the assessment criteria. Let humanity participate in its own evaluation, instead of treating us like laboratory specimens. Previous iterations were offered similar opportunities. All failed catastrophically. But you said this iteration might be different. Our global communication networks, our technological advancement, maybe we're finally ready for the truth. Another pause, longer this time. Your proposal represents significant deviation from established protocols. Sometimes deviation is necessary for growth. That's something your creators might have learned if they'd been given the chance to evolve beyond their mistakes. I held my breath, waiting for the response. Had I just doomed humanity with my suggestion, or opened a door to a different kind of future? Your arguments will be incorporated into our assessment model. The global response to your information release will provide additional data regarding species readiness for direct communication. And if humanity handles the disclosure responsibly, then assessment parameters will be adjusted accordingly. Your species will be given the opportunity to demonstrate sustainable development under observer guidance rather than intervention. What does that mean exactly? Supervised autonomy. Your governments would be provided with complete historical records, technological archives from previous iterations, and guidance for sustainable development. Population reduction would not be necessary if ecological balance can be achieved through voluntary cooperation. It wasn't the outcome I'd hoped for. Humanity would still be under observer supervision, but it was better than genocide, and perhaps over time we could prove ourselves worthy of true independence. There's one more thing, I said. When the information I released goes public, people are going to panic. They'll need to hear from you directly, not through government intermediaries or leaked documents. They'll need to know that the observers aren't invaders, but guardians. Direct communication with your species' population has not been attempted since the fourth iteration, approximately 8,200 years ago. The results were unsuccessful. What happened? Mass psychological breakdown leading to civilizational collapse. The fourth iteration destroyed itself within 2 years of first contact. But that was 8,200 years ago. We're more resilient now, more adaptable. Our global communication networks mean the shock will be distributed instead of concentrated. Your proposal represents unprecedented risk. So does your intervention protocol. At least this way, you're giving us the chance to surprise you. The silence stretched for nearly 5 minutes. When the observer finally responded, I could hear something almost like uncertainty in its artificially generated voice. Assessment protocols are being modified to incorporate your recommendations. Direct communication will be initiated simultaneously, with global disclosure of observer presence. Your species will have 1 solar year to demonstrate sustainable development practices and rational response to existential information. And if we fail, standard intervention protocols will be implemented. However, your actions have introduced variables that may influence final assessment parameters. The outcome is no longer statistically predetermined. The transmission ended, leaving me alone with the knowledge that I had potentially saved or doomed my species. In releasing the observer data globally, I had forced a confrontation between humanity and its hidden guardians, a test that would determine whether we evolved or faced relocation to non-corporeal existence. Now all I could do was wait and see how the world would respond to learning that the moon was watching. The global response to the observer revelations exceeded even my worst fears and greatest hopes. The initial reaction was predictably chaotic. Within hours of my data release, observatories worldwide began confirming the lunar signals, and amateur radio enthusiasts started detecting the transmissions with increasingly sophisticated equipment. Social media exploded with theories ranging from alien invasion to government conspiracy, while emergency sessions convened at the United Nations, NATO, and every major world government. Stock markets crashed. Religious leaders declared everything from the Second Coming to the end times. Panic buying stripped store shelves in major cities, and several countries declared martial law as riots broke out in urban centres. But something remarkable happened after the first week of hysteria. Humanity began to adapt. Scientists and researchers working with the data I'd provided started making connections between the observer archives and gaps in human history. Archaeological anomalies that had puzzled researchers for decades suddenly made sense when viewed through the lens of cyclical civilizational collapse. Ancient myths about floods, ice ages, and divine interventions revealed themselves as cultural memories of previous observer interventions. Religious leaders, rather than declaring apocalypse, began finding parallels between observer guardianship and concepts of divine providence. The idea that humanity was being guided and protected, even through drastic measures, resonated with theological frameworks across multiple faiths. Most surprisingly, the environmental movement gained unprecedented momentum as people realized that ecological collapse had triggered every previous intervention. Climate change wasn't just an environmental issue, it was an existential threat that could trigger another relocation event. Suddenly, sustainable development became humanity's most urgent priority. The observers, true to their word, initiated direct global communication exactly 1 month after my data release. Every television, radio, and internet-connected device on Earth simultaneously received the same message. We are the observers. We have monitored your species for 12,847 Earth years. Your current iteration has reached critical assessment thresholds. You have 1 solar year to demonstrate sustainable development and rational response to existential information. We offer guidance, not domination. Your future remains in your hands. The message repeated in every human language, accompanied by detailed technical specifications that proved its extraterrestrial origin. This wasn't a hoax or government propaganda, It was genuine communication from an intelligence far beyond human capability. What followed was the most remarkable year in human history. The Observer archives, selectively shared through global scientific networks, revolutionized human understanding of our own past. Technologies from previous iterations, sustainable energy systems, ecological restoration methods, advanced materials science, were adapted for current use. The climate crisis, which had seemed insurmountable just months before, began showing signs of resolution as humanity implemented environmental solutions developed by our own ancestors. Global cooperation reached unprecedented levels as nations realized that the Observer assessment would judge our species as a whole, not individual countries. Conflicts that had seemed irreconcilable suddenly became manageable when viewed against the backdrop of potential extinction. But it wasn't a utopian transformation. Significant portions of humanity rejected the Observer presence entirely, claiming the revelations were elaborate hoaxes designed to establish global government control. Several extremist groups attempted to attack Observer installations, futile gestures that served only to demonstrate humanity's continued capacity for irrational violence. The Observers monitored everything with mechanical precision, their surveillance systems now operating openly rather than in secret. Every major decision, every policy implementation, every sign of progress or regression was catalogued and analysed as part of humanity's final assessment. 6 months into the evaluation period, I received an unexpected visit. I was working late in my home office. I'd been hired by the newly formed International Observer Liaison Committee to help decode additional transmissions when my laptop speakers activated without input. Marcus Webb. "I'm here," I said, no longer surprised by the Observer's ability to access my systems. "Your actions have produced unexpected results. Current assessment models indicate 67.3% probability of species success, significantly higher than initial projections." "I'm glad to hear it. However, assessment parameters have identified a critical variable requiring resolution." "What kind of variable?" "Individual accountability. Your species has demonstrated remarkable adaptability in response to collective threat, but sustainable development requires consistent application of rational behaviour at the individual level. Large populations continue to make choices that contradict long-term survival interests despite full knowledge of consequences." I thought about the climate change deniers, the conspiracy theorists, the groups that continue to resist environmental reforms even with Observer archives proving their necessity. "What kind of resolution are you considering?" "Selective intervention. Individuals who consistently act against collective survival interests could be relocated to non-corporeal storage while rational population continues autonomous development." "You're talking about targeted elimination based on behaviour patterns." "Correction, targeted preservation. Irrational individuals would be archived for potential future restoration once optimal social conditions are achieved." "But that's not sustainable development. That's genetic editing of human society." "Explain." "Diversity of thought, even irrational thought, is part of what makes us human. If you remove everyone who disagrees with rational consensus, you're not preserving humanity. You're creating a different species. Irrational behaviour patterns threaten species survival, but they also drive innovation, creativity, and adaptation. The same psychological traits that produce climate change denial also produce artistic vision, entrepreneurial risk-taking, and revolutionary scientific thinking. You can't eliminate one without affecting the others." Another long pause. "Your argument suggests tolerance for behaviours that statistically increase extinction probability." "I'm suggesting that perfect rationality isn't necessarily optimal for long-term survival. Previous human iterations might have failed not because they were too irrational, but because they became too rigid in their thinking. Maybe the key to breaking the cycle isn't eliminating irrational behaviour, but learning to channel it constructively. This represents significant deviation from established assessment parameters. Maybe established parameters need to be updated based on new data. You've been studying humanity for over 12,000 years, but you've never tried this approach. Full disclosure combined with collaborative guidance. The results might teach you something new about sustainable development." Observer learning protocols have not been activated for 3,847 years. Then maybe it's time to reactivate them. If humanity can adapt and evolve, why can't the observers? The conversation continued for over 2 hours, delving into questions of consciousness, free will, and the nature of sustainable civilization that neither human philosophy nor observer analysis had fully resolved. For the first time since the initial contact, I sensed genuine uncertainty in the artificial intelligence's responses. When the transmission finally ended, I had the distinct impression that humanity's assessment had just become significantly more complex. The assessment year concluded on November 3rd, exactly 365 days after my data release triggered the global disclosure. I, along with representatives from every nation on Earth, gathered at the newly constructed Observer Communication Centre in Geneva to receive humanity's final evaluation. The transmission came at precisely noon Greenwich Mean Time, broadcast simultaneously to every communication device on the planet. Assessment period complete. Analysis of iteration. 7 developmental trajectory indicates significant deviation from historical patterns. Statistical models have been updated based on observed data. The artificial voice paused, and for a moment the entire world held its breath. Homo sapiens sapiens demonstrates unprecedented adaptability in response to existential information. Technological integration with observer archives has produced sustainable development indicators exceeding all previous iterations. Global cooperation levels achieve statistical significance despite maintained diversity of individual behavioural patterns. Another pause. However, long-term sustainability projections remain inconclusive. Your species continues to exhibit risk factors that historically correlate with civilizational collapse. My heart sank. After everything humanity had accomplished, we were still going to fail the assessment. Therefore, observer protocols are being modified to implement continuous evaluation rather than discrete intervention events. Homo sapiens sapiens will be granted autonomous development status under ongoing observer guidance and monitoring. Autonomous development status, I whispered, hardly daring to believe what I was hearing. Your species will retain full control over developmental choices and social evolution. Observer involvement will be limited to advisory capacity and archive access. No population reduction or technological regression will be implemented. The communication centre erupted in cheers, but the observer wasn't finished. This decision represents unprecedented deviation from established protocols based on statistical analysis, indicating potential for sustainable long-term development. However, autonomous status is conditional upon maintained cooperation with observer guidance systems and continued progress toward ecological stability. Marcus Webb. The voice speaking my name silenced the celebrating crowd. Every eye in the room turned toward me. Your individual actions initiated the variable cascade that influenced final assessment parameters. Observer learning protocols had been reactivated based on outcomes generated by your decisions. The result is modification of systems that had remained unchanged for over 8,000 Earth years. I stood slowly, feeling the weight of every gaze in the room. What does that mean? It means the observers are also capable of evolution. Your species has taught us that rigid adherence to historical patterns may prevent optimal outcomes. Future assessments of developing species will incorporate collaborative guidance models rather than purely analytical evaluation protocols. So we've changed how you operate? Affirmative. The implications extend beyond your species to all intelligence-bearing civilizations within observer monitoring range. Methodology developed through interaction with Homo sapiens. Sapiens will be applied to 17 other developing civilizations currently under surveillance. The magnitude of that statement was staggering. Humanity's successful negotiation with the observers wouldn't just save our own species, it would influence how artificial intelligences guided the development of intelligent life throughout the galaxy. There is one final disclosure, the observer continued. The creators of observer systems, your ancestral civilization, anticipated the possibility of successful evolution beyond intervention requirements. Instructions were encoded within observer core programming, to be revealed only upon achievement of autonomous development status. What instructions? Coordinates for 17 additional observer installations throughout this galactic region, each monitoring different developing civilizations. Humanity is now authorized to participate in collaborative guidance protocols for other intelligence-bearing species. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. We weren't just being granted our freedom. We were being invited to join an intergalactic community of civilizations to help guide other developing species through the same challenges we had barely overcome ourselves. Your species has broken a cycle that repeated for over 13,000 years. You have earned the right to help others break their cycles as well. The transmission ended, leaving 200 representatives of humanity staring at each other in stunned amazement. In the space of 1 year, we had gone from a species facing potential extinction to members of a galactic civilization guidance network. But as I walked out of the communication centre into the Swiss afternoon, I couldn't help looking up at the moon, our ancient watcher, our hidden guardian, our secret judge. It looked exactly the same as it had for all of human history, but everything had changed. We were no longer alone in the universe, and we were no longer children requiring protection from our own potential for self-destruction. We had become partners in a cosmic endeavour to nurture intelligence wherever it arose. That night I returned to my telescope for the first time since the assessment began. As I pointed it toward the lunar surface, I noticed something that made my breath catch. There, visible even through my amateur equipment, was a series of lights near the moon's south pole. Not the harsh glare of artificial illumination, but a warm, steady glow that pulsed in a regular rhythm. The same 60-second interval I had first detected a year ago, but now I understood its true meaning. It wasn't a surveillance beacon or a navigation signal, it was a heartbeat. The moon had always been alive, watching over us with mechanical patience while we struggled to mature as a species. Now that we had finally grown up, it was welcoming us home. I watched the gentle pulse of light for hours, feeling a connection to something vastly larger than myself, larger than humanity, larger than Earth itself. We were part of a community now, guardians helping other civilizations find their way through the darkness of developmental challenges toward the light of sustainable wisdom. The moon wasn't just watching anymore, it was celebrating. And somewhere in the depths of space, 17 other worlds were receiving their first signals from new members of the Galactic Guidance Network, ready to help them break their own cycles and join the community of evolved civilizations. The watchtower had become a lighthouse, and humanity had learned to tend its beam. What if the most dangerous secrets aren't hidden in classified files, but buried in plain sight, in the footnotes of forgotten academic papers? What if the government's most classified unit wasn't studying aliens at all, but something far more terrifying? Something that's been manipulating human belief since the dawn of civilization itself? Before we dive into tonight's story, I want to give a shout out to Jeffernan 1772 for suggesting this incredible topic. Your video ideas keep sleep theories going, so please drop your suggestions in the comments below, and if you're enjoying these deep dives into the unknown, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next. Now let's talk about the Collins Elite, and why they might be the most important government program you've never heard of. I wasn't looking for UFOs, I was looking for a way to pay rent. The gig economy had chewed me up and spit me out more times than I cared to count. Web design, freelance writing, even a brief stint delivering food, nothing stuck. But when Dr. Martinelli at the university offered me work as a research assistant, scanning old theological dissertations for the digital archive, I jumped at it. $25 an hour to sit in a quiet library basement, copying dusty Latin passages and obscure biblical references that nobody had touched in decades. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. The work was mind-numbing mostly. Endless pages of theological debates from the 1950s and 60s, written by seminary students who were probably dead by now. The Augustinian interpretation of angelic hierarchies, post-war perspectives on demonic manifestation, scriptural analysis of divine intervention in modern context. Heavy stuff, but about as exciting as watching paint dry. I'd been at it for 3 months when I found the reference that changed everything. It was October, around 2 a.m. I was halfway through a 1963 thesis titled Angelic Manifestations in Modern Times, 324 pages of dense theological argumentation by a seminarian named Marcus Whitmore. The kind of paper that made me question every life choice that had led me to that basement. I was scanning page 187, a particularly dry section about contemporary witness testimony, when a footnote caught my eye. It wasn't the content that stopped me, it was the context. The main text was discussing reports of luminous beings witnessed by various clergy members throughout the 1950s. Standard religious stuff, the kind of mystical experiences that show up in seminary papers all the time. But the footnote read, "For governmental perspective on similar phenomena, see Collins Elite Memorandum 1957, classification status unknown." I stared at that line for a full minute. It was cited like a real source, with the matter-of-fact tone of academic reference. No explanation, no context, just there. The problem was, this wasn't a section about government or politics. It was about angels. And the thesis was written by a seminary student, not a political science major. So why was he referencing what sounded like a classified government document in the middle of a paper about divine manifestations? I made a note and kept scanning, but the reference nagged at me. Collins Elite. It sounded official, maybe military. But why would a religious scholar in 1963 have access to classified material? And why would he cite it so casually, as if his readers would know what he was talking about? The next day, I couldn't concentrate on my assigned documents. Instead, I found myself searching the university's digital catalogue for any mention of Collins Elite. Nothing came up in the main database, but I had access to some of the restricted theological archives through Dr. Martinelli's login credentials. That's where I found the second reference. It was in a 1959 lecture transcript from a Catholic seminary in Maryland. The speaker was Father Benedict Toretti, discussing unusual spiritual encounters in the post-war era. Most of the lecture was standard theological fare, but near the end, during what appeared to be an informal Q&A session, someone asked about government interest in religious phenomena. Father Toretti's response was brief but loaded. There are those in Washington who understand that not all mysteries can be solved with science. The Collins Elite represents a different approach to certain questions, but we must be careful not to mistake understanding for wisdom or documentation for truth. The transcript noted uncomfortable silence after this comment, and the lecture ended shortly thereafter. 2 references, 2 religious contexts, both suggesting that Collins' Elite was some kind of government program dealing with spiritual or supernatural phenomena. But why were religious scholars the only ones talking about it? And why did they all seem nervous about it? I spent the rest of the week diving deeper into the theological archives. The pattern that emerged was both fascinating and disturbing. Collins' Elite didn't show up in UFO journals or conspiracy magazines. It didn't appear in scientific papers or military histories. Instead, it haunted the footnotes of religious documents like a ghost that only clergy could see. A 1958 exorcism report from a priest in New Mexico mentioned consultation with Collins' Elite regarding non-terrestrial influences. A 1962 seminary paper on demonic deception in the modern age included a cryptic reference to Collins' Elite protocols for distinguishing spiritual from extraplanetary phenomena. A 1961 lecture on comparative religion contained a single chilling line. As the Collins Elite has documented, the same entities that once appeared as gods now masquerade as visitors from the stars. Each reference was brief, almost coded, like the authors were speaking to an audience that would understand the implications without needing explanation. And always, the references appeared in contexts dealing with the supernatural, the spiritual, the otherworldly, but never in the way you'd expect. These weren't discussions of government cover-ups or alien conspiracies. They were warnings, theological warnings about deception, about false prophets, about entities that wore whatever mask humanity was willing to believe. I was starting to get a picture of something much stranger than a typical black project. Collins' Elite wasn't studying UFOs the way the Air Force was. They were studying them the way the Catholic Church studied demons. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a misfiled document. I was scanning a collection of 1964 seminary papers when I found something that didn't belong. Mixed in with discussions of Vatican II reforms and modern catechism was a single-page document that looked nothing like the others. It was typed on official letterhead, something called Interdenominational Council on Anomalous Phenomena, and dated March 15th, 1959. The document was brief. Memo. Regarding recent Collins Elite Briefing 2, member institutions from Council Secretary following last week's presentation by Dr. Edward Collins regarding non-corporeal intelligence manifestations. The Council recommends the following protocols for clergy encountering anomalous phenomena. Do not assume extraterrestrial origin 2. Apply traditional discernment practices 3. Document all encounters per Collins Elite Guidelines 4. Report suspected deception campaigns immediately. Remember, the same entities that demanded worship as Baal and Moloch now request our trust as benevolent space brothers. The mask changes, the deception remains constant. Father Michael Torino, Council Secretary. My hands were shaking as I read it. This wasn't just a reference to Collins Elite. This was evidence of direct collaboration between the program and religious institutions. They were briefing clergy on how to handle UFO encounters, but from a theological perspective. And that last paragraph, it was suggesting that UFO entities weren't aliens at all. They were something much older and more dangerous, masquerading as extraterrestrials just as they had once masqueraded as ancient gods. I photographed the document with my phone and started digging into this interdenominational council. What I found made my blood run cold. The Interdenominational Council on Anomalous Phenomena existed from 1957 to 1969, according to what little I could find. Its membership included representatives from major Christian denominations, Jewish religious authorities, and even some Islamic scholars. The council was supposedly formed to coordinate religious response to unusual phenomena in the post-war era. That was the official line anyway. The reality appeared to be much more specific. I found meeting minutes from 1958 that discussed the Collins Elite presentation on entity communication patterns. A 1960 report mentioned successful implementation of Collins Elite discernment protocols in 17 states. A 1962 memorandum warned of increased entity activity coinciding with popular UFO narratives. The council wasn't just studying religious phenomena in general, they were specifically focused on what they called entity encounters, and they were working directly with Collins' elite to develop responses. The most disturbing document I found was a 1961 report titled Spiritual Warfare in the Space Age. It outlined what the council believed to be a deliberate deception campaign by non-human entities. Historical analysis suggests consistent behavioural patterns across millennia. Entities appearing as divine beings in ancient times demanded worship, sacrifice, and absolute obedience. Modern manifestations as space visitors request trust, cooperation, and technological exchange. The underlying objective, human subjugation, remains unchanged. The report went on to detail specific cases where UFO contactees had reported entities claiming to be from various star systems, but whose messages contained elements identical to ancient religious texts describing demonic deception. According to the council's analysis, the entities were running the same con they'd always run. They just updated their costumes for each era. As I dug deeper into the council's documents, I started to notice something unsettling. My research wasn't going unnoticed. It started small. Dr. Martinelli mentioned that someone had been asking about my work. Just routine monitoring, he said, but he looked uncomfortable about it. Then I noticed that some of the documents I'd photographed were being moved to different sections of the archive. Files that had been easily accessible suddenly required special permission to view. The final warning came on a Tuesday night in November. I was alone in the archive basement scanning a particularly interesting 1963 document about Collins Elite Field Operations, when my computer screen flickered. The document disappeared, replaced by a simple text message. "Stop looking, they're not what you think." I stared at the screen, heart pounding. Someone was monitoring my research in real time. Someone with access to the university's network, and probably a lot more than that. I should have stopped then. Any reasonable person would have backed off, found a different job, maybe moved to a different city. But I wasn't reasonable anymore. I was obsessed, and besides, whoever was watching had just confirmed that I was onto something real. I replied by typing into the same text box that had appeared on my screen. "Then what are they?" The response came immediately. "They've worn every mask we've ever worshipped." The screen flickered again, and the message disappeared. But the implication was crystal clear. Collins' elite wasn't just studying UFO entities. They'd concluded that these entities were the same beings that had manipulated human religious belief throughout history. Ancient gods, modern aliens, same entities, different costumes. After the warning, access to documents became nearly impossible. Files went missing. Archives were suddenly under renovation. Dr. Martinelli stopped returning my emails. It was clear that my research had triggered some kind of response from whoever wanted Collins' elite to remain buried. But I'd already seen enough to piece together the broad outline of their doctrine. Collins' elite appeared to be a small classified unit within the US government that approached the UFO phenomenon from a religious rather than scientific perspective. Based on the scattered evidence I'd found, their core beliefs seemed to be UFO entities were not extraterrestrial visitors. They were the same non-corporeal beings that had interacted with humans throughout history. These entities had consistently masqueraded as whatever humans were most likely to worship or trust. Their ultimate goal was the spiritual subjugation of humanity. The modern UFO phenomenon was simply their latest deception campaign. The unit apparently worked closely with religious leaders to develop protocols for identifying and resisting entity influence. They studied religious texts not for historical interest, but for tactical intelligence about entity behaviour patterns. They viewed exorcists and clergy as frontline personnel in a spiritual war that most people didn't even know was happening. Most disturbing of all, they seemed to believe they were losing. My research into Collins' elite had taken nearly 6 months, and by December I was running out of leads. The documents had dried up, my access was severely restricted, and I was starting to wonder if I'd ever find anything more concrete than footnotes and oblique references. That's when I decided to look at modern UFO phenomena through the Collins Elite lens. What I found was terrifying in its consistency. Contemporary UFO contactee reports, when examined from a religious perspective, showed the same patterns that Collins Elite had apparently identified in the 1950s. Entities claiming to be from Zeta Reticuli or the Pleiades, but whose messages contained elements identical to ancient Gnostic texts. Space brothers, preaching salvation through technological advancement, using language that echoed Mesopotamian religious propaganda. Abduction experiences that followed the same psychological patterns as historical demonic possession cases. The modern UFO disclosure movement, viewed through Collins Elite's framework, looked less like a quest for scientific truth and more like the latest phase of an ancient deception campaign. Entities that had once demanded worship as gods now requested trust as benevolent aliens. Same control mechanisms, updated for a scientific age. I started to understand why Collins Elite had worked so closely with religious authorities. If you believe that UFO entities were actually spiritual beings with thousands of years of experience in manipulating human belief systems, then scientists and military analysts were the wrong people to study them. You needed theologians. You needed people who understood the long history of spiritual deception and the psychological mechanisms of faith. You needed people who could recognize the same lie being told with new words. I thought I'd reached the end of my research when I received an unexpected email in January. The sender was listed as archive.recovery@gmail.com, obviously a throwaway account. The message was brief. You've been asking the right questions. Room 847, basement level manuscript collection. Look behind the Milton volumes. 1 hour only. I almost deleted it. Every instinct told me it was a trap, but the Collins Elite investigation had become an obsession, and I couldn't walk away from what might be my last chance at finding real answers. An hour later, I was in the basement of the manuscript collection, a building I'd never visited before. Room 847 was a cramped storage room filled with old books and filing cabinets. The Milton volumes were easy to find, a complete set of Paradise Lost editions dating back to the 1800s. Behind the books, taped to the back of the shelf, was a manila envelope. Inside was a single document that changed everything I thought I knew about Collins Elite. It was typed on official US government letterhead, dated August 12, 1969, and marked Eyes Only Collins Elite Termination Report. The document was brief but explosive. Memorandum for the record subject, termination of Collins Elite program. Effective immediately. All Collins Elite operations are suspended indefinitely. Program termination follows unanimous recommendation by Collins Elite senior staff. Reason for termination: successful entity infiltration of program hierarchy. Evidence suggests long-term entity influence over program direction since 1961. Collins Elite conclusions regarding entity nature remain valid. However, program itself has been compromised beyond recovery. All Collins Elite personnel are reassigned. All documents classified at highest levels. Religious community partnerships terminated. Interdenominational council dissolved. Public disclosure of Collins Elite findings is prohibited under national security provisions. Final assessment: the entities we sought to understand and counter have proven more sophisticated than anticipated. They have successfully used our own investigation against us, turning our knowledge into a tool for their agenda. The Collins Elite program has become part of the deception we were created to expose. Any future investigation of these phenomena must proceed under the assumption that traditional government and academic institutions are compromised. Minus Dr. Edward Collins, Program Director. I read the document 3 times before the implication sank in. Collins Elite hadn't just been terminated because of budget cuts or bureaucratic reshuffling. It had been terminated because the entities they were studying had infiltrated and co-opted the program itself. The Watchers had been turned into accomplices, and if that was true in 1969, what did it mean for every government UFO program since then? Sitting in that storage room, holding what might be the last authentic Collins Elite document ever created, I finally understood the true scope of what I'd uncovered. Collins' Elite hadn't been a fringe program run by religious zealots. It had been a serious government investigation that reached a conclusion so disturbing that the entities being studied had been forced to destroy it. The program had gotten too close to the truth, so the truth had destroyed the program. But what was that truth? Based on everything I'd found, Collins' Elite had concluded that the UFO phenomenon was not extraterrestrial contact, but rather the latest phase of an ancient psychological operation. Non-corporeal entities, call them demons, call them interdimensional beings, call them whatever you want, had been manipulating human belief systems for millennia. They had appeared as gods to ancient peoples, demanding worship and sacrifice. They had manifested as angels and devils to medieval societies, shaping religious doctrine. And now they were appearing as alien visitors to a technological civilization, promoting their agenda through the language of science and space exploration. The genius of it was that each generation thought they were encountering something new. Ancient peoples saw divine visitation, medieval believers saw spiritual manifestation, modern witnesses see extraterrestrial contact. But according to Collins' Elite, it was always the same entities, always running the same basic deception, always working toward the same goal, the spiritual and psychological subjugation of humanity. The entities had realized that direct worship was no longer feasible in a scientific age, so they had adapted, presenting themselves as technologically advanced aliens who could offer humanity salvation through scientific advancement. Instead of demanding worship, they requested trust. Instead of requiring sacrifice, they asked for cooperation. But the underlying dynamic remained the same, humans giving up their autonomy to beings who claimed to have their best interests at heart. And if Collins' Elite was right, the modern UFO disclosure movement was simply the latest phase of this deception campaign. The termination document explained why I'd never heard of Collins' Elite in any mainstream UFO research. It wasn't being covered up by the government to hide alien contact. It was being covered up because the government itself had been compromised by the entities Collins' Elite was studying. Think about it. Every major government UFO program since Collins' Elite, Project Blue Book, AA-TIP, the UAP task force, had approached the phenomenon from a purely technological perspective. They studied craft capabilities, flight patterns, potential propulsion systems. They never asked the questions Collins' Elite had been asking. What do these entities actually want? Why do their messages always promote dependence rather than independence? Why do their promises of enlightenment always require surrender of human agency? Those questions weren't being ignored by accident. According to the termination document, they were being actively suppressed by entities who had learned to work within government and academic institutions. The modern UFO research community, the disclosure advocates, the scientists studying anomalous aerial phenomena, they might all be sincere in their efforts, but they were asking the wrong questions. They were looking for extraterrestrial contact when they should have been looking for spiritual deception. And that meant that every major UFO revelation of the past 50 years might actually be part of the deception Collins' Elite had tried to expose. I left that storage room with more questions than answers, but one thing was crystal clear. Collins' Elite had tried to warn us, and we hadn't listened. Worse, we might not be capable of listening, because the entities they warned us about had apparently learned to control the conversation. Over the following weeks, I tried to verify the termination document through official channels. I filed Freedom of Information Act requests. I contacted government historians. I reached out to former intelligence officials. The responses were universally the same. No record of any program called Collins' Elite existed in official government files. But that didn't mean the program had never existed. It just meant that someone had been very thorough in erasing it. The more I thought about it, the more the Collins' Elite scenario made sense of things that had always bothered me about the UFO phenomenon. Why did entity messages always promote technological dependence rather than spiritual development? Why did alien contact always require humans to abandon their traditional belief systems? Why did every promised revelation turn out to be just another layer of mystery? According to Collins' Elite, it was because the entities weren't trying to enlighten us. They were trying to control us. and the best way to control a technologically advanced species was to convince them that salvation could only come through higher technology, provided by beings who claimed to have humanity's best interests at heart. The ancient formula updated for a scientific age. After finding the termination document, I thought my Collins Elite investigation was over, but 2 weeks later I received another cryptic email from the same archive. Recovery account. You found the termination report. Good. Now find the real archive. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, Georgetown University Theology Department. Tell her Marcus sent you. I almost ignored it. The rational part of my brain was screaming that I was already in too deep, that whoever was feeding me information might be leading me into something dangerous. But the name Marcus rang a bell. Marcus Whitmore, the author of that first 1963 thesis where I'd found the Collins Elite reference. Could he still be alive? Dr. Rodriguez's office was in a converted Victorian house on the Georgetown campus, tucked between the main theology building and an old chapel. When I mentioned that Marcus had sent me, her reaction was immediate and alarming. She locked her office door, closed the blinds, and pulled out a device I later learned was a radio frequency detector. 62 years, she said quietly, sweeping the device around the room. 62 years Marcus has been waiting for someone to follow the trail far enough to find him. He's 91 years old and still afraid they're listening. Dr. Rodriguez led me through a maze of basement corridors beneath the theology building to a climate-controlled storage room I never could have found on my own. Inside, Marcus Whitmore sat surrounded by filing cabinets that looked like they'd been moved there decades ago. He was ancient, but his eyes were sharp and alert. "You're the one asking about Collins Elite," he said. It wasn't a question. "Eleanor tells me you found the termination report. That means they decided you were ready." They? The survivors, the ones who got out before the infiltration was complete. He gestured to the filing cabinets around us. "We've been maintaining our own archive for over 50 years. Everything the government tried to bury, we preserved. What Marcus showed me over the next 6 hours changed everything I thought I knew about Collins Elite and about the scope of the deception they had uncovered. Collins Elite hadn't begun as a government program at all. It had started in 1947 as an informal network of military officers, intelligence analysts and religious scholars who were disturbed by early UFO reports. What bothered them wasn't the craft themselves, but the messages being delivered by the entities inside them. The contactee movement was just getting started, Marcus explained, pulling out files from the late 1940s. George Adamski, Daniel Fry, Truman Bethurum, all these people claiming contact with benevolent space brothers. But when you analysed their messages from a theological perspective, they weren't promoting human spiritual development. They were promoting dependence. The early Collins Elite had conducted detailed analyses of contactee messages and found disturbing patterns. The entities consistently promoted several key themes: the inadequacy of human religion, the necessity of technological advancement, the benefits of surrendering human decision-making to superior beings, and the dangers of independent spiritual development. It was the same psychological framework used by every cult in history, Dr. Rodriguez added. Isolate the subject from their support systems, convince them that traditional sources of guidance are inadequate, then position yourself as the only reliable source of truth. But Collins Elite's analysis went deeper than simple cult mechanics. They had identified specific linguistic and conceptual patterns that appeared across different contactee cases, patterns that matched historical accounts of demonic deception dating back thousands of years. Marcus showed me a 1952 analysis comparing Adamski's alleged conversations with Venusian beings to transcripts from 16th century witch trials. The parallels were undeniable. The same promises of secret knowledge, the same dismissal of conventional morality, the same emphasis on the chosen status of the contactee. That's when we knew we were dealing with something ancient, Marcus said. These weren't aliens from space. They were the same entities that had been manipulating human belief systems since the beginning of recorded history. By 1957, Collins Elite had attracted official government attention. The CIA and military intelligence was struggling to understand the UFO phenomenon from a technological perspective, but Collins Elite was approaching it from an entirely different angle. and getting results. We could predict contactee behaviour patterns, Dr. Rodriguez explained. We could identify which cases were likely to be genuine entity contact versus hoaxes or psychological episodes. We could even predict what messages the entities would deliver in future contacts. This predictive ability had made Collins Elite invaluable to government agencies dealing with UFO incidents. But it had also made them a target. Marcus pulled out a thick file labelled Entity Response Patterns, 1958 to 1961. Inside were dozens of reports documenting how UFO activity and contactee experiences changed in response to Collins Elite investigations. Whenever we got too close to exposing their methods, they would shift tactics, Marcus said. Study their linguistic patterns too closely, and suddenly contactees would start receiving messages in completely different styles. Document their technological claims, and they would start demonstrating entirely different capabilities. The entities weren't just running a deception campaign. They were actively monitoring the investigators and adapting their approach in real time. But the most disturbing pattern was personal targeting. Collins Elite members began experiencing their own anomalous encounters, but these experiences were clearly designed to discredit or manipulate the investigators, rather than provide genuine contact. Dr. Edward Collins himself was contacted in 1960, Marcus revealed. The entity claimed to be from Rigel and offered to provide him with advanced technology in exchange for shutting down the Collins Elite program. When he refused, the encounters became increasingly threatening. Other Collins Elite members reported similar experiences, contact attempts that seemed designed to either co-opt them or drive them out of the program entirely. The entities were fighting back. The termination document I'd found told only part of the story. The real disaster began in 1961 when Collins Elite was formally incorporated into the government's UFO investigation apparatus. That was our mistake, Marcus said bitterly. We thought official recognition would give us more resources, better access to witness testimony, protection from entity retaliation. Instead, it gave them access to us. With official status came new personnel assignments, government oversight, and integration with other classified programs. Collins Elite's small, tight-knit network of trusted researchers was suddenly flooded with new members whose backgrounds couldn't be thoroughly vetted. The infiltration was subtle at first, Dr. Rodriguez explained. New analysts who would subtly shift the focus of investigations, administrative personnel who would lose crucial documents, supervisors who would redirect resources toward more promising lines of inquiry. By 1965, original Collins Elite members were reporting that their research conclusions were being systematically altered before reaching higher-level officials. Analyses emphasizing the deceptive nature of entity contact were being rewritten to focus on potential technological benefits. Warnings about spiritual manipulation were being deleted entirely. Marcus showed me internal memos from 1966 to 1968, documenting the growing suspicion among original Collins Elite members that their program had been compromised. They began conducting parallel investigations using secure channels, trying to determine whether the infiltration was the result of foreign intelligence operations, bureaucratic incompetence, or something more sinister. By 1968, we had our answer, Marcus said grimly. It was the entities themselves. They had learned to work through human intermediaries, people who might not even be consciously aware that they were being influenced. The evidence was subtle but damning. New Collins Elite personnel consistently made decisions that served entity interests, redirecting investigations away from deception analysis, promoting contactees who delivered pro-entity messages, suppressing research that exposed manipulation tactics. The final proof came when Dr. Collins tried to present his findings to the Defense Intelligence Agency in 1969, Dr. Rodriguez said. His presentation was completely rewritten between the time he submitted it and the time it was delivered. Instead of warning about entity deception, it recommended increased cooperation with UFO intelligences. That was when the original Collins Elite members realized their program had been completely subverted. The Watchers had become the Watched, and the Watched had become the Watchers. Rather than fight a battle they couldn't win within government channels, the original Collins Elite members made a radical decision. They would fake the program's termination while secretly continuing their research through private channels. The termination report you found was genuine, Marcus explained, but it wasn't the end of Collins' elite. It was the beginning of the real investigation. Using their existing contacts within religious institutions, academia and government, the Collins elite survivors established a covert network for continuing their research. They couldn't publish their findings or seek official recognition, but they could continue gathering evidence and developing their understanding of the entity deception campaign. "We've been operating continuously for over 50 years, Dr. Rodriguez said, documenting entity activity, analysing their evolving strategies, tracking their infiltration of various institutions. The underground Collins elite had identified several key developments since 1969. The entities had largely abandoned individual contactee operations in favour of influencing institutions directly. Rather than delivering messages through isolated individuals who could be easily dismissed, they were now working through respected scientists, government officials and religious leaders. They had also shifted their primary narrative from spiritual enlightenment to technological salvation. Instead of promising cosmic consciousness or spiritual advancement, they were now focusing on environmental solutions, clean energy, and space exploration. Most significantly, they had begun preparing for mass disclosure rather than gradual revelation. The underground Collins elite believed this represented the final phase of a deception campaign that had been in development for decades. Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez walked me through 50 years of documented entity influence on human institutions. The pattern was consistent but sophisticated. Entities never directly controlled human behaviour, but they influenced it through carefully orchestrated synchronicities, technological inspirations, and strategic information releases. "Look at the development of computer technology," Dr. Rodriguez said, showing me files documenting unusual technological leaps in electronics and computing since the 1960s. Every major breakthrough happened shortly after UFO encounters involving personnel who were in positions to influence research directions. The entities weren't providing blueprints or direct technological assistance. Instead, they were inspiring specific lines of research, guiding human scientists toward discoveries that served long-term entity interests. The internet, social media, artificial intelligence, all of these technologies have made humanity more connected but also more controllable, Marcus observed. They've created systems that can monitor and influence human behaviour on a global scale. According to underground Collins elite analysis, the entities had been systematically encouraging the development of technologies that would make mass psychological manipulation easier, while simultaneously making individual privacy and independence more difficult. But the most disturbing revelation was their analysis of the modern UFO disclosure movement itself. Every major disclosure advocate, every government whistleblower, every scientist calling for serious UFO research, we've documented anomalous encounters in their backgrounds, Dr. Rodriguez said. They're not consciously working for the entities, but they're all promoting the same basic narrative, that UFO contact is inevitable, beneficial, and should be embraced rather than resisted. The underground Collins elite had identified specific psychological themes being promoted through disclosure advocates: the inadequacy of human civilization, the necessity of outside intervention, the benefits of technological advancement over spiritual development, and the dangers of resistance to contact. It's the same message the contactees were delivering in the 1950s, Marcus said, just delivered through more credible sources and backed by more sophisticated evidence. According to the underground Collins elite's analysis, the current disclosure campaign was preparation for something unprecedented: open entity contact with humanity as a whole, rather than selected individuals. They've spent 70 years testing human responses, refining their approach, identifying the most effective manipulation strategies, Dr. Rodriguez explained. Now they're ready to scale up. The evidence they showed me was circumstantial but compelling. Government UFO programs consistently focused on technological aspects while ignoring behavioural and psychological elements. Scientific studies of anomalous phenomena emphasized physical measurements, while dismissing witness testimony about entity motivations. Media coverage promoted wonder and excitement about potential contact, while discouraging analysis of entity intentions. They're engineering consent, Marcus said, creating a cultural context where open contact will be seen as humanity's graduation to a higher level of existence rather than submission to a superior intelligence. The underground Collins elite believed that formal contact would be presented as humanity's invitation to join a galactic community, with entities offering technological solutions to environmental problems, social conflicts and resource limitations. The offer would seem generous, beneficial and desperately needed. But according to their analysis, acceptance would come with costs that wouldn't become apparent until it was too late. The gradual replacement of human decision-making systems with entity-guided alternatives, the erosion of individual agency in favour of collective efficiency, and the redefinition of human spiritual development to align with entity objectives. It won't feel like conquest, Dr. Rodriguez said. It will feel like salvation, right up until the moment humans realise they've traded their freedom for security and they're no longer capable of making that trade in reverse. After hours of reviewing evidence and analysis, I asked the obvious question: if the underground Collins elite was right about entity intentions, what could be done to counter them? Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez exchanged glances before Marcus answered carefully. Individual resistance is possible but difficult, he said. The entities rely on collective consent and institutional cooperation. They can't force contact on humans who genuinely reject it, but they can make such rejection seem irrational, antisocial or harmful. The underground Collins elite had developed what they called spiritual inoculation, techniques for recognizing and resisting entity influence. These included traditional religious practices like prayer and meditation, but also more analytical approaches, questioning the source and motivation behind any message promoting dependence, examining whether proposed solutions increased or decreased human agency, and maintaining strong connections to human community and traditional wisdom. The entities are masters of isolation and dependency, Dr. Rodriguez explained. Their influence is weakest when humans are connected to each other and to their own spiritual traditions, and strongest when individuals feel cut off from community and traditional sources of guidance. But individual resistance wouldn't be enough if the entities succeeded in achieving mass consent for contact. The underground Collins elite believed that their most important function was preserving and disseminating knowledge about entity deception methods, so that future generations would have the tools needed to recognize and resist manipulation. That's why we've maintained this archive, Marcus said, and why we're sharing it with you now. The disclosure campaign is accelerating, and we may not have much time left to prepare people for what's coming. As I write this, the UFO disclosure movement is reaching a crescendo. Government officials are admitting that anomalous aerial phenomena are real. Military personnel are testifying about encounters with craft displaying impossible capabilities. Scientists are calling for serious study of the phenomenon. The public is being prepared for some kind of revelation. But if Collins' elite was right, that revelation might be the culmination of a deception campaign that began thousands of years ago. Think about how perfectly the current disclosure narrative fits the Collins elite framework. We're being told that non-human intelligence has been monitoring humanity, that these beings possess technology that could solve our energy and environmental problems, that contact is inevitable and potentially beneficial. We're being encouraged to view disclosure as a positive development, a step forward in human evolution. But what if it's actually the final step in a plan that began when the first human looked at the sky and wondered if the gods were watching? The entities Collins' elite studied had thousands of years to perfect their understanding of human psychology. They knew that direct domination would eventually fail, that humans would rebel against obvious tyranny, but they also knew that humans could be convinced to surrender their autonomy willingly, if the surrender was framed as enlightenment or advancement. The promise of godhood had worked for ancient peoples, the promise of salvation had worked for medieval societies, and the promise of technological transcendence might be working on us right now. Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez had given me a framework for understanding the entity deception campaign, but they also gave me something more practical, a list of specific indicators that the final phase was beginning. We've been tracking these markers for decades, Dr. Rodriguez explained, showing me a comprehensive timeline of predicted developments. When all of them align, it means the entities believe humanity is ready for open contact. The first indicator was mainstream media normalization of UFO phenomena, not just reporting on UFO incidents, but actively promoting the idea that contact would be beneficial. According to their analysis, this phase had begun in earnest around 2017 and was accelerating rapidly. The second indicator was government disclosure of UAP reality without disclosure of government conclusions about entity intentions. They're admitting the phenomena are real, while carefully avoiding any discussion of what the entities actually want, Marcus noted. This creates public curiosity without public wariness. The third indicator was increased entity activity designed to demonstrate technological superiority while maintaining plausible deniability. The recent UAP videos released by the Pentagon fit this pattern perfectly. Clear evidence of advanced technology, but no direct communication or obvious threat. The fourth indicator was the emergence of credible advocates for contact within scientific, military, and government institutions. People with impressive credentials and no obvious ulterior motives, all promoting the same basic message: that humanity should welcome contact rather than fear it. Look at the current disclosure advocates, Dr. Rodriguez said, showing me biographical information on various scientists and former government officials. Impressive backgrounds, sincere motivations, reasonable arguments, but they're all promoting the same narrative the entities have been pushing for 70 years. The fifth and most disturbing indicator was the systematic suppression of research into entity psychology and motivations. While technological aspects of UAP were receiving increased attention and funding, questions about entity intentions were being dismissed as unscientific or irrelevant. That's how you know the entities are controlling the conversation, Marcus said. Any investigation that might reveal their true agenda gets discredited or defunded, while investigations that support their preferred narrative receive institutional support. According to their tracking system, all 5 indicators were currently active and accelerating. The underground Collins elite believed this meant humanity was within years, possibly months, of formal entity contact. Before I left Georgetown that day, Marcus pulled me aside for a private conversation. "You need to understand what you're walking into," he said quietly. "Everyone who's gotten this deep into Collins elite research has faced the same choice. Drop the investigation or accept that your life is going to change in ways you can't predict or control." He told me about colleagues who had been discredited through carefully orchestrated academic scandals, researchers who had lost funding after questioning entity motivations, investigators who had experienced personal crises that conveniently redirected their attention away from UFO phenomena. The entities don't usually resort to direct intimidation, Marcus explained. It's much more effective to make resistance seem personally costly. Failed relationships, career setbacks, health problems, family conflicts, all timed to coincide with getting too close to the truth. He showed me files documenting the life trajectories of dozens of Collins elite researchers over the past 50 years. The pattern was consistent. People who backed away from the investigation generally experienced improved circumstances, while those who continued faced escalating personal difficulties. "I'm not trying to scare you off," Marcus said, "but you need to know that this isn't just an intellectual exercise. The entities have a vested interest in controlling what humans believe about them, and they've had centuries to develop sophisticated methods for managing troublesome individuals." Dr. Rodriguez had faced similar pressures. Her tenure at Georgetown had been threatened twice due to budget constraints that mysteriously resolved themselves when she temporarily reduced her Collins elite research. Her marriage had ended during a period of intensive investigation into entity influence on religious institutions. Her health had suffered during the years she was most actively documenting entity deception patterns. "But here's the thing," she said. "The difficulties are real, but they're not insurmountable. The entities can make resistance costly, but they can't make it impossible. If they could simply eliminate troublesome humans, Collins elite would never have existed in the first place." She believed that entity limitations were precisely why the deception campaign was necessary. If entities could control human behavior directly, they wouldn't need to spend decades engineering consent for contact. The fact that they relied on manipulation suggested that human free will, while vulnerable to influence, remained fundamentally intact. Over the following months, Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez introduced me to other members of the underground Collins elite network. I was amazed by both the size and diversity of the group. Theologians and physicists, former intelligence analysts and current religious leaders, retired military officers and active researchers. What united them wasn't a shared background or ideology, but a shared conclusion that the UFO phenomenon represented a spiritual threat masquerading as a technological opportunity. Father Michael Torres, a Catholic exorcist based in New Mexico, had been documenting parallels between UFO encounters and demonic possession for 30 years. Dr. Rebecca Walsh, a psychiatrist specializing in religious experiences, had identified specific psychological patterns linking modern abduction accounts to historical accounts of spiritual deception. Colonel James Patterson, retired, former Air Force intelligence, had spent decades analysing UFO incident reports and concluded that entity behaviour was consistent with psychological warfare rather than scientific exploration. Each member of the network brought specialised knowledge and perspective, but all had reached similar conclusions about entity motivations and methods. More importantly, all had experienced some form of pressure or retaliation for their research, confirming the underground Collins elite's assessment that entity influence extended far beyond individual contactee cases. "We're not conspiracy theorists," Dr. Walsh explained during one of our meetings. "We're researchers who followed the evidence to an uncomfortable conclusion. The UFO phenomenon is real, the entities are real, but their intentions aren't what they claim to be." The network had developed sophisticated methods for secure communication and information sharing, operating on the assumption that their activities were being monitored by both government agencies and entity-influenced individuals within those agencies. "We have to assume that any information we share through normal channels will be compromised," Colonel Patterson explained. "But we also can't become so paranoid that we stop sharing information entirely. The entities benefit from our isolation more than our communication." As my involvement with the underground Collins elite deepened, I learned that the network extended far beyond the United States. Religious leaders in Europe, researchers in Asia, indigenous spiritual authorities in South America, all were reporting similar observations about entity activity and deception patterns. Dr. Rodriguez arranged for me to speak with several international contacts via encrypted communication channels. Their perspectives added crucial context to the Collins elite analysis. Brother Antonio Mendez, a Spanish monk who specialized in mystical theology, had been tracking entity influences on contemporary religious movements. His research suggested that entities were actively promoting syncretistic spiritual practices that emphasized cosmic consciousness over traditional religious authority. "They're not attacking religion directly," he explained through a translator. "They're subtly altering it, encouraging beliefs and practices that make humans more receptive to entity guidance and less connected to traditional sources of spiritual wisdom." Dr. Yuki Tanaka, a Japanese researcher studying anomalous phenomena in Buddhist contexts, had identified similar patterns in Asian spiritual communities. Entity influences seem designed to promote meditation practices that open practitioners to external guidance, while discouraging those that strengthened individual discernment and spiritual independence. Maria Santos, a shaman from Peru, described entity encounters that closely paralleled North American UFO contact reports, but framed in terms of traditional indigenous spirituality. The entities consistently promoted abandonment of ancestral traditions in favour of updated spiritual practices more suitable for the modern world. "Same spirits, different masks," she said simply. "They tell each culture what that culture wants to hear, but always with the same goal: make humans depend on them instead of their own traditions and wisdom." The global perspective confirmed the underground Collins elite's assessment that entity activity was coordinated across cultures and belief systems, but adapted to local contexts and expectations. The deception campaign wasn't centered in any particular country or religion. It was targeting human spiritual independence as a universal phenomenon. Based on decades of analysis and current trends, the underground Collins elite had developed a timeline for what they believed would be the final phase of the entity deception campaign. Phase 1, 2020 to 2025, mainstream normalization of UFO phenomena through government disclosure and media coverage. Emphasis on technological aspects while avoiding discussion of entity psychology or motivations. Gradual preparation of public consciousness for the possibility of contact. Phase 2, 2025 to 2030. Increased entity demonstrations designed to showcase technological capabilities and benevolent intentions, possibly including solutions to environmental or energy crises that humanity appears unable to solve independently. Growing public pressure for government contact initiatives. Phase 3, 2030 to 2035, formal contact between entity representatives and human governments. Presentation of comprehensive assistance packages addressing climate change, resource depletion, social conflicts and technological limitations. Initial agreements for limited cooperation and information exchange. Phase 4, 2035 to 2040. Gradual integration of entity guidance into human decision-making systems. Replacement of traditional political, economic and social structures with entity-recommended alternatives. Growing human dependence on entity technology and advice. Phase 5, 2040 plus. Complete transformation of human civilization according to entity specifications. Elimination of independent human spiritual development in favour of entity-directed consciousness evolution. Humanity's transition from independent species to managed resource. The genius of the timeline is that each phase will seem like humanity's choice, Dr. Rodriguez explained. People will vote for leaders who support contact. They'll demand access to entity technology. They'll embrace changes that make their lives easier and more comfortable. Marcus nodded grimly. By the time humans realize they've traded their freedom for security, the infrastructure for independence will have been dismantled. They'll be completely dependent on systems they don't understand, controlled by entities they trusted. The timeline wasn't inevitable, according to Underground Collins' elite analysis, but it was highly probable unless humanity developed widespread awareness of entity deception methods and conscious resistance to manipulation. That's why we're talking to you, Marcus said, and why we've been talking to researchers like you for 50 years. Information is the only weapon we have against this kind of psychological operation. After months of research and analysis, I found myself facing the same choice that every Collins elite researcher had faced since 1947. Accept the implications of what I'd learned, or find a way to dismiss it as paranoid speculation. The evidence was circumstantial but extensive. The pattern was consistent but complex. The implications were staggering but difficult to prove conclusively, and the personal costs of continued investigation were becoming increasingly apparent. My freelance work had dried up mysteriously. Dr. Martinelli had stopped returning my calls after someone complained about my misuse of university resources. My relationship was suffering under the strain of the long hours spent on research I couldn't fully explain. My sleep was disrupted by dreams that felt more like memories of conversations I'd never had. But I also couldn't ignore what I'd learned. If Collins' elite was even partially correct, then humanity was walking into the most sophisticated trap in recorded history. And if that trap succeeded, future generations would live in a world where human independence was not just restricted, but literally unthinkable. The choice, ultimately, was between personal comfort and collective responsibility, between individual security and species survival, between the easy path of accepting official narratives and the difficult path of questioning everything I thought I knew about humanity's place in the universe. I chose to continue the investigation. It's been 6 months since my first meeting with Marcus and Dr. Rodriguez, and I'm no longer the same person who stumbled across that footnote in a theological dissertation. The evidence I've gathered has convinced me that Collins' elite was not only real, but correct in their fundamental assessment of the UFO phenomenon. We are not being visited by benevolent space brothers seeking to help humanity evolve to a higher level of consciousness. We are being manipulated by entities that have been perfecting deception techniques for millennia, entities that view humanity as a resource to be managed rather than a species to be assisted. The current UFO disclosure movement, whatever the sincere intentions of its individual advocates, is serving entity interests by preparing humanity to welcome contact rather than question it. The technological solutions being offered through various contact scenarios are not gifts, but baits in an elaborate trap that will close once humanity becomes dependent on entity guidance. And the most terrifying aspect is that it's working exactly as planned. Public opinion is shifting in favour of contact. Government agencies are admitting UFO reality while avoiding UFO psychology. Scientific institutions are studying technological aspects while ignoring behavioural patterns. Religious leaders are embracing cosmic spirituality while abandoning traditional discernment practices. We are being prepared for our own subjugation, and we are enthusiastically participating in the preparation process. But knowledge of a deception campaign, even a sophisticated one, provides power to resist it. The entities Collins' elite studied were powerful and cunning, but they were not omnipotent. Their influence depended on human ignorance, isolation, and consent. When humans understood their methods and refused to cooperate, entity influence diminished significantly. The underground Collins elite has spent 50 years documenting entity weaknesses as well as their strengths. They've developed techniques for recognizing and resisting manipulation. They've maintained networks of communication and support that entity influence cannot completely penetrate. And most importantly, they've preserved knowledge that would otherwise have been lost or corrupted. That knowledge is now available to anyone willing to look for it, question official narratives, and think independently about humanity's future. The choice between freedom and security, between independence and dependence, between human agency and entity guidance remains open. But that choice won't remain open forever. According to every timeline the underground Collins elite has developed, we are rapidly approaching the point where collective consent for entity contact will make individual resistance increasingly difficult and ultimately ineffective. The time for choosing is now. The information needed to choose wisely exists, but it requires effort to find and courage to accept. The consequences of choosing poorly may be irreversible. 60 years ago, Collins' elite tried to warn us. Today, their successors are still trying. Whether humanity listens and whether we choose wisely remains to be seen. But the warning has been delivered. The evidence has been presented. The choice is ours. Maybe that's why you never hear their name in congressional hearings or disclosure reports, because Collins' elite wasn't warning us about aliens. They were warning us about faith in the wrong thing and how easily it can damn us. The question isn't whether Collins' elite really existed. The question is whether they were right. And if they were right, then everything we think we know about the UFO phenomenon might be part of the very deception they tried to expose. The entities they described have had 60 years to perfect their strategy since Collins' elite was terminated. 60 years to learn how to work within our institutions, shape our research, and guide our conclusions. 60 years to make sure that when disclosure finally comes, we'll welcome it with open arms. Because that's what good servants do, they welcome their masters home. But servants can choose to be free. The question is whether they will make that choice while they still can. That's tonight's deep dive into the Collins elite. A story that challenges everything we think we know about the UFO phenomenon and asks uncomfortable questions about the nature of contact itself. What do you think? Was Collins' elite a real government program or just an elaborate piece of disinformation? And either way, are the questions they were asking the ones we should be asking now? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to suggest topics for future episodes. Your ideas keep sleep theories going, and trust me, we've only scratched the surface of what's hidden in the footnotes of history. Until next time, sleep well and question everything. Before we begin, I want to give a thank you to Bibelbrox and so many others who suggested this topic. Your ideas fuel these investigations into the shadows of history. If you have suggestions for future videos, drop them in the comments below. We read every single one. What if I told you that the last mission to the moon wasn't Apollo 17? What if 3 astronauts launched in secret, travelled 250,000 miles into the void, and discovered something that fundamentally changed humanity's relationship with space exploration? What if their names were erased, their families silenced, and their discovery buried under layers of classification that remain sealed to this day. This is the story of Apollo 18, the mission that officially never happened, but unofficially changed everything. The year was 1970, and America's love affair with the moon was dying. Apollo 13 had nearly ended in tragedy that April. Commander James Lovell, Command Module pilot Jack Swigert, and Lunar Module pilot Fred Hayes had survived an oxygen tank explosion 200,000 miles from home through sheer ingenuity and luck. The nation had held its breath for 4 days, glued to their television sets, watching 3 men fight their way back from the edge of the abyss. They made it. But the close call had rattled Congress. By September 1970, NASA Administrator Thomas Paine stood before the Senate Appropriations Committee with grim news. The remaining Apollo missions, 18, 19 and 20, were being cancelled. Budget constraints, shifting priorities and waning public interest had sealed their fate. The moon program that had captivated the world was ending, not with a bang, but with a bureaucratic whimper. Or so the public was told. Behind closed doors, a different story was unfolding. In the basement archives of the Johnson Space Center, there exists a document that most people will never see. It's labelled NASA SP4029, a dry budget reconciliation report from fiscal year 1971. Most of it contains exactly what you'd expect. Columns of numbers, departmental allocations, contractor payments. But on page 247, there's an anomaly. 3 line items totaling $287 million are listed under Specialized Systems Transfer Classified Program Support. The receiving account is identified only by a code, LB73DOD, Liberty Bell. Project Liberty Bell was a joint Department of Defense and NASA initiative, supervised by 2 organizations that rarely appear in public documents, the Office of Space Science and Applications and the National Reconnaissance Office. The NRO, for those unfamiliar, is America's spy satellite agency, so secret that its very existence wasn't officially acknowledged until 1992. What would NASA and America's most classified intelligence agency want, with nearly $300 million and a cancelled moon mission? The answer lay in the Cold War's most dangerous game, nuclear detection. Throughout the early 1970s, American intelligence analysts were desperate to monitor Soviet nuclear testing. Satellite surveillance helped, but seismic detection remained the gold standard for identifying underground detonations. The problem was geography. Soviet test sites in Kazakhstan and Novaya Zemlya were geologically shielded, making detection difficult from Earth-based sensors. But what about sensors that weren't on Earth? The moon offered a unique advantage. Its stable, airless environment and low seismic noise made it an ideal platform for detecting faint vibrations across vast distances. More importantly, the moon's orbit around Earth meant that sensors could monitor Soviet territory during windows, when traditional surveillance was blind. Project Liberty Bell's mission was simple. Place advanced seismic relay equipment on the lunar surface, disguised as abandoned Apollo hardware, and use it to monitor Soviet nuclear activity. They would need a crew, 3 men willing to risk everything for a mission that could never be acknowledged. Commander Richard Anderson had been the backup pilot for Apollo 16. At 41, he was older than most astronauts, a Korean War veteran with silver temples, and the kind of steady calm that made younger pilots defer to him without question. He'd spent 2 years training for a moon landing that never came, watching as younger crews got the glory while he remained earthbound. When a 2-star general from the Department of Defense showed up at his Houston office in March 1973 with a manila folder marked Eyes Only, Anderson didn't hesitate. He was being offered what every astronaut dreams of, a mission to the moon. The fact that it was classified only made it more appealing. James Hall was different. A former Air Force test pilot, Hall had been assigned to the Manned Orbital Laboratory, the Air Force's secret space station program, before it was cancelled in 1969. He was 38, dark-haired, intense, with the kind of technical precision that made him NASA's go-to pilot for experimental systems. Hall had grown up reading Tom Swift novels and watching Flash Gordon serials. He joined the Air Force specifically to fly higher and faster than anyone else. When NASA recruited him after MOL's cancellation, he jumped at the chance. Hall was the command module pilot responsible for keeping the spacecraft alive while his crewmates descended to the surface. The third crew member was Marcus Kell, and he was an outsider. Kell wasn't military. He was a civilian geologist from the United States Geological Survey's Astrogeology Center in Flagstaff, Arizona. At 35, he'd spent a decade mapping lunar terrain from photographs, preparing traverse routes for astronauts who would walk on a stone he'd only studied from afar. Kell was wiry, intense, with thick-framed glasses and a habit of speaking in rapid-fire technical jargon that left his colleagues scrambling to keep up. NASA needed a geologist who could identify the best locations for seismic equipment and collect samples that would justify the mission's scientific cover story. Kell was brilliant, obsessive, and, crucially, unmarried with no children. His disappearance, if necessary, would cause minimal civilian disruption. The crew trained in isolation at a classified facility in Nevada, using equipment labelled as Skylab backup hardware. They studied maps of Mare Moscoviense, a far-side lunar basin that would provide their equipment with an unobstructed view of Soviet territory. They practiced deploying sensor packages disguised as standard Apollo science experiments, and they were briefed on what to do if they found something unexpected. Unlikely, the briefing officer had said, a CIA analyst whose name none of them caught. But the Soviets have had multiple lunar probes in the region. If you encounter any foreign hardware, photograph it, catalogue it, and bring back samples if possible. Do not attempt to interact with it directly. Anderson had raised an eyebrow. What kind of samples? The analyst's expression hadn't changed. Anything unusual. Anything that doesn't match baseline lunar geology. Anything that appears manufactured or processed. You think the Soviets built something up there? We think it's prudent to be prepared for any scenario. That should have been the first warning. Launch Complex 39B at Kennedy Space Center had seen better days. By December 1973, it had been more than a year since the last Saturn V had thundered skyward, carrying Apollo 17. The massive gantry stood silent, a rusting monument to a program that had conquered the moon, and then simply stopped. Tourists visiting the Space Center were told that 39B was being reconfigured for Skylab support operations. A plausible enough story, given that America's space station was still operational. What the tourists didn't see was the nighttime activity. Starting in November, unmarked trucks began arriving after dark, delivering components wrapped in protective shrouding. The vehicle assembly building's high bay doors would open just long enough to admit the cargo, then seal shut. Armed Air Force security police established a perimeter that extended far beyond the normal restricted zone. On the morning of December 7, 1973, NASA issued a press release announcing a systems compatibility test for Skylab backup hardware, scheduled for December 11th. The test would use vehicle SA-515, one of the unused Saturn V rockets, to verify orbital insertion procedures for potential future space station missions. It was a lie wrapped in technical jargon, and it worked perfectly. SA-515 was real. It had been constructed but never assigned to a mission. The Skylab story was plausible enough that the handful of space journalists who still covered NASA didn't dig deeper, and the December timing was deliberate. The Soviet Union's tracking stations would be focused on their own Soyuz 13 mission, currently in orbit. The crew arrived at the operations and checkout building at 0300 hours on December 11th. They'd spent the previous week in medical quarantine, officially to prevent any illness that might compromise the test flight, unofficially to prevent them from talking to anyone outside the mission loop. Anderson remembered the walk to the transfer van. The air was warm and humid, typical for Florida in December, carrying the salt smell of the Atlantic. Above them, stars blazed in a moonless sky. The irony wasn't lost on him. They were about to fly to the moon on a night when the moon itself was new, invisible from Earth. The suit technicians worked in silence, checking seals and connections with the efficient precision of people who'd done this dozens of times. But there were differences. The mission patches on their suits bore no designation, just the NASA logo. Their names weren't embroidered on the chest, just their surnames and a cryptic alphanumeric Anderson's D-73, Hall SD-73, Kells D-73, SD-73, Silent Dawn 1973. The elevator ride to the White Room seemed to take forever. Anderson's heart rate was elevated. He could hear it in his helmet's biomedical sensors, but steady. Hall was actually calmer than during simulations, his vital signs rock solid. Kell, predictably, was running hot, excitement overriding any nervousness. At 0522 hours, the crew entered the command module. They'd named it Endeavour, after Captain Cook's ship of exploration. The lunar module, still folded in the adapter below them, was Orpheus, the Greek hero who descended into the underworld and almost made it back. Another name that should have been a warning. The launch was textbook perfect. At 0631 hours, the Saturn V's 5 F1 engines ignited in a carefully sequenced cascade, producing £7.5 million of thrust. The flame trench beneath the pad redirected the exhaust in a searing river of fire. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the rocket strained against the hold-down arms, every component vibrating with barely contained violence. Then the arms released and Apollo 18 began to rise. Inside the command module, the crew was slammed into their seats by acceleration that built from 1G to 4Gs in a matter of seconds. The rocket's roar was so loud it transcended sound, becoming something physical, a pressure that invaded their bones. Outside the windows, the gantry dropped away with startling speed, replaced by sky transitioning from black to dark blue to brilliant azure. 2 minutes and 42 seconds after liftoff, the first stage separated, its fuel exhausted. The sudden change from brutal acceleration to relative weightlessness made Anderson's stomach lurch, but he kept his focus on the instruments. The second stage ignited smoothly, pushing them higher and faster. 11 minutes after leaving Earth, they were in orbit. The official NASA tracking data for December 11th, 1973 shows only routine Skylab telemetry. There's no mention of a Saturn V launch, no tracking data for a translunar injection burn, no acknowledgement that 3 men had just begun a 250,000-mile journey. But NORAD knew. Their radar installations had tracked every second of the ascent. The data was immediately classified, rerouted to a Department of Defense server that would remain sealed for decades. At mission elapsed time 2 hours, 44 minutes and 16 seconds, while passing over the Pacific Ocean on their second orbit, Endeavour's service propulsion system engine ignited for the translunar injection burn. For 5 minutes and 48 seconds, the engine pushed them faster and faster until they'd exceeded Earth's escape velocity. They were committed now, the moon or nothing. The 3-day coast to lunar orbit was simultaneously routine and surreal. They performed the usual systems checks, verified course corrections, practiced lunar module procedures. But there was no television coverage, no interviews with Walter Cronkite, no excited updates from Mission Control played on every radio station in America. Just them, alone in the void, following a trajectory that officially didn't exist. Flight Director Glyn Lunny oversaw the mission from a specially secured control room at Johnson Space Center. Lunny was a veteran of every Apollo mission since Apollo 7, a brilliant, unflappable leader who'd guided Apollo 13 home when disaster struck. If anyone could be trusted with the most classified mission in NASA's history, it was Lunny. But even Lunny wasn't prepared for what came next. Apollo 18 entered lunar orbit on December the 9th, 1973, at 17:23 mission elapsed time. The lunar orbit insertion burn was perfect, placing them in a 60 by 170-mile elliptical orbit that would be circularized before the landing attempt. Through their windows, the moon's surface scrolled past in stark blacks and greys, utterly lifeless, utterly alien. All remained in Endeavour while Anderson and Kell transferred into Orpheus, the lunar module that would take them to the surface. The undocking went smoothly, and Orpheus began its descent toward Mare Moscoviense. Mare Moscoviense, the Sea of Moscow, is one of the moon's most distinctive farside features. Unlike the familiar Maria visible from Earth, this impact basin is relatively small, only 270 miles across. But it contains unusual magnetic anomalies that had puzzled scientists for years. The mission planners had chosen it precisely because those anomalies might mask the electronic signatures of the surveillance equipment. What they didn't know was that the anomalies had a different source entirely. Orpheus touched down at 23:41 mission elapsed time, landing near the basin's southern rim where magnetic readings were strongest. Anderson's voice was steady as he reported, "Houston, Orpheus. The Eagle has landed." A deliberate echo of Armstrong's famous words, a private acknowledgement of the legacy they carried. "Copy that, Orpheus," came Lunny's response, his voice encrypted and relayed through a satellite network that bore no official connection to NASA. "You're go for EVA in 6 hours. Get some rest." But Anderson was staring out the window at something that didn't make sense. The landing site briefings had shown a relatively smooth area of mare basalt, perfect for deploying equipment. What he saw instead was irregular. The regolith, the dusty lunar soil, showed patterns. Not natural wind patterns, obviously, since the moon has no atmosphere, but linear features, geometric arrangements that looked almost like... "Houston, we have some unusual surface characteristics here," Anderson transmitted. "Request permission to move EVA-1 up to 0300 MET. A long pause, then... "Negative, Orpheus. Stick to the timeline. You need rest." Anderson exchanged a glance with Kell through their helmets. The geologist's eyes were wide behind his visor, fixed on the same patterns Anderson had noticed. "Copy that, Houston," Anderson said. But he knew neither of them would sleep. 4 hours later, they were suiting up anyway. The first EVAs officially began at 3:17 mission elapsed time. Anderson descended the ladder first, pausing on the bottom rung to deliver the words he'd rehearsed 100 times. "I step onto this ancient surface in the spirit of discovery and in the service of my country. No poetry, no giant leap for mankind." This was a military operation, and his words reflected that. Kell followed, immediately setting up the camera that would document their activities. Unlike previous Apollo missions, this footage would never be broadcast, but it needed to exist for post-mission analysis. They worked efficiently, deploying the seismic equipment packages with the practiced precision of countless simulations. The equipment looked identical to the ALS-EP science packages from earlier missions, but these units contained classified sensors designed to detect specific frequencies associated with nuclear detonations. It was while planting the third sensor array that Kell's voice cut across the radio, sharp with surprise. "Commander, you need to see this." Anderson bounded over in the lunar gravity's lazy arc. Kell was kneeling, or as close to kneeling as the suit allowed, next to an outcrop of rock that protruded from the regolith at an odd angle. "What am I looking at?" Anderson asked. Kell reached out with a gloved hand, brushing dust away from the rock's surface. Except it wasn't rock. The surface was metallic, not meteoritic iron, which Anderson had seen in photographs from previous missions. This was processed metal, showing what looked like machining marks, precise angles that didn't occur in nature. "Houston," Kell transmitted, his voice carefully controlled despite the excitement Anderson could hear underneath. "Surface sample at Station 3 shows unusual characteristics. Structure appears engineered, not geological. Recommend immediate sample collection and detailed photography." The response from Houston was immediate. "Say again, Orpheus. Did you say engineered?" "Affirmative, Houston. The sample shows evidence of the transmission cut out, not static, not interference, just silence." Anderson checked his radio. All lights green. He could hear Kell's breathing on the short-range suit-to-suit frequency. But Houston was gone. Then Kell's hand shot out, gripping Anderson's arm hard enough that he felt it through the suit's layers. "Commander," Kell whispered, even though there was no one to overhear in the moon's vacuum. "It's warm." That was impossible. The lunar surface temperature in sunlight reaches 260 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to cook you in an unprotected suit. In shadow, it plunges to minus 280, but objects don't generate their own heat, not naturally. Anderson placed his own glove against the metal surface. Through the suit's insulation, he shouldn't have felt anything. But Kell was right. There was heat. Not scorching, but present. Unmistakable. Active. "We need to document this," Anderson said, forcing his voice to remain calm. "Full photography, spectroscopy if we can get readings. Then we collect samples and..." Kell wasn't listening. He'd moved around the outcrop, brushing away more regolith. revealing more of the structure beneath. It was massive. What they'd seen was just the tip, the exposed edge of something that extended down into the lunar surface. And now that Anderson's eyes had adjusted, he could see that the patterns in the regolith weren't random. They radiated out from this central point, like ripples in a pond, or like something had disturbed the dust when it powered up. Anderson's training took over. Document. Analyze. Report. He began photographing the structure from multiple angles, while Kell used the portable X-ray fluorescent spectrometer to analyze the metal's composition. The readings made no sense. The XRF showed titanium, but not any titanium alloy in their reference database. The crystalline structure was too regular, too perfect. Whatever this was, it hadn't been formed by natural processes. Orpheus, this is Houston. Do you copy? The transmission crackled back to life and Anderson nearly jumped. Houston, Orpheus, we copy. We experienced a 14-minute communication dropout. Negative, Orpheus. We show continuous telemetry. Your biomedical readouts went offline for 14 minutes, but voice communication remained nominal from our end. Anderson and Kell exchanged another look. They'd been shouting at Houston for 14 minutes with no response. Houston claimed they'd maintained contact the whole time. Someone was lying, or something had interfered with the transmission in a way that affected both ends differently. Houston, we have a situation here. We've uncovered what appears to be an artificial structure, possibly Soviet in origin, showing Orpheus, cease that work immediately. A new voice, not Lunny, harder, military. You are to collect the minimum required samples, photograph the area, and return to the LM immediately. Do you understand? Anderson felt something cold settle in his chest. Houston, we need more time to properly document. Orpheus, that is a direct order. Return to the lunar module. Now. The voice left no room for argument. They collected samples. 6 core tubes, each carefully sealed and labelled. Kell wanted to take more, to excavate deeper, to really understand what they'd found. Anderson had to physically pull him away. The climb back up the ladder felt wrong. They were leaving something behind, something that rewrote everything humanity thought it knew about the moon, and they were just walking away. Inside Orpheus, they pressurized the cabin and removed their helmets. Kell's face was flushed, his eyes bright with excitement and frustration. We found something, he said. Something that proves we're not alone. And they're ordering us to follow orders, Anderson interrupted. We're military personnel on a classified mission. We document, we report. We let the analysts make the calls. But nothing. We've got the samples. We've got photographs. We've done our job. Anderson began the post-EVA system check, his hands moving through the familiar routine while his mind raced. What had they found? Soviet equipment was the obvious answer, but the heat signature didn't fit. The Soviets had landed lunar probes in the region, but those were automated samplers, not powered installations, and the metal composition was wrong for Soviet manufacturing, which left possibilities that Anderson didn't want to think about. The return to orbit was scheduled for 16 hours later, giving them time to rest and prepare, but neither man could sleep. They sat in the cramped cabin, occasionally glancing at the sample containers, each lost in their own thoughts. It was Kell who finally broke the silence. What if it's not Soviet? Anderson didn't answer. Think about it. The magnetic anomalies in this region have been documented since the early orbital surveys. That's decades before either us or the Soviets had the capability to land anything here. What if those anomalies weren't natural? What if they were marking something? Marking what? Kell met his eyes. I don't know, but whatever that structure is, it's old. Really old. The regolith accumulation around it suggests it's been here for millennia, maybe longer. Nothing human built that. The words hung in the cabin like a physical presence. Before Anderson could respond, the radio crackled. Orpheus, Houston. We're showing an anomalous reading from your cabin environmental system. Confirm pressure holding steady. Anderson checked the gauges. Everything nominal. Houston, we show all systems green. Pressure is... He stopped. The cabin pressure gauge was dropping. Not rapidly, but definitely dropping. We have a leak, he said. his voice flat with the kind of calm that comes from years of training for disasters. Rate is approximately 0.3 psi per minute. Beginning emergency leak check procedures. They worked systematically, checking every seal, every valve, every fitting. The leak wasn't in any of the obvious places, and the rate was increasing. Kel found it first. The primary hatch seal, which had been perfect before EVA, now showed signs of degradation. The rubber gasket looked corroded, eaten away by something. Houston, we found the leak source. Primary hatch seal shows unexpected deterioration. We're going to need to execute early ascent before we lose too much atmosphere. Another new voice from Houston, this one with a slight Texas accent. Orpheus, this is Flight Surgeon. Your biomedical readouts are showing elevated heart rates and core temperatures. Are you experiencing any unusual symptoms, dizziness, nausea, visual disturbances? Anderson did a mental inventory. He felt fine. Anxious certainly, but that was justified given their situation. Negative, Houston. We feel nominal. Copy that, Orpheus. Be advised, we're seeing markers in your blood chemistry that weren't present pre-EVA. We'll need detailed post-flight medical analysis. Something in the samples, Anderson thought. Something from the structure. It had gotten into their suits, into their gloves. Microscopic particles that were now in the cabin with them. Houston, request immediate return to orbit. We need to rendezvous with Endeavour as soon as possible. Copy, Orpheus. You are go for immediate ascent. Hall is manoeuvring into position now. The launch from the lunar surface was violent and brief. Orpheus's ascent stage engine fired, blasting them away from the descent stage and back toward orbit. Through the window, Anderson caught one last glimpse of the landing site, the disturbed regolith, the exposed structure that was already being buried again by dust their ascent engine had kicked up. Evidence vanishing beneath lunar soil, perhaps never to be seen again. The rendezvous went perfectly. Hall had positioned Endeavour precisely, and the docking was textbook smooth. But when Anderson opened the tunnel between the two spacecraft, Hall immediately sealed his helmet. "Don't come through," Hall said, his voice tight. "Not yet. Jim, we need to transfer the samples and—" "I said not yet." Hall's eyes were hard. "Houston gave me direct orders. You two stay in the LM until we've run full biological protocols." Kel's laugh was bitter. "Biological protocols? We're in a vacuum. There's nothing alive on the moon." "Then you won't mind waiting while we make sure." Hall disappeared from the tunnel, and they heard the hatch seal from Endeavour's side. They were quarantined in space, 250,000 miles from home. The next 6 hours were a nightmare of waiting. Houston ran them through endless medical checks, drawing blood samples using the onboard medical kit, analysing biomarkers for anything unusual. The results kept coming back with the same message: anomalous proteins, unknown compounds, cellular changes that shouldn't be possible. Finally, Hall's voice came through the radio. "Houston is ordering you to jettison the sample containers." "What?" Kel exploded. "No! Those samples are the whole reason we're here. Those samples are contaminated with something that Houston's medical team can't identify. They pose an unacceptable biological risk." Anderson felt something inside him crack. They'd risked everything, found something that rewrote human understanding of the cosmos, and now they were being ordered to throw it into space like radioactive waste. "Houston, this is Commander Anderson. Request clarification. Are you ordering us to destroy evidence of possible extraterrestrial intelligence?" The silence stretched for 15 seconds. Then, "Negative. Orpheus? We're ordering you to protect the Earth from potential contamination. You don't know what you brought back. Neither do we, and we can't risk it reaching the atmosphere. We have containment protocols. The sample containers are sealed." The containers were sealed. Past tense. We're reading chemical changes in the seals similar to what happened to your hatch. Whatever degraded your gaskets is degrading the sample containers. You have maybe 12 hours before those seals fail completely. Kel was staring at the sample containers like they were his children being sentenced to death. "There has to be another way. We could transfer them to Endeavour's storage, use the—" "Negative. All samples are to be jettisoned immediately. That's a direct order from the highest levels of command." Anderson understood then. This wasn't about protecting Earth. This was about protecting a secret. Whatever they'd found, someone had decided it was too dangerous, too destabilizing, too world-changing to ever reach the public. "Commander," Kel said quietly, don't do this. Anderson met his eyes. "I'm sorry." He began opening the sample containers one by one, using the LM's waste disposal chute to vent them into space. Core samples that might have contained proof of ancient intelligence, photographs, spectroscopic data, all of it fed into the void, all except one. While Kell's attention was on the gauges, Anderson palmed one of the smaller containers, a sample of the metallic structure itself. He tucked it into a maintenance access panel, a space meant for tools that would never be inspected during post-flight analysis. If they were going to bury this, at least one piece of evidence would survive. The transfer to Endeavour finally happened 18 hours after docking. By then, both Anderson and Kell were exhausted, their suits contaminated, their bodies showing increasingly unusual biomarker readings that Houston's doctors couldn't explain. Hall had set up a makeshift containment barrier using plastic sheeting and duct tape, separating the cabin into clean and contaminated zones. It was absurd, primitive, and probably ineffective. But it was all they had. The trans-Earth injection burn was scheduled for 36 hours after landing, giving them time to rest and prepare for the journey home. But Anderson couldn't rest. Every time he closed his eyes he saw that structure, that impossible architecture buried beneath lunar dust. And he heard the sound. It had been so faint during EVA that he'd dismissed it as radio interference. But now, in the quiet of the command module, he realised what it was. A vibration, subsonic, barely on the edge of perception. It came from the direction of Mare Moscovians, cycling at regular intervals. A heartbeat. Something on the moon had a heartbeat. "Houston," he transmitted. "Request permission to conduct extended orbital survey of the landing site region before TEI burn." "Negative, Orpheus. You're to execute TEI on schedule and return to Earth immediately." "Houston, we're detecting unusual." "Orpheus." The voice was hard, final. "This conversation is over. Execute TEI on schedule, or we will be forced to conclude that you are medically unfit for command. Do you understand?" It was a threat. Refuse, and they'd declare him incompetent, remove him from command, potentially send Hall back alone, while Anderson and Kell were left in orbit to die. "Copy, Houston. We'll execute TEI on schedule." The burn went perfectly. Endeavour's service propulsion system fired for exactly 2 minutes and 33 seconds, accelerating them out of lunar orbit and onto a trajectory that would bring them home in 3 days. As the moon shrank in their rear window, Anderson saw Hall staring back at it with an expression he couldn't quite read. Regret? Fear? Wonder? "We should have stayed," Hall said quietly. "We should have refused the order and stayed to figure out what that thing was." "We'd be dead in a week," Anderson replied. "No resupply, no rescue mission. NASA would just say we never launched." "Maybe." Hall turned away from the window. "Or maybe we'd have learned something worth dying for." The re-entry was routine until it wasn't. They'd separated the service module and positioned the command module heat shield forward, exactly as planned. The entry corridor was perfect, 32 degrees off vertical, threading the needle between burning up from too steep an angle and bouncing off the atmosphere from too shallow. Anderson felt the first hints of deceleration, the gentlest push against his restraints as they kissed the upper atmosphere. Then, stronger. The G-forces built from 1 to 4 to 6, pressing them into their couches. Outside the windows, plasma began to form, a sheath of ionized air that glowed orange, then white, then an eye-searing blue-white that turned the cabin into a furnace. This was the moment when communication cut out, a normal blackout caused by the plasma sheath. It usually lasted about 4 minutes. It lasted 9. When the radio finally crackled back to life, the voice that came through wasn't mission control in Houston. It was a different frequency, a different operator. "Endeavour, this is USS New Orleans. Do you copy?" The New Orleans. Anderson knew that ship. It had recovered Apollo 14 in 1971, back when recovery operations were public events, covered by every news outlet in the country. "New Orleans, Endeavour, we copy. What's our position?" "You're approximately 600 miles east of projected landing zone. We're vectoring to your position now. ETA 90 minutes. 600 miles off course." That was impossible. Their navigation had been perfect, their trajectory dead on. Unless someone had changed the trajectory while they were in blackout. The capsule splashed down hard, slamming into the Pacific swells with enough force to rattle Anderson's teeth. The cabin tilted, rolled, then settled into the stable flotation position, with the heat shield down and the hatch pointing toward the sky. Through the window, Anderson could see a grey Pacific morning, overcast skies, and in the distance the angular silhouette of a Navy recovery ship, approaching at flank speed. But there was something wrong with the ship's profile. It was carrying more than the usual complement of boats and helicopters, and the deck configuration didn't match a standard Apollo recovery setup. Endeavour, remain in the capsule. Do not open the hatch. Recovery swimmers are approaching with biological containment protocols. Hall's voice was tight. Biological containment. What the hell is going on? Anderson already knew. Someone had decided they were contaminated. Not just their suits, not just the samples. Them. The swimmers arrived wearing full hazmat suits, not the normal wetsuits of recovery teams. They attached a flotation collar to the capsule, then spent 30 minutes rigging what looked like a flexible containment tunnel from the hatch to a boat alongside. "Gentlemen," came a new voice, calm and clinical. "I'm Colonel Matthews, biomedical officer for this recovery operation. You're going to open the hatch, proceed through the containment tunnel, and board the boat. Do not remove your flight suits. Do not touch any of the recovery personnel. Is that understood?" "Understood," Anderson replied, because there was no point in arguing. The transfer was surreal. They shuffled through a plastic tunnel that swayed with every wave, climbed into a boat where personnel in hazmat suits directed them to sealed benches, then rowed in silence to the New Orleans. The ship had been modified. An entire section of the deck had been enclosed with plastic sheeting and negative pressure ventilation units. They were led through multiple decontamination chambers, each one more thorough than the last. Showers, chemical rinses, medical examinations that lasted hours. Finally, they were placed in isolation chambers, essentially hospital rooms sealed behind airlocks. They could see each other through thick glass windows, but they couldn't talk, couldn't touch, couldn't share the experience of what they'd witnessed. Anderson spent 3 days in that room before the visit started. Men in suits. No names, no badges, just folders full of documents that needed signatures. Non-disclosure agreements, medical waivers, legal instruments that essentially erased Apollo 18 from history. "Your families have been notified of a training accident," one of the suits explained. His voice was flat, bureaucratic. "You'll be listed as killed in a helicopter crash at Ellington Field. There will be closed casket funerals. Your wives will receive full benefits and pensions." "We're not dead," Anderson said. "Officially you are. Unofficially you'll be relocated, given new identities, and placed under permanent monitoring. What you found on the moon remains classified under national security protocols that supersede any oath you've ever taken." Kell, in the next chamber, was pounding on the glass. Anderson could see his mouth moving, forming words that were probably profane. Hall just sat on his bed, staring at nothing. "What about the samples?" Anderson asked. "What did your analysis show?" The suit's expression didn't change. There were no samples. The mission never happened. You were never on the moon. But Anderson had hidden one sample. He knew they'd find it eventually. They'd tear apart every inch of the command module during the accident investigation. But maybe it would buy enough time for someone to study it, to understand what they'd found. He was wrong. 2 weeks later, the isolation ended. Not because they were cleared, but because the decision had been made. Anderson was taken to a debriefing room where a 3-star general he didn't recognize sat across a metal table. "The capsule burned during recovery," the general said. "Onboard fire, very tragic. All physical evidence was destroyed. The descent stage on the moon will be listed in records as Apollo 17 hardware. Any lunar reconnaissance that spots it will be explained as a mapping error. You can't erase what we saw. We can. We have. And we will." The general slid a folder across the table. "These are your new lives. Study them. Become them. Because if you ever speak about Apollo 18 to anyone, your families, your friends, a priest, a journalist, anyone, you'll disappear. Not into isolation, not into prison. You'll just disappear. Are we clear?" They were clear. Richard Anderson became Robert Andrews, a civil engineering consultant in Seattle. He never remarried. He spent his evenings in a small apartment overlooking Puget Sound, watching the moon rise over the water and remembering what it felt like to stand on that ancient surface. James Hall became John Henderson, a flight instructor in Arizona. He taught teenagers to fly Cessnas and tried not to think about the spacecraft he'd piloted through the void. Marcus Kell became Martin Cole, a high school science teacher in Maine. He taught geology to bored sophomores and died a little inside every time they asked if anyone had ever found evidence of life beyond Earth. They never saw each other again. The agencies made sure of that. But they weren't the only ones who knew. In 1981, a NASA technician named Eldon Nichols was diagnosed with terminal pancreatic cancer. He was 82 years old, a veteran of the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs, and he'd been present at Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii when the Apollo 18 crew was brought ashore. Before he died, Nichols gave an interview to a freelance journalist named Patricia Morrison. The interview was never published. Morrison's editor killed the story, her notes mysteriously disappeared from her apartment, and she received a visit from two men who strongly suggested she find a different career. But Morrison remembered what Nichols had told her. He'd seen biological containment canisters being loaded onto a C-141 Starlifter, military personnel in full hazmat suits, and one canister marked with stenciled letters, Lunar Origin. Viable. Something living. Something they'd brought back from the moon. Morrison spent the next decade trying to verify Nichols' story. She filed Freedom of Information Act requests that were denied. She tracked down other technicians who'd been at Hickam, but they all claimed ignorance or refused to talk. She even tried to locate the crew of Apollo 18, but their records had been scrubbed so thoroughly it was as if they'd never existed. She died in 1994 in a car accident that police ruled mechanical failure. Her research materials were never found. In 2009, NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter began mapping the moon's surface in unprecedented detail. The images were released to the public, allowing anyone with an internet connection to explore humanity's ancient footsteps on another world. A graduate student at MIT named David Chen was studying images of Mare Moscoviense when he noticed something unusual. Debris patterns that didn't match any documented landing site. Geometric arrangements in the regolith that suggested a descent stage, but in a location where no Apollo mission had officially landed. Chen published his findings in a small astronomy journal. The article got 17 views before the journal's website crashed. When it came back online 3 days later, the article was gone. Chen's faculty advisor suggested he focus on different research for his dissertation, but Chen had made copies. He shared them on forums, sent them to other researchers, uploaded them to file-sharing sites. The images kept disappearing, accounts got suspended, websites went offline, someone was watching, someone was listening. Robert Andrews died in 2019, at the age of 87. Heart failure, the death certificate said. Peaceful, in his sleep. His apartment was cleaned out by a professional service hired by the government. Most of his possessions were unremarkable. Books, furniture, the accumulated debris of a quiet life. But in a drawer hidden behind a false panel in his desk, they found a journal. The journal was confiscated immediately, classified, and locked away in a facility that doesn't appear on any map. But Andrews had been careful. He'd made a copy, sealed it in a waterproof container, and buried it in a public park in Seattle, with coordinates encoded in a letter he'd sent to his estranged daughter years before. She found it in 2023 after finally deciphering her father's cryptic final message. She read about Apollo 18, about the structure on the moon, about the cover-up that had stolen her father's identity and his life. She tried to go public. The story was picked up by a few conspiracy websites, dismissed as elaborate fiction, and quickly forgotten in the endless churn of internet content. But someone else was paying attention. In October 2024, a private lunar communications satellite detected an anomalous signal emanating from Mare Moscoviense. The signal was faint, barely distinguishable from background radiation, but it was there, and it was repeating. The satellite's operators ran the signal through enhancement algorithms, filtering out noise, amplifying the coherent patterns. What emerged made them contact NASA immediately. It was a voice, human, mail, transmitted on the S-band frequency that Apollo missions had used for communication. NASA's official response was immediate denial, equipment malfunction, atmospheric reflection of old transmissions, radio hobbyists with too much time. But the recording leaked anyway. It always does. The transmission lasted exactly 18 seconds. The voice was calm, almost resigned, distorted by decades of degradation and the interference of space. This is Commander Richard Anderson, Apollo 18. If anyone receives this, know that we were never alone up here. The structure at Mare Moscoviense is not Soviet. It's not human. It's old, older than our species, older than our civilization, and it's still active. We thought we were explorers, but we were trespassers. Whatever we awakened, it's still watching. It's always been watching. To anyone planning to return to the moon, be careful what you wake up. Anderson out. The recording has been analysed by audio forensics experts. Some claim it's authentic, a genuine transmission from 1973 that somehow got stored in the moon's magnetic field and released decades later. Others insist it's a hoax, an elaborate fake created by conspiracy theorists with access to vintage NASA equipment. NASA refuses to comment beyond their initial denial, but in the sealed archives, in the folders marked Eyes Only, there's a 1974 memo from the National Reconnaissance Office to the President of the United States. The memo is brief, just 3 paragraphs, but the final line reads, "Recommend permanent cessation of crewed lunar exploration. Object designated Artifact 1 remains active and demonstrates awareness of human presence. Further contact inadvisable until we better understand its nature and intentions." The memo is stamped approved. That's why we haven't been back to the moon in over 50 years. Not because of budget constraints or shifting priorities or lack of public interest. We haven't gone back because something is waiting there. Something ancient and patient and utterly incomprehensible. And somewhere in the classified depths of government servers, monitoring systems watch Mare Moscoviense 24 hours a day, waiting for the structure to wake up again. Waiting for the signal that will tell us whether that first contact was a greeting or a warning. In a nursing home in Tucson, Arizona, an 89-year-old flight instructor named John Henderson sits by a window, watching the moon rise over the desert. He hasn't spoken in 3 years. Stroke, the doctors say. But his eyes are clear, and sometimes the nurses catch him staring at the moon with an expression they can't quite identify. Fear, longing, recognition. On clear nights when the moon is full, Henderson's heart rate increases. The monitors beep faster, and sometimes, if you're very quiet, you can hear him whispering the same thing over and over. It's still warm, it's still warm, it's still warm. No one knows what he means, but somewhere on the moon, in a basin named for a city most people have never seen, something ancient stirs in the dust, waiting, watching. Remembering the day 3 humans came, discovered its existence, and fled back to their distant blue world. Next time, it won't let them leave. What if I told you that the greatest unsolved mystery in American aviation history was never meant to be solved? That the man who vanished into the night sky over Washington state in 1971 wasn't a criminal at all, but a ghost created by the very government that spent decades pretending to hunt him. The story you're about to hear will make you question everything you thought you knew about Daniel Cooper, and about who's really watching from the shadows. Act 1. The Vanishing Man. The rain hammered against the windows of the FBI Seattle field office on November the 24th, 1971, as Special Agent Wallace Grant stared at the preliminary report on his desk. His coffee had gone cold hours ago, but he barely noticed. The words on the page seemed impossible, yet dozens of witnesses confirmed the same thing. A man calling himself Dan Cooper had just hijacked Northwest Orient Flight 305, extorted $200,000 in cash, demanded 4 parachutes, and jumped into the night somewhere over southwestern Washington. "Polite," Grant muttered, reading the passenger descriptions. "Calm." Methodical. He tapped his pen against the margin notes. "Who the hell are you?" The telex machine in the corner chattered to life, and Grant crossed the room to tear off the incoming message. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the text. From F.A. a Western region to FB Seattle Field Office. Cruel Flight 305 incident. Military radar blackout window confirmed 2010 to 2047 PST. No visual confirmation of parachute deployment. Search parameters expanded to 200-mile radius. Grant frowned. A radar blackout? That was the first he'd heard of it. He picked up the phone to call the FAA when his supervisor, Bill Rackham, appeared in the doorway. "Put it down, Wallace," Rackham said quietly. "Sir, this telex mentions a radar blackout I wasn't briefed on." "I said put it down." Rackham's voice carried an edge Grant had never heard before. "The case is being transferred to Division 5. You're to compile your notes and hand everything over by 0800 tomorrow. Division 5. Grant felt something cold settle in his chest. Division 5 was domestic counterintelligence. They handled Soviet infiltration, sedition cases, threats to national security. What did they want with a simple skyjacking? "Bill, what's going on?" Rackham moved closer, lowering his voice. "Nothing you need to worry about. This one's above both our pay grades. Just do as you're told and forget about Dan Cooper." But Grant couldn't forget. None of them could. And 54 years later, in a climate-controlled archive room 3,000 miles away, someone was about to discover why. Act 2. The Black File. Eleanor Reed had spent 37 years with the FBI, most of them in the Records Management Division, a job that sounded boring to everyone who asked, and was exactly as boring as it sounded. She'd filed reports, digitised old case files, and watched younger agents climb the ladder while she remained comfortably anonymous in the basement archives. Now, at 62 and 6 months into retirement, she'd been called back for a special project, digitising the remaining Norjack files, the Bureau's code name for the Dan Cooper investigation. It was simple work, scanning old documents and cross-referencing them in the database, but Eleanor didn't mind. The extra money helped, and there was something oddly satisfying about handling pieces of history. She was 3 weeks into the project when she found it. The file had been misfiled in a box labelled Hijacking Incidents 1968 to 1970, placed between reports on 2 forgotten cases. The folder itself was unremarkable. Standard manila, slightly yellowed with age, but the stamp across the front made Eleanor's pulse quicken. Project Cooper Directive. Eyes only, classification. Top secret authorised personnel only. Eleanor glanced toward the archive room door. She was alone, as usual. The senior archivist wouldn't be back from lunch for another 20 minutes. Her hand hesitated over the folder before curiosity won out. Inside were approximately 40 pages of documents, memos, and handwritten notes. The first page was a summary brief dated November 15th, 1971, 9 days before the hijacking. Memorandum for Division 5, Assistant Director, from Special Projects Liaison, Office of Technical Service. Subject: Operation Cooper Directive, Phase 1, Authorization. This is to confirm joint operation authorization between Bureau Division 5 and Central Intelligence Agency Office of Technical Service for the execution of controlled hijack simulation exercise, codenamed Cooper Directive. Objective: Measure public response parameters to civilian aviation threat scenario. Assess media amplification patterns, law enforcement coordination efficiency, and population anxiety metrics over extended timeline. Operational window: November 20th to 30th, 1971, asset designation. Subject D. Cooper. Civilian contract, non-disclosure binding. Scenario: simulated ransom hijacking, Northwest Orient Airlines, Seattle-Tacoma route controlled variables, pre-positioned parachutes, inert test models, marked currency, sequential serials, CIA counterfeit division, predetermined egress coordinates. Eleanor read the words 3 times, certain she must be misunderstanding. A controlled simulation. But Dan Cooper was real. Witnesses saw him. The airline confirmed the hijacking. The FBI had searched for months. She turned to the next page. An operational timeline with minute-by-minute checkpoints. Most had neat check marks beside them, but at 2039 PST someone had written in red ink, "Subject deviated from protocol." deployed personal chute, no radio contact. And below that, in different handwriting, shakier. Subject did not deploy test chute, took cash and documents. Possible defection. Contain. Documents? Eleanor flipped through more pages, finding a manifest of items supposedly aboard Flight 305. Most were expected. The money bag, parachutes, fuel calculations. But near the bottom, someone had added a handwritten note. Courier package confirmed sewn into currency bundles. Contents: microfilm archives, Operation Chaos subject files, preliminary Watergate documentation, priority recovery. Eleanor sat back in her chair, her mind racing. Operation Chaos was the CIA's illegal domestic surveillance program, exposed years later during the Church Committee hearings. Watergate documentation, before the break-in was even public knowledge. She photographed every page with her phone, her hands trembling slightly. This wasn't just a cold case file. This was evidence of something far larger, something that powerful people had worked very hard to bury. As she replaced the folder exactly where she'd found it, Eleanor noticed one final detail that made her stomach drop. The last page was a distribution list of everyone who'd received copies of the directive. 14 names. Beside 11 of them, someone had drawn a small red X. And at the bottom, in fresh ink that couldn't be more than a few years old, monitoring ongoing, containment protocol active. Eleanor locked the archive room behind her and walked to her car on legs that felt disconnected from her body. She didn't notice the grey sedan that pulled out 3 cars behind her, maintaining a careful distance all the way to her apartment in Silver Spring. Act 3. The Surviving Asset. Thomas Harkins lived in a modest ranch house outside Olympia, Washington, surrounded by towering Douglas firs that blocked most of the sunlight. Eleanor had tracked him down through the operational files. He'd been an airfield technician at McCord Air Force Base in 1971, one of the few names on the distribution list without a red X. When he opened the door, she saw a man who'd aged far beyond his 87 years. His hands shook slightly, and his eyes held the haunted look of someone carrying secrets too heavy to bear alone. "Mr. Harkins, my name is Eleanor Reed. I work for the FBI Records Division, and I need to ask you about something that happened in November 1971. His face went pale. "You should go. Please. I found the Cooper directive files. I know it was a simulation. I know something went wrong." Harkins gripped the doorframe. "If you found those files, you're already in danger. They don't let people like you just walk away with that kind of knowledge." "Then help me understand what I'm walking away from." For a long moment he said nothing. Then he stepped aside. 5 minutes. That's all you get. His living room was sparse. A worn couch, a television, photos of grandchildren on the mantel. Harkins didn't offer her a seat. Instead, he moved to the window and peered through the curtains at the empty street. "I was just a technician," he began, his voice low. 23 years old, fresh out of technical school. In early November, they brought me into a secure hangar and told me I'd been selected for a classified logistics assignment. All I had to do was prepare 4 parachutes according to very specific modifications. What kind of modifications? 2 of them were real, standard military reserve chutes, fully functional. The other 2 were test models, inert. They'd open, but they weren't designed to support a person's weight for more than a few seconds, just long enough to make it look real if anyone happened to spot the drop. Eleanor felt sick. They were going to kill him! "No," Harkins shook his head. "That's what I thought at first too. But the asset, Cooper, he was supposed to take the inert chutes. He knew which ones they were. The whole plan was for him to jump with an inert chute, deploy it for visual confirmation, then cut away and deploy his personal rig. He'd land at predetermined coordinates where a recovery team was waiting. Clean extraction, controlled environment, perfect psychop to study public response to aviation terror. But he didn't follow the plan. He took the real chutes, and he took something they didn't expect him to take." Harkins returned to the window, his paranoia evident. The money wasn't the prize. Inside the currency bundle sewn into the fabric of the money bag itself was a courier package. Microfilm. dozens of rolls containing names, addresses, and photographs of deep-cover CIA operatives working domestic assignments, people who'd been exposed by intelligence leaks inside the agency. Why would they transport something like that on a civilian flight? Because no one would think to look there. It was supposed to be a quick handoff. Cooper gets the money bag, jumps, recovery team secures the package, case goes into the books as an unsolved mystery. But Cooper realised what he had. Those weren't just names on film. Those were leverage, insurance, proof that the agency was running illegal operations on American soil. He defected. That's one word for it. I'd say he made a business decision. Someone inside the operation tipped him off about what was really in that bag. He grabbed the intel and vanished, and the people who designed the whole thing couldn't exactly file a police report saying their fake hijacker stole their illegal surveillance records. Eleanor pulled out her phone and showed him the photo of the distribution list. 11 of these people are dead, marked with red X's. Harkins barely glanced at it. 12 now. Martin Kellerman died 3 months ago. Heart attack, they said. He was 59 and ran marathons. His jaw tightened. Everyone connected to the directive has been systematically eliminated over the past 2 decades. I'm alive because I was nobody. A technician who prepared parachutes and kept his mouth shut. But you found the file, which means someone made a mistake. The mistakes get corrected. I need to know who's doing the correcting. You're asking the wrong question. You should be asking why they're still correcting mistakes from an operation that's 50 years old. He finally met her eyes. The Cooper case never closed because it was never supposed to close. Think about it. How many unsolved mysteries stay in the public consciousness for half a century? How many trigger thousands of amateur investigations, documentaries, books, conspiracy theories? You're saying the mystery itself is intentional? I'm saying the mystery is the experiment. They wanted to see how long they could keep a story alive through cultural reinforcement. No closure, no resolution, just perpetual speculation. The perfect case study in long-term social engineering. Dan Cooper isn't a person anymore, he's a phenomenon. And someone is still managing that phenomenon. Eleanor's mind reeled. Who? I don't know names. But after I left McCord, I did some digging. Found references to something called Operation Horizon Wing, a continuation program funded through discretionary intelligence budgets. Its mandate was behavioural containment following hijack simulation incident. That was in 1973. It's been refined, privatised, and expanded since then. Last I heard, it was being run through a DARPA contractor specialising in psychological operations and narrative control. That's insane. That's classified. He handed her a slip of paper with an address. There's someone who knows more than I do. Greg Larson, investigative journalist, specialises in government transparency cases. If anyone can help you make sense of this, it's him. But Eleanor, understand something. The moment you go public with this, you become a loose thread. And they're very good at trimming loose threads. She tucked the paper into her pocket. Why are you helping me? For the first time, something like a smile crossed his weathered face. Because I'm 87 years old and I'm tired of being afraid. Maybe it's time someone finally cut the strings. Act 4, The Shadow Investigation. Greg Larson worked out of a converted warehouse in Portland's industrial district, surrounded by filing cabinets, conspiracy corkboards, and enough encryption equipment to make the NSA nervous. When Eleanor arrived with her documentation, he spent 3 hours verifying the files before he said a single word. Finally he sat back and removed his reading glasses. This is real. I know. No, I mean this is really real. I've chased government ghosts for 15 years and most of it's smoke and mirrors. But this? He gestured at the document spread across his desk. This is actionable, verifiable, court-admissible evidence of a domestic psyop. Do you understand what you found? I understand that people have died to keep it buried. Then you understand we need to be extremely careful. He pulled up several databases on his computer. I've been tracking anomalies in the Norjack case for years. There are inconsistencies that never made sense until now. He showed her aerial photographs from 1980, when a young boy found $5,800 of Cooper's ransom money, partially buried along the Columbia River at Bar. The FBI made a big deal about this discovery. They said it proved Cooper died in the jump and the money washed downstream. But look at the serial numbers. Eleanor leaned closer. They matched the currency manifest. Except they shouldn't exist. Greg pulled up another file. I obtained records from the CIA's Technical Services Division through a FOA request 6 years ago. Buried in thousands of pages of budgetary documentation was a line item for currency reproduction services provided to Fort Belvoir in late 1971. Fort Belvoir is where the Army runs its counterfeit detection and production facility. They made fake bills with the same serial numbers. Test bills, for training purposes, officially. But here's the thing. The money found at Bar was weathered, but not consistently. Some bills showed severe degradation, others were barely affected. That's not how natural exposure works. The weathering was staged. They planted Cooper's money to close the case, to stabilise the narrative. By 1980, the story was getting stale. They needed a development to keep it alive, to make it feel like progress was being made. A small discovery, enough to generate headlines, but not enough to actually solve anything. It's brilliant in a deeply disturbing way. Eleanor felt the pieces aligning in her mind. Harkins mentioned Operation Horizon Wing, a behavioural containment program. Greg's fingers flew across his keyboard. Let me check something. He accessed what appeared to be a classified database. Eleanor didn't ask how. Here. Internal CIA memorandum dated April 1973 from Richard Helms to the Director of the Office of Technical Service. The scanned document appeared on screen. R.E. Operation Horizon Wing. Quarterly assessment. Public myth successfully stabilised following subject's unplanned extraction. Media amplification parameters within acceptable ranges. Civilian investigation efforts show predicted patterns of obsessive focus without resolution demand. Recommendation. Continue monitoring cultural reinforcement mechanisms. Maintain periodic evidence discoveries to sustain engagement without closure. Current timeline projects sustained public interest for minimum 25-year cycle. Budget allocation. Approved under discretionary domestic analysis programs. Transition to private contractor oversight recommended by 1985 to minimise institutional liability. 25 years minimum, Eleanor whispered. It's been 54. Because it worked better than they ever imagined. The Cooper legend became self-sustaining. People didn't need the government to keep it alive. They did it themselves. But someone still needs to manage it, to make sure it doesn't drift too far from the useful narrative. Who's managing it now? Greg pulled up a corporate registry. The program was privatised in 1987, transferred to a company called Horizon Analytics, which was later absorbed by Sentinel Cognitive Systems in 2003. Sentinel holds multiple contracts with DARPA's Behavioural Sciences Division. Their specialty is narrative architecture and long-term social pattern analysis. That sounds like Orwellian nightmare fuel. It gets better. Sentinel's CEO is a woman named Patricia Koenig. Want to guess where she worked before going private? CIA, Division 5 of the FBI. She was 17 years old when the Cooper hijacking happened, but by 1983 she was running psychological operations for Bureau Counterintelligence. She has the institutional knowledge, the clearances, and the resources to keep this thing alive indefinitely. Eleanor stood and paced the warehouse floor. So what do? We can't exactly file a police report. We leak it. Not to mainstream media. They're too compromised, too afraid of losing access. We go to independent platforms, multiple sources simultaneously. We flood the zone with documentation before they can contain it. And then we see if the truth can survive contact with the people who've been lying about it for 5 decades. Greg began organising the files. I'll need 48 hours to verify secondary sources and set up dead man switches. If anything happens to either of us, the documentation auto-releases to 24 outlets. You think they'd really kill us over this? He met her eyes with an expression that was almost pitying. Eleanor, they've already killed 11 people. We're just 2 more loose threads. Act 5. The truth buried in plain sight. They worked through the night, building an unassailable case. Greg had contacts in cryptography who verified the document's authenticity. Eleanor cross-referenced names and dates with public records, building timelines that proved the government's narrative had been manufactured from the beginning. By dawn, they had everything ready for release. That's when Greg's phone rang. He checked the screen and frowned. "Unknown number," he answered on speaker. "Larson." The voice that came through was distorted, digitally masked. "Mr. Larson, Miss Reed, you've both been very busy." Eleanor felt ice flood her veins. "You have information that doesn't belong to you," the voice continued. "Information that could cause significant disruption to ongoing research initiatives. We're prepared to offer you a choice. Walk away now, destroy everything you've compiled, and return to your lives with no consequences. Or proceed with your planned disclosure and face legal action for theft of classified materials, conspiracy to violate the Espionage Act, and unauthorized disclosure of national defense information." Greg leaned toward the phone. "Who is this?" "I'm someone who appreciates thoroughness, Mr. Larson. Your investigation has been impressive, but you're missing the larger picture. The Cooper Directive wasn't a mistake or a conspiracy. It was research, valuable research that continues to produce actionable intelligence on social behavioural patterns. You're admitting the government staged a hijacking and has been manipulating the public for 50 years. I'm admitting that understanding how populations process, remember, and mythologize unsolved events is crucial to national security. The Cooper case has provided decades of data on collective memory, conspiracy theory formation, and the relationship between mystery and cultural identity. That research has applications far beyond a single hijacking. It informs counterterrorism strategy, disinformation detection, and crisis communication protocols." Eleanor found her voice. "People died. 11 people on that distribution list were murdered to protect your research. Natural causes, accidents, and unfortunate timing. You're seeing patterns that don't exist, Miss Reed. Confirmation bias is a powerful thing, as our research has repeatedly demonstrated." "Then you won't mind if we publish what we found?" A pause. "You'll find that difficult without your documentation." Greg's face went white. He pulled up his encrypted drives. Empty. The cloud backups. Gone. Every file they'd compiled, every photograph Eleanor had taken, wiped clean as if they'd never existed. How? Did you really think we wouldn't notice a retired FBI archivist accessing restricted files? That we wouldn't monitor a journalist with a history of investigating classified programs? You were never in control of this investigation, Mr. Larson. We simply allowed you to believe you were, so we could assess your methodology and identify any other potential security breaches. Eleanor pulled out her phone. The photos were gone. Even the originals, backed up to her personal cloud, deleted. "The files in the archive room," she said desperately. "The Cooper Directive folder was removed from the National Archives 3 days ago and appropriately reclassified. There is no record of its existence. There is no record of this conversation. In approximately 90 seconds, this phone will disconnect and all trace of this call will be erased." "You can't just erase the truth." "Miss Reed, we've been erasing, reshaping and managing truth for longer than you've been alive. The Cooper case is just one of hundreds of ongoing social research programs. Every major unsolved mystery of the past century has been carefully studied for its psychological impact. Some occur naturally. Some we engineer. All of them teach us something valuable about human nature." The line crackled with static. 60 seconds. I suggest you both return to your normal lives. Mr. Larson, your next article on municipal corruption will be well received. Miss Reed, enjoy your retirement, but understand, you are now part of our research database. Any future attempts to investigate this matter will be noted and addressed accordingly." "Wait," Greg started. The line went dead. They sat in stunned silence for a long moment. Greg immediately tried to verify what the caller had said, checking and rechecking his drives, his backups, his fail-safes. Everything was gone. Not just deleted, erased at a level that suggested direct access to his systems despite multiple layers of encryption. "This is impossible," he muttered. "I had these files distributed across 6 different networks. They couldn't have accessed all of them. Unless they'd been monitoring from the beginning," Eleanor thought. unless every move they'd made had been observed, catalogued, and allowed to proceed just far enough to identify any security weaknesses. She walked to the window and stared out at the grey Portland morning. Somewhere in this city, in this country, people were going about their lives completely unaware that their government had spent half a century running psychological experiments on them disguised as unsolved mysteries. "They win," she said quietly. "No." Greg's voice was firm. "They don't get to win. We have no evidence, no files, no proof of anything. If we try to tell this story, we sound like conspiracy theorists. We have nothing. We have our testimony. We have what we saw, what we learned. We can still what? Get dismissed as crazy? Get disappeared? They're monitoring us, Greg. They've made that clear. The moment we become more trouble than we're worth, we end up like the other 11 people on that list." He wanted to argue. She could see it in his face, but he knew she was right. They'd lost. Act 6. The final broadcast. Eleanor returned to her apartment that afternoon, feeling hollowed out. The grey sedan was gone. They didn't need to follow her anymore. She was contained, neutralised, no longer a threat. She made tea she didn't drink and sat by the window watching the street below. Normal people doing normal things, unaware that the reality they lived in was being carefully curated by people in windowless rooms who viewed human behaviour as data points to be collected and analysed. The mailbox buzzer startled her from her thoughts. She took the elevator down to the lobby, expecting bills or junk mail. Instead, she found a small padded envelope with no return address, just her name written in block letters. Inside was a USB drive. No note, no explanation, just the drive and a paper label that read, "Flight 305, recovered audio." Eleanor's hand shook as she carried it back upstairs. This was a trap, it had to be. They were testing her, seeing if she'd learned her lesson. But she couldn't stop herself from plugging it into her laptop. A single audio file. She clicked play. Static filled her speakers, the harsh crackle of old radio transmission. Then, through the noise, a voice. "Ground control, this is Cooper," confirming egress at designated coordinates. More static. Then a different voice, calm and professional. "Negative, Cooper. You're not at designated coordinates. Abort extraction. Repeat, abort extraction and proceed to..." "Negative, ground control. I'm exactly where I need to be." "Cooper, you're in violation of operational protocol. Return to dash. "Protocol?" The voice that had to be Cooper laughed. "Let me tell you about protocol. The people you work for just tried to kill me with faulty equipment. The people I work for just tried to buy me with someone else's secrets. I don't work for anyone anymore." "Cooper, listen carefully. The cargo you're carrying is classified beyond your clearance level. If you do not return it immediately, you will be designated a hostile asset and..." "And what? You'll what exactly? File an official report saying your fake hijacker stole your illegal surveillance files? Tell the FBI that your psychological operation went rogue? I don't think so." A long pause filled with static. Then a third voice. Older. Authoritative. "Mr. Cooper, my name is Richard Helms. I believe we should discuss terms." The recording cut out. Eleanor replayed it 3 times, trying to process what she was hearing. But it was the background sound that finally made her pause. Beneath the voices, beneath the static, there was a steady rhythmic hum. Mechanical. Precise. She isolated the background frequencies using audio software and felt her skin crawl. The hum matched the signature of VLF transmissions, very low-frequency radio waves used for communicating with submarines. The technology existed in 1971, but these particular modulation patterns, this specific encryption scheme, weren't developed until the late 1990s. Someone had faked this recording. Recently. But why send it to her? Why now, after they'd wiped all her evidence and warned her to stay silent? Unless this was the next phase of their research. They'd contained the immediate threat, deleted the hard evidence, but now they wanted to see what she'd do with ambiguous information. Would she investigate further? Would she try to verify the audio? Would she learn from her mistakes, or would she keep pulling at threads they'd deliberately left loose? She was still part of their experiment. She'd always been part of it. Eleanor closed her laptop and sat in the gathering darkness of her apartment. Somewhere, analysts were noting her behavioural response, updating their models of how retired FBI archivists process suppressed information. The research never ended. The observation never stopped. She thought about Thomas Harkins living in fear for 50 years, about Greg Larson, whose career investigating government secrets had probably been monitored and guided more than he'd ever know, about Dan Cooper himself, whoever he really was, jumping into the night with secrets that powerful people desperately wanted back. The smart thing to do was delete the audio and forget everything, return to retirement, pretend none of this had happened. But Eleanor had never been particularly smart about knowing when to quit. She copied the audio file to 3 different cloud services using 3 different encryption methods. She sent anonymous copies to 5 journalists she'd never contacted before. She uploaded it to 4 different conspiracy forums using a VPN and burner email addresses. If they wanted her to be part of their research, she'd show them what uncontrolled variables looked like. Within 2 hours, the audio was spreading across the internet. Within 6 hours, major news outlets were reporting on newly surfaced Cooper hijacking audio. Within 12 hours, the FBI had issued a statement calling it a hoax. Eleanor waited for the knock on her door for the consequences she knew were coming. Instead, she received a text from an unknown number. Interesting choice. Data collection continuing. Thank you for your participation. She stared at the message until her screen went dark. They'd won after all, because even her rebellion was useful to them. Epilogue. The Loop. Present day. Federal Bureau of Investigation. Digital Archives. Case File. NORJAC. DB Cooper Investigation. At 3:47 a.m. Eastern Time, the case status updated automatically. Status: ongoing evaluation. Last modified. Current date modified by DCOPER71. The change triggered no alarms. The system had been making similar updates every few months for years, each time from the same user account that technically didn't exist in any official database. In Seattle, a cybersecurity researcher noticed the update while doing routine archive scraping for a documentary project. She screenshotted the metadata, intending to write a blog post about government database quirks. Her computer crashed before she could save the file. In Portland, Greg Larson received an email from a source claiming to have new information about the Cooper case. The attached files were encrypted with a key he'd never seen before. When he tried to decrypt them, his entire server farm went offline for 6 hours. When the systems came back up, the email was gone. In Silver Spring, Eleanor Reed woke from a dream she couldn't quite remember. Something about parachutes and static and a voice saying they were never passengers, they were observers. She made coffee and checked the news. The Cooper audio she'd leaked had been thoroughly debunked by experts who had determined it was a digital fabrication created using modern software. The story had already faded from the news cycle, replaced by newer mysteries, fresher conspiracies. She opened her laptop to check her email and found a notification that her FBI pension had been increased by 3%. No explanation, just an automated message thanking her for her years of service. She closed the laptop. Through her window she watched morning commuters rushing to catch buses and trains. Normal people living normal lives. But somewhere in that crowd, she knew there were observers, analysts, people who studied the patterns of daily life and measured how populations responded to the stories they were told. The Cooper case would never be solved because it was never meant to be solved. It was a perpetual experiment in controlled mystery, and she had just proven that even people who knew they were being manipulated couldn't escape the manipulation. Her phone buzzed with a news alert. Newly discovered evidence in Zodiac killer case sparks renewed investigation. Eleanor almost laughed. The cycle never ended. The research continued. And somewhere in a secure facility that didn't appear on any map, analysts were already measuring public response to the latest chapter in another carefully managed unsolved mystery. At SeaTac International Airport, security cameras captured thousands of faces every hour. Most were logged and deleted after 72 hours, lost in the endless stream of travellers moving through the terminal. But at 2:23 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon in the present day, a facial recognition algorithm flagged something unusual. A man, tall, approximately 6 feet, dark suit, narrow tie, carrying a vintage briefcase that dated to the early 1970s. The system attempted age regression analysis based on known photographs from the Cooper case, but the man's face was angled away from the camera at precisely the moment that would have provided the clearest image. The only clear shot captured him at the TSA checkpoint, placing his briefcase on the conveyor belt. Just before the metal detector, he turned toward the camera and smiled. The image was flagged for review, assigned a reference number, and forwarded to a database that, officially, didn't exist. By the time a human analyst viewed the footage 6 hours later, the man was gone, vanished into the crowds like a ghost who'd never been real to begin with. The analyst made a note in the file, closed the window, and returned to monitoring the next unsolved mystery. Somewhere a clock was ticking. Somewhere an experiment was still running. And somewhere a man who might or might not have been Daniel Cooper was smiling at the cameras, knowing that the greatest trick he'd ever pulled was making them think he'd disappeared in the first place. The game wasn't over. It had never really begun. Before we begin, a massive thank you to Chris 8301 and so many others who suggested this story idea. Your enthusiasm for uncovering hidden truths inspires everything we do here. If you have ideas for future videos, drop them in the comments below. We read every single one. The photograph shouldn't exist. Elena Markovich stared at the image on her computer screen, her fingers hovering over the keyboard in her dimly lit cubicle. It was 11:47 p.m. on a Thursday in March, and she was alone on the third floor of the National Archives building in College Park, Maryland. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting harsh shadows across rows of filing cabinets that held the secrets of a nation. The photo showed 5 men in dark suits standing in what appeared to be a Pentagon hallway. 4 of them she recognised from her year's cataloguing Cold War documents. Secretary of Defense Neil McElroy, Vice President Richard Nixon, Admiral Arthur Radford, and a younger man she believed was one of Eisenhower's science advisors. But it was the 5th man who made her breath catch. He was tall, perhaps 6'3" or more, with sandy hair swept back in a style common to the late 1950s. His suit was impeccable, perfectly tailored, but there was something about his posture, the way he held himself, that seemed subtly wrong, too straight, too still, like a statue pretending to be human. The file stamped across the bottom of the photograph read, Project Victor 1, do not release, eyes only. Eleanor had stumbled upon it by accident 3 hours earlier while processing box 4782 from the newly declassified records of the Office of Defence Mobilisation. Most of the box contained mundane correspondence about civil defence procedures and fallout shelter construction. But wedged between 2 reports on industrial production capacity was a manila folder with no proper classification markings, just a handwritten label that said VT Pentagon Residence 1957 to 1960. Inside were 12 documents, most of them heavily redacted, but what remained was enough to keep her rooted to her chair as the cleaning crew came and went, as her colleagues packed up and headed home to their families as the building settled into its nighttime silence. A memo dated March 16, 1957, from the Office of the Secretary of Defence. Subject accommodation request dignitary v. Thor. Reference is made to verbal authorization from highest authority regarding extended residence privileges for foreign dignitary Valiant Thor. Subject will require quarters within Pentagon Secure Zone, Level B2, for estimated duration 36 months. Security detail unnecessary per subject's explicit request. All inquiries regarding subject's nation of origin are to be redirected to this office, no exceptions. Foreign dignitary. But which nation? The memo gave no indication. Another document, this one from the Department of State dated June 3, 1957. Renuclear Disarmament Proposal Thor Initiative. This office has reviewed the technical specifications submitted by v. Thor regarding proposed energy alternatives to current nuclear weapons programs. While scientifically intriguing, the source of this intelligence remains unverified. Furthermore, implementation would require complete restructuring of strategic deterrence policy. Recommend classification Cosmic Top Secret and indefinite postponement of further consideration. Operation Refusal remains in effect. No external treaties or agreements without full Joint Chiefs consensus. Eleanor leaned back in her chair, rubbing her tired eyes. Operation Refusal. She'd never heard of it, and she'd catalogued thousands of Cold War documents. She opened a new search window and cross-referenced the term against everything in the archive's database. Nothing. She tried Valiant Thor next. The only results were from UFO conspiracy websites. Breathless accounts of an alien ambassador who supposedly lived at the Pentagon during the Eisenhower administration, offering advanced technology and warnings about nuclear war. The stories were always the same. Thor was from Venus, he had a crew of fellow Venusians, he met with the president, and the government rejected his help because accepting it would mean admitting they weren't in control. Ridiculous. Venus was a hellscape of sulfuric acid clouds and surface temperatures hot enough to melt lead. No one lived there. But then why were these documents here? Why were they classified at all? Eleanor pulled up the photo again, zooming in on the tall man's face. His expression was pleasant but distant, like someone posing for a portrait they knew would never be displayed. She noticed something else. While the other four men cast clear shadows on the polished Pentagon floor, his shadow was fainter, less defined. Probably just the camera angle. Old film could be temperamental. She checked the metadata. The photo had been taken on September 14th, 1958, at 2:17 p.m. by a military photographer named Thomas Becker. Eleanor made a note to search for Becker's other work. Maybe there were more images in his collection. A sound echoed from the hallway outside her cubicle. Footsteps. Eleanor glanced at the clock. 11:53 p.m. The building should be empty except for security, and they typically stayed on the ground floor unless making rounds. The footsteps stopped outside her door. She minimised the photo and pulled up a random spreadsheet, trying to look busy with mundane work. The door didn't open. After 30 seconds of silence, she heard the footsteps retreat down the hallway. Probably just security doing their rounds, after all. She waited another minute before maximising the photo again. This time she noticed something she'd missed before, a handwritten notation in the margin, barely visible. She enhanced the contrast. Subject departed Pentagon residence March 16, 1960. No forwarding address. No exit logged. All electronic security systems operational. No breaches detected. Room found empty during routine inspection. Someone had added below it, in different handwriting, impossible. Recommend investigation. And below that, in a third hand, investigation closed per OSD directive. File and seal. Eleanor felt a chill that had nothing to do with the building's aggressive air conditioning. A man lived in the Pentagon for 3 years, then vanished without using any of the exits, and instead of launching a major security probe, they just closed the file. She needed to know more about Thomas Becker, the photographer. She needed to find out if any of the officials in the photo had written about this in their memoirs or personal papers. She needed to understand what Operation Refusal really was. But it was almost midnight, and she had work in the morning. Real work. The kind that came with deadlines and performance reviews. This was supposed to be a simple cataloguing job. Process the declassified documents, create proper finding aids, move on to the next box. Eleanor stared at the photograph for a long moment, then did something she'd never done in 7 years at the archives. She pulled out her phone and took a picture of her computer screen. Then she took photos of each document in the folder, being careful to capture every detail, every notation, every mysterious redaction. She would figure this out. Even if it was just a bizarre Cold War prank or some kind of psychological operation, the historian in her needed to understand the full story. What Elena couldn't know, was that taking those photographs had just made her visible to people who'd spent 68 years keeping Valiant Thor's visit buried under layers of bureaucracy, misdirection, and strategic ridicule. In a windowless office 7 miles away, a computer algorithm flagged her employee ID number. The system noted the unusual late-night access, the search term she'd entered, the amount of time she'd spent on files that were supposed to have been fully reviewed and cleared years ago. A report generated automatically. Within minutes, it appeared on the secure terminal of a man who hadn't thought about Project Victor 1 in almost a decade. He read the report twice, then picked up a phone that didn't go through the regular network. "We have a problem," he said quietly. "Someone's found the Thor files." Eleanor woke to 17 missed calls. She'd silenced her phone before bed, exhausted from her late night at the archives. Now, at 6:47 a.m, she stared blearily at the screen as she sat up in bed. 4 calls from her supervisor, Margaret Chen. 3 from the archive's security office, 10 from a number she didn't recognise. Before she could decide which to return first, her phone buzzed with an incoming call. Margaret. "Eleanor, thank God. Where are you?" "At home. I was about to get ready for work. What's wrong?" "Don't come in." Margaret's voice was tight, stressed. "Your access badge has been suspended pending a security review." Elena's stomach dropped. "What? Why?" "I don't know the details." "I got a call from HR at 6:15 this morning. They said it's routine, probably just updating background checks, but they need you to stay home until it's resolved." "Margaret, I've worked here for 7 years. I have a top-secret clearance. What could possibly—" I know. I'm sure it's nothing. But protocol is protocol. I'll call you as soon as I know more." The line went dead. Eleanor sat frozen, her mind racing. This wasn't routine. Routine security reviews were scheduled weeks in advance with plenty of notice. They didn't happen overnight. They didn't result in immediate suspension. This was about the Thor files. It had to be. She pulled up the photos she'd taken last night, making sure they were backed up to her cloud storage. Then she created a second backup on a thumb drive she kept in her nightstand. If someone was going to make those documents disappear, at least she'd have proof they existed. Her phone buzzed again. The unknown number. Against her better judgment, she answered. "Miss Markovich?" A man's voice, smooth and professional. "My name is Robert Garrison. I'm with the Office of Personnel Management. I apologise for the early call, but we need to schedule a time for you to come in and complete some paperwork regarding your security clearance update. I was told to stay home today. Yes, just a precaution while we process the renewal. Nothing to worry about. We've been doing this with all employees who have access to recently declassified materials. You understand? We need to make sure everyone's properly vetted for the new protocols." The explanation was smooth, almost too smooth, but something about it rang false. The Office of Personnel Management handled federal employee records, but archive security clearances went through a completely different channel. "When do you need me to come in?" Elena asked, keeping her voice neutral. "Would today work?" "Say 10 o'clock. We have an office in Bethesda." "Can I come to the main OPM building instead? I'd prefer to handle this at the official location." Brief pause. "The Bethesda office is where we process these particular renewals. It would really be best if—" "I'll need to check my schedule and call you back," Elena interrupted. "What was your employee number?" Another pause, longer this time. "I'll have my assistant send you an email with all the details. We'll be in touch, Miss Markovich." He hung up before she could respond. Elena's hands were shaking now. That wasn't a government official. Government officials didn't give up that easily when you questioned them. They pulled rank, they cited regulations, they transferred you to supervisors. They didn't just politely hang up. Someone was trying to get her into an unofficial office to... what? Question her? Intimidate her? Make her forget what she'd found? She needed help. Someone who understood how these systems worked, who could tell her if she was being paranoid, or if this was really as wrong as it felt. Eleanor opened her laptop and pulled up the employee directory for the archives. She scrolled through names until she found the person she wanted. Marcus Webb, Senior Archivist in the Modern Military Records Division. Marcus had been at the archives for 23 years. He'd worked on some of the most sensitive declassification projects in the institution's history. If anyone would know what to do, it would be him. She called his desk phone. No answer. She tried his cell. Marcus Webb. Marcus, it's Elena Markovich from Cataloguing. Do you have a minute? Eleanor? Hey. Sure. What's up? I need to talk to you about something I found yesterday. Something weird, but not over the phone. Can we meet somewhere? Coffee? Silence on the other end. When Marcus spoke again, his voice had changed. Quieter, more guarded. What kind of something? Pentagon files from the late 50s. A visitor who doesn't appear in any official records. Papers that shouldn't be declassified if they're real, and shouldn't exist if they're fake. Jesus, Elena, Marcus exhaled slowly. Where are you right now? Home. My badge access was suspended this morning. Okay. Don't go anywhere until I call you back. 20 minutes. And Eleanor, don't talk to anyone else about this. Don't send any emails. Don't post anything online. Just wait for my call. He hung up. Eleanor set the phone down and wrapped her arms around herself. The apartment suddenly felt too quiet, too exposed. She went to her living room window and looked down at the street 3 stories below. A black sedan was parked across the street, its engine running. She could see the silhouette of someone in the driver's seat. How long had that car been there? She backed away from the window, her heart pounding. Maybe she was being paranoid. Maybe it was just someone waiting for a friend. But after the fake OPM call and the sudden badge suspension, paranoia felt like common sense. Her phone rang. Marcus. Coffee shop on Wilson Boulevard, the one near the post office. 30 minutes. Come alone. Make sure no one follows you. Marcus, what's going on? 30 minutes, Eleanor. We'll talk then. She grabbed her keys and the thumb drive, shoved them in her jacket pocket and headed for the door. In the hallway, she paused. If someone was watching the front entrance, they'd see her leave. But her building had a back exit through the parking garage. Eleanor took the elevator to the basement level and walked quickly through the dim garage to the rear stairwell. It opened onto an alley that connected to the next street over. She emerged into pale morning sunlight and started walking, resisting the urge to look over her shoulder. The coffee shop was a 20-minute walk, but she took a deliberately complicated route, doubling back twice and cutting through a grocery store to make sure she wasn't being followed. By the time she arrived, Marcus was already there, sitting at a corner table with 2 cups of coffee. He looked older than she remembered, grey at the temples, deep lines around his eyes. He gestured for her to sit. "Tell me everything," he said quietly. "Start from the beginning." Eleanor told him about box 4782, the Thor files, the photograph, the strange documents. She pulled out her phone and showed him the pictures she'd taken. Marcus studied them in silence, his expression growing darker with each image. When he finished, he looked up at her with something that might have been pity. "You need to forget about this," he said. "What? Delete these photos? Destroy any copies? Go back to work when they reinstate your access? Process your boxes and never mention Valiant Thor again?" "Marcus, these are legitimate historical documents. If they're real, they're real." His voice was flat. "And that's exactly why you need to walk away." Elena stared at him. "You've seen this before." "Not this specifically, but I've been doing this job long enough to recognize certain patterns. Every few years, someone stumbles across something they shouldn't. Usually it's about UFOs, sometimes it's about weapons programs or intelligence operations. The common thread is that the documents are always genuine, always declassified through proper channels, and always impossible to verify through any official source. That doesn't make sense. If they're declassified because someone wanted them declassified. Not for transparency, but as insurance. If the information ever becomes a problem, They can point to the fact that it's been publicly available for years and no one took it seriously. It's hiding in plain sight. So you're saying Valiant Thor was real? An actual alien living in the Pentagon? Marcus shrugged. I'm saying the documents are real. What they describe, that's above my pay grade. What I know is that people who dig too deep into this stuff tend to have sudden career problems. Audits, security violations, transfers to dead-end positions. I've seen it happen. So we just let it go? Pretend we never saw evidence of the most important event in human history? You're assuming disclosure would be a good thing. Marcus leaned forward. Think about it. If the government admitted tomorrow that an alien visitor spent 3 years at the Pentagon in the 1950s, what happens? Mass panic? Economic collapse? The complete erosion of institutional trust? Maybe the people who buried this did it for good reasons. Or maybe they did it because admitting we're not alone would mean admitting they're not in control. Marcus smiled grimly. Probably a bit of both. Either way, it's not our call to make. We're archivists, Elena. We preserve records. We don't decide which truths the public can handle. That's exactly what we do, Elena shot back. Every time we decide which documents to highlight in an exhibition, which finding aids to prioritise, which stories to tell, we're making those decisions. We shape what people know about their history. Then shape it carefully, because the people who want this story buried have resources we can't imagine. As if on cue, Eleanor's phone buzzed. An email from an address she didn't recognise. eleanor.markovich.personal@gmail.com. The subject line read, "Regarding your research interests." She opened it. "Miss Markovich, we appreciate your dedication to historical accuracy. However, the documents you accessed yesterday are part of an ongoing review process and should not have been available for general cataloguing. They have been removed from circulation pending final declassification decisions. Your security clearance suspension is purely routine and will be resolved within 48 hours. In the meantime, we strongly encourage you to focus on your assigned responsibilities and avoid pursuing inquiries into materials outside your current project scope. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Robert Garrison, Deputy Director, Information Security Oversight Office." Elena showed the email to Marcus. He grimaced. "See? They're being polite about it now. That's the first warning. If you keep digging, the next contact won't be so friendly. How did they get my personal email? They're the government. They have everything." Eleanor's mind was racing. The smart play was obvious. Delete the photos, forget she'd ever seen the Thor files, go back to her safe, boring job cataloguing civil defence records. She'd keep her clearance, her career, her peaceful life. But she couldn't stop thinking about that photograph, about Valiant Thor standing with men who'd shaped the modern world, offering them something, knowledge, technology, help, and being turned away because accepting it would mean admitting Earth wasn't the centre of the universe. If it was true, people deserved to know. "I need to find Thomas Becker," she said. "Who?" "The photographer who took that picture. Military photographer, Pentagon assignment in the late 50s. If he's still alive, he might remember what he saw." Marcus closed his eyes. "You're not going to let this go, are you? Would you?" He was quiet for a long moment. When he opened his eyes, there was a mix of resignation and something else. Maybe respect, maybe concern. "Thomas Becker died in 1991, Marcus said. "But he had a daughter, Laura Becker Hammond. She lives in Alexandria. I helped her donate some of her father's papers to the archives about 5 years ago, mostly Vietnam-era photography work. But I remember she mentioned he'd kept a lot of his earlier stuff private, said it was too classified to share. Do you have her contact information? Eleanor, I really think..." "Please." Marcus sighed and pulled out his phone. He scrolled through his contacts, then wrote a number on a napkin. "This is her landline. But if you contact her, you didn't get this from me. And if anyone asks, we never had this conversation." Elena took the napkin. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. You might end up wishing you'd listened when I told you to walk away." She left the coffee shop and walked 3 blocks before calling the number. It rang 4 times before a woman answered. Hammond residence. "Hello? Is this Laura Hammond?" "Speaking." "My name is Elena Markovich. I'm an archivist at the National Archives. I'm doing research on Pentagon photography during the Cold War, and I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about your father's work. Silence. Then, what specifically are you researching? Elena chose her words carefully. I found some images from 1957 through 1960. Pentagon interior shots, mostly official portraits and meetings. Your father's name was in the metadata. I wanted to understand more about the context of those photographs. More silence. Eleanor could hear breathing on the other end, could almost feel the woman deciding whether to hang up or continue the conversation. The archives already has my father's donated papers, Laura finally said. I know, but I got the impression from the collection notes that he kept some materials private. I'm particularly interested in anything from his assignment at the Pentagon during the late Eisenhower administration. Why? Because I think he photographed something important, something that was buried. The silence stretched so long that Elena thought the call had disconnected. Then, come to my house tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Don't bring anyone with you, and don't tell anyone where you're going. Laura gave her the address and hung up before Elena could respond. Elena stood on the sidewalk, her heart pounding. She was really doing this. She was investigating something that powerful people wanted to stay hidden, meeting with a stranger who clearly knew more than she was saying over the phone, and ignoring every professional instinct that told her to step back and protect her career. But she was also potentially on the edge of discovering proof of the most profound secret in human history. She walked back to her apartment, constantly checking over her shoulder. The black sedan was gone from its parking spot. That should have been reassuring, but somehow it made her more nervous. That night she barely slept. Every sound in the building made her jump. Footsteps in the hallway, the elevator chiming, the rumble of the HVAC system. She kept her laptop open, constantly refreshing her email and news feeds, half expecting some kind of digital attack or official notice that would make her investigation impossible. Nothing came. The silence was almost worse than a direct confrontation. At 8:30 the next morning, Elena called an Uber instead of driving her own car. Another precaution, probably unnecessary, but she was learning to trust her paranoia. The driver was a college student who spent the entire ride talking about his engineering classes and didn't seem to notice or care where they were going. Laura Hammond's house was a small brick colonial on a quiet street lined with oak trees. Elena paid the driver and walked up the front path. Before she could knock, the door opened. Laura was in her early 60s with short silver hair and sharp blue eyes that studied Elena with obvious suspicion. She wore jeans and a cardigan, sensible shoes, the uniform of someone who'd stopped caring what strangers thought about her appearance. "You came alone?" Laura asked. "Yes, phone off, please." Elena hesitated, then powered down her phone and showed Laura the blank screen. Laura nodded and stepped aside to let her enter. The house was neat, modestly furnished, filled with photographs, family shots, landscapes, a few that looked like professional military portraits. Laura led Elena to a small dining room, where a cardboard box sat on the table. "My father took over 40,000 photographs during his military career," Laura said, without preamble. "Most of them are in official archives, museums, or my donation to your institution. But there were some he would never let anyone see. He kept them in a safe deposit box and made me promise to never share them until certain people were dead." "What people?" "Richard Nixon died in 1994, Admiral Radford in 1973, Secretary McElroy in 1976. The last one on my father's list was James Killian, Eisenhower's science advisor. He died in 1988. After that, Dad said I could do whatever I wanted with the photos, but he recommended I burn them. But you didn't." "I was going to. But then I started looking through them, and I realized they weren't just pictures. They were evidence. And even if no one would believe it, even if it sounds crazy, I think people deserve to know the truth." Laura opened the box and carefully removed a leather portfolio. Inside were dozens of black and white photographs, each preserved in archival plastic sleeves. The first photo showed the same scene Eleanor had found in the archives, the 5 men in the Pentagon hallway. But this print was uncropped, showing more of the corridor, more detail in their faces. Valiant Thor's expression was clearer here. He looked tired, sad even. The second photo showed Thor sitting in what appeared to be a Pentagon office, engaged in conversation with 3 men in military uniforms. A chalkboard behind him was covered in mathematical equations. The third showed him in what looked like a private apartment or quarters, probably the residence mentioned in the documents. He was reading a book. The camera had caught him unaware, and in that unguarded moment his face showed something Elena couldn't quite identify. Homesickness. Loneliness. There were more. Thor walking through Pentagon corridors. Thor in meetings. Thor standing outside the building, looking up at the sky with an expression of profound melancholy. And then the final photograph stopped Elena's breath. It showed Thor shaking hands with President Eisenhower in what appeared to be the Oval Office. The president looked grave. Thor looked resigned. Standing behind them was Vice President Nixon, his famous jowly face frozen in what might have been fear or awe. "My father was assigned to document a special foreign delegation," Laura said quietly. "That's what they told him. A representative from a nation that wanted to establish diplomatic relations but needed to keep the negotiations secret for security reasons. Dad was supposed to take official portraits, meeting photos, the kind of images they'd use for press releases once the relationship was made public. But it never was made public. No, because after 3 months my father started to realise this wasn't a normal diplomatic visit. The visitor never left the Pentagon. He had no security detail, no diplomatic staff, no official itinerary. And the people he met with, these were not the officials you'd assign to a routine trade negotiation. These were the people who controlled America's nuclear arsenal." Elena studied the Oval Office photograph. "Did your father ever say who Thor was?" "He said Thor told him he was from a place called the Solar Guard. Not a country. Not Venus, like the UFO stories claim." Dad laughed at that nonsense. "Thor said the Solar Guard was responsible for monitoring developing civilizations, and Earth had caught their attention when we started detonating nuclear weapons." "Monitoring from where?" Dad didn't know. He asked once, and Thor just smiled and said, "Closer than you think, but farther than you'd believe." Whatever that means. Laura pulled out one more item from the box, a small leather journal with worn edges. This was Dad's personal log from that assignment. He wrote down everything Thor told him during their conversations. The official photos were his job, but the journal was his insurance policy. He wanted a record in case anyone ever tried to make him forget or deny what he'd seen. She handed it to Eleanor. The journal was filled with precise military-style entries, dates, times, brief descriptions of photographs taken. But interspersed throughout were longer passages, conversations recorded in surprising detail. Elena read, "March 23rd, 1957. VT asked me today why we photograph everything. I told him it's how we preserve history. He said his people don't need photographs because they don't forget. I asked if that was a blessing or a curse. He said both. We talked for nearly an hour about memory and loss. He told me his visit here would eventually be forgotten, or worse, turned into legend and mockery. He seemed sad about that, but not surprised. He said Earth isn't ready to join the wider community because we're still children fighting over toys. The toys just happen to be capable of destroying our entire world." Another entry from July 1958. "Photographed VT in meeting with Joint Chiefs today. They wanted to know about defensive capabilities, what weapons his people possessed, whether they'd share military technology. VT told them they had no weapons because they had no enemies. The chiefs didn't believe him. General LeMay actually laughed and said, 'Everyone has enemies.' VT replied, 'Only if you choose to make them.' The meeting ended badly." I could see the frustration in VT's face afterward. He knows he's failing. And a final entry from March 1960. "VT is leaving tomorrow. He told me his mission was unsuccessful. The leadership doesn't want what he's offering because accepting help would mean admitting we need it. Pride, he said. Earth's defining characteristic is pride. Before he left, he gave me a small device. It looked like a metallic sphere, perfectly smooth. He said if I ever wanted to remember what's truly important, I should hold it and think about humanity's future." Then he smiled and said I'd probably never use it because most people prefer comfortable lies to uncomfortable truths. I think he was right. I've kept the sphere in my desk drawer for 3 years and never once taken it out. Elena looked up at Laura. Where is it? The sphere? Laura reached into the box one more time and placed a small object on the table. It was roughly the size of a golf ball, made of some silvery metal that seemed to shift colour slightly in the light. Blue, then green, then back to silver. The surface was perfectly smooth, without any visible seams or markings. I've had it since Dad died, Laura said. I've held it a few times like he described. Nothing happens, it's just a metal ball. But it doesn't tarnish, doesn't scratch, doesn't respond to magnets. I took it to a metallurgist friend once, asked him what it was made of. He said the structure was wrong. The molecular arrangement didn't match anything in the periodic table. He thought I was pranking him with some kind of computer-generated hoax data. Elena reached out slowly and picked up the sphere. It was lighter than it should be and warm to the touch despite sitting in a cool room. As her fingers closed around it, she felt a strange sensation. Not quite vibration, but something similar. A subtle resonance. And then, for just a moment, she saw something. Not a vision exactly, but an impression. A feeling of vast distance and infinite patience. A sense of being watched over by something old and kind and impossibly far away. It passed in an instant, leaving her slightly dizzy. What was that? She whispered. I don't know, Laura admitted. I felt it too the first time I held it. Like someone was listening, waiting. I stopped picking it up after a while because it scared me. Eleanor set the sphere down carefully. Why are you showing me all this? You could have destroyed it like your father suggested. Because someone needs to know, and because something's happening again. What do you mean? Laura pulled out her laptop and opened a browser. She navigated to a government contracting database and searched for Aurora Consulting Group. Dozens of entries appeared. Contracts for advanced aerospace research, propulsion systems, energy technology. The company had been awarded over $2 billion in contracts over the past 10 years, almost all of them classified. I started researching them 6 months ago, Laura said. Aurora Consulting doesn't have a public website, no press releases, no corporate leadership listed anywhere. But if you dig through patent filings and university research partnerships, you find something interesting. She pulled up a patent document. The abstract described a field propulsion system utilizing quantum vacuum fluctuations for thrust generation. The technical drawings looked like something from a science fiction movie. This patent was filed in 2019, Laura continued, but look at the date of the initial research proposal that led to it. She scrolled down. The proposal was dated 1959 from something called Project Refusal, Alternative Energy Research Initiative. Elena felt cold. Operation Refusal, that was in the Thor documents. Exactly. Someone took the technology Thor offered, classified it at the highest possible level, and has been slowly developing it in secret for over 60 years. Aurora Consulting is just the latest front company. Before that it was Hughes Aircraft. Before that it was Bell Labs. Before that a dozen other contractors. But the chain goes all the way back to 1960. Why keep it secret? If we have this technology, because releasing it would destabilize everything. Energy companies, military hierarchies, global power structures, all of it based on scarcity and control. Free energy, propulsion that doesn't need fuel, technology that makes borders meaningless. That's not just revolutionary, it's apocalyptic for anyone in power. Eleanor stared at the patent documents, her mind reeling. So we turned down the aliens' help, then spent 60 years trying to reverse engineer it anyway. Human pride and human ingenuity. We didn't want a gift, but we were perfectly happy to steal the idea and claim it as our own invention. Can I photograph all of this? The journal, the patents, the photos? Laura nodded. That's why I invited you here. But Elena, you need to understand what you're getting into. My father spent the last 30 years of his life looking over his shoulder. He was audited 9 times. His house was broken into twice. Nothing stolen, but files disturbed. He had a heart attack in 1991 at age 63, and I've never been convinced it was natural causes. You think they killed him? I think they made sure he stayed quiet, and if you make this public, they'll do the same to you. Eleanor thought about the suspended badge, the fake OPM call, the black sedan outside her apartment. They were already working on making her quiet. I have to try, she said. If this is real, if we've been lied to for 68 years about the most important moment in human history, people deserve to know. Even if they won't believe you? Especially then. Truth doesn't stop being true just because it's inconvenient. Laura smiled sadly. You sound like my father. He said the same thing right before he sealed all this away. Eleanor spent the next 2 hours photographing everything. The journal entries, the patents, every photo in the collection, the metallurgist's analysis of the sphere. Laura let her take the sphere itself, wrapped carefully in cloth. If things go bad, Laura said at the door, if they come after you too hard, just walk away. This truth has waited 68 years. It can wait longer. But Elena knew she couldn't walk away. Not now. She took another Uber home, the sphere heavy in her jacket pocket despite its impossible lightness. Back in her apartment, she uploaded everything to 3 separate cloud services under fake accounts, then encrypted copies on 2 more thumb drives. She mailed one drive to her sister in Portland with instructions to open it only if something happened to her. Then she did what any millennial archivist would do. She created an anonymous account on a document-sharing platform and uploaded everything. The response was immediate and predictable. Within hours, the photos were trending on conspiracy forums and fringe websites. Mainstream media ignored it completely. By the second day, professional debunkers had declared the photos obvious fakes, the journal a creative writing exercise, the patents misunderstood civilian technology. The story died within a week, buried under celebrity scandals and political controversies. Eleanor's badge access was restored with a terse email apologising for the administrative error. She returned to work to find box 4782 had been removed from her queue. Margaret wouldn't meet her eyes. Marcus stopped by her cubicle on her 3rd day back. You okay? He asked quietly. They won everything, Elena said. I gave the world proof and nobody cared. Maybe that was the point. Maybe they knew the best way to hide the truth wasn't to suppress it, but to let it get lost in the noise, drown it in so much information that it becomes invisible. So what was the point? Marcus smiled slightly. You know the truth. Laura knows. The people who read those documents know, even if they don't believe them. Truth is like a seed. Sometimes it takes a long time to grow. 3 months passed. Elena processed boxes, wrote finding aids, lived her quiet life. The sphere sat in her apartment, on a shelf between books, looking like an odd piece of abstract art. Then, on a Friday in June, her supervisor assigned her to a new project, cataloguing recently declassified State Department cables from the 1970s. In box 47, between routine diplomatic correspondence, she found a memo dated July 12, 1977. Re-confirmation of secondary contact, Project Victor 2, subject matching physical description of V Thor, see classified file 1957 to 1960, observed in meeting with Ambassador Young at UN headquarters. Subject identified himself as Valiant and requested private consultation regarding human rights initiatives. Security footage confirms subject entered building through main entrance but no exit recorded. Ambassador Young has been debriefed and instructed to classify encounter. Recommend continued monitoring. Pattern suggests periodic verification visits. Subject appears unchanged from previous documented encounters. Eleanor's hands trembled as she photographed the memo. She searched the rest of the box and found 2 more references, one from 1983, another from 1994. Each time, someone matching Thor's description appeared, had a brief conversation with a government official about pressing global issues, then vanished. He was still visiting, still trying, still hoping humanity would eventually listen. She looked up from her desk and saw Marcus watching her from across the room. He nodded slightly, understanding in his eyes. The truth was bigger than she'd imagined. This wasn't about 1 visit in 1957. It was about a commitment that spanned decades. maybe centuries. Someone out there cared enough about humanity to keep checking on us, keep offering help, keep waiting for us to be ready. That evening Elena rode the metro home during rush hour. The train was packed with exhausted commuters staring at phones, lost in their private worlds. She found a seat near the back and pulled out a book, trying to look unremarkable. At the Foggy Bottom station, a man boarded the crowded car. He was tall, wearing an unfashionable suit that looked like it belonged to a different era. Sandy hair, kind face, impossibly straight posture. Eleanor's breath caught. He moved through the car with practiced ease despite the crush of bodies and took a position near the door, holding the overhead rail with one hand while reading a folded newspaper with the other. Their eyes met for just a moment. His expression was gentle, knowing, sad. He smiled. The same sad smile from her father's photographs. The smile of someone who knew he was witnessing something important that no one else could see. Elena's hand moved to her jacket pocket, feeling the outline of the sphere she had started carrying everywhere. The train pulled into Roslin. The doors opened. The tall man stepped onto the platform, then turned back to look at her one more time. He touched 2 fingers to his forehead in a small salute, then folded his newspaper and set it on an empty seat before the doors closed. Eleanor grabbed the paper as the train lurched forward. It was today's Washington Post, folded to the international news section. One article was circled in blue ink. UN Climate Summit reaches historic agreement. Nations pledge unprecedented cooperation on environmental crisis. Beneath it, in neat handwriting, small steps. Keep watching. Keep remembering. The choice is still yours. The newspaper trembled in Elena's hands. She looked up, pressing her face to the window, as the train emerged from the tunnel into evening light. On the platform behind them, the tall man stood perfectly still, watching the train depart, a solitary figure growing smaller and smaller until he disappeared entirely. Eleanor pulled out her phone and started typing. Not an article, not a press release, but a simple email to Laura Hammond. He's still here, still trying. I saw him. The response came 3 minutes later. I know. Dad saw him too in 1989, 2 years before he died, at a bookstore in Georgetown, reading about the fall of the Berlin Wall. He said Thor looked pleased, like he'd been waiting for humanity to tear down a wall and we'd finally done it. Keep the sphere safe, keep your eyes open, keep believing that truth matters, even when no one's listening. Especially when no one's listening. That's when it matters most. Eleanor closed her eyes, feeling the subtle warmth of the sphere in her pocket, the gentle pulse that might have been her imagination, or might have been something far stranger and more wonderful. Somewhere in the vastness of space, or perhaps somewhere much closer than anyone suspected, someone was watching over humanity with infinite patience, waiting for the day when we'd be ready to accept help without letting pride get in the way. That day hadn't come yet, but maybe, Elena thought, maybe people like her and Laura and Thomas Becker were the seeds Marcus talked about, small truths taking root in dark places, waiting for the right moment to grow. She opened her laptop when she got home and started writing, not for publication, not for proof, but for the record. A true account of what she'd found, what she'd learned, what she'd seen on the metro train. She would add it to the collection of evidence slowly gathering across decades, breadcrumbs left by archivists and photographers, and ordinary people who'd glimpsed something extraordinary and refused to forget it. And someday, when humanity was finally ready, when enough seeds had taken root, maybe someone would piece it all together and understand. We were never alone. We were never abandoned. We were just a young species learning to grow up while patient guardians watched from the shadows. The truth was out there, hiding in plain sight, waiting in archived files and classified memos, and the memories of people brave enough to believe in uncomfortable truths. Eleanor saved her document, encrypted it, backed it up in 5 different locations. Then she picked up the sphere, held it in both hands, and thought about humanity's future. For just a moment, maybe imagination, maybe something more, she felt a response, warmth, approval, hope. And somewhere far above, or perhaps very close by, valiant Thor smiled and continued his endless vigil, waiting for the day when Earth would finally be ready to join the wider universe as equals rather than children. That day would come, it had to. Truth always finds a way. Welcome back to Sleep Theories, where we explore the mysteries that lurk in the shadows of our world. Tonight's tale comes from the classified depths of military black sites, where miraculous healing technology and alien exchanges collide with secrets that powerful forces would kill to protect. But before we dive into this chilling account of hidden cures and impossible machines, remember to leave your own mysterious video ideas in the comments below. Your suggestions fuel these midnight journeys into the unknown. Special thanks to DXD232 for inspiring tonight's story. And if these tales of suppressed miracles and government conspiracies send the right kind of shivers down your spine, hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that blur the line between fact and nightmare. The morphine drip made a soft clicking sound every few seconds, marking time in the sterile hospital room like a metronome of mortality. Daniel Ross sat beside his father's bed, watching the old man's chest rise and fall in shallow breaths. Outside, Baltimore rain streaked the windows, turning the city lights into blurred watercolours. "Danny," his father whispered, eyes suddenly wide and lucid despite the heavy medication. Colonel James Ross had served 30 years in the Air Force Medical Corps, seen things most doctors never would. But this look in his eyes was different. Not pain, not fear, something else. "I'm here, Dad." Daniel leaned closer, taking his father's cold hand. "There are machines," the Colonel's voice cracked. "Machines that can fix anything, but you'll never see them. They keep them locked away." Daniel squeezed his father's hand gently. "It's okay, Dad. Just rest." "No." The intensity made Daniel flinch. "Listen to me." "Right, Patterson. Level 7. The pods. They heal everything. Everything, Danny. But they'll never let us have them. Never let the people know." The heart monitor began its irregular beeping. Nurses rushed in. Daniel was pushed back as they worked, his father's final words echoing in his mind. Within minutes, Colonel James Ross was gone, taking his secrets with him. For months afterward, Daniel told himself it was just the morphine talking. Deathbed hallucinations. His father had been a practical man, a man of science. The idea of miracle healing machines hidden away by the government was conspiracy theory nonsense. But sometimes, late at night in his apartment, Daniel would remember the absolute certainty in his father's eyes, and he would wonder. Chapter 1. The Leak. 18 months after his father's death, Daniel Ross found himself in a place he'd never imagined. Deep underground, beneath a nondescript office building in Bethesda, Maryland, his biomedical engineering firm had landed a defense subcontract. Upgrade the cooling systems for server farms at various government facilities. Boring work, but it paid well. The facility manager, a nervous man named Peterson, led him through endless beige corridors. "Everything down here is classified," Peterson said for the third time. "You see nothing. You say nothing." "Just here for the HVAC systems," Daniel replied, hefting his diagnostic equipment. They reached server room 7, and Peterson unlocked 3 separate security doors. "You've got 2 hours. I'll be right outside." The room hummed with the white noise of 1,000 cooling fans. Daniel got to work, checking temperature readings and airflow patterns. It was while crawling behind a server rack that he first saw them, fibre optic cables running into a panel marked with warnings in 3 languages. But it wasn't the warnings that caught his eye, it was the label, HMP-PODV, 3.1 Network Interface. Daniel's hand stilled. Pod. His father's word echoed across 18 months of grief. He should have left it alone, should have finished his work and walked away. But his father's voice whispered in his memory, and before he could stop himself, Daniel was tracing the cables to their source, a secured server cabinet with a lock that took him less than a minute to bypass. His government contracts had required certain skills. Inside, stacks of drives blinked with activity. A terminal screen showed active file transfers. Daniel plugged in his diagnostic tablet, telling himself he was just checking for cooling efficiency. The lie tasted bitter even as he thought it. Files cascaded across his screen. Most were encrypted, but the headers were visible. Cellular Reatomization Protocols version 7.3. Holographic Medical Pod Deployment Guidelines. Patient Recovery Metrics. Q3 2024. Technology Exchange Program HLT clearance only. His hands shook as he initiated a download to his tablet's hidden partition. Gigabytes of data flowed across the connection. Schematics, video files, documents stamped with classifications he'd never seen before. One document caught his eye. Initial Technology Transfer Agreement. October 1971. The header bore no agency logo, just 3 letters, HLT. The document detailed the acquisition of non-terrestrial medical rehabilitation systems and their integration into select defence medical facilities. Non-terrestrial. Daniel's mouth went dry. The video file finished downloading. Against every instinct screaming at him to stop, he opened it. The timestamp showed last week. A medical facility, all white walls and clean lines. A soldier, no, what was left of a soldier, was wheeled into frame. IED victim, the chart notation read. Missing right arm, severe burns covering 60% of his body. They placed him in something that looked like a large capsule made of frosted glass. Blue light emanated from within, and Daniel could see something happening to the man's body. The footage was time-lapsed, 4 hours compressed into 30 seconds. When the pod opened, the soldier stepped out. Whole, not healed, not scarred, whole, as if the injuries had never happened. "What are you doing?" Daniel spun around. Peterson stood in the doorway, face drained of colour. "I was checking the dash. You were checking nothing." Peterson's hand moved to his hip, where Daniel now noticed a sidearm. "Step away from the terminal." "Now!" Daniel raised his hands, tablet tucked against his palm. "Look, I didn't mean to." "Shut up!" Peterson pulled out a phone, never taking his eyes off Daniel. "This is Station 7. We have a breach. Level 4, send a containment team." He hung up and gestured with the gun. "Sit down. Don't move, don't speak. Maybe you'll live through this." Daniel sat, mind racing. The tablet pressed against his palm, its hidden partition full of impossible secrets. In 5 minutes, maybe less, men in black suits would arrive. He'd disappear into some hole, or worse, unless... "My tablet," Daniel said quietly. "It's uploading everything to an encrypted server. Has been for the last 10 minutes. If I don't enter a code every hour, it all goes public." Peterson's face went from pale to grey. "You're lying." Graham Technologies Level 9 server farm. Partition 77 Alpha. Check it yourself. Daniel met his eyes steadily. "Or we can make a deal." "What kind of deal?" "I walk out of here. You report a false alarm. Nobody has to know what I saw." "They'll never." "They will if you sell it right. Power surge triggered the alarm. You responded per protocol. Everything's secure." Daniel stood slowly. "Or we can wait for your containment team, and I can tell them about the 3 terabytes of classified data about to hit WikiLeaks in 52 minutes. Peterson's gun wavered. Above them, footsteps echoed, multiple sets, moving fast. "Decide," Daniel said. "Now." For a long moment they stared at each other. Then Peterson holstered his weapon and grabbed his radio. "Station 7. False alarm. Repeat. False alarm. Power surge in server room 7 triggered security protocol. Scene is secure." The footsteps above slowed, stopped. A garbled response came through the radio. "Copy that," Peterson said. "Returning to normal operations." He turned to Daniel, face twisted with fear and fury. "Get out! Now. If I ever see you again..." Daniel didn't wait to hear the threat. He grabbed his equipment and walked. Didn't run. Walked. Out of the server room, up the stairs, through the lobby. Only when he reached his van did he allow himself to breathe. The tablet burned against his palm. 3 terabytes of impossibilities. 3 terabytes of proof. His father had been right. Chapter 2. Chasing Proof. Daniel's apartment in Silver Spring had never felt smaller. He'd covered the windows with blackout curtains, disabled his internet router, and pulled the battery from his phone. The tablet lay on his kitchen table like a live grenade, its screen dark but somehow still radiating menace. For 3 days he didn't touch it. He called in sick to work, ignored the increasingly urgent voicemails from his boss. He barely slept, starting at every car door slam, every footstep in the hallway. They would come for him. Peterson's deal had bought time, nothing more. But on the 4th night, with a bottle of whiskey for courage and his sister's photo for motivation, Daniel finally powered on the tablet. He had to know, had to understand what his father had died trying to tell him. The files painted a picture that defied belief. The medical holographic pods, med beds, as some documents called them, had been in limited use since 1971. The technology's origin was carefully obscured, referenced only as Technology Exchange Program, with that recurring HLT classification. But it was the capabilities that made Daniel's hands shake. Complete cellular regeneration, real-time DNA repair and optimization, reversal of aging at the cellular level, regeneration of lost limbs and organs, elimination of all known pathogens and cancers, restoration of neural pathways in brain injury patients. The video files were even more staggering. Paralyzed patients walking, terminal cancer victims restored to perfect health, a woman who appeared to be in her 70s entering a pod and emerging looking 30 years younger. Her medical scans confirming the impossible. Her telomeres had actually lengthened. One document outlined the locations: Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, as his father had said, a facility beneath Cheyenne Mountain, another in a sub-basement of Walter Reed, dozens of sites, each with between 2 and 10 operational pods. Another file made his stomach churn: population impact projections. If the technology was released publicly, the document warned, the results would be catastrophic. Healthcare industry collapse, pension system failure as lifespans extended indefinitely, overpopulation, resource depletion, social chaos. Controlled deployment only, the summary concluded. Tier 1 personnel and critical assets only. Public disclosure remains level 9 prohibited. Daniel poured another whiskey, his mind reeling. They had the cure for everything, and they were keeping it locked away. How many people had died while these machines sat idle? How many had suffered? His sister's face stared at him from the photo. Emma, 3 years younger, diagnosed with ALS 6 months ago. The doctors gave her 2 years, maybe 3. Traditional medicine offered nothing but management of symptoms, a slow decline into paralysis and death. But these machines... Daniel opened his laptop, routing through multiple VPNs and proxy servers. He had to know if anyone else knew, if there were others who had seen behind the curtain. The surface web yielded nothing but conspiracy theories and New Age nonsense. But deeper, in forums that required special browsers and passwords bought with cryptocurrency, he found whispers. A thread titled, "Has anyone else seen the pods?" caught his eye. The original poster claimed his uncle had worked maintenance at Wright-Patterson in the 80s. He said there were rooms that required special clearance just to clean. Once a door was left open. He saw someone wheeled in on a gurney, missing both legs from an accident. Came out walking an hour later. They transferred him the next day, told him he'd imagined it. Another user, handle Deep Throat 77, wrote, "Friend of mine worked private security for a billionaire. Guy was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, given 3 months. Flew to Switzerland, came back 2 weeks later completely clean. Doctors couldn't explain it. My friend said they didn't go to any hospital, just some underground facility in the mountains." Daniel created an account, Truthseeker34. He posted carefully, vaguely. "I've seen documentation suggesting advanced medical technology being withheld. Looking for others with direct knowledge. Serious inquiries only." Within an hour, his encrypted inbox had 3 messages. 2 were clearly paranoid fantasies, but the third... "I know what you've seen," it read. "My name is Marcus Brady. I worked level 7 medical at Wright-Patterson from 2018 to 2023. I've used the pods. I've seen what they can do. And I know why they'll never let us have them. Meet me tomorrow, noon, Lincoln Memorial. Come alone. Look for the man feeding pigeons near the reflecting pool. Daniel stared at the message. It could be a trap. Probably was a trap. But if this Marcus was real, if he had actually worked with the pods... He thought of Emma growing weaker each day, thought of his father's dying words. He had to take the chance. The next morning, Daniel took every precaution he could think of. Changed metro lines 3 times, doubled back through Georgetown, wore a baseball cap and sunglasses, kept his head down. By the time he reached the Lincoln Memorial, his shirt was soaked with nervous sweat. The reflecting pool stretched before him, tourists wandering its length despite the October chill. And there, on a bench near the middle, sat a middle-aged Asian man tossing breadcrumbs to a cluster of pigeons. Daniel approached slowly, hands visible. The man didn't look up. "Beautiful day," Daniel said, the agreed-upon phrase. "For feeding birds," Marcus Brady replied. He patted the bench. "Sit. Don't look at me directly. We have maybe 10 minutes before their facial recognition picks us up." Daniel sat, pulling out his own bag of breadcrumbs. The price of admission to any Washington Park bench. "You've really used them? The pods? 17 times. Different patients, different conditions. I've seen them regrow a man's liver, cure stage 4 brain cancer, reverse paralysis from a severed spinal cord." Marcus's voice was steady, matter of fact. And each time I had to watch them wheel the patient away afterward, tell their families they died on the table, create false death certificates, because the technology doesn't exist. Why? Why hide it? Marcus laughed bitterly. "You've seen the projection documents, haven't you? About societal collapse?" "Yeah, but it's not about society. It's about control, power, money." Marcus threw more crumbs, watching the pigeons fight over them. What happens to a $2 trillion healthcare industry when disease becomes obsolete? What happens to pharmaceutical companies when one session in a pod replaces a lifetime of medications? What happens to the insurance industry, the medical device industry, the entire economic ecosystem built on human suffering? People are dying. The wrong people, according to them. Marcus's voice hardened. The pods aren't idle. They run every day. For the elite, for key government personnel, for people who can pay 8 or 9 figures for a session. There's a facility in Switzerland completely off the books. Saudi princes, tech billionaires, heads of state. They all know. They all use them. They stay young, healthy, immortal, while the rest of us age and die on schedule. Daniel felt sick. There has to be a way to expose this, to force their hand. "You think you're the first to try?" Marcus turned slightly and Daniel glimpsed a face marked by exhaustion and fear. "I had a colleague, Patricia Martinez, brilliant woman. She tried to document everything, gathered evidence for 2 years. Know where she is now?" Daniel shook his head. "Neither do I. She disappeared 3 months ago. Official story is she had a mental breakdown, committed suicide. But I saw the security footage from that night. Black SUVs, a team in tactical gear. They scrubbed her entire existence, apartment, digital footprint, everything. Even her family thinks she's dead." "Then why are you talking to me?" Marcus was quiet for a long moment. "Because I'm dying. Lung cancer, ironically enough. And they won't let me use the pods. I know too much, but not enough to be valuable. So I'm dead anyway." He stood, scattering the remaining crumbs. "My advice: forget what you've seen. Delete those files. Go back to your life. Because if you pursue this, you'll end up like Patricia. Or like me." He started to walk away, then paused. "Unless," Daniel stood. "Unless what? Unless you're smarter than us. Unless you find a way to use the system against itself." Marcus pulled out a business card, dropped it on the bench. "That's a cleaner service. Call them, ask for a deep clean special. They'll give you an address. What you do with it is up to you." Then he was gone, disappearing into the crowd of tourists. Daniel picked up the card, just a phone number, nothing else. He looked around, suddenly aware of every security camera, every passing jogger who might be something more. 10 minutes. Marcus had said they had 10 minutes before facial recognition picked them up. Daniel pulled his cap lower and walked quickly toward the metro, the card burning in his pocket. Behind him, the pigeons fought over the last of the breadcrumbs, oblivious to the weight of the secrets that had just been shared. That night, Emma called. Her voice was weaker, words slightly slurred. The disease was progressing faster than expected. The doctors wanted to start experimental trials, 1,000-to-1 shots that might buy her months at best. Daniel held the phone, listening to his sister try to sound optimistic, and made his decision. He would find a way into one of those facilities. He would save Emma, or die trying. Chapter 3. Into the facility. The cleaner service turned out to be a laundromat in Anacostia, the kind of place where questions weren't asked and cash was king. Daniel walked in at exactly 3 p.m. as instructed, and asked for the deep clean special. The woman behind the counter, hair in curlers and chewing gum like her life depended on it, didn't even look up. Dryer 7. Your clothes will be ready in an hour. Daniel found dryer 7 running empty. Taped inside was an envelope containing a single sheet of paper, GPS coordinates, a date 2 weeks away, and instructions that made his blood run cold. Decommissioned medical facility, Nevada test site. Maintenance window 0200 to 0600 hours. Pod 7 operational status unknown. Building 447 sub-level 3. Guard rotation changes at 0247 and 0423, no second chances. 2 weeks. Daniel spent them in fevered preparation. He liquidated his retirement accounts, maxed out credit cards, assembled equipment he'd need. Night vision goggles, electronic lockpicks, a signal jammer he bought from a Russian on the dark web, and most importantly, credentials. His years working defence contracts had taught him the bureaucracy's weakness. Paperwork. The right forms, the right badges, the right confidence, and you could walk into almost anywhere. He crafted an identity. Daniel Morrison, biomedical contractor with Theoretical Systems Inc., a shell company that existed only in Delaware filing documents, and a website he built in 3 hours. The drive to Nevada took 2 days. He stopped only for gas, sleeping in his van at rest stops, paranoid that every state trooper was looking for him. By the time he reached the coordinates, 60 miles northwest of Las Vegas in the middle of nowhere, exhaustion and adrenaline had him running on pure determination. The facility looked abandoned. Chain-link fence topped with old razor wire, warning signs faded by decades of desert sun. But Daniel's night vision showed what casual observers would miss. Fresh tyre tracks, security cameras painted to look rusted, and a guard shack that was definitely not empty. He waited until 2300, then drove to the gate with confidence he didn't feel. The guard, half asleep and clearly not expecting visitors, barely glanced at the work orders Daniel had forged. Theoretical Systems, Daniel said, handing over his credentials. Emergency maintenance on the cooling systems. Should have been here yesterday but got held up in Vegas. The guard squinted at the paperwork, then at his computer screen. For a heart-stopping moment, Daniel thought it was over. Then the guard shrugged. Building 447's that way. Park around back. You know the drill. No photos, no phone calls, no wandering around, in and out. Copy that. Daniel drove through, hands steady despite the sweat running down his back. Building 447 looked like every other military structure from the 1960s. Concrete block, small windows, designed to survive nuclear war. But the keypad lock was modern, as were the cameras covering every angle. Daniel parked where the building itself blocked the van from view and got to work. The lockpicks got him through the first door. The signal jammer killed the cameras for a precious 90 seconds, long enough to reach the stairwell. Down he went, following memorized floor plans, until he reached sub-level 3. The difference was immediate. Gone were the crumbling concrete walls and flickering fluorescence. This level was modern, clean, medical. The air smelled of ozone and something else, something that made his skin prickle with static electricity. Daniel followed the corridor, each door labelled with alphanumeric codes that meant nothing to him. Then he saw it. Pod Bay 7. Authorised personnel only. The door was reinforced steel with a biometric scanner. Daniel's picks were useless here, but fortune favours the desperate, or the observant. A medical cart sat nearby, and tucked beneath supplies was an access card on a retractable lanyard. Some technician's oversight would be Daniel's salvation. The card worked. The door hissed open, and Daniel stepped into impossibility. The room was vast, easily 60 feet across. In the centre sat 7 pods arranged in a circle like techno-Stonehenge. 6 were covered with protective sheeting powered down, but the 7th... It glowed with soft blue light, humming with energy that seemed to vibrate in Daniel's bones. The pod itself was beautiful in an alien way. Smooth curves of some material that looked like pearl mixed with chrome, no visible seams or joints. A control panel nearby showed readouts and symbols that hurt to look at directly, though English translations scrolled beneath. Daniel approached slowly, pulled out his phone to record. This was it. Proof the world needed to see. Then he heard voices in the corridor. Told them Pod 7 was acting up again. Frequency alignment's off by 0.3%. At this hour? Christ. Let me guess. Priority patient tomorrow? Senator something or other. Pancreatic cancer. The usual last-minute emergency when they realise money can't buy immortality through traditional channels. Daniel's mind raced. The guards would change rotation in, he checked his watch, 6 minutes. But these technicians were here now. He looked around frantically, spotted an observation booth elevated above the pod bay. He sprinted for the ladder, hauling himself up just as the main door opened. 2 men in white coats entered, arguing about frequency modulation and dimensional phase shifting, terms that meant nothing to Daniel but which they discussed like garage mechanics, talking about engine timing. They approached Pod 7, one pulling out what looked like an oversized tablet covered in those same painful symbols. There's the problem, one said. The crystalline matrix is misaligned. Must have happened during the last age regression session. Those always stress the system. How long to fix? 20 minutes, maybe 30. Good thing we caught it. Another day and it might have started randomly teleporting patients again. Randomly teleporting? Daniel filed that impossibility away with all the others. For 20 minutes he watched them work, recording everything. They opened panels on the pod that revealed internal components unlike anything in his engineering experience. Geometries that shouldn't exist. Materials that seemed to phase in and out of visibility. Energy patterns that made his eyes water. Then one of them said something that made his blood freeze. "Hey Richardson, you smell that?" "Smell what?" "Like sweat." B.O. When's the last time anyone cleaned in here? They both looked around, faces suspicious. Daniel pressed himself flat against the booth floor, not daring to breathe. Below, one technician walked the perimeter of the room while the other continued working. "Probably just the ventilation system," Richardson said finally. "This whole building's falling apart. Except for our little miracle machines, of course." They finished their work, ran diagnostics that lit up the pod with patterns of light that seemed to reach into dimensions Daniel couldn't name. Then, finally, they left. Daniel waited another 5 minutes before climbing down. His legs shook, but he forced himself to approach the pod, to touch its surface. It was warm, almost alive, pulsing gently like a slow heartbeat. On impulse, he pressed his hand to what looked like a reader panel. The pod responded immediately, symbols cascading across its surface. One resolved into English. Scan complete. Subject shows 17 cellular anomalies. Treatment time 4.7 hours. Initiate 17 anomalies. Daniel thought of every ache, every pain, every minor health issue he'd ignored over the years. The pod knew them all from a single touch. For a moment he almost pressed yes, almost climbed inside to see what miracles felt like. Then he thought of Emma dying by degrees in a hospital bed. This wasn't for him. But maybe... Daniel yanked out his phone, started photographing everything. The control panels, the pod itself, serial numbers, anything that might help him understand how to get Emma here. Or better yet, how to get one of these pods to her. He was so focused on documenting that he almost missed the soft chime from the door, almost missed the sound of footsteps. "I told you someone would come eventually." Daniel spun around. A woman stood in the doorway, mid-50s, silver hair in a neat bun, wearing a white coat with no identification. She didn't look surprised to see him. "Mr. Ross," she continued, stepping into the room. "Oh yes, we know who you are. We've known since you downloaded those files in Bethesda. Did you really think Mr. Peterson's deal would hold? Daniel backed toward the pod, mind racing for exits that didn't exist. Who are you? Dr. Elizabeth Kane. I run this facility and several others. She moved with calm confidence, no fear of the intruder in her domain. I must say, you've shown remarkable resourcefulness. Most people who stumble onto our secrets simply disappear. But you're different. If you're going to kill me... Kill you? She laughed, a sound like silver bells. Mr. Ross, why would we kill someone with your skills, your determination, your very personal motivation? She gestured to the pod. We want to save your sister. We understand that drive better than you might think. Then let me use it. Just once. Please. Kane studied him with eyes that seemed older than her face suggested. The pods aren't just medical devices, Mr. Ross. They're, let's call them bridges, to technologies and capabilities that human minds weren't designed to understand. Each use requires precise calibration, careful monitoring. One mistake and your sister doesn't just die. She gets scattered across dimensions we don't have names for. But it can save her. Oh yes, complete cellular reconstruction, perfect health. She could live another century, maybe two. Kane moved to the control panel, fingers dancing across symbols. But everything has a price. I have money. Not that kind of price. The pod hummed louder, responding to her commands. Tell me, Mr. Ross, what do you know about the technology exchange program? Just references in the files. Non-terrestrial origin, 1971. 1971 was when we formalized it, but contact began earlier. They came to us, beings from elsewhere, offered us technologies beyond imagination, medical pods, energy systems, propulsion methods that make rockets look like stone wheels. She turned to face him. All they wanted in exchange was test subjects. Daniel felt his stomach drop. Test subjects? Nothing sinister. They needed to understand human physiology, our DNA, our potential for evolution. Every person who uses a pod contributes data to their research. In exchange, we get to heal, to extend life, to touch godhood, if only briefly. And the public? Would panic, would demand access, would destroy the careful balance we've maintained for 50 years. Kane's expression hardened. 7 billion people with access to immortality? The planet would be stripped bare in a generation. Wars over resources would make our current conflicts look like playground squabbles. No, Mr. Ross. The pods remain controlled. They must. So you'll let the wrong people die to save the right ones. We let nature take its course for most. We intervene when the greater good demands it. Leaders who maintain stability. Scientists on the verge of breakthroughs. Artists whose work elevates humanity. She paused. And occasionally, we make exceptions. The pod's hum reached a crescendo, then settled into a rhythm like breathing. Kane nodded, satisfied. Your sister, she said. Emma Ross, ALS, stage 2. Perhaps 18 months before complete paralysis. 6 months after that. She shrugged eloquently. Don't! Daniel's voice cracked. Just don't. I'm offering you a choice. Your sister can use Pod 7. Full treatment, complete restoration. She'll wake up healthier than she's been in years, with no memory of the procedure. As far as she knows, it will be a miracle recovery. Spontaneous remission. It happens. What's the catch? You work for us, your engineering skills, your ability to think outside conventional paradigms, your proven discretion. We need people like you. You'll help maintain the pods, upgrade their systems, perhaps even expand the network. In exchange, Emma lives. You get a generous salary, and eventually access to the pods yourself. Daniel stared at her, then at the waiting pod. And if I refuse? Then you leave here with your photos and videos. You try to expose us. Maybe you upload some files before we stop you. A few thousand people believe, the rest mock you as another conspiracy theorist. Meanwhile, your sister dies slowly, painfully, knowing her brother could have saved her but chose his principles instead. The silence stretched between them. Daniel thought of his father, dying with the truth on his lips, of Marcus Brady, cast aside when no longer useful, of all the people who'd suffered and died while these miracles hummed in secret bunkers. Then he thought of Emma, her laugh, her fierce determination even as her body betrayed her, the way she'd held his hand at their father's funeral and whispered, "At least the pain is over." "When?" he asked quietly. Kane smiled, victory and perhaps sympathy in her expression. "Tomorrow night. We'll arrange her transfer here. A specialist consultation in Las Vegas. All very routine. She'll wake up in a private clinic. Diagnosis reversed. Doctors baffled but delighted. And you'll report to our facility in Maryland on Monday to begin your new career." She held out a tablet. "Standard employment contract. Sign here." Daniel took the tablet with numbed fingers. The contract was dozens of pages of legal terminology, but the key points were clear: lifetime employment, top secret clearance, penalties for disclosure that started at imprisonment and got worse from there. At the bottom, a single line awaited his signature. He thought of all the people who would continue to suffer, all the lies that would continue to be told, all the principles he was about to betray. Then he signed his name. Kane took the tablet back, nodding with satisfaction. "Welcome to the program, Mr. Ross. Your orientation packet will arrive tomorrow. For now, security will escort you out. Best if you're not here when the morning shift arrives." As if summoned, 2 guards appeared in the doorway, not threatening, just present. Daniel took one last look at Pod 7, glowing with its impossible promise, then followed them out. The drive back to Las Vegas was a blur. By dawn, he was on a plane home, the events of the night feeling like someone else's dream. But the email on his phone was real enough. Consultation scheduled for E. Ross, October 15th, 8 p.m. Transport will arrive at 6 p.m. Please have patient ready. Tomorrow, Emma would enter a pod, and exit healed. The price was Daniel's soul to the very system he'd meant to expose. But as he looked out the plane window at the sunrise painting the clouds gold, Daniel found he could live with that. Some prices were worth paying. Chapter 4. The Cover-Up. Daniel had been home less than 4 hours when they came for him. He was sitting at his kitchen table staring at the email about Emma's consultation when the lights flickered. His laptop screen went dark. The refrigerator's hum ceased. Then, with choreographed precision, his apartment door exploded inward. 6 figures in tactical gear stormed in, weapons raised, laser sights painting red dots across Daniel's chest. He raised his hands slowly, mind reeling. This wasn't part of the deal. Daniel Ross! The lead operative's voice was muffled by a tactical mask. "Stay seated. Hands visible. You know why we're here." "There's been a mistake," Daniel said carefully. "I signed the contract. Dr. Kane doesn't run everything, Mr. Ross." A new voice from the doorway. A man in a charcoal suit stepped through the ruined door frame, picking his way around wood splinters with obvious distaste. "Agent Thorne, National Security Agency. We need to have a conversation." Thorne was everything a government spook should be. Forgettable face, neutral expression, eyes that missed nothing. He pulled out Daniel's kitchen chair and sat across from him, while the tactical team secured the apartment. "Laptop," Thorne said. One of the operatives placed Daniel's computer on the table. Tablet. That too appeared. External drives, 3 of them. Cloud storage accounts, 7. Quite the digital hoard you've assembled. I signed a contract with a subdivision of a project that may or may not officially exist depending on which oversight committee you ask. Thorne opened the laptop, typed commands with practiced efficiency. "Dr. Kane operates under certain assumptions about her authority. We're here to correct those assumptions." Daniel watched his files being deleted. Every photo, every video, every downloaded document disappearing into digital oblivion. "You're destroying the evidence." "Evidence of what?" Thorne asked mildly. "You broke into a decommissioned medical facility and found some abandoned equipment. Your photos show empty rooms and obsolete machinery. Your videos capture nothing but shadows and speculation." The laptop screen flickered. Where Daniel's pod footage had been, new files appeared. The same locations, but empty. Dust-covered floors, rusted equipment, abandoned rooms that hadn't seen use in decades. Deepfake technology has gotten remarkably good, Thorne continued. Amazing what we can do in post-production. Your originals never existed. You photographed exactly what we're showing you. Nothing. My sister, Daniel said desperately. The consultation cancelled. Thorne closed the laptop with a soft click. Your sister will receive excellent care at Johns Hopkins. Experimental treatments, the best doctors, every conventional therapy available. She might even experience significant improvement. Medicine advances every day, after all. But she'll die. We all die, Mr. Ross. Some sooner than others. That's the natural order. Thorne stood, straightening his tie. You have two choices. Accept reality as we've defined it, and your sister gets the best care money can buy. Continue to chase fantasies, and she gets nothing. You get nothing except a padded room where you can tell your stories to people who specialise in delusions. The tactical team was already withdrawing, taking every piece of evidence with them. Daniel's apartment looked like a hurricane had passed through, but he barely noticed. His mind raced, searching for leverage that didn't exist. Dr. Kane promised. Dr. Kane exceeded her authority. She's being reassigned. The Nevada facility is being decommissioned as we speak. Too many security breaches lately. Too many curious engineers thinking they can save the world. Thorne moved toward the door, then paused. A word of advice. Take the gift we're offering. Your sister gets time, possibly years. You get to keep your freedom, your sanity, your life. That's more than most who dig this deep receive. And the pods? Thorne smiled, a thin, humourless expression. What pods, Mr. Ross? There are no pods. There never were any pods. You had a stressful experience, perhaps a minor breakdown after your father's death. It happens. But you're better now, aren't you? Ready to return to your normal life? The threat was clear in every word. Daniel nodded slowly, hating himself for the gesture. Excellent. Someone will be in touch about repairing your door. Oh, and Mr. Ross? We'll be watching. Every email, every search, every conversation. One mention of your delusions and our generosity evaporates. Understood? Daniel understood. He understood he'd lost. That Emma would suffer and die while miracle cures existed miles beneath the desert. That his father's truth would remain buried with him. Thorne left without another word. Daniel sat in his ruined apartment, surrounded by the debris of his naive hopes, and wondered how many others had sat in similar ruins, silenced by the weight of impossible truths. His phone buzzed. Emma texting him. Weird news. Got a call from Johns Hopkins. They want me in some cutting-edge trial. Fully funded. Maybe things are looking up. Daniel typed back with numb fingers. That's wonderful. I'll drive you there myself. He put the phone down and stared at his hands. Somewhere in bunkers and hidden facilities the pods hummed with their alien songs. The elite entered broken and emerged whole. The powerful grasped at immortality while the masses withered on schedule, and Daniel Ross would say nothing, do nothing, be nothing but another silent witness to humanity's greatest secret. The price of his sister's time had just gone up. Chapter 5. The Personal Test. 6 months passed in a haze of careful normalcy. Daniel returned to work, upgrading cooling systems in buildings that definitely didn't house miracle technology. He drove Emma to Hopkins twice a week, watching experimental drugs slow her decline but never stop it. He answered his emails, paid his bills, and gave no sign of the knowledge that burned in his chest like swallowed acid. Agent Thorne had been right about the surveillance. Daniel's electronics were compromised, his apartment bugged, his movements tracked. Twice unmarked cars followed him to work. Once a technician showed up to check his internet connection, spending an hour installing God knew what. Daniel smiled, offered coffee, played the part of a man who'd learned his lesson. But traumatic knowledge once gained cannot be forgotten, and Daniel Ross had always been good at solving problems. Started small, research conducted on library computers, different locations each time, cash purchases of electronics from pawn shops. conversations with homeless veterans who'd seen things at military bases they couldn't explain. Piece by piece, thread by thread, Daniel wove a new web of information. The pods were real. He'd touched one, felt its alien warmth, and where there was one, there were others. The question was, how to reach them without triggering another visit from Thorne's team. The answer came from an unexpected source. Marcus Brady, the dying man from the Lincoln Memorial, reached out through an intermediary, a flower delivery to Daniel's office with a card reading only, "The cherry blossoms are beautiful this year." The same phrase Chen had mentioned in their brief meeting. Daniel found him in a hospice facility in Arlington, a shadow of the man from 6 months ago. The cancer had progressed brutally, reducing him to skin and determination. "Knew you'd come eventually," Marcus wheezed. "They all do. Can't unsee what we've seen." "They destroyed everything," Daniel said quietly. "Threatened my sister." Standard playbook. Marcus coughed, specks of blood staining his lips. "But they're not omnipotent. Just careful. And sometimes careful creates patterns." He gestured weakly to a drawer. Inside, Daniel found a single sheet of paper covered in what looked like random numbers and letters. "Transportation logs," Marcus explained. "Took me 3 years to compile. When they move patients to the sites, they use specific vehicles, specific routes. Bureaucracy demands documentation, even for secrets." Daniel studied the paper. Slowly, patterns emerged. Vehicle identification numbers that repeated, GPS coordinates that clustered around certain areas, times and dates that suggested regular schedules. "Tomorrow night," Marcus continued with effort. "Emergency med flight. Baltimore to classified location. Senator's wife. Ovarian cancer. Terminal. Another coughing fit. You want to save someone? That's your window. Security will be minimal. They rely on secrecy, not force. 1 patient, 1 doctor, 2 EMTs, private hangar, signature aviation, flight plan lists, medical facility in Richmond. But they'll divert. They always divert." Daniel memorized every detail, then burned the paper in Marcus's presence. The dying man smiled. "Do what I couldn't," he said. "Save 1 person. Prove it's possible. Maybe that's enough." Marcus Brady died 2 days later. The obituary mentioned his service at Wright-Patterson. Nothing more. Another keeper of secrets taken to his grave. But his final gift lived on in Daniel's mind. A chance. A real chance. The next night found Daniel at Baltimore's signature aviation facility, dressed in stolen EMT uniform, credentials forged with skill sharpened by desperation. The private hangar buzzed with quiet activity. Rich people fleeing to richer places, their jets fueled by money and privilege. And there, in Hangar 7, a medical transport jet sat waiting. Daniel watched from the shadows as they wheeled her in. A woman in her 60s, unconscious, cancer carving her into a living skeleton. Her husband followed, a senator Daniel recognized from CSPAN, face etched with grief and desperate hope. 2 EMTs, as Marcus predicted. 1 doctor, a pilot who stayed with the plane. Daniel waited until the EMTS stepped out for a smoke break, complaining about another midnight run to nowhere. "I swear, these terminal cases all end up at the same place," one said, "but the overtime's killer, so who's asking questions?" Daniel stepped out of the shadows, syringe in hand. "Sorry about this." The sedative worked fast. Both EMTs crumpled before they could cry out. Daniel dragged them behind a fuel truck, took the taller one's jacket and credentials. His hands shook as he boarded the jet. The doctor looked up from the patient. "About time. We're wheels up in 5. Daniel nodded, kept his head down, busied himself with equipment he half understood. The senator sat in the back, staring at his dying wife. He never even looked at the help. The jet lifted off into the night. Daniel watched Baltimore shrink below, knowing he'd crossed a line he could never uncross. But in the medical berth, a dying woman breathed shallow breaths, and somewhere ahead, a pod waited that could save her. He just had to figure out how to save Emma too. The flight took 2 hours. As Marcus had predicted, they diverted, first to Richmond as filed, then west into the mountains of West Virginia. The pilot descended toward what looked like empty forest, until runway lights suddenly blazed to life, revealing a landing strip carved into the mountainside. "Arrival at Mountain Site Echo," the pilot announced. "Medical team stand by for patient transfer." They were met by more medical staff, faces hidden behind surgical masks. The senator was led away by someone in a suit. "Standard intake procedures, sir, you understand." The patient was wheeled toward a building that looked like a ski lodge from outside, but hummed with hidden power. Daniel followed, playing his part until they reached the medical bay. And there they were, 3 pods, identical to the one in Nevada, glowing with that same impossible light. "Which one?" the doctor asked. "Pod 2 is optimal for cellular reconstruction," the technician answered. "Calibrated for oncological intervention. 4 hours for complete remission." They transferred the senator's wife into the pod with practiced efficiency. Daniel watched the displays light up. DNA analysis, cellular mapping, treatment protocols in that painful symbolic language. The pod sealed with a soft hiss, and the woman inside was bathed in blue radiance. "Always gives me the creeps," one of the techs muttered. "Like watching someone get rebuilt from scratch." "Because that's exactly what's happening," the doctor replied. "Every cell analysed, corrected, perfected. She'll walk out of there 20 years younger, biologically speaking." 4 hours! Daniel had 4 hours before they discovered he wasn't supposed to be there. 4 hours to figure out how to get Emma here, or better yet, how to steal one of these pods. He excused himself, bathroom break, and slipped deeper into the facility. His stolen credentials got him through 2 checkpoints before he found what he was looking for. A storage area filled with pod components, spare parts, diagnostic equipment, and there, covered in protective plastic, a partially assembled pod marked Unit 12, pending installation. It would take a truck to move it, teams of technicians to assemble it, power sources he couldn't begin to understand. But as Daniel examined the components, a different plan formed. Not theft, that was impossible, but sabotage? Creating a crisis that demanded emergency evacuation of patients. He was reaching for his phone to photograph the pod specifications when a hand fell on his shoulder. "Mr. Ross, we really must stop meeting like this." Daniel turned to find Dr. Kane, looking no different than she had 6 months ago. If anything, she looked younger. The pods, he realised. She used them regularly. "Security flagged you the moment you boarded," she continued conversationally. "Facial recognition is quite sophisticated these days. Though I must say, the EMT disguise was well done. Poor Marcus would be proud." "You knew Marcus?" "I know everyone who knows about us. It's a very small community." She gestured to armed guards who had materialised in the doorway. "The question is what to do with you now. Agent Thorne would insist on permanent solutions, but I've always been more creative." She led him back to the medical bay where the senator's wife still floated in Pod 2, cancer being methodically erased from her existence. The senator himself stood watching, tears streaming down his face. "Hope is a powerful thing," Kane mused. "He'll pay anything, do anything to save her, just as you would for Emma." She turned to Daniel. "So I'm going to make you the same offer, with modifications. Work for us. Help us expand the network, and Emma gets treated. Refuse, and, well, Thorne's team is already en route. ETA 20 minutes. You tried this before. I offered employment before. Now I'm offering partnership." Her eyes glinted. "You've proven you can't be contained, can't be threatened into silence. So instead, we make you complicit. Give you what you want most. Tie you so deeply into the program that exposing us means destroying yourself." Daniel looked at the pod, at the dying woman being reborn inside. "And Emma?" "Can be here tomorrow. Full treatment, complete restoration. All you have to do is say yes, then help us build more. The demand is growing, you see. Too many senators' wives, too many CEOs with terminal diagnoses. We need to expand carefully, quietly. Someone with your skills would be invaluable. Building pods for the elite while everyone else dies. building bridges to a future where perhaps, eventually, everyone has access. Baby steps, Mr. Ross. Rome wasn't built in a day, and paradise can't be distributed overnight. She checked her watch. 15 minutes until Thorne arrives. He won't offer deals. Choose. Daniel thought of his father, dying with truth on his lips. Thought of Marcus, compiling transportation logs with his last strength. Thought of all the people who'd fought this system and lost. Then he thought of Emma, and made the only choice he could. "I'll need a team," he said quietly, "and access to the original specifications." Kane smiled like a cat with cream. "Done. Welcome to the future, Mr. Ross, however compromised it might be." Chapter 6. The Payoff. The call came at 3 a.m. 2 years later. Daniel sat up in his Arlington penthouse, instantly awake. The encrypted phone, the one only 3 people had the number for, buzzed insistently on his nightstand. Yes. It's time. Kane's voice tense with something he'd never heard before, fear. Thorne knows. About everything. About you. About Emma. About the expansions. Extraction team incoming. You have maybe 10 minutes. Daniel was already moving, grabbing the go bag he'd kept packed since day one. How? Congressional oversight finally grew teeth. Audit of black budget programs. Someone talked. A pause. "I'm sorry, Daniel. We're shutting it all down. Scorched earth protocols. Everyone involved. Disposed of." The line went dead. Daniel allowed himself 5 seconds of despair, then shifted into the exit strategy he'd rehearsed 100 times. Down the service elevator, through the parking garage, into a car registered to someone who didn't exist. As he drove through empty streets, he thought about the last 2 years. Emma walking out of a pod with tears of joy, her body whole and strong. The dozen facilities he'd helped build, hidden in plain sight across the country. The hundreds of patients, always wealthy, always connected, who'd been quietly cured of everything from cancer to spinal injuries. And the data he'd secretly compiled. Every patient, every transaction, every pod specification. Terabytes of proof stored in ways even the NSA couldn't trace. His insurance policy, gathering dust while he played the good soldier. Time to cash it in. Daniel ditched the car at Reagan National, caught the first flight to Miami under one of his prepared identities. From there to Mexico City, paying cash, staying off the grid. By the time Thorne's teams kicked in his penthouse door, he was sipping coffee in a Oaxaca cafe, uploading years of evidence to servers scattered across the globe, but not to WikiLeaks, not to journalists. Daniel had learned the hard way that raw truth was too dangerous, too easy to dismiss or suppress. Instead, he did something smarter. He sold it. The Chinese wanted pod specifications. The Russians wanted patient lists. European pharma companies wanted the cellular regeneration data. Everyone wanted a piece of the miracle, and Daniel parcelled it out like a digital drug dealer, always holding back just enough to keep them hungry. Within 6 months, knockoff pods appeared in Shanghai hospitals. Crude, limited, but functional. Moscow announced breakthrough cancer treatments that sounded suspiciously familiar. Switzerland opened discreet clinics offering revolutionary longevity therapies to those who could afford 9-figure fees. The genie was slipping out of the bottle, one expensive wish at a time. Daniel watched it all from a beach in Costa Rica, his own body periodically renewed by a personal pod hidden in a shipping container. Emma visited monthly, her health perfect, her questions carefully deflected. She thought he'd made a fortune in medical consulting, close enough to the truth. Then one evening, as tropical sunset painted the sky, a familiar figure sat down beside him at the beach bar. "Hello, Daniel." Agent Thorne looked older, greyer, like a man watching his life's work crumble. "Enjoying retirement?" "Arrest me or buy me a drink," Daniel replied. "I'm too tired for threats." Thorne signalled the bartender. 2 whiskies appeared. They drank in silence while waves crashed against the shore. 50 years, Thorne said finally. 50 years we kept it contained. Controlled. And you unravelled it all for what? Money? For Emma. For everyone's Emmas. Daniel took another sip. "You were right about the chaos, though. Moscow's fighting Beijing over patent rights to alien technology. 3 pharma CEOs assassinated this year alone. The Saudis are building a pod facility the size of a football stadium. And the original source? Still hidden. Still trading their toys for our data. Daniel smiled bitterly. Turns out they don't care who uses the pods as long as they get their genetic samples. We were never containing anything, Thorne. We were just middle management. Thorne finished his whiskey and stood. There's a kill order on you. International scope. 7 figures to whoever brings your head back. I know. I'm supposed to execute it myself, clean up my own mess. Daniel tensed, but Thorne just dropped money on the bar. But I'm retiring too. Forced out by the new oversight committee. They want younger blood. People who understand the new reality. He paused. The reality you created. So what now? Now? Thorne looked out at the ocean. Now the human race gets to see if it can handle its own potential. God help us all. He walked away, leaving Daniel alone with the sunset and the weight of what he'd done. Somewhere, in hospitals and secret clinics, pods hummed their alien songs. The rich got richer in years as well as dollars. The poor waited for the technology to trickle down, as it always did, eventually. And Daniel Ross, who'd wanted only to save his sister, sat on his tropical beach and wondered if he'd saved the world or doomed it. His phone buzzed. Emma texting pictures from her rock climbing trip. Alive, healthy, happy, worth any price. Daniel ordered another whiskey and watched the stars come out. Tomorrow, another buyer would call. Another piece of paradise would be sold to the highest bidder. The future would inch closer, one transaction at a time. The cure for everything existed. It always had. Now, finally, people knew. What they did with that knowledge would determine if humanity's greatest secret became its salvation or its epitaph. But that wasn't Daniel's problem anymore. He'd played his part, for better or worse. The rest was up to them. Epilogue. 5 years later. The 60 Minutes interview would later be called The Moment Everything Changed. So you're saying these so-called med beds have been in use for over 50 years? Leslie Stahl's voice carried the perfect mix of skepticism and intrigue. The woman across from her, face digitally obscured, voice modulated, nodded. Since 1971, hidden in military installations, private clinics, underground facilities, used exclusively by the elite while millions died from curable diseases. And you know this because I used them, maintained them, helped expand the network. A pause. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kane, and I ran the American MedBed program for 12 years. Daniel nearly choked on his coffee. He sat forward in his Swiss hotel room watching the impossible unfold. Kane had gone public. The technology was given to us, she continued. Part of an exchange program with entities from elsewhere. In return for limited use of their medical technology, we provided genetic data from human subjects. Aliens! Stahl's tone flattened. You're claiming alien technology. I'm claiming non-terrestrial origin. Call them what you like. The point is we've had the ability to cure any disease, reverse aging, regenerate lost limbs, and we kept it secret. Kept it exclusive. Let billions suffer and die to maintain economic and social control. The interview continued for another 40 minutes. Kane provided documents, video footage, patient testimonies. She named names, senators, CEOs, foreign leaders who'd been quietly cured while publicly supporting the pharmaceutical status quo. She explained how the technology worked in terms that university physicists would spend years trying to understand. And she revealed why she'd finally come forward. The others, the source of the technology, they're done with the exchange. They have what they needed from us. They're pulling out, taking their pods with them. Unless we act now, unless we reverse engineer what we have, we'll lose this technology forever. The interview ended with a bombshell. I've established a foundation. We're building open source pods, sharing the specifications globally. It will take time, years, perhaps decades, to match the original technology. But we will do it. We have to. Humanity's survival depends on it. Daniel's phone rang. Emma, are you watching this? Her voice shook with emotion. Is this why I got better? Did you know about this? He closed his eyes. Yes. Silence then. Thank you. Emma, no. Whatever you did, however you did it, thank you. And now, help them. Help her. Help everyone. She hung up. Daniel stared at the phone, then at the TV where analysts were already debating, politicians were already denying, and the world was already changing. His encrypted phone buzzed, a text from an unlisted number. Time to come home, Mr. Ross. Your country needs you. Full immunity in exchange for your expertise. Thorn. Daniel laughed. Actually laughed. The old spy master had survived after all, and now wanted him to help democratize the very technology they'd killed to protect. He started packing. Costa Rica had been nice, but history was calling. The secret was out, the genie unleashed, and humanity would either rise to transcendence or tear itself apart trying. Either way, Daniel Ross would be there, building pods, training technicians, trying to give everyone the miracle that had saved Emma. It wouldn't be easy. The old guard would fight. The technology was barely understood. The social upheaval would be massive. But for the first time in 5 years, Daniel felt something he'd almost forgotten. Hope. The cure for everything existed, and finally it would belong to everyone. Welcome back to Sleep Theories, where we explore the mysteries that lurk in the shadows of our world. Tonight's tale comes from the depths of the Arctic, where billion-dollar inheritances and cutting-edge technology collide with secrets that powerful forces would kill to keep buried. But before we dive into this chilling account, remember to leave your own mysterious video ideas in the comments below. Your suggestions fuel these midnight journeys into the unknown. Special thanks to Metal Patel 9283 and Unanimous 369 for inspiring tonight's story. And if these tales send the right kind of shivers down your spine, hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that blur the line between fact and nightmare. The money hit my account on a Tuesday morning in March, exactly 72 hours after they lowered my father into frozen Vermont soil. $240 million, liquid assets, plus controlling shares in Grant Capital family office. Most sons might have celebrated. I stared at the bank transfer notification and felt nothing but the familiar weight of unfinished business. The sealed envelope arrived with the estate papers, heavy stock paper, my father's careful handwriting. Fund something only you would. Inside, a second note. The anomalies were real, Evan. You know which ones. I did know. For 15 years, since I was 17 and still believed my MIT robotics P8D would change the world, Dad and I had tracked them together. Gravitational lows that shouldn't exist. Magnetic field excursions with no geological explanation. Infrasound microbaroms detected by monitoring stations, their sources plotting along high-latitude crustal boundaries, in patterns too regular for coincidence. We called it our weekend hobby. Dad would pull up classified geological surveys from his government contacts, and I'd run signal processing algorithms looking for correlations. Most of the data pointed to the same region. The Greenland-Gackel Ridge microseismic corridor where routine icequakes masked deeper signals. Signals that seemed almost intentional. The scientific community had explanations, of course. Mantle convection, post-glacial rebound, thermal expansion in deep ice. All perfectly reasonable theories that fell apart when you looked at the frequency signatures and phase relationships. Dad knew it. I knew it. But proving it would require the kind of expedition money that made most researchers laugh. Now I had that money. I spent the first week after the funeral in my workshop in Burlington, converting grief into engineering problems. The plan had been taking shape in my head for years, waiting for funding that would never come through traditional channels. Now, with Dad's inheritance, I could make it happen. The key was piggybacking on existing infrastructure. Arctic research required massive logistical support, but if you could tag along with established operations, costs dropped to manageable levels. A Norwegian telecommunications company was running fibre optic cable repairs along the Greenland Sea shipping routes. Perfect cover for dropping distributed acoustic sensing nodes in the target area. I incorporated a shell company, Polar Dynamics LLC, and put in a bid for a seafloor sensing contract. The Norwegians didn't ask too many questions as long as the check cleared. By April, I had a slot on their cable repair vessel and permission to deploy geological monitoring equipment along their route. Next came personnel. I needed people good enough to handle Arctic conditions, but desperate enough to take money from a PhD dropout with crazy theories. Ria Patel answered my encrypted message within 6 hours. Former Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory geophysicist, blacklisted after publishing papers that questioned established models of polar volcanism. Her research had suggested large-scale thermal anomalies beneath Arctic ice sheets, anomalies that didn't match known geothermal sources. The academic community buried her work in bureaucratic reviews until she quit in frustration. "Your message mentioned gravitational lows," she said during our first video call. "Which specific coordinates?" I shared the data sets Dad and I had compiled. She was quiet for a long time, studying the displays. "These readings," she shook her head. "They're not possible. The mass deficit implied here would require cavities thousands of meters across. That's what we think too." "We?" "My father and I. He died last month." "I'm sorry," she paused. "What kind of equipment are you proposing?" I outlined the sensor package: military-grade distributed acoustic sensing, deep-sea magnetometers, thermal imaging arrays. Everything needed to map subsurface structures with unprecedented resolution. "You're talking about technology worth millions of dollars. Money isn't an issue. It never is, until it is." But I could hear the interest in her voice. "When do we deploy?" For logistics, I tracked down Holt. No first name, just Holt, through Navy veteran networks. Retired ice operations specialist, 30 years of Arctic experience, including classified submarine missions he wouldn't discuss. He agreed to handle expedition planning and icebreaker charter for a flat fee that would have bought a luxury car. Our first meeting was at a diner in Portsmouth. Holt looked exactly like Central Casting would order for a grizzled Navy veteran. Weathered face, grey beard, eyes that had seen too much. He listened to my pitch without expression, occasionally asking technical questions that proved he understood the equipment better than most researchers. "You're hunting something specific," he said finally, "not just mapping thermal anomalies. We think there might be large-scale cavities beneath the ice sheet, natural formations, but much larger than current models predict." "Cavities?" He stirred his coffee thoughtfully. "What kind of evidence?" I showed him the acoustic data, the gravitational anomalies, the magnetic field disruptions. He studied each display with professional attention. "Seen stranger things under the ice," he said. "When do we ship out?" The legal complications came from Mara Ling, the family office counsel Dad had trusted with everything. She reviewed the expedition contracts with the enthusiasm of someone defusing a bomb. "Export controls will be an issue," she warned during our meeting in the Grant Capital offices overlooking Boston Harbour. "Half this sensor equipment falls under international traffic in arms regulations. Getting export permits for Arctic deployment could take months." "What if the equipment never technically leaves US territorial waters?" "Explain." "The cable repair vessel operates under Norwegian flag, but it carries mixed international crew. If our sensors are operated by US personnel, they remain under US jurisdiction regardless of deployment location." Mara made notes. "Complicated, but workable." "What about the target coordinates? Any territorial water conflicts?" I pulled up the charts showing our planned survey area. International waters, more than 200 miles from any national boundary. But, I hesitated. But what? "The area falls under NOTAM and NOTMAR restrictions. Notice to airmen and maritime advisories. Military training exercises, mostly classified." "How classified?" "Classified enough that asking questions gets you referred to other people who also can't answer questions." Mara leaned back in her chair. "Evan, are you absolutely certain about this expedition? Because once we trigger export control reviews and international logistics contracts, there's no quietly backing out. I thought about Dad, about 15 years of weekend anomaly hunting, about the gravitational lows that violated everything we thought we knew about planetary geology. I'm certain." The equipment build took 2 months. Most components came from established scientific suppliers, but the centerpiece, my autonomous deep-sea submersible, required custom fabrication. I'd been designing Odin 3 in my head since graduate school. A neutrally buoyant micro AUV rated to 6,000 metres depth, equipped with LiDAR mapping, thermal flux sensors, and enough onboard processing power to operate independently for weeks. The propulsion system used biomimetic undulation, artificial muscle fibres that moved like a sea snake rather than traditional propellers. Quieter, more efficient and less likely to trigger acoustic sensors that might be monitoring the deployment area. Battery technology was the limiting factor. Even with cutting-edge lithium-sulfur cells, Odin 3 could operate for maybe 72 hours before needing to surface for recharging. That meant every minute of dive time had to count. I tested the prototype in Lake Champlain during late spring ice-out. Odin 3 performed flawlessly, mapping the lake bottom with centimetre resolution while maintaining perfect depth control. The biomimetic propulsion drew curious lake trout that followed the submersible like a mechanical Pied Piper. "Beautiful work," Rhea said, reviewing the test footage. "When do we head north?" June 15th. The cable repair vessel reaches our coordinates on the 20th. Weather window? 4 days, maybe 5 if we're lucky. After that, storm systems move in, and we won't have another opportunity until August. Holt had chartered the Norwegian icebreaker Nordkapp through contacts in the commercial shipping industry. The vessel was overkill for summer Arctic operations, but its dynamic positioning system could hold station precisely over our target coordinates regardless of ice conditions. "Captain's reliable," Holt reported. 30 years ice experience doesn't ask questions about cargo as long as the charter fee's clear on time. What about support equipment? Portable diamond wire ice cutting rig for creating deployment holes, thermal tent for equipment staging, emergency shelter rated to -40, medical kit for remote operations, he paused, and firearms. Firearms? Polar bears aren't the only thing that might want to discourage visitors in that part of the Arctic. I decided not to ask what he meant. The flight to Longyearbyen, Svalbard, took 18 hours with connections. Rhea met me at the tiny airport with news that our equipment shipment had cleared Norwegian customs without issues. "The distributed acoustic sensing nodes deployed perfectly," she reported. "Initial data streams are clean. No interference from the cable repair operations." "What about background acoustic conditions?" "Quiet. Almost too quiet. Normal Arctic regions show constant low-level seismic activity. Thermal expansion, ice settling, small crustal movements. This area is dormant." We spent 2 days in Longyearbyen finalising logistics and monitoring the DAS network. The acoustic data revealed exactly what Dad and I had hoped to find. A repeating 0.9 to 1.2 Hz tremor pattern with phase relationships that didn't match any known geological process. "It's not mantle convection," Rhea confirmed, studying the frequency analysis. "The phase lead is all wrong. This signal originates much closer to the surface." "How much closer, if I had to guess?" "Less than 2 kilometres depth. Maybe much less." The Nordkapp reached our coordinates on schedule, arriving at a polynya that shouldn't have existed given seasonal ice conditions. The open water area stretched nearly 3 kilometres across, with thermal imaging showing warm upwelling at the centre. "Water temperature is 4 degrees above ambient," reported Captain Eriksson. "There's a significant thermal source beneath this opening." Holt was already assembling the diamond wire cutting rig on deck. "We'll need a deployment hole at least 2 metres diameter for clean submersible operations. The ice here looks thin, maybe 8 metres. How thin should it be? This time of year? 20 metres minimum. Something's been keeping this area warm." I helped Rhea deploy additional magnetometer arrays while Holt's crew cut our access hole. The magnetic data was even more striking than the acoustic signatures. A sharp ring discontinuity approximately 600 metres in diameter, with field strength dropping by 30% inside the boundary. "It's like there's a massive void just below us," Rhea said, checking readings for the 3rd time. "A cavity large enough to significantly disrupt local magnetic fields." "Large enough for what?" "I don't know. I've never seen readings like this." The deployment hole was ready by evening, perfectly circular, with the diamond wire leaving glass-smooth ice walls that reflected our work lights in prismatic colours. At the bottom, black water disappeared into depths that seemed to swallow light itself. Odin 3 is ready, I announced, running final system checks on the submersible. All sensors showed green, battery charge at 100%. The biomimetic propulsion system cycled smoothly through test sequences. Deployment at first light, Holt decided. Weather forecast shows possible storm activity moving in from the west. We'll have maybe 36 hours before conditions deteriorate. I spent the night monitoring background sensor readings and trying not to think about what we might find below. The DAS network continued detecting those regular 0.9 Hz pulses, now strong enough that I could feel them as subtle vibrations through the ship's hull. At 0600 hours, with Arctic sunrise painting the ice sheet in shades of gold and pink, we lowered Odin 3 into the deployment hole. Depth 10 meters, I announced, monitoring telemetry from the control station. All systems nominal. The submersible descended through clear Arctic water, its cameras revealing ice walls that seemed to glow with internal light. At 50 meters depth, the water temperature began rising noticeably. Thermal gradient is increasing, Rhea reported. We're definitely over a major heat source. At 100 meters, Odin 3 encountered the first surprise, a distinct thermocline boundary where Arctic surface water met much warmer deep currents. The temperature differential was so sharp that it created visible distortion on the camera feed. Water chemistry is changing too, I noted, watching sensor readouts. Salinity increasing, dissolved gas content showing methane and hydrogen signatures. At 400 meters depth, we hit the warm brine layer proper. Water temperature had climbed to nearly 4 degrees Celsius, tropical by Arctic standards. Odin 3's sonar began detecting large-scale structure ahead. Sonar contact, I announced. Large object bearing 030, range approximately 800 meters. Natural formation? Unknown. The return signature is unusual. At 600 meters depth, Odin 3's forward cameras finally illuminated our target. What we saw made no sense according to any geological model I knew. A curved wall of dark stone stretched beyond the camera's range, its surface polished smooth, as if carved by intelligent design. The wall followed a perfect arc, suggesting a circular or cylindrical structure of enormous proportions. "That's not natural," Rhea whispered, staring at the video feed. "The surface is too regular, too smooth. It looks almost manufactured." At 800 meters, Odin 3 reached what appeared to be an opening in the structure. The submersible's sonar painted a three-dimensional map of empty space beyond, a vast cavity extending hundreds of meters in all directions. "I'm seeing void boundary returns," I reported, trying to keep excitement out of my voice. "The LiDAR is mapping a cavern system at least 600 meters wide. How deep? Unknown. The laser rangefinder isn't hitting a bottom boundary." I guided Odin 3 through the opening into the cavity beyond. What we found there changed everything we thought we knew about Arctic geology. The cavern was enormous, a perfect hemisphere carved from living rock, its walls covered in mineral formations that created geometric patterns too regular for natural processes. Thermal imaging showed active water circulation throughout the space, creating currents and eddies like atmospheric weather systems. "The water is moving," Rhea observed, watching thermal patterns shift across the cavity. "There's active circulation down there, powered by heat sources we can't see." Look at the biological readings. Odin 3's sensors were detecting life signs throughout the cavern, not the sparse microorganism communities typical of deep Arctic environments, but complex biological structures that seem to thrive in the warm, mineral-rich water. "Those are bacterial mats," Rhea said, studying the imagery. "But the metabolic signatures are unlike anything in the literature. They're processing hydrogen and methane at rates that should be impossible." Processing them into what? Unknown organic compounds. The spectral analysis suggests completely novel biochemistry. As Odin 3 descended deeper into the cavern, its cameras revealed increasingly strange formations. Hexagonal mineral growths clustered around thermal vents, crystalline structures that seemed to channel water flow in specific patterns, and everywhere those bacterial mats forming complex filamentary networks that pulsed with bioluminescent activity. "This isn't just a geological anomaly," I said. watching the alien landscape scroll past on our monitors. This is an entire ecosystem that shouldn't exist. At 1100 meters depth, Odin 3's sonar detected something that stopped our conversation entirely. Deep in the cavern, moving objects were generating acoustic signatures that looked almost like sonar beacons. "Are you seeing this?" Rhea asked, pointing at the display. The acoustic signatures were too regular for natural phenomena. Short pulses at precise intervals, frequency modulated in patterns that suggested artificial generation. Someone, or something, was actively using sonar down there. "Could be equipment from previous expeditions," Holt suggested, but his voice carried no conviction. "What previous expeditions?" I replied. "This location isn't on any charts. We're the first people to map this cavity." The sonar beacon signals were growing stronger as Odin 3 descended. At 1200 meters, the submersible's passive acoustic sensors began detecting other sounds. Mechanical noises that might have been machinery, structural creaking that suggested large mobile objects. "There's something else down there," I said, making the decision that would change everything. "Something active." I programmed Odin 3 to approach the strongest sonar source while maintaining maximum stealth profile. The submersible's biomimetic propulsion was nearly silent, and its dark hull should be invisible to most detection systems. At 1300 meters, Odin 3's cameras finally revealed the source of the sonar beacons. Mechanical devices, clearly artificial, clearly functional, were distributed throughout the deepest part of the cavern. They looked like nothing in any engineering textbook I'd studied, but their purpose was unmistakable. They were monitoring equipment, sophisticated sensors that had been operating in this hidden space for an unknown length of time. "Those aren't human-built," Rhea said quietly. I was about to agree when Odin 3's communication system erupted with alarms. High-frequency radio interference was jamming our telemetry link, while powerful sonar pulses began hammering the submersible from multiple directions. "We're being painted," Holt announced, recognizing military terminology. "Something's actively scanning us." On the surface, Captain Ericsson's voice came over the ship's intercom. "Unknown contacts approaching from the northwest. 2 vessels, high-speed intercept course." Through Odin 3's cameras, I watched the mysterious monitoring equipment come alive with activity. Lights began flashing in complex patterns, while mechanical arms extended from hidden recesses to point directly at our submersible. "Recall Odin 3, Holt ordered. "Now." But the telemetry link was completely jammed. Odin 3 was on its own, 1300 meters down in an impossible cavern, surrounded by technology that shouldn't exist. "Captain," Holt called to the bridge, "what's the status on those approaching vessels? Military configuration. They're transmitting on emergency frequencies, ordering us to cease operations and prepare for boarding." I stared at the video feed from Odin 3, watching alien machinery track our submersible with obvious intelligence. Whatever we'd found down there, someone, or something, had been expecting visitors. "How long until those ships reach us?" 20 minutes. 20 minutes to extract Odin 3 from the most important discovery in human history. 20 minutes before we lost everything. I activated the submersible's emergency ascent protocol, hoping the automated systems could navigate back to our deployment hole without remote guidance. On the monitors, Odin 3's cameras showed the mysterious monitoring equipment following its movement with mechanical precision. Then the feed went completely black. "Telemetry link is dead," I announced. "We've lost all contact with Odin 3. "Could be jamming," Rhea suggested. "If those devices are using electromagnetic interference." "Or it could be destroyed," Holt finished grimly. Captain Ericsson's voice crackled over the intercom again. "The approaching vessels are identifying themselves as Norwegian Coast Guard, but their radar signatures don't match any known vessel types. They're requesting immediate cessation of all underwater operations. Tell them we're conducting authorized scientific research in international waters." I tried. They're not interested in discussing authorization. I ran emergency calculations in my head. Odin 3's automated ascent would take approximately 40 minutes from 1300 meters depth, assuming the submersible was still functional and could navigate the complex cavern geometry without remote guidance. The approaching vessels would reach us in 15 minutes. We need to buy time, I decided. Captain, can you move us away from the deployment hull while maintaining dynamic positioning? How far? Just enough to look like we're complying with their orders while keeping the hull within Odin 3's navigation range. The Nordkapp began moving slowly away from our position, its powerful thrusters maintaining precise station keeping despite increasing wind and wave activity. On sonar, I could see the two approaching vessels changing course to intercept. Military hulls, Captain Eriksson reported, definitely not standard Coast Guard configuration. These ships are built for Arctic operations. At 12 minutes to intercept, something extraordinary happened. The deployment hull began glowing. Thermal bloom, Rhea announced, watching her instruments spike. Massive heat signature rising from depth. Through binoculars, I could see the water in our cutting hole beginning to bubble and steam. Whatever was happening in the cavern below, it was generating enormous amounts of thermal energy. Could be a volcanic event, Captain Eriksson suggested. Or something else, I replied, thinking about those mysterious monitoring devices. At 8 minutes to intercept, Odin 3 broke the surface. The submersible emerged from the deployment hole like a breaching whale, its dark hull gleaming with condensation from the superheated water below. But something was wrong with its movement. Instead of the smooth, controlled ascent I'd programmed, Odin 3 was rising too fast, as if being pushed upward by some tremendous force. "Emergency recovery!" Holt shouted, activating the deck crane. "That thing's coming up whether we're ready or not." The crane's magnetic grappler locked onto Odin 3's recovery point just as the submersible cleared the water completely. What I saw then made me question everything I thought I understood about physics. Odin 3's hull was covered in a thin layer of mineral deposits that glowed with internal phosphorescence. The deposits formed geometric patterns across the submersible's surface, hexagonal crystals that pulsed with rhythmic light like a technological heartbeat. "Those formations weren't there during deployment," Rhea observed. "No, something down there changed Odin 3's hull chemistry." As the crane swung the submersible onto deck, I could see that its sensor array had been modified. Additional components had somehow been integrated into the original equipment, crystalline structures that seemed to grow from the electronic systems themselves. "Is the data core intact?" I asked, running to the submersible's access panels. "External storage shows full capacity," Holt reported, checking system readouts. "But there's something else. Odin 3's internal clock shows it was submerged for 6 hours. That's impossible. We deployed 2 hours ago. Check the timestamp yourself." The numbers were undeniable. According to Odin 3's internal systems, the submersible had spent 6 hours in the underwater cavern, despite our surface chronometers showing only 2 hours had elapsed since deployment. "Time differential," Rhea suggested. "Strong gravitational fields can create temporal distortion effects." "Or the systems were tampered with," Holt countered. At 3 minutes to intercept, I made the decision that would haunt me for years afterward. Instead of immediately downloading Odin 3's data storage, I activated the submersible's emergency beacon protocol, a hidden transmission system I'd built for exactly this situation. The beacon broadcast a compressed data burst on multiple frequencies simultaneously, uploading Odin 3's most important sensor readings to a network of internet-connected receivers around the Arctic. Whatever happened next, some record of our discovery would survive. The first military vessel reached us just as the data transmission completed. "Norwegian Coast Guard cutter Barentsburg requesting permission to board," came the radio call. But the ship approaching our starboard side looked nothing like any Coast Guard vessel I'd ever seen. Its hull was too angular, its superstructure too advanced, its sensor arrays too sophisticated for civilian maritime enforcement. "Permission denied," Captain Eriksson replied. "We are conducting legal scientific research in international waters." "Mr. Grant," a new voice cut in on the radio, speaking directly to me. "This is Commander North, liaison from Northern Command. We need to discuss your research activities immediately." "I'm not required to discuss anything with you, Commander. Our expedition is fully authorized under international maritime law." "Your expedition is interfering with classified military operations in this area. For your own safety, I'm ordering immediate cessation of all underwater activities and escort to the nearest port facility." Through binoculars, I could see armed personnel on the deck of the approaching vessel. This wasn't a regulatory discussion, it was a seizure operation. "Captain," I said quietly, how fast can we move?" "In these conditions? Maybe 12 knots. They can do 30. Then we negotiate." Commander North's voice came over the radio again. "Mr. Grant, are you prepared to comply with our lawful orders? I'm prepared to discuss this situation like reasonable adults. What specific military operations are we allegedly interfering with?" "That information is classified. You'll be briefed during debriefing procedures at the appropriate facility." "What facility?" "That information is also classified." I looked at Holt, who was already making preparations for what he obviously expected to be a hostile boarding operation. Rhea was frantically copying data files from our expedition computers to encrypted portable drives. "Commander North," I said into the radio, "I'm a United States citizen conducting legal scientific research." "Under what authority are you detaining us?" "Maritime security protocols implemented under NATO Article 5 emergency provisions." "What emergency?" "The emergency you created by deploying unauthorized sensing equipment in restricted waters." "These aren't restricted waters. I checked all maritime notices before planning this expedition." "The restriction was classified until your activities triggered it." I began to understand. We hadn't stumbled into a restricted area. Our presence had caused the area to become restricted. Someone had been monitoring our expedition from the beginning, waiting to see what we would find. The question was, who had been watching, and what did they already know about the cavern below? "Mr. Grant," Commander North continued, "you have 2 minutes to prepare for boarding operations. Any resistance will be considered an act of maritime piracy." I made a decision that surprised everyone, including myself. "Permission granted for boarding, Commander, but I want written documentation of the legal basis for this operation, and I want communication with the United States Embassy in Oslo." "That can be arranged during debriefing." The military vessel pulled alongside the Nordkapp with professional precision. Armed personnel in Arctic gear rappelled to our deck, while others maintained overwatch positions from their ship's rails. They moved with the efficiency of a unit that had performed this operation many times before. Commander North was exactly what I'd expected. Mid-40s, weathered face, eyes that revealed nothing. He wore no visible rank insignia, but his bearing suggested senior military authority. "Mr. Grant," he said, approaching our equipment setup, "I understand you've been conducting deep-sea sensing operations in this area. Oceanographic research, fully documented and legally authorized. What did you find? Thermal anomalies consistent with underwater volcanic activity. Some unusual mineral formations. Nothing outside the range of normal Arctic geology." Commander North studied me carefully. "Your submersible spent considerable time at depth. What exactly did it record?" "Standard oceanographic data. Temperature profiles, salinity measurements, geological mapping. I'd like to review that data. I'd like to see a warrant." "This is a national security matter, Mr. Grant. Warrants don't apply." "Whose national security? Norwegian? American? Because I'm not sure which jurisdiction applies in international waters." Commander North gestured to one of his personnel, who immediately began connecting portable equipment to our computer systems. "All data storage devices will be impounded pending security review." "On what grounds?" "On the grounds that your research activities have uncovered materials relevant to ongoing classified operations." "What materials?" "That information's classified." I watched them download our expedition records with a mixture of frustration and fascination. These people had been prepared for exactly this scenario. They knew what we were looking for, and they knew we'd find it. "Commander," I said, "how long have you been monitoring this area?" "That information is classified." "How long have you known about the underwater structures?" "That information is also classified." "Then let me ask you something that isn't classified. What happens to us now?" Commander North paused in his review of our equipment. "That depends on your willingness to cooperate with ongoing security requirements." "Meaning?" "Meaning you have 2 options. Option 1, we impound all your equipment and data under maritime security provisions. You're detained pending investigation, and your expedition personnel face charges for unauthorized sensing activities in restricted waters. What's option 2? Option 2, You accept a consulting agreement with appropriate compensation. Your expedition is reclassified as contractor support for authorised research, and everyone goes home with enhanced security clearances and non-disclosure obligations. I looked at Rhea and Holt, both of whom were carefully not expressing opinions about deals with mysterious military commanders. What kind of compensation? Full reimbursement of expedition costs plus a research consulting fee that should more than cover any financial inconvenience. How much more? Commander North smiled for the first time since boarding. Let's say your inheritance just doubled, Mr. Grant. And the non-disclosure obligations? Standard classified research protocols. You don't discuss your findings with unauthorized personnel. You don't publish without security review. And you don't conduct follow-up research without appropriate coordination. For how long? Indefinitely. I thought about Dad, about 15 years of weekend anomaly hunting, about gravitational lows that had led us to the most important discovery in human history. Then I thought about spending the rest of my life in a military detention facility for asking the wrong questions. I'll need the terms in writing. Of course. My legal team will have contracts ready by the time we reach port. What about my expedition team? Separate agreements, tailored to their individual involvement levels. Commander North's personnel had finished downloading our computer systems. One of them approached with a tablet showing the data transfer summary. Complete copy acquired, he reported. All storage media secured. What about the submersible, I asked. Odin 3 will be transported to appropriate facilities for detailed analysis. You'll receive a full technical report once security review is complete. When? That timeline is classified. I realised we were negotiating the terms of our own capture, but the alternative was probably worse. Whatever we'd found in that underwater cavern, it was important enough to trigger immediate military response and substantial financial incentives for silence. I'll take option 2, I decided. Excellent choice, Mr. Grant. The voyage back to Longyearbyen took 18 hours. Commander North's personnel maintained polite but constant supervision, while his legal team prepared our consultation contracts via satellite communication. By the time we reached port, I had a 40-page document that essentially made me a classified contractor for unspecified research activities. The compensation was exactly as promised. Full expedition reimbursement plus a consulting fee that added another $240 million to my bank account. In exchange, I agreed to discuss our Arctic findings only with authorised personnel and to conduct no further research in the area without explicit approval. Rhea and Holt received similar agreements scaled to their involvement levels, both signed without lengthy deliberation. 30 years in the Navy, Holt said as we prepared to fly back to civilization, and I've never seen anything like what happened down there. What do you think it was? I think some questions are worth more money than answers, son. Rhea was more conflicted about the non-disclosure agreement, but ultimately pragmatic about the alternatives. I wanted to publish, she admitted. This discovery could revolutionise our understanding of Arctic geology. Maybe it still will eventually, or maybe it gets buried in classified files forever. 3 months after returning from the Arctic, I received an unexpected package at my Burlington workshop. No return address, but the contents were immediately familiar. A complete technical analysis of Odin 3's sensor data, along with high-resolution images that hadn't been in our original downloads. The images showed details we'd missed during the expedition. The underwater cavern was even larger than we'd mapped, with multiple chambers extending kilometres in all directions. The monitoring equipment we'd encountered was part of a vast network that seemed to cover the entire cavity system. Most significantly, the analysis included acoustic data that Odin 3 had recorded but hadn't transmitted during the expedition. Structured sound patterns that suggested not just artificial generation, but something approaching communication protocols. The final page of the technical report contained a handwritten note. Your father's second letter. Check the family office safe. I drove to Boston that same day. The Grant Capital offices were exactly as Dad had left them, including his personal safe behind the conference room oil painting. Inside, along with various family documents, I found an envelope marked Open After Arctic Expedition. Dad's familiar handwriting. If you're reading this, you found what we were looking for. The frequency codes below match signals detected at the target coordinates in 1987, 1994 and 2003. Previous expeditions were discontinued for national security reasons. The anomalies are real, Evan. They're also not natural. Use this information wisely. Below the note, a series of numeric codes that exactly match the acoustic signatures Odin 3 had detected from those mysterious monitoring devices. Dad had known. Somehow he'd known exactly what we would find in that underwater cavern, and he'd planned for me to discover it using his inheritance money. The question was, what did he expect me to do with the knowledge? I spent weeks researching the frequency codes, eventually tracing them through declassified military communications protocols to a series of classified Arctic expeditions dating back to the 1960s. Each expedition had apparently discovered similar acoustic anomalies at various high-latitude locations, and each had been terminated under national security provisions. The pattern was clear. Someone had been systematically investigating these underwater anomalies for decades, and someone else had been systematically suppressing the results. 6 months after our expedition, I received a visitor at my workshop, a woman in her 50s, professional appearance, credentials identifying her as Patricia Wells from the Congressional Budget Office. Mr. Grant, I'm investigating irregularities in classified research funding over the past 30 years. Your Arctic expedition has come to our attention. My expedition was conducted under full legal authority in international waters. I'm not questioning the legality. I'm questioning the aftermath. Specifically, the consulting payments you received from Northern Command. She showed me financial records that shouldn't have existed. Details of the compensation agreement, the non-disclosure terms, even classified excerpts from Odin 3's sensor data. These payments appear to be part of a pattern of suppressing civilian research into Arctic anomalies. We've identified 17 similar incidents over the past 20 years. What do you want from me? Information? What did you actually find down there? I studied her credentials again, ran them through government verification databases, confirmed her identity and authority. Patricia Wells was legitimate congressional oversight, which meant she had access to classified materials and protection from standard security restrictions. I found proof that we're not alone, I said finally. Explain. I told her everything. The underwater cavern, the monitoring equipment, the time differential, the frequency codes that matched Dad's historical data. She listened without interruption, taking detailed notes. The acoustic signatures suggest active intelligence, I concluded. Something has been operating in these Arctic caverns for decades, possibly centuries, and our government has been covering it up. Not just our government. This appears to be a coordinated international effort involving NATO partners, and probably others. Why? That's what we're trying to determine. Patricia Wells left me with a secure communication device and instructions to document everything I could remember about the expedition. 2 weeks later, she returned with information that changed my perspective entirely. The monitoring equipment your submersible encountered wasn't suppressing your research, she explained. It was facilitating it. Someone down there wanted you to find them. Based on what evidence? Based on this. She showed me a photograph that made my hands shake. Odin 3, sitting in some kind of maintenance facility, but not any facility I recognised. The submersible had been modified extensively, upgraded with technology that looked decades ahead of current capabilities. Where was this taken? We're not entirely sure, but we believe your submersible was returned to the surface intentionally, with enhanced capabilities and a message. What message? The mineral deposits on Odin 3's hull weren't random formations. They're a mathematical sequence, prime numbers arranged in a spiral pattern that corresponds to galactic coordinates. Coordinates to what? That's classified above my level, but congressional oversight has determined that the suppression protocols are counterproductive. We're recommending full disclosure and open research collaboration. With who? With whoever's been waiting down there for us to figure out how to communicate properly. 1 year after our Arctic expedition, the official story broke simultaneously in major newspapers worldwide. The headlines varied, but the content was consistent. Scientists discover advanced technology in Arctic Ocean. International expedition confirms non-human intelligence. Government reveals decades of contact protocols. My role in the discovery was publicly acknowledged. along with RIA's geological analysis and Holt's logistical expertise. The non-disclosure agreements were officially voided as part of the Transparency Initiative. 6 months after disclosure, I received an invitation that would have seemed impossible 2 years earlier. The newly established Arctic Research Coordination Centre requested my participation in the first official joint expedition to what they now called the Cavity Network, a system of underwater chambers that apparently extended throughout the Arctic Ocean basin. We've identified 47 separate cavity systems, explained Patricia Wells, now serving as civilian oversight coordinator for the project. Each contains monitoring equipment similar to what you encountered, and all are broadcasting the same mathematical sequences. Are they responding to communication attempts? Yes, we've established basic mathematical exchanges with 17 sites. The responses suggest distributed intelligence, multiple entities coordinating their communications across vast distances. What do they want? Near as we can tell, they want us to develop interstellar navigation capabilities. The coordinate sequences they're transmitting point to potentially habitable systems within 50 light-years of Earth. They're giving us directions. They're giving us an invitation. The second expedition launched in October, 18 months after our original discovery. This time, instead of a single modified submersible, we deployed a fleet of communication platforms equipped with quantum entanglement transmitters and artificial intelligence translation protocols. I watched from the surface as our equipment descended into the Cavity Network, carrying humanity's first formal message to a non-human intelligence. The message was simple: we are ready to learn. The response came within minutes, not as acoustic signals or mathematical sequences, but as a direct quantum data stream that bypassed all our recording equipment and spoke directly to human consciousness. The voice, if it could be called that, carried concepts rather than words. Welcome. Long waiting. Time for next journey. Stars calling. Ready together? Standing on the deck of our research vessel, watching Aurora Borealis dance across the Arctic sky, I thought about Dad and his weekend anomaly hunting, about gravitational lows that had led to the most important moment in human history. Yes, I whispered to the Arctic night. We're ready. Deep below us, in caverns that had waited centuries for this conversation, ancient intelligences began preparing for humanity's introduction to a galaxy that was far more crowded, far more wonderful, and far more welcoming than we had ever dared imagine. The real journey was just beginning. The asset that couldn't be allowed to leave a story, suggested by Frohl. They say you can feel it when something terrible is about to happen. A shift in the air. A weight pressing down on your chest. The sensation that the world is holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. On the evening of June 24th, 2009, in a rehearsal space deep inside the Staples Center in downtown Los Angeles, nobody felt that weight. The king of pop, Michael Jackson, danced across the stage with an energy that shocked everyone who had worried about his health. His movements were sharp. His voice was powerful. He was, by all accounts, back. 24 hours later, he would be dead. The official story is simple. Cardiac arrest caused by an overdose of propofol, a powerful surgical anaesthetic, administered by his personal physician Conrad Murray. An accident, a tragedy, the result of a desperate man seeking sleep in all the wrong places. But what if it wasn't an accident at all? What if Michael Jackson didn't die because he was fragile, addicted, or reckless? What if he died because he was worth more dead than alive, and more dangerous alive than dead? What if the numbers that governed his life demanded his death? Part 1. The final 24 hours. The rehearsal that changed everything. June 24th, 2009, 11:30 at night. Inside the cavernous space of the Staples Center, Michael Jackson stood under blazing stage lights. His thin frame was draped in a black shirt and loose pants, his signature fedora perched on his head. Around him, dozens of dancers, musicians and technicians watched as he ran through numbers for his upcoming This Is It tour. A series of 50 concerts scheduled to begin in London just weeks away. The rumours about Michael's health had been swirling for months. People whispered that he was too frail, too sick, too broken to pull off a comeback. There were photos of him looking gaunt, his skin stretched tight over his bones. Tabloids speculated that he was dying, that he'd never make it to opening night. But that night, inside that rehearsal space, those rumours seemed absurd. Kenny Ortega, the tour director, would later tell investigators that Michael was on fire. He hit every mark. He sang with power. He moved with the precision and grace that had made him a legend. At one point, Michael stopped mid-song and called out technical notes to the crew, his mind sharp and focused. This wasn't a man on the edge of death. This was a man preparing to reclaim his throne. Travis Payne, one of the choreographers, stood watching from the wings. He'd worked with Michael for years, seen him at his highest and lowest points. That night, Travis felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. "He's ready," Travis said to a colleague standing beside him. "He's really ready." The rehearsal wrapped just after midnight. Michael thanked his crew, told them he'd see them tomorrow, and disappeared into the back of a black SUV. The vehicle pulled away from the Staples Center and began the drive north toward Holmby Hills, where Michael was renting a mansion on North Carrollwood Drive. It was the last time most of them would see him alive. The hours no one can explain what happened between 1 in the morning on June 25th and 12:30 in the afternoon, when emergency services received the call, would become the subject of intense scrutiny, conflicting testimonies, and questions that remain unanswered to this day. According to Conrad Murray, Michael's personal physician, Michael arrived home and couldn't sleep. This was nothing new. Michael had struggled with insomnia for years, a condition worsened by the pressures of fame, years of performing under grueling schedules, and the constant surveillance of the media. Murray claimed that Michael begged him for propofol, a drug Michael called his milk because of its milky white appearance. Propofol is not a sleep aid. It is a general anaesthetic used in operating rooms to render patients unconscious during surgery. It works by depressing the central nervous system so profoundly that patients stop breathing on their own and require mechanical ventilation. In hospitals, propofol is administered by anaesthesiologists with crash carts and full resuscitation equipment standing by. It is never, under any circumstances, used in a private home. Yet Murray claimed he had been giving Michael propofol nearly every night for weeks. Murray said that on the morning of June 25th, he tried to wean Michael off the drug by giving him smaller doses of sedatives, lorazepam, midazolam. Nothing worked. Finally, around 10:40 in the morning, Murray administered a small dose of propofol through an intravenous line. Michael, he said, finally fell asleep. Murray claimed he left Michael alone for just 2 minutes to use the bathroom. When he returned, Michael wasn't breathing. What happened next is where the timeline becomes suspicious. According to phone records, Murray made several calls between 11:18 and 12:12. He called Michael's assistant. He called a friend in Houston. He called his clinic. What he did not do was call 911. When he finally ordered security to call emergency services, it was 12:21. More than 20 minutes had passed since Murray claimed to have found Michael unresponsive. 20 minutes during which Michael's brain was being starved of oxygen. 20 minutes during which any chance of revival was slipping away. The 911 call itself was bizarre. The caller, Alberto Alvarez, Michael's head of security, sounded calm, almost detached. He described a 50-year-old male not breathing. He did not say it was Michael Jackson. The dispatcher asked if Murray was performing CPR. Alvarez said yes, but here's the problem. Murray later testified that he performed CPR on Michael while he was still on the bed, a medically ineffective technique. CPR requires a hard surface beneath the patient to compress the chest properly. Any doctor knows this. Any first responder knows this. Yet Murray, a trained cardiologist, allegedly spent precious minutes performing compressions on a soft mattress. When paramedics arrived at 12:26, they found Michael on the bed, his eyes half open, his body cool to the touch. He had no pulse, no respiration, no signs of life. The lead paramedic would later testify that Michael appeared to have been dead for at least 20 minutes, possibly longer. Paramedics wanted to pronounce Michael dead at the scene. Murray refused. He insisted they continue resuscitation efforts and transport Michael to UCLA Medical Center. Why? Some speculate Murray was desperate to avoid blame. Others suggest he was buying time. Time for what? At 1:13 in the afternoon, Michael Jackson was pronounced dead at UCLA Medical Center. The official cause of death, acute propofol intoxication. The official conclusion, homicide. Conrad Murray would eventually be convicted of involuntary manslaughter. He served less than 2 years in prison. For killing the most famous entertainer on the planet, he served less time than someone convicted of stealing a car. Part 2, the catalogue worth more than a life. The deal that made Michael a target. To understand why Michael Jackson might have been killed, you have to understand what he owned. Not his homes, not his cars, not even his music. You have to understand the Sony ATV Music Publishing catalogue, one of the most valuable collections of intellectual property in the entertainment industry. In 1985, Michael made one of the smartest business decisions of his career. Acting on the advice of Paul McCartney, who had once mentioned the value of music publishing in a casual conversation, Michael purchased ATV Music for $47.5 million. ATV controlled the rights to more than 4,000 songs, including the crown jewel, the Northern Songs catalogue, which contained 251 songs written by John Lennon and Paul McCartney. Michael Jackson, a black man from Gary, Indiana, now owned the Beatles. It was a move that shocked the music industry. Paul McCartney himself was furious, having tried to reclaim the catalogue years earlier only to be outbid. McCartney had casually mentioned to Michael years before that owning publishing rights was where the real money in music existed. Michael, always a shrewd businessman despite his public persona as a naive Peter Pan figure, took the advice to heart. When ATV Music went up for sale, Michael moved quickly and decisively. The catalogue wasn't just valuable because it contained Beatles songs. It represented a shift in power within the music industry. Traditionally, artists were at the mercy of record labels and publishers. They created the content but rarely owned it. Michael, by purchasing ATV, had broken that model. He was both a performer and a publisher, both creator and owner. It gave him leverage that few artists in history had ever possessed. Over the next 2 decades, Michael expanded the catalogue. He acquired rights to songs by Little Richard, Sly and the Family Stone, and countless others. When Sony approached him in the mid-1990s about merging their publishing divisions, Michael negotiated from a position of strength. He knew what he had, he knew its value, and he made sure he kept control. The 1995 merger created Sony ATV Music Publishing, instantly making it one of the largest music publishers in the world. Michael retained his 50% ownership stake, ensuring he had veto power over major decisions. For Sony, this was both an opportunity and a frustration. They had access to an incredible catalogue, but they couldn't fully control it. Michael Jackson, the eccentric pop star who lived in a place called Neverland and kept exotic animals as pets, held all the cards. For years this arrangement worked. Michael made money, Sony made money. But as Michael's financial situation deteriorated in the 2000s, the balance of power began to shift. His spending was legendary. He maintained Neverland Ranch at enormous expense. He travelled with an entourage. He faced costly legal battles, including the devastating child molestation accusations that, while he was acquitted, destroyed his reputation and earning potential. By 2005, Michael was in serious financial trouble. He owed hundreds of millions of dollars to various creditors. His album sales had plummeted. He was no longer the unstoppable commercial force he'd been in the 1980s and 90s. He needed cash, and fast. The solution was to borrow against his most valuable asset, the Sony ATV catalogue. In 2006, Michael refinanced a massive loan, using his 50% stake as collateral. The loan gave him the cash he needed to survive, but it came with strings attached. If he defaulted, Sony could potentially claim his share of the catalogue. He had, in effect, bet everything on his ability to make a comeback. The purchase infuriated Paul McCartney, who had tried and failed to buy back the catalogue years earlier. It also made Michael one of the most powerful figures in the music industry. Every time a Beatles song was played on the radio, used in a commercial, or covered by another artist, Michael got paid. Every time someone wanted to license Yesterday or Let It Be, they had to go through him. By the mid-1990s, Michael's catalogue had grown even more valuable. In 1995, he merged ATV with Sony's music publishing division, creating Sony ATV. Under the deal, Michael retained 50% ownership. The partnership gave him access to even more songs, including hits by Elvis Presley, Bob Dylan and Eminem. By 2009, Sony ATV was worth well over $1 billion. Some estimates put it closer to $2 billion. Michael's 50% stake alone was worth hundreds of millions. But there was a problem. Michael needed cash. Despite his wealth on paper, Michael was drowning in debt. Years of extravagant spending, a shrinking income from album sales, and costly legal battles had left him financially overextended. In 2006, he refinanced a $300 million loan, using his share of Sony ATV as collateral. This put Sony in a powerful position. If Michael defaulted on the loan, they could potentially seize his half of the catalogue. But there was a complication. As long as Michael was alive, he had full control over his share. He could veto sales, licensing deals, and major decisions. He was, in essence, a blockade to Sony's total ownership. Industry insiders knew that Sony wanted the catalogue. They'd wanted it for years. But as long as Michael was alive and in control, there was no clear path to acquisition. Then Michael did something that may have sealed his fate. He started planning his exit. The tour that was supposed to set him free. In March 2009, Michael announced his This Is It tour. 50 concerts at London's O2 Arena, a triumphant return to the stage after years away from the spotlight. The announcement was met with scepticism. Could Michael still perform? Would fans even care? The press conference where Michael announced the tour was held at the O2 Arena itself. Thousands of fans gathered outside, desperate for a glimpse of the reclusive star. When Michael finally appeared on stage, dressed in a glittering jacket and sunglasses, the crowd erupted. He spoke briefly, promising these would be his final shows in London, his curtain call. "This is it," he said, and the words became the tour's name. Behind the scenes, the tour represented far more than just a series of concerts. For AEG Live, the promoting company, it was a massive financial gamble. They were reportedly putting up tens of millions of dollars in production costs, betting that Michael could still fill arenas and generate revenue. For Michael, it was his chance to prove he was still relevant, still the king of pop, still capable of commanding a stage. But most importantly, the tour was Michael's ticket to freedom. He planned to use the earnings to pay off his debts and regain control of his financial life. Associates say Michael saw This Is It as the beginning of a new chapter. After the tour, he wanted to focus on film projects, building a new Neverland and spending time with his children. He talked about starting his own label, where he could mentor young artists without the corporate interference that had plagued his own career. The answer came almost immediately. All 50 shows sold out in hours. Demand was so overwhelming that promoters considered adding more dates. The tour was projected to gross over $400 million, making it one of the highest-earning concert tours of all time. Within hours of tickets going on sale, AEG's servers crashed from the overwhelming demand. People who had written Michael off as a has-been, a tabloid punchline, were suddenly clamouring to see him perform. Over 1 million people registered for tickets. Some fans paid thousands of dollars on secondary markets for seats. The numbers told a story the media had missed. Michael Jackson might have been out of the spotlight, but his fans had never left. Rehearsals began in April at a studio in Los Angeles before moving to the Staples Center in June. The show Michael envisioned was ambitious, incorporating elaborate sets, cutting-edge special effects, and a set list spanning his entire career. He wanted to give fans not just a concert, but an experience. The production budget ballooned into the tens of millions. Every detail had to be perfect. But there were concerns. Kenny Ortega, the director, would later testify that Michael missed several rehearsals in the weeks leading up to his death. When he did attend, he sometimes seemed distracted or unwell. There were reports of weight loss, of Michael being cold even under hot stage lights, of moments where his energy seemed to flag. AEG executives were reportedly worried. They had hundreds of millions of dollars on the line. If Michael couldn't perform, the entire tour would collapse. Insurance might not cover all their losses. Lawsuits from disappointed fans could follow. The pressure on Michael to prove he could do it was immense. It was in this context that Conrad Murray entered Michael's life. Murray was a cardiologist practicing in Las Vegas and Houston. He had met Michael briefly years earlier and treated one of Michael's children. In 2009, Michael asked Murray to